Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Makino, give me a Bloody Mary, please. A young man wearing a black robe and with deep eyes that did not match his age appeared in front of the bar. Originally, Makino, who was still wiping the cup, said with a helpless expression. Bayou, didn't I tell you that you can only drink after you become an adult? You are only 16 this year. Besides, isn't today Ace's day to go sailing? Why don't you go and see him off? As he spoke, Makino skillfully mixed a glass of scarlet wine and handed it to Bayou. Bayou took the wine glass, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, feeling the spicy and stimulating feeling of the strong liquor flowing through his body. This is life. As a reincarnation, Bayou was adopted by Garp since childhood, turning the 3 little ghosts in the original work into 4 little ghosts. In addition to receiving Garp's devilish training, Bayou also comes to Makino's tavern every day. In addition to drinking milk at the beginning, I gradually began to like strong liquor. Although Makino tried his best to refuse, he was still convinced by Bayou's deep eyes that were not in line with his age. Ding, the system is unlocking. The current unlocking progress has reached 99%. Host, please continue to stay where you are. An ethereal reminder sounded in Bayou's mind. Right. This is the standard for reincarnated people. It is called a system plug-in. Ever since he could remember, Bayou came to the tavern every day just to unlock the system. Over time, 3 years after 3 years, Bayou signed for 14 years. Finally, the moment of final unlocking has arrived. Compared to welcoming the arrival of plug-ins, we welcome Ace to go overseas. Not worth mentioning at all. Now there is only one thing Bayou wants to know most. What on earth is this system that took 14 years to unlock? Bayou, you're distracted again. You're only 16, but every time I see you, you seem to be 60. Makino shook his head and refilled Bayou's glass with wine. I don't know what you're thinking, but look at Luffy, how happy he is to see Ace out to sea. You should learn from him. Makino is no stranger to the 4 Bayou brothers. Ace's stubbornness, Sabo's gentleness and elegance, and Luffy's stubbornness. However, the young man in front of him has always been something Makino could not understand. As a tavern owner, he had seen countless people, but he couldn't see through a young man. Makino couldn't believe this, but it became a reality. Makino, I don't want to be like that big fool who keeps shouting about being the pirate's king. Luffy, I'm sure I'll get beaten up when the old man comes back. According to the time, the old man should be back soon. Ace is probably going out to sea to avoid him. But I believe that he will look for me after Ace leaves. Bayou took another sip of the wine, and his eyes became a little confused. This wasn't drunkenness. Bayou's alcohol tolerance had already been amazing after so many years of free drinking. According to Bayou, this is about enjoying the taste of wine. You little brat, you are still as confident as ever. But next time you come to drink for free, remember to call me auntie, otherwise I will charge you. Makino glared for a moment, and soon heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Bang! The door was pushed open. Luffy, wearing a straw hat, rushed in first. That's right. Just like in the original story, Luffy was indeed brainwashed by red hair. As for why Bayou didn't stop the red-haired man's behavior, it was simply because it was too troublesome. Bayou, Ace is here to challenge you again. This time, the winner becomes the boss. Luffy slammed his head into the bar with such force that the tavern shook a few times. Watching this scene, Bayou shook his head helplessly, glad that he did not stop the red-haired man from brainwashing. Otherwise, someone like Luffy who is so stubborn. If it weren't for rubber fruit and the pig's trotter halo, it would have probably died on the road. Bayou, I thought you would come to see me off, but I didn't expect you to be hiding here again. Ace, with pock marks all over his face and wearing a red cowboy hat, appeared in front of the gate. Are you worried that you'll lose to me? Lose to you? Bayou smiled and shook his head. Don't be so arrogant. When you call me by my name in the future, add the word Big Brother at the end. For so many years, you couldn't even grab milk from me when we were kids, and you still want to win me over? Aren't you kidding me? You can only be my little brother for the rest of your life. Bayou, I'm the younger brother. Isn't it good to be your younger brother? Luffy, who was standing aside, had already straightened his hat and interrupted directly. Bayou and Ace simply ignored him. They have long been accustomed to this little brother with missing tendons. Bayou also suspected that Luffy choked on amniotic fluid when he was born. Otherwise, if you breathe more fresh air, this wouldn't have happened, right? However, over the past decade or so, Bayou has indeed suppressed the three Ace members and firmly sat in his position as the big brother. Joke. Bayou, who has memories of his previous life, must be stronger than his peers. Then you've lived a dog's life. Bayou, the old man will be back soon, and I don't want to waste time talking to you. I will definitely defeat you today. Ace spoke hastily, pulling out a water pipe from behind his back. This is standard for Sabo. It seems that over the years, after Ace thought Sabo was killed in the explosion, he did more than just copy the personality in order to become a good brother to Luffy. He even secretly learned Sabo's fighting techniques. Sabo once said that his lifelong wish was to defeat you. Now he can't do it, but I will fulfill his wish. Ace clenched the hose in his hand, a trace of reminiscence appearing on his face. The atmosphere in the pub became a bit depressing. Even Makino had heard about Sabo's misfortune. Only Bayou remained expressionless. He shook his head and drank the liquor in the glass again. It's not that Bayou is too cold-hearted, it's just that Sabo is still alive and well. Mourning the loneliness of hell. Seeing the direct showdown and the use of the water pipe fighting skills that had been hidden, Bayou was about to stand up and fight. Ding, the system has been unlocked successfully. Congratulations host for obtaining the strongest template system. Ding, since the host has signed in for 14 years, he has received the strongest template gift package. Do you want to open it immediately? A series of system prompts sounded. Bayou's eyes couldn't help but light up. After waiting for so long, the system is finally turned on. A large amount of information about the system quickly poured into Bayou's mind. Soon, Bayou's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he finally understood what this strongest template system was. Chapter 2. According to the system, once the strongest template system is activated, a random body template will be obtained. While constantly unlocking this template, Bayou can obtain other templates and integrate them into this main body template. Completing corresponding tasks and unlocking progress can also reward system points. There is a mall within the system where you can redeem various commodities with system points. As for the origin of the products, they come from all over the world. After seeing the end, Bayou let out a deep breath. It seems that becoming strong in this world is completely stable. According to the system's description, as long as you open a powerful body template, unlock it according to the progress above. How can it not be strong? Unless you become a lying young man. Otherwise, Bayou believed that Ace and his friends would never be able to become the big brothers in their lifetime. Open the gift pack first to see what the character template is. I hope I can draw a more awesome character and win at the starting line. Bayou muttered to himself. Who doesn't want to be the Emperor of Europe? At least, Bayou doesn't want to lose at the starting line. System, open the novice gift package for me immediately. Ding, host, please wait, the countdown for the novice gift package is starting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Bayou rolled his eyes at the system that was still slow to unlock. However, he clenched his fists subconsciously. After 2 lifetimes, under Garp's devilish training, Bayou is far superior to his peers. But living in this world where the strong prey on the weak, no one doesn't like to become stronger. What's more, this is the power of the plug-in, so don't miss it. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the novice gift package, 2 insight symbols, 1 awakening symbol, and successfully unlocking the main character template. The current character template is Zaraki Kenpachi. Host Bayou. Deo Force Value, 500. Strength, 420. Speed, 450. Stamina, 800. Weapons, none. Initial character template, Zaraki Kenpachi, unlock progress 0. Skills, none. Looking at the character panel that suddenly appeared, Bayou couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. As a reincarnated person, he knew clearly that when the Dao power value reached 500, he could be called a Superman. Now it seems that I have just reached the level of a Superman. As for the amazing physical strength, there is no other way around this. Under Garp's death training, if you weren't tough enough, you would have died. Now, Bayou is most eager to know about Zaraki Kenpachi, who is from Shinigami and is known as one of the few special grade combat forces in the 13th Division. What changes will it bring to yourself? Bayou, why don't you speak? Don't you see the water pipe in my hand and worry that you will lose? Ace's voice sounded again, and the water pipe in his hand flipped several times before suddenly pointing at Bayou. Yes, I have been hiding the fact that I know the art of water pipe fighting, all in order to defeat you when we go out to sea. As long as I win you at this moment, I will definitely make you feel depressed for a long time. When I thought about it, I could finally vent all the frustration I had felt from being suppressed by Bayou for the past decade. Ace's eyes were full of smiles. This kind of thing, just thinking about it makes me feel so good. You mean the hidden hose technique? Bayou came back to the spirit world. Makino, help me fill up the glass. Ace, I forgot to tell you, I already knew that you stole Sabo's water pipe fighting skills. However, since you are going out to sea today, I won't have many opportunities to abuse you in the future. For my little brother's sake, I will show my cards. I will defeat you with my sword play. Are you showing your hand? The dancing water pipe in Ace's hand suddenly stopped. Isn't this unscientific? Isn't he the only one who has this trump card? How come in Bayou's mouth, it became his showdown? As for what the hell is this swordsmanship? Is there anyone around him who understands this? Bayou, your joke is not funny. Ace said hurriedly. That old man Garp only has a pair of fists. Even Marine 6 Styles was unwilling to teach us. You say you know swordsmanship, but you are a liar. For a long time, Garp has been fostering Bayou and his companions in the home of the bandit Dodin. He often sneaks back to East Blue from the headquarters. But apart from honing their own boxing and kicking skills and exploiting their potential, they were not taught any fighting techniques such as the Marine 6 Styles. Of course, according to Garp, you can learn it secretly, but it is definitely not taught by me. This is the Marines' code of conduct. Now Bayou suddenly told him that he had learned swordsmanship from Garp, who played with both fists. Is this a joke? Haha, Ace, believe it or not. Bayou smiled and glanced at the clock hanging in the tavern and said. But I still want to remind you, if you don't want to fight, leave quickly, otherwise you won't be able to escape when the old man comes back. Bayou didn't want to explain the charm of the system. Even if I really want to explain, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Old man. Ace suddenly came to his senses. He chose to go out to sea today to avoid Garp. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. As for whether Bayou knows swordsmanship, Ace still plans to test it with fists and feet. Fight, let's go out and fight, and I'll use this hose to beat you up. Ace said through gritted teeth. Bayou smiled and drank the drink again, looking towards the corner of the bar. Makino, can you lend me a wooden sword? Wooden sword? Makino looked at the wooden sword path that was now covered with spider webs. This wooden sword was left behind by a guest a long time ago and has never been taken back. If you want it, I can give it to you. Just, are you really going to duel Ace with the wooden sword you use for training? Makino, don't worry, a wooden sword is enough to deal with Ace. Bayou took the wooden sword with a smile. This nonchalant gesture made Ace's cheek muscles twitch uncontrollably. However, Ace still suppressed the anger in his chest and turned around to walk out of the tavern. There is only one thing he wants to do most now. He used the water pipe in his hand to give Bayou a good beating. Have you heard? Ace, who is preparing to go out to sea, is going to duel with Bayou again. Everyone go and watch the fight. Hasn't Ace ever defeated Bayou? Is there still a need for a fight? I heard that Ace was well prepared this time. He had been hiding his tricks just to get back at the enemy today. It looks like Bayou is going to lose. Windmill Village is not big, and Ace and Bayou are considered influential figures in the village. This fight immediately alarmed many villagers. At the dock, Makino also closed the tavern and rushed over. Looking at the two confronting figures, there was a hint of worry in his eyes when he looked at Bayou. Faced with this bratty boy who always pesters him to drink with him, Makino was still a little overly worried. At least, when it comes to a wooden sword versus an iron water pipe, doesn't everyone know which one is stronger? Chapter 3. Bayou, it seems that this battle today will make you lose face in Windmill Village. Ace gripped the water pipe tightly, raised the brim of his hat, and said playfully. However, in order to win fair and square, I can let you change your weapon. Otherwise, your wooden sword will not be able to withstand my attack. Even if I win, it will be unfair. No need, a wooden sword is enough to deal with you. Bayou smiled and took a sip of his drink, then looked at Ace indifferently. You. Ace was suddenly furious. However, facing Bayou's indifferent gaze today, I felt an inexplicable palpitation. Compared with previous challenges, Bayou did give him a little pressure. But it has never been like today, as if even the air flowing around has become stagnant. This simple confrontation lasted for a long time. It even made him feel strangely as if his fighting spirit was fading. Is that the wooden sword in his hand? Ace looked at the long-forgotten wooden sword in Bayou's hand. Compared to usual challenges, the only difference in Bayou is that there is an extra weapon. Could it be that he really knows Kendo? Come on, Ace. You must defeat Bayou and save our reputation. Luffy's shout rang out. This strange energy was broken. Ace suddenly came back to his senses, stared at Bayou, and said after taking a deep breath. Bayou, you are indeed a little different today, but I will make you understand that underestimating your opponent is a fatal weakness. I will defeat you within 10 moves. Draw your sword. Yet. Bayou tilted his head back and drank the wine in one gulp. He then exerted force with his right hand and crushed the bottle. The burning sensation brought by the strong liquor made the blood seem to burn and boil. The grin only added a hint of bloodthirsty madness. That's right. The current Bayou has been integrated into the Zaraki Kenpachi template. That bloodthirsty madness that is unique to Zaraki Kenpachi. Coming from the depths of the soul, the crazy fighting spirit like a bloodthirsty beast was released without reservation. The wooden sword was slowly pulled out and pointed diagonally at the ground. The breath that was engraved into the soul completely exploded. In an instant, no matter Ace or the people present, they all felt a chilling feeling as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. The momentum of the ferocious beasts that were attacking them in waves was even more ferocious and fierce. Compared with the gentleness and elegance of the previous moment, Bayou after holding the knife. It simply gives people the feeling of a ferocious beast that chooses people to eat. Is this the older brother he knows? Is this the opponent he wants to challenge? Now Ace had only one feeling. What he was facing was not a human, but a ferocious beast. Ding, the character template Zaraki Kenpachi has unlocked 1% progress, unlocked for the first time, and obtained Ultimate Ryutsu. The ethereal reminder sounded again. Bayou smiled knowingly, and the first time he held a knife, he was able to unlock the progress of the Zaraki Kenpachi template and obtain the Ultimate Ryutsu. It really is fun to cheat for a while, but it is fun to cheat every day. However, I'd better find someone to test the knife first. Can we start now? Bayou spoke with a smile, but the cruelty on his face became even more intense. Ace suddenly woke up and found that his palms, which were tightly gripping the water pipe, were already soaked with sweat. Huo-ran raised his head and met Bayou's gaze, revealing a hint of shame and anger. Bayou, since you are so eager to be defeated, don't blame my men for being merciless. Bang! Ace took the initiative to move. Facing the beast-like feeling, the only way was to defeat Bayou as soon as possible and overthrow the shadow imprinted in his heart. The distance of more than 10 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the water pipe in his hand was gradually increasing. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, holding the wooden sword tightly in his right hand, and slowly raised it above his head. This action full of flaws made Ace feel ashamed and angry, and he roared in anger. Bayou, it seems that you really underestimated me. I can defeat this kind of posture with so many flaws with just one move. Boom! The ultimate Ryutsu hidden in Bayou exploded without any warning. The golden airwaves swept across like a raging tide. Ace, who was so close, felt as if he had hit an invisible wall, and his charging posture suddenly stopped. Bayou raised the wooden sword above his head, which was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and chopped it down with force. There is nothing fancy about this knife. It just interprets the true meaning of the main template Zaraki Kenpachi, the king of flat cuts. As one of the top 13 soldiers in the Goen squad, he is labeled as a special class fighter. Normal attack is the ultimate move. It can be said that this sword strike is a fusion of Bayou Ultimate's Ryutsu. Under the attack, Ace's pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, it felt like what I was facing was not a wooden sword, but a mountain, crushing me like an overwhelming force. Bang! The wooden sword and the water pipe collided with each other. A huge amount of power was released, rushing out like thousands of horses galloping. The water pipe, which was strong enough to break the wooden sword easily, broke with a sound. At the same time as the huge force caused Ace's palm to hurt, the wooden sword had already slashed on his shoulder with endless golden light. Boom! Ace flew backwards at a speed as fast as thunder, and hit a reef more than 10 meters away. The huge impact force caused the reef to collapse, spreading spiderweb-like cracks. The huge dock fell into deathly silence in an instant. One knife. With just the wooden sword, he not only chopped off the water pipe, but also chopped Ace dozens of meters away. Is this still a human being? If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. Ace's ambitious challenge, that's it. Just like that, he was chopped away by a knife. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first battle. The current progress of unlocking the main body template Zaraki Kenpachi has reached 5%. Reward system points 50. The ethereal reminder sounded at the right time. Looking at the panel unlocking progress which suddenly increased by 4%, Bayou agreed more with his guess. In addition to completing daily chopping tasks, the fastest way to unlock Zaraki Kenpachi's progress is to challenge the strong. However, according to the system, every time the unlocking progress reaches 5%, a skill can be unlocked, and once it reaches 20%, the next template character can be unlocked. The unlocked characters are fully integrated into the main template to enhance the power of Zaraki Kenpachi. This is Bayou, the shortcut to becoming stronger quickly. As for the system wall, you can use the mall points you get to purchase randomly displayed items. Looking at the two poor items on the merchandise column, Bayou touched his nose helplessly. This system is really shabby. The special weighted bracer from Dragon X World is worth 30 points. The magically modified Nutri Express from the Unknown New World is worth 20 points. The total of the two items was exactly 50 points. Bayou really doubted whether the system was a landlord, deliberately squeezing out the pitiful points of a peasant like him, leaving poor families with no surplus food. However, despite all his complaints, Bayou was still eager to find out what reward he would get if his unlocking degree reached 5%. System, unlock my skills. Ding, host, please wait a moment. A series of system prompts flashed through Bayou's mind, and his eyes lit up when he saw the last unlocked skill. This hook is too stable. It turns out that cheating feels good for a while, but it feels good every day if you cheat every day. Chapter 4. Ding, congratulations host, you have successfully unlocked the skill and gained sword pressure. A stream of information quickly poured into Bayou's mind. The next moment, his eyes lit up. This sword pressure is similar to the flying slash in this world. All you need to do is pour your own Ryutsu into the sword and you will be able to perform it. However, unlike ordinary flying slashes, Zaraki Kenpachi's Ryutsu is blazing hot, and the slash will have a burning sensation. This undoubtedly raised Bayou's strength to a higher level. Watch as his strength improves twice in a day. Bayou also felt ashamed of this exaggerated cheating. But this feeling is so damn good. Bayou, Ace, something bad has happened. Grandpa's warship has been spotted in the Western Sea. Luffy screamed in fear. Ace, you better go out to sea soon. If you don't, I'm afraid you will really be caught by Grandpa and become a marine. Bayou exited the system. Looking at the sea in the distance, the dog-headed warship appeared and was approaching at full speed. I immediately realized that Garp might have rushed back to stop Ace from going out to sea. However, looking at Ace lying on the ground with a bitter look on his face, the knife attack just now really dealt a heavy blow to his body and mind. The challenge was full of hope, but he was knocked out with one blow. Does this mean it's over before it even begins? The previous evenly matched fight was nothing but child's play compared to the fight just now. The future Pirates King, can you still stand up? Bayou jumped to Ace's side and took a look at his slightly fractured shoulder. It looked like he had just chopped with great enthusiasm when he used the knife just now. However, I am glad that I didn't change to a real knife, otherwise I would have to pick up Ace's corpse now. Bayou, you hit it so well. I didn't expect you to be a kendo master. It seems that we have all been deceived. If Sabo knew, he would probably be shocked. It's a pity that he can't see it. Ace shook his head bitterly. My collarbone is broken and I can't move for a while. With old man Garp's temper, I'm afraid I can't escape and will be captured and made a marine. For Ace, he kind of hates the actions of his biological father, the Pirates King Roger. But it does not prevent him from becoming a pirate and pursuing freedom and dreams. Unlike Luffy being brainwashed by red hair, Ace's thinking undoubtedly has its own vision and ambition. Of course, if he meets Whitebeard in the future, he will be brainwashed by his son's ideas. That would be another matter. Bayou, I am the future Pirates King. I am the only Pirates King. You are not qualified. Luffy yelled as he ran over. But, Ace, you better get out to sea quickly. I'll help you block Grandpa. Ace smiled helplessly and shook his head. Not to mention his own injuries, he was no longer in a condition to take action. Just let Luffy by himself some time. I'm afraid you can't even withstand one blow from the Iron Fist of Love? Okay, don't think too much. In this situation, I'll be the big brother and help you pursue your dream. Bayou let out a deep breath, patted Ace's shoulder, and threw out a bottle of white packaged drink. Drink it, it can heal some of your injuries. This is a modified Nutri Express bar that costs 20 points to redeem within the system. Looking at the white liquid, Bayou's mind flashed with memories from his previous life. It feels hard to swallow. However, the product description provided by the system is still very attractive. Can you recover from your injuries? Ace was confused. Looking at the white liquid in the bottle, he really wondered if Bayou was playing a prank on him. However, now that I was on the edge of a dilemma, I had to swallow the drink despite my wish to go out to sea. The moment it entered his mouth, the icy feeling chilled Ace to the bone and he couldn't help but shiver. The aches and pains all over my body disappeared like a tide. The piercing pain on my shoulder quickly faded away. When Ace finished a bottle of Nutri Express and came to his senses, the arm that had been in unbearable pain and completely unable to move was miraculously healed. This recovery speed is too terrifying. If you are well, then hurry up and board the ship. I have seen the old man's ugly face. Bayou was shocked at how powerful the modified Nutri Express was, and hurriedly urged. Ace came back to his senses, stood up with the help of Luffy, and said, Bayou, thank you very much, but if you help me go to sea and let the old man know, you will probably not be able to escape in the future, right? Ace likes to go against Garp, but he also knows his character well. Don't worry, I don't want to be a pirate. Only children would be the Pirate King. Bayou took a sip of the drink casually. Next I will go out to sea and become a Marine King. In the future, if you and Luffy are caught and sent to a big prison, someone will fish you out. Ace, Bayou is right, we don't have to worry about being caught anymore. Luffy slapped his head and quickly agreed. Bayou rolled his eyes and threw the wine jug over. Take a sip. When we meet next time, we will be enemies. Don't let me catch you. Ace was confused. I never expected Bayou to make such a decision. Didn't you say that minors can't drink? You've already run away from home and become a rebellious teenager, so why are you talking about not being able to drink? Bayou rolled his eyes. Drinking some wine can numb your nerves, so you won't be held back when you run away. Drink up quickly and get out now. Thank you. Ace hesitated for a moment, then quickly took the flagon and took a sip of the liquor. Cough cough cough. Soon, a series of coughing sounds were heard, which made Ace's eyes widen. If he hadn't seen Bayou drinking from the same pot of wine with his own eyes, he would have been shocked. I really doubted whether what I just drank was a spicy poison. The strength of this alcohol is completely incomparable to their sake. Little man. Bayou rolled his eyes disdainfully. Being a man means doing the biggest things and drinking the strongest liquor. Get out of here, the old man is coming. Ace, you dared to be a pirate without telling Grandpa. I will not be able to swallow my anger if I don't sink you into the sea today. This is simply a waste of my efforts. A hysterical roar came from the warship in the distance. The silence on the dock was completely broken. Makino quickly stepped forward and said, Ace, going out to sea now might really piss off Mr. Garp. Do we need to find another time? As a pub owner, the name Makino hears most often in East Blue is Mr. Garp. I know a little about his strength. The village chief Daps, who was leaning on a cane, also spoke hurriedly. Ace, what Makino said is right. If Mr. Garp gets mad, he might really go berserk. If you admit your mistake, he should forgive you. The villagers who gathered around also spoke out to persuade them. Looking at Garp's figure on the doghead warship, it gradually became clearer. Ace subconsciously looked at Bayou. Chapter 5. Don't worry, I'll escort you. Bayou took a sip of his drink and patted Ace on the shoulder. Faced with Bayou's confidence that came from nowhere, Ace took a deep breath and jumped directly onto the boat. The sail, which was already hoisted, fluttered up immediately when the rope was loosened. When the anchor was raised, the pirate's ship quickly left the dock with the wind and rushed out dozens of meters away. Seeing Ace, who was so stubborn, everyone present suddenly became nervous. They knew that stepping off the dock was just the beginning. The real test is the anger from Garp. What a BD kid, he even ignored Grandpa's anger. Garp's face fell and he roared hysterically. Ace, if you want to be a pirate, you have to pass this test of your grandfather. If you can't, you can stay in the sea and feed the fish. Bring me a giant iron ball. The sound of clanking chains suddenly rang out. Looking at the huge iron ball that quickly appeared above the doghead warship, Bayou is even more convinced that there are definitely capable people on the Garp ship. Otherwise, there would be absolutely no one who could allow him to be so willful and take out this huge iron ball at will. Ace's face suddenly turned pale and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I usually have some small fights with Garp and always reward him with a couple of love punches. I never thought that when Garp went crazy, he could turn a small ball into a big ball. This iron ball is as big as a warship, what if it really falls? His little arms and legs. I'm afraid you really can't bear it. Let's go. Bayou spoke again, and after uttering two simple words, he raised his head and took a sip of wine, then slowly walked out of the crowd and finally stood at the end of the pier. Looking at the huge iron ball that Garp easily lifted above his head, Bayou's eyes suddenly opened. Ace, get out of here as soon as you can. Leave the rest to me. Bayou, it turns out you're the big BD who backed Ace. Garp exploded. Since you want to hinder me, let me see what confidence you have and what kind of waves you can make. Fist bone meteorite extra large iron ball. Bang! The iron ball, like a warship, was swung violently by Garp. The sky above the entire sea area seemed to be crushed and exploded. When the deafening sonic boom resounded through the sky, many villagers fell to their knees. No. It should be said that Ace, who was on the pirate's ship, had his legs shaking and was ready to kneel. He never thought that the big boss he met when he went out to sea would be the old man. Facing the overwhelming amount of huge iron balls, Ace finally realized how insignificant his self-righteous strength was. Bayou, please don't cheat me. Looking at the iron ball that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Ace muttered bitterly. Boom! A beam of golden light seemed to respond to him. The huge momentum rolled back, covering the entire dock like a tide. The ultimate Ryotsu dormant in the body was released by Bayou without reservation for the first time. This all-out attitude made Bayou's blood boil. The wooden sword clenched tightly in his hand was infused with strong Ryotsu, and it burst into an unparalleled sharp posture. The moment when bloodthirsty fighting spirit and cruel smile appeared on Bayou's face. The wooden sword in Bayou's hand chopped through the air without any warning. Sword pressure. Boom. The space seemed to be torn apart, with huge ripples surging. A golden sword aura that was more than 10 meters long pierced through the void with the momentum of tearing the sky and earth apart. The sea along the way was directly divided into two. The blazing heat contained in Ryotsu makes the sea steam. The distance was only 100 meters, and it approached in the blink of an eye. Take a step ahead and collide with the huge iron ball falling from the sky. Boom! The huge blast wave swept across the sea like a Category 12 hurricane. The huge iron ball that was rolling down like an overwhelming force was thrown out directly under such an impact. It crashed headfirst into the sea hundreds of meters away. The explosion caused a huge wave. The pirate's ship where Ace was directly overturned by the explosive hurricane and rushed thousands of meters away. But at this moment, he was just like everyone else, with his eyes wide open and his mouth opened into an O shape. With one strike, the iron ball, which was as big as a warship, was chopped away. This is too shocking. It completely overturned their cognition. If this blow had landed on Ace just now, I'm afraid that he no longer exists now. However, with the help of this attack, the pirate's ship where Ace was located clearly opened up a greater distance from Garp's warship. Riding on the waves of the explosion, they went further and further. Looking at the gradually blurred figure on the dock, Ace came back to his senses, clutched the handrail and muttered to himself. As expected of my elder brother, you hit it really well. It seems that I am still his younger brother in front of him. However, this ocean is so vast. I will definitely become stronger and defeat him the next time we meet. Vice Admiral Garp, should we give chase? A marine soldier spoke hesitantly. No, let him go. I haven't been back for a while. It seems that I have overlooked something very important. Garp's tense muscles relaxed and he looked back. Bogart, what do you think of that knife just now? To be able to perform a flying slash of this power, he must be at least at the level of a swordsman. If he is placed in the naval headquarters, he should be able to challenge the position of Commodore. Bogart, wearing a cape, a cowboy hat and a cold face, said after pondering for a moment. It seems that you still underestimated him. Commodore. Garp showed a hint of surprise. Bogart has been his confidant for decades. Most importantly, he is also a master of kendo. The fact that he could give such an evaluation was enough to show that Bayou's knife move just now was different from the others. Mr. Garp, Bayou is already a swordsman at such a young age. If we can recruit him to join the naval headquarters and train him, I'm afraid his future achievements will definitely be no worse than yours. He has the appearance of an admiral. Bogart's eyes flickered, his face showed a hint of eagerness as he continued. Moreover, if he has a famous teacher to guide him, his swordsmanship can reach the level of a swordsman at the age of 20. He is worthy of being called a swordsmanship genius. But if it is self-taught, then that is another way of saying it. If I must find a word to describe him, I'm afraid only the word evil can match his identity. Admiral's posture? Garp's eyes suddenly lit up and he laughed heartily. Ha ha, Bogart, you said my grandson has the stature of an admiral. This is the first time you've made such an evaluation. However, you asked me to recruit Bayou to join the naval headquarters. Could it be that you have already thought of a plan? Garp is most familiar with the old fellow who holds the title of instructor on the ship. Over the past decades, there have been very few people who could receive such an evaluation from him. Among them, the current Marine Admiral Aokiji is one of them. Chapter 6. Bayou, he already has the qualities of a swordsman, which really surprised me. However, in order to avoid wasting his talent, I will arrange a teaching plan as soon as possible to improve his strength, so that he won't die on the road to growth. Bogart said as many thoughts went through his mind. However, the premise is that Mr. Garp can let him join the naval headquarters. If he sneaks out to sea, no matter how many ideas we have, it will be of little use. Don't worry, I understand your worries. Garp nodded in agreement. Just now, I let Ace go, and most importantly, Bayou gave me a big surprise. For a rough diamond like him, I will definitely tie him up and take him back to naval headquarters to shut up Sengoku. Let him know that I didn't run back to East Blue just to be lazy. What do you think his expression would be if we brought an admiral-level swordsmanship genius back to the naval headquarters? On the coast, Bayou held a half-broken wooden sword. The blow of the sword just now hollowed out his entire body. Now, let alone fighting, it is difficult even to lift a finger. However, after the previous blow, Bayou had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Being able to perform a flying slash means he has already taken half a step towards becoming a swordsman. But there is still a gap between him and a true swordsman. At least, Bayou at the moment hasn't mastered the technique to cut through iron. Otherwise, the previous blow would not have smashed the iron ball away, but would have cut it in two. Of course, the main body template, Zaraki Kenpachi, is only unlocked 5%. If unlocked to 100%, it combines the strengths of other subordinate templates. Bayou was not sure about the level of strength he would achieve. But punching the 3 admirals, kicking the 4 emperors, and chopping the 5 elders with a knife shouldn't be a problem. Bayou, let's run away quickly. Grandpa is coming back. Now that Ace is out to sea, he will definitely take out his anger on us. That old man's fist hurts. Luffy held the straw hat on his head, and ran quickly to the dock like an ant on hot pot. However, he was just about to hide in the wooden box. A black shadow appeared behind him as if breaking through the air. You little BD, didn't I tell you to call me Grandpa? Taste it, my iron fist of love. Bang! The huge fist instantly knocked Luffy away. The huge impact force threw him dozens of meters away, and he crashed into a reef before he stopped. Look at the big bump on the forehead. Luffy suddenly started howling like a ghost. You old man, why is my rubber fruit not working? Ah, Grandpa, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. It's all Bayou and Ace's fault. They always call you old man. The cruel love between grandfather and grandson was played out on the dock. Bayou rolled his eyes helplessly, sat down on the reef, and took a sip of his drink. Are you Bayou? I keep hearing your name from Mr. Garp. Bogart came to Bayou and looked at him carefully several times before saying, Mr. Garp always said that you have wisdom, perseverance, and understanding far beyond your age. I thought Mr. Garp was joking, but when I saw it with my own eyes, I realized that Mr. Garp had missed the mark. Young man, you have the qualities of an admiral. Would you like to join the naval headquarters? Garp couldn't help but stop the guidance he was doing. Even Luffy covered his head with his hands, forgot to scream, and looked anxious. Faced with Bogart's invitation, they were eager to know what decision Bayou would make. I have the appearance of an admiral. Bayou took a sip of the liquor, smiled and shook his head. I don't like being an admiral. I just want to pursue a stronger swordsmanship, so that there will be nothing in this world that my sword cannot cut. Originally, freedom is the best thing for me. However, for those stupid brothers, it seems that only by becoming a marine can I feel at ease. At least, when they are thrown into a big prison, I can still get them out. Garp was confused. I was so excited that my eyes were filled with tears. After raising it for so many years, God finally opened his eyes. Now that this stupid idea had come up, his anger immediately exploded. Mr. Garp, don't forget the purpose of our trip. Bogart quickly stood in front of Garp, really worried that Bayou would also have a rebellious period. If I get scared away by Garp, I will probably regret it so much. Yes, let's get this kid into the headquarters first. Garp quickly came to his senses and once again threw his iron fist of love at the dazed Luffy. Luffy, listen to me clearly. Bayou agreed to become a marine, but you can't become a pirate, or I will beat you to death. Makino, prepare the drinks for me. I, Garp, will pay for today's order. Looking at Garp, who was possessed by Master Zhao for a while, Bayou smiled, took a sip of his drink, and looked away. In the original work, Garp also tried, placing his hopes on Luffy and Ace. Unfortunately, in the end both brothers sneaked out to sea and became pirates. Garp didn't say it, but he was also disappointed in his heart. Bayou's reincarnation and the decision he made, to some extent, made up for Garp's regret. At the same time, face the identity of the Garp marine hero. A bold idea came into Bayou's mind. Bayou, thank you for your choice. Bogart did not leave with Garp. Sitting down on the rocky path next to him. I am the adjutant on Mr. Garp's ship, and also the recruiting adjutant. We should be spending some time together. East Blue is very big, but it is known as the weakest sea among the 4 seas. Outside the 4 seas, there is also the dangerous Grand Line. The Grand Line is also divided into the front and back halves. The back half is called the New World. It is a dangerous place for pirates. There are also 4 emperors on the sea. Even we, the Marines, must be cautious. You should know that Luffy is a Paramecia rubber fruit demon fruit power, which makes him immune to all effects of blunt force attacks, but Garp's fist caused damage. Do you know why? A series of words came out of Bogart's mouth. If Garp were here, he would be absolutely shocked. Bogart, who has always been taciturn, has become a chatterbox. You mean Haki? As a reincarnated being, Bayou certainly knows what the combat power system of this world is. Mr. Bogart, did the old man ask you to teach me Haki training? It seems that he is really worried that I will sneak out to sea, so he has been reluctant to teach me Haki training. If Ace knew about this, I wonder if he would regret it and miss this rare opportunity. Chapter 7. Bogart looked embarrassed. I was originally planning to show off in front of Bayou. I never expected it to turn over. Ahem, Bayou, this can't be blamed on Mr. Garp. As you know, his identity is very embarrassing, and he did this to avoid suspicion. Bogart coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. However, before I teach Haki, I would like to know, are you taught by a famous teacher in Kendo, or are you self-taught? Bogart has always been troubled by this problem. He is also a swordsman who uses a knife. From Garp, we also learned that the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, had once been to Windmill Town. Now Bogart just wants to figure out where Bayou's swordsmanship comes from. Mr. Bogart, don't worry. My poor swordsmanship is something I developed on my own. It's not even up to par, let alone under the guidance of a famous teacher. Bayou had already guessed this question and quickly brought out the prepared remarks. Not presentable. Bogart's expression froze, and he spoke with a hint of helplessness. Bayou, you have learned so much on your own that you are a genius. If you are still not presentable, not to mention other swordsmen out there, even I, as an instructor, would be ashamed. However, now that you are willing to join the naval headquarters, I will also formally teach you how to use Haki. First, you need to understand the nature of observation Haki and armament Haki, and how to use it. Haki is actually a kind of energy flowing in the body. When we have a sense of energy and can use it, it is the first step to success. Among them, armament Haki is to materialize the chi in the body and cover it on the surface of the body. It can form an invulnerable armor. Covering it on the blade can also enhance the toughness of the blade and cause substantial damage to the Logia fruit ability user. The legendary Black Sword is the product of Haki's nurturing and transformation. Observation Haki, in short, is to diffuse the chi in the body and sense the breath of creatures within a certain range. When it is honed to a certain level, it can predict the target's emotional changes, anticipate and avoid attacks, etc. A series of interpretations of Haki came out of Bogart's mouth. Bayou is a reincarnated being and has some knowledge of Haki. However, this was the first time he had heard of such a systematic explanation. By the way, the beginner gift pack I just got seems to have something else besides the main body template. Bayou raised his eyebrows, thinking of the 3 talismans, and quickly opened the system interface. Talisman of Insight, after use, the host's comprehension of a certain thing will be greatly improved. Talisman of Awakening, after use, it can awaken the hidden power in the host. Can it improve comprehension? Will it work for Haki? Bayou was surprised. It seemed that the products produced by the system must be high quality, which was indeed an unchanging law. However, for something that obviously did not belong to the world of Poseidon, Bayou still held a tentative attitude and crushed the talisman of insight. Buzz! Bayou felt a crisp roar coming from his brain. His mind, which had been quite quick-witted, suddenly started working rapidly, as if he had taken drugs. If the running memory of Bayou's brain was 2G a moment ago, then now it is 5G. Whether it is the summary and processing of information flow or the subtle sensory control of the body. At this moment, it soared 100 times. After listening to Bogart's interpretation, the question seemed a little difficult to understand, but at this moment, it suddenly became clear to me. The breath in the body began to flow more freely. What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Let me show you first. It's quite difficult to learn Haki at first. Even Mr. Garp took half a month to master armament Haki. So if you don't understand it the first time, don't be discouraged. Just find time to practice more. Bogart looked at the dazed Bayou and couldn't help but ask. This is a rough gem, and even Bogart couldn't help but protect it carefully. Of course, if Garp saw this scene, he would definitely despise it. The genius in your eyes, Laozi has beaten you at least 100 times. Bayou came to his senses and exited the system interface. Being stared at by Bogart with such doting eyes, Bayou felt his scalp tingling and he felt uncomfortable all over. However, he still touched the tip of his nose and said, "Mr. Bogart, it's not that I don't understand, in fact, I have learned it." "You said you learned it." Bogart was confused, and quickly put on a serious face. "Bayou, learning should be done with an open mind. Now is not the time to joke around." As soon as he uttered the last word ho, Bogart saw a layer of black keratin covering Bayou's arms. The deep color that shone like metal made Bogart swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He swore that the thing he was most unwilling to believe in his life was the scene before his eyes. "You will be able to perform armament Haki perfectly after listening to it once. What kind of guidance is this?" Now, Bogart just knows that his ambitions are hurt. After looking at Bayou one more time, he turned around and left. Watching Bogart disappear in a flash, Bayou helplessly took a sip of the liquor. Just now he really didn't have the confidence that he could successfully perform armament Haki with just one try. However, it now seems that I still underestimated the power of the Talisman of Insight. With just one talisman, one can instantly learn Haki that others have practiced for months or even 1 or 2 years. Although, it has not yet reached the level of emission. But it also equals the results achieved by Luffy during the 2 years he studied under Rayleigh in the original work. Isn't it possible that I have hurt Mr. Bogart's feelings just now and failed to live up to his kindness? It seems that one should not be too honest. Revealing all your cards is a bit scary. Bayou took a sip of the wine and said after pondering for a moment. "In the observation Haki training later, you must act dumb to make up for Mr. Bogart's weak heart." "Yes, it's decided. Now let's use the other insight talisman first and master the observation Haki." As he spoke, Bayou took out the talisman of insight from the system and crushed it again. With a slight roar in his mind, Bayou continued brainstorming for observation Haki. At the same time, Bogart, who was full of enthusiasm and planned to guide Chibai, pushed open the door of the bustling tavern like a lost soul. He walked quickly towards Garp, who was possessed by Master Zhao. Chapter 8. Haha, everyone, drink as much as you want today. I'm buying this bill. This is a rare day. My grandson is finally joining the headquarters. If Sengoku knew that I brought back a kendo genius, I'm afraid he would crush the teacup in his hand. Luffy, I told you that you can't drink alcohol, you can only drink milk. Taste my iron fist of love. In the future, you must follow Bayou's example and work hard to become the pillar of Marine. With you joining us, we can add some fresh blood to the Marine. I won't be afraid of anything anymore. Hearty laughter echoed in the tavern. Garp took a few sips of wine and soon saw Bogart appear behind him. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to teach Bayou two-color Haki? You came back so soon. Could it be that the little brat got too proud of his talent and refused to obey the instructions, so he just PDU off and ran away? Don't keep it in your heart, just tell me and I'll beat him to death right now. As he spoke, Garp rolled up his sleeves and prepared to rush out. No, Mr. Garp, I am not qualified to coach Bayou. Bogart quickly tried to dissuade him, and gave a rare wry smile. Mr. Garp, have you ever seen a true genius? Garp was confused. It was the first time he saw Bogart, who was usually cold and steady, with so many expressions on his face. He was completely different from the expressionless man in his memory. It is precisely because of this reason that Garp is even more confused. Bogart, what do you mean? I have just asked Makino. She said that Bayou comes to the tavern every day to drink and has never left Windmill Town. He must have learned kendo by himself, and he is considered a genius. But you don't have to look like that, do you? Garp was also very concerned about Bayou's ability to perform such a powerful flying slash, otherwise he would not have gone to Makino to verify it so quickly. However, no matter how powerful Bayou's talent in kendo is, it shouldn't cause Bogart to become lifeless like a sick cat, right? Ms. Makino, please give me a stiff drink. Bogart asked for a glass of wine, which was rare, and drank it under Garp's ghostly look. After the strong liquor had passed through his intestines and his mind had become a little clearer, he spoke seriously. Mr. Garp, I did go to instruct Bayou on the two-color haki, but something terrible happened. I want you to tell me how long it took you to learn armament haki. Armament color? Garp frowned. What Bogart did today completely overturned his cognition. It is for this reason that Garp put away his usual unreliable approach. I remember it took me 5 days to master the sense of chi, and 10 to 15 days to master the use of armed color. As for Sengoku, he's a little smarter than me, so it should have taken him 13 or 14 days. You suddenly asked this question because of our preliminary conversation. Do you think Bayou is more talented than me? According to your prediction, how long will it take him? Bogart held up a finger, a rare moment of suspense. A month. Garp raised his eyebrows, and soon saw Bogart shaking his head, and added again. 10 days? This is indeed more genius than me and Sengoku. It seems that this time I have recruited a true genius for naval headquarters. Yes. Bogart spoke solemnly. The brat just listened once and then used armament haki. Oh my god, do you know how I felt just now? As an instructor, I have prepared a lot of words to tell that brat off. Originally, I had a stern face and was ready to reprimand him. Do you know what he said to me? Mr. Bogart, I think I've learned it. Bogart became more and more excited as he spoke. He usually has facial paralysis and has long lost control of his facial expressions, with saliva flying everywhere. I can't wait to catch Garp and shake him. If you really want to find an adjective. This is probably the biggest social death scene. Garp's smile faltered. Bogart, you are really not suitable for joking. Let's not tell such jokes. Tell me the truth. As he spoke, Garp stared straight at Bogart. Looking at Bogart, who still had a serious expression on his face, Garp's hand shook and he crushed the wine glass. A moment ago, he was still wondering if Sengoku would even crush the cup after knowing about Bayou. Now it seems that I should pinch it first as a sign of respect. Let's go, I'm going to go check on that brat now, Bogart. I hope you don't lie to me, or I'll kick you into the sea. Garp roared and rushed out of the tavern without caring about Mr. Zhao's image. His only thought now was to verify the authenticity of Bogart's words as soon as possible. Bogart quickly followed. Faced with Bayou's amazing learning talent, he now has only one idea. Under the guidance of observation haki, I regained some sense of being an instructor. At the dock, Bayou sat down on the reef, took a sip of wine, and slowly closed his eyes. With the help of the Talisman of Insight, the learning process of observation haki was still a smooth process. Just exercised my brain a little. The energy sensation existing in the body turned into a cyclone, sweeping out with Bayou as the center. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters. This coverage was stopped by Bayou after it covered an area of 1000 meters in front of the sea. It's a feeling of being in control. With the help of observation Haki's detection ability, Bayou can clearly feel the breath of every creature in the ocean. How many fish there are, how many shells there are, etc., as well as the breath emitted by the reefs in the sea, cannot escape Bayou's perception. His intuition told Bayou that in the deeper and farther sea, there was a fiercer aura than that of other marine fish. If his guess was correct, Bayou believed that this breath should come from the king of the sea. At this moment, Bayou finally understood why the two-color haki became the standard for dividing the first half and the second half of the Grand Line. Mastering the two-color haki is a qualitative leap for anyone. Phew! A sea fish broke out of the water. The stone in Bayou's hand popped out and pierced through its body in an instant. And there was no pause in this action, and the dozens of grains of sand and stones that were originally held in his hands were shot onto the water surface one after another. As soon as it approaches the sea surface, it will fall into the rocks in the sea without any target. Soon, sea fish leaped out one after another. Directly collide with the stones that are bounced out. Blood splattered and the sea fish fell headfirst into the sea. In just a few breaths, 20 or 30 sea fish died. When the last stone pierced the last sea fish, Bayou's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and a hint of joy flashed in the depths of his pupils. Chapter 9. This is the Heart Net. Able to predict physical actions in advance through body language, facial expressions, and psychological changes. It seems that this time, with the help of the Talisman of Insight, the observation haki I learned has fully reached the intermediate level. It turns out that the products produced by the system must be high quality, this is absolutely true. Oh, and there's also an awakening talisman. After using it, it can release the potential in the human body. It's a good opportunity to check if I'm the one in a million Conqueror's haki owner. Bayou remembered that there was still a talisman lying in the system, and he was still short of one to face Conqueror's haki. This kind of cheating thing can be done just by saying it. As a qualified hacker, you must be awesome at what you do. Bayou, where is that little brat Bayou? Garp rushed out of the tavern door in one step, and observation haki was launched without reservation. He now had only one goal, to find Bayou as soon as possible and get over his shock. Towards the reef. Garp quickly caught sight of Bayou. Facing him, he was facing a figure hiding behind a reef with its back to him, dozens of meters away. Garp had only one thought, to confirm what Bogart said. When a person encounters a fatal attack, he will definitely use all his means without reservation. Now we have to force Bayou to use armament haki. Then this punch must be fast, accurate and fierce. Bang! A sonic boom suddenly sounded in the air. Garp disappeared on the spot like a ghost. In the blink of an eye again, he was already behind Bayou. He clenched his 5 fingers into an iron fist, quickly covering himself with thick armament haki. Without any fancy moves, he raised it and hammered down hard on Bayou's back. In Bogart's eyes, this punch could easily smash a sea king. If Bayou did not use armament haki at this critical moment, he would probably be killed or seriously injured. The punch was thrown far away. However, this thought just flashed through Garp and Bogart's minds. Bayou, who was sitting upright on the reef, just trembled his shoulders slightly. As if he had expected it, he subconsciously turned his body to the side and narrowly avoided the sharp iron fist covered with armament haki. Garp was confused. This precise misjudgment made it impossible for him to pull back his iron fist, which he had unleashed with unreserved speed in such a desperate situation. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Garp crashed into many reefs with his head, and his whole body fell into the sea like a depth charge. A huge wave was suddenly created. Bayou was stunned. Just now he was activating the awakening talisman and was feeling whether a small universe explosion would occur in his body. After awakening observation haki, the perception of danger was undoubtedly magnified hundreds of times. Facing Garp's sudden attack. Before you can react, your mind and body have already started moving. When I thought about it, it was too late to pretend to be stupid and comfort Bogart's weak heart. Look at the Garp that smashed into the sea like a depth charge, blowing up a large number of sea fish. Bayou couldn't help but cough dryly. Old man, can we discuss something? To prevent Mr. Bogart's weak mind from being hurt again. Can you please not tell him that I accidentally learned observation haki again? Bang! Garp burst straight out of the water. A handful of it fell in front of Bayou, and various expressions quickly switched on that old face. Expressions of joy, anger, excitement, and excitement alternate rapidly, and facial expression management is simply out of control. After a full 5 or 6 seconds, Garp couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, my grandson is a genius, no, a natural-born evildoer. He accidentally learned observation haki. Only you are qualified to say such words. Don't say Bogart's heart is weak. Even my heart could hardly bear it. I passed out in one breath of excitement. But let me tell you something bad. Bogart is standing behind you right now. Even if I don't tell him, he probably knows it. Bogart's chest was rising and falling. While breathing heavily, his body was shaking slightly. On the way out of the tavern, he was indeed fantasizing about Bayou and not mastering observation haki. I can still save some of my instructor's reputation. Now it seems that fantasy is just fantasy. If Mr. Garp hadn't been unable to resist launching a sneak attack to test the situation. Now I am being kept in the dark by the evil little devil who is performing a trick. I am afraid that the biggest social death scene will happen in the future. No, kid, I still want to test you to see if you really learned observation haki just by listening to it once. If you can't avoid my attack, you will die. Bogart came to his senses and lost his temper. With a shake of his body, he burst out with ultimate speed and appeared in front of Bayou one step ahead. He reached for his waist with his right hand and the famous sword was instantly unsheathed. Ichigo Lu stellar shine. Bang! The knife stabbed out, and the knife light in the sky seemed to transform into stars and poured down towards Bayou. The density was so high that any target under attack, even Garp, felt suffocated. Bayou took a sip of the wine, looking a little helpless. I originally planned to hide it from Bogart and protect his weak heart. I never thought things would turn out to this point. However, since things have come to this, Bayou can only put these thoughts aside and use observation haki to the ultimate level. Sniff sniff. Bayou dodged the star-like thrusts one by one. This kind of beautiful prediction is only a matter of millimeters away from the attack. After Bayou dodged all the attacks, only Garp and Bogart with stiff faces were left on the field. Bogart, you said that Bayou had already mastered the observation haki to the intermediate level right after he entered the sect. With this kind of prediction, he doesn't look like a rookie at all. Garp couldn't help himself first. After learning from Makino that Bayou drinks for free every day, Garp was completely convinced that Bayou was a self-taught genius swordsman. It is difficult for some people to hone something to ultimate in their entire life. It was heaven-defying that Bayou had reached the level of a swordsman in his early 20s. So Garp didn't believe that Bayou still had time to comprehend the two-color haki on his own. There is only one explanation. Bayou has just learned two-color haki, and has also brought observation haki to an intermediate level. Bogart also looked as if he had seen a ghost. This kind of precise prediction and the way of moving after being attacked first are definitely the standard of the intermediate observation haki. If people outside knew that someone had learned two-color haki and reached the intermediate level of observation haki just by listening to it once, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how they would react. The only thing to be thankful for is that the remaining Conqueror's haki is not something that can be learned through practice, but is a natural posture. At this point, Bogart subconsciously glanced at Bayou, with a strange expression on his face, and spoke hesitantly. Mr. Garp, do you think Bayou will also possess the power of a hegemon? Chapter 10. The Posture of a King? Garp couldn't help swallowing, turned around and stared at Bayou, suppressing the urgency in his heart. Bogart, Conqueror's haki is an innate talent. It can't be described as learned. I think Bayou doesn't even know what Conqueror's is. Bogart stared at Bayou. No matter how he believed, any change in Bayou's expression would not slip away under his nose. I learned observation haki and armament haki after just listening to it once. This crushed his weak heart as an instructor. Now Bogart just wanted to find a hint of confusion and puzzlement on Bayou's face. Only then will you have the opportunity to make full use of your remaining energy as an instructor. However, this thought just popped into my mind. Bogart's face, filled with urgency, gradually hardened. Seeing the helplessness on Bayou's face, he raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose and said, "Sorry, is this the Conqueror's haki you were talking about? I think I accidentally triggered it just now." Bang! A huge sea king broke out of the water. It opened its bloody mouth, bringing with it a gust of bloody wind, and pounced towards Bayou. Garp and Bogart's nerves tensed. When faced with this king of offshore, it may not be able to compare with the Grand Line sea kings. However, looking at East Blue, it would be a disaster if anyone encountered it. However, this thought just flashed through Garp and Bogart's minds. Bayou didn't even turn his head, his eyes suddenly glared down. The violent haki dormant in the body suddenly exploded like a raging wave, and rolled out in all directions in a crushing manner. The king of the near sea that comes to kill, and the marine creatures that rush out of the water. At this moment, it was as if one was hit head-on by an invisible hammer. The huge body showed a moment of stagnation. It was as if a spell had been cast to freeze him. The next moment, all the sea fish, including the king of the near-shore fish, rolled their eyes and foamed at the mouth. One head crashed heavily into the sea. Bang! The sea water rolled back and splashed, turning into a rainstorm that covered the entire pier coast. Garp and Bogart were directly drenched by the sea water. Looking at the sea kings fainted all over the sea. The two were completely stunned. His eyes were even rubbed red. Garp couldn't help but say, "Bogart, please slap me twice. I want to know if I am dreaming." "Dreaming? Mr. Garp, you should whip me." They looked confused and discussed who would scratch whom. Bayou touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Originally, he had no intention of revealing the awakening of Conqueror's haki. However, when I thought that this kind of thing would be known to others sooner or later, I decided not to hide it. After all, geniuses are willful. What's more, he is a cheater. Seeing the two people still in shock, Bayou decided to add more salt to the salt. "Grandpa, the Conquerors you are talking about, is it the breeze just now? I feel it's quite cool. Do you need me to blow some more air for you? Haki is used as a fan to blow some air?" Garp and Bogart seemed to have been struck by a magnitude 12 lightning strike. This is such a waste of resources. It's just to entertain them. You're looking for death, kid. Tell me quickly, did you really just learn Conqueror's haki? Garp suddenly reacted and roared hysterically. If this is all true, I really want to know what Sengoku's expression would be. Hurry up and give me the den mushi. My grandson has the potential to be an admiral. No, he should be the natural-born marine king. Haha, my grandson is a natural-born marine king, Makino. I'll take over this tavern for the next week. The deafening roar echoed across the open space on the dock. All of a sudden, Garp was possessed by Mr. Zhao's father. Even Bogart lost control, dancing the god-tier dance with his arms around his shoulders. Bayou shook his head helplessly. He believed that if he gave Garp a little more surprise and excitement, I'm afraid this marine hero will really go crazy. After taking a sip of the drink, Bayou looked up at the sky. This ocean is huge, and after signing in for 14 years I finally unlocked the system. Bayou also has his own ideas and doesn't want to follow the routine. Bayou, when do you plan to go out to sea? Makino suddenly walked behind Bayou, holding a pot of liquor in his hand. I haven't seen Mr. Garp that happy in a long time. But I know, Bayou, you will never just follow Mr. Garp's instructions. Among the four little ghosts, the one Makino cares about the most is Bayou, who likes to drink for free. Anyone who has been pursued for 14 years can bend a piece of iron, let alone a woman. Aunt Makino, thank you for taking care of me over the years. Grandpa is still too much trouble. I plan to go out to sea soon. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Bayou took the bottle, tilted his head back and took a sip. Now. Makino was stunned for a moment, then quickly rubbed Bayou's head and glared at him. You little guy, now that you need my help, you know that I am your aunt. But don't worry, I will keep it a secret. As for your things for going to sea, I have already prepared everything for you. The boat is hidden behind the reef at the eastern dock. I'll let you know where Mr. Garp is. Have a safe trip." At this point, a hint of reluctance emerged on Makino's face. Bayou smiled and nodded, then turned around and headed towards the east pier. Only the familiar voice that he had known for 14 years remained, still echoing between heaven and earth. "Calling you auntie is still too old, I'll just call you Makino. I'm afraid I'll be a Marine Admiral next time we meet." "Marine Admiral?" Makino was stunned for a moment, then quickly rolled his eyes. Sure enough, he is the same as before, still arrogant and conceited, but it is still better this way, I like it very much. By the way, why am I imitating Bayou's tone of voice again? "Makino, has my wine arrived? I want to be drunk tonight. By the way, where is that kid Bayou? Hurry up and show him to everyone. Let them know that my grandson is a super genius." Windmill Town was completely boiling under the stimulation of alcohol. In stark contrast, a small single-masted boat quickly left the dock in the night. As for where the future will go, Bayou is not clear. He was just thinking about how to challenge more powerful people before arriving at the naval headquarters. "As long as I think of the battle, the main body template is Zaraki Kenpachi." Bayou could feel the blood in his body boiling. Chapter 11. The next day, Marineford, Naval Headquarters Meeting Hall. Dozens of Marine generals, along with 3 admirals, also gathered here. There were many bounty warrants and documents on the long table. Everyone's attention was attracted by the bounty placed on the surface. The pirates, treasure hunter Trey, who has a bounty of 89 million, attacked the East Blue Gothic Kingdom not long ago, looted hundreds of millions of berries from the treasure house, and then disappeared in the Marines' pursuit. An adjutant read out in a solemn voice. This caused many Marine generals present to change their expressions slightly. Subconsciously, he looked at the 3 admirals in the lead. "What's wrong? Why are you all silent? You can't even track down a mere treasure hunter. Now an affiliated country is being attacked. The 5 elders are putting pressure on me. Do you want me to go and chase them myself to solve this trivial matter?" Sengoku said in a deep voice. "Now people outside treat us, the naval headquarters, as a joke. If we can't even deal with a treasure hunter, how are we going to deal with the 4 emperors at sea in the future?" The rolling voices echoed in the meeting hall, making most of the Marine generals present dare not even breathe. Treasure hunter Treager's strength was already quite good. Also on board is the fruit ability user Sikupi, who is disguised as a grandmaster. If we were in the New World, it would be fine. With the help of observation Haki, we could lock onto their tracks. However, East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line are areas where 2-color Haki is scarce. It is really difficult to deal with Trey. As for sending 3 admirals to East Blue to hunt down the treasure hunters, this is probably a bit like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, isn't it a waste of effort? Marshal Sengoku, you don't need to be impulsive. Isn't Garp in East Blue? I just contacted him. Bogart said that Garp will contact us soon. When the time comes, just let him deal with Trey easily. He, who was sitting nearby, spoke up to smooth things over. Here is the information about the new recruits that Zephyr sent me not long ago. You should review it. I heard that there are many good talents recently. Garp. It's that BD Garp again. If you didn't mention him, I wouldn't be that angry. He didn't even ask for permission to take leave and ran back to East Blue. He said he wanted to find a successor for me at East Blue. It's been years. He slacks off every year and uses this lame excuse every year. If he can't find Trey this time and get rid of him, he will never set foot in Marineford again and leave. Sengoku said in a gloomy and angry tone. Seeing this scene, he looked helpless. Everyone knows that Garp likes to be lazy. However, after so many years, you should at least find a better excuse. It has remained unchanged for decades. This is simply treating Sengoku's the resourceful general as a mentally retarded person and rubbing him to the ground. However, after venting his anger, Sengoku calmed down a little, took the document handed to him by he, and looked it up and down. Over the years, the pirates of the New World have become increasingly arrogant, especially with the rise of the Fourth Emperors on the sea, which has completely disrupted the original balance. If the 5 elders had not proposed recruiting pirates to form the 7 warlords of the sea to fight back, I'm afraid the New World would have gone berserk long ago. During this period, Zephyr has trained a lot of new people, but has been hiding them for fear that they might be targeted by the pirates. Now it seems that it is time to release them and let them be tempered by blood and fire. Otherwise, they will just become greenhouse flowers over time. Sengoku put down the resume in his hand. As the marshal of this generation of Marine, Sengoku obviously shoulders the burden of continuing the Marine's strength. Compared to the era of Rocks, Roger, and the big pirates, the 4 emperors, the Shichibukai, and the naval headquarters are in a 3-way confrontation. Perhaps it is because there is no longer the horrific blood and fire on the sea as in the past. But what is also missing are the newcomers who have emerged from the sea of blood. At least, compared with the powerful pirates who kept appearing on the sea, the Marine seemed to have become noticeably weaker. Marshal Sengoku, don't worry. Zephyr also intends to let the recruits participate in actual combat. At the same time, our naval headquarters has also allocated more resources to train new recruits. He flipped open the stack of recruit resumes in his hand. According to Zephyr, there are many good talents among the freshmen this year, and the recruitment period will be completed in half a year. At that time, they will be assigned to various sea areas to carry out the mission of fighting pirates. As long as they have enough strength, it is only a matter of time before they become famous. Oh, you are worthy of being Mr. Zephyr. Judging from the thickness of this list, the newcomers this year are probably much better than ours. I heard that he has also recruited many good talents from other branches over the years. Let me check and see if there are any good talents. Kizaru said with a slightly obscene tone while twisting his mouth. Yo-yo, Akainu, look, the devil fruit abilities seem to account for a large part of this. That seems to be different from the teacher's philosophy of specializing in physical skills. The wheel fruit, the rust fruit, the bean fruit, and a Zoan ancient species ability user. These are rare species. I didn't expect that the teacher would even collect such talents. It seems that this year's newcomers are well led. Kizaru, shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. If Zephyr hears you, he will definitely make trouble for you. Sengoku glared at Kizaru. The 3 current Marine admirals were all students trained by Zephyr. However, Kizaru and Akainu have always regarded the Logia Devil Fruit ability as the kingly way, and completely ignored the physical training. This goes against the philosophy of Zephyr. All along, the 2 have been problem students in Zephyr's eyes, and the relationship between the 2 sides is not very good. He, who was standing by, felt the atmosphere and became solemn again, and quickly spoke up to help. Sengoku, I've also checked the list of these new students. In addition to the Esper Kizaru just mentioned, there are actually quite a few people who deserve our attention. Among them, among the female soldiers this year, there is Tashiji who has great attainments in swordsmanship, and T-Bone Pen, who was the former leader of the Kingdom Knights after his country was destroyed by the pirates and was sent to our naval headquarters. There are 2 others who are highly regarded by Zephyr and are considered the strongest newcomers of the same period, An, the user of the regression fruit, and Bins, the user of the flourishing fruit. And the world government, joined the Marine recruit camp for training, and was known as the Haki Genius, Jean Dalmaru. They are all the best among the newcomers. Chapter 12. Haki, the little genius? Are you talking about that Sen Dalmaru? Sengoku raised his eyebrows. The 2-colored Haki was a product of the New World. Not to mention the Marine recruit camp, even the first half of the Grand Line is rarely heard of. He was able to master armament Haki in the Marine Academy. He can truly be called a genius. Marshal Sengoku is right. I think everyone knows how difficult it is to practice Haki. Crane echoed. According to reports, Sen Dalmaru had already awakened armament Haki when he was 20 years old. Born in a small country, he was selected by the world government at the age of 27 and sent to the recruit camp. After being trained by Zephyr, he has mastered the use of armament Haki to perfection. According to Zephyr's calculations, as long as I continue to study Taijutsu diligently for another half a year, I should be close to finding the opportunity to awaken observation Haki. Once Sendomaru masters the two-color Haki, he will definitely be considered the best among the younger generation in the New World. It is not an exaggeration to call him a Haki genius. There were sounds of people gasping in shock in the stadium, and some veterans even showed signs of being moved. Demon fruit power, in the first half of Grand Line, and even in the Four Seas, may be a symbol of strength. However, once you arrive in the New World, the use of two-color Haki is king. Being able to master Haki in the Marine School means that he has obtained a ticket to enter the New World in advance. For many of the Marine generals present here, I am afraid that they have not yet reached this stage. Tsuru is right. Gendarmerie went out to sea a little late. However, being able to reach this point in the Marine Academy, Haki's title of genius is not an insult. As long as he is given more time, it will not be an exaggeration to say that he will become a Marine supernova in the future. Sengoku said as he flipped through the rookie file in his hand. But I sighed secretly in my heart. Kizaru's words just now were a bit harsh. However, compared with this class who graduated at the same time and became 3 admirals almost at the same time, these so-called geniuses in his hands undoubtedly felt like they were turned into ashes in seconds. If things continue to evolve at this pace, there won't be any new Marines who can take the lead. As time goes by, I am afraid we will fall into a passive position again. They would definitely be inferior to the 4 emperors. Regarding that, Garp, that BD hasn't called me back yet, is he going to disappear again and let Bogart cover for him? You've been using this excuse to fool me for so many years. Can't you really bring back a good candidate? As an old friend, Garp's little tricks obviously could not slip under Sengoku's nose. He really had no hope for this excuse, which he had used countless times. Bringing it up now is just to vent the frustration in my heart. Of course I know where this unreliable old man is now. Ahem, Bogart just hinted with a rare joyful voice that Garp has encountered a good thing. Maybe he will really find a good seedling this time. East Blue is indeed the weakest sea, but it has also produced many strong people. Don't forget that Roger, Golden Lion, and Garp also came from East Blue. He coughed dryly and tried to rescue himself. Bullshit, you only know how to help him out. That guy has been talking for years about training a good seedling that will impress me. Every time he went back, he either lost contact or hid in a bar and got drunk. It would be strange if Laozi trusted him again. Sengoku looked indignant. Give me the Den Den Mushi. If that BD dares to slack off again, don't even think about coming in through the marine gate. Gurgle gurgle. The call of Den Den Mushi suddenly sounded, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Especially when he saw that it was Garp's exclusive contact, even he covered his forehead helplessly. This is basically hitting the muzzle of a gun. However, facing Sengoku's unhappy expression, Tsuru still answered the Den Den Mushi. Masos, I'm Crane. Garp, Sengoku is furious now, you have to promise that you are not holding a big tongue with a jar of wine, otherwise I can't save you. As a Marine of the same generation, he knew exactly how unreliable Garp was. He was able to leave all his marine affairs behind and spend the whole day chasing after the pirates King Roger across the sea. Only he could do such an idiotic thing. Now he doesn't pray that Garp can really find a good seedling. I just hope he doesn't get drunk on the street and talk nonsense while talking on a den deck. Haha, don't worry, I knew that old guy Sengoku would bring trouble to me. Garp laughed heartily. Sengoku's cheeks were twitching so much that they were bruised. If it weren't for the situation and the large area of sea between them, he would have really planned to slap him. I was just about to snatch the Den Den Mushi away. The next moment, the words coming from the Den Den Mushi caused Sengoku's outstretched hand to freeze in place. Sengoku, you old man, I know you are eavesdropping here, let me tell you, this time when I returned to East Blue, I really found a good seedling. Have you ever heard of a genius? At the age of 16, he reached the realm of a swordsman. He used the flying slash to split my giant meteorite away. He also awakened Conqueror's Haki at the same time. His Dao power reached 500, which is beyond the standard of a Superman. This kind of person has the appearance of an admiral. Let me tell you, he is my grandson Bayou, the next marine supernova. This time, Sengoku, you finally have no objection. I've completely shut up your nagging mouth. The huge conference hall suddenly fell into silence. Soon, the marines present exploded. Even Sengoku crushed the teacup in his hand. He awakened Conqueror's Haki at the age of 16, and he is a great swordsman who can perform flying slashes. Most importantly, he is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. This series of questions together is an international joke, right? Mr. Garp, are you kidding? Even the newcomer in the marine school named Sen Dalmaru only awakened his armament Haki at the age of 20, and he hasn't awakened his observation Haki yet. It's absolutely impossible for him to awaken Conqueror's Haki at the age of 16. Are you focusing on the wrong thing? Vice Admiral Garp just mentioned Conqueror's Haki. This means that in addition to armament Haki and observation Haki, that guy has awakened Conqueror's Haki, which is something that only 1 in a million people can possess, at the age of 16. Looking at the entire naval headquarters, there are almost no people who have Conqueror's Haki. The situation suddenly exploded, with discussions raging one after another, and even the usually calm and composed Marine Vice Admiral was no exception. A 16-year-old boy facing Conqueror's Haki. The genius mentioned earlier in the Marine School is nothing but shit. As for the other so-called Marine super rookies, in front of this Bayou, it turned into ashes in a second, right? If Garp doesn't intend to exaggerate this time. This 16-year-old has awakened Conqueror's Haki and is a swordsman who can perform flying slashes. Becoming an admiral in the future probably won't be a problem. The sentence just now came from Garp's mouth. My grandson has the appearance of an admiral. Is there really nothing wrong with that? Chapter 13. The huge meeting hall was in an uproar. Even the expressions of the 3 admirals became different. Especially when I think of that sentence, my grandson has the qualities of an admiral. But it means that this newcomer will sooner or later be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Call. Sengoku took a deep breath, took the den mushi, and said, Garp, tell me the truth, you were not kidding me just now, your grandson really has mastered Conqueror's Haki, and he is also a swordsman who can perform a flying slash. You should be aware that this matter is of top priority to us at the naval headquarters. There is absolutely no room for ambiguity. In this ocean, there are only a few strong ones standing at the top. Sengoku knew clearly the identity of the 2-colored Haki and the swordsman. All of them can be precipitated through the tempering of time. There are also many swordsmen in naval headquarters who have dual-color Haki. Bayou was able to reach this level at the age of 16. It is indeed unexpected. However, what really concerns Sengoku is the conquerors that he is born with. Among the top strong men, Conqueror's Haki entanglement is a must-have magical skill. If, even Conquerors doesn't have it, then play bird. Looking at the naval headquarters, the 3 admirals are first class in strength, and their fruit development has reached ultimate. However, the lack of Conqueror's Haki is always a flaw. If Garp can really get a super rookie with dominant potential from East Blue, this one is probably enough to match all the members of the Marine recruit camp. Haha, Sengoku, I really want to see what expression you have now. I am unreliable, but I will definitely not fool you about such an important matter. Let's take a step back. If you don't believe me, you should at least believe Bogart. My grandson has the qualities of an admiral. No, I should be able to become the bravest Marine king. Garp laughed heartily. After holding it in for more than 10 years, he was finally able to hold his head high. It felt great. Bogart. Sengoku muttered that Garp was able to run all over the ocean without being killed by the waves. A large part of the reason is because of Bogart, a mature and steady deputy. If Bogart could testify, then the truth of this matter would be almost certain. The owner of Conqueror's Haki, the swordsman who can perform the flying slash, Garp, you have finally accomplished something great this time. Sengoku said after taking several deep breaths. You will return to the naval headquarters today and bring Bayou with you. Now, is Bayou with you? Let him talk to me for a while. I also want to see what this future marine supernova looks like. As strong men of the old times, Sengoku and Garp are not much different in age. They both have 1 foot in their 70s. My biggest worry has always been finding a suitable successor. The strength of the 3 admirals is very good. But who doesn't want to find a better one? Did you say Bayou? The guy ran away yesterday and went out to sea alone. He said he would sail to the naval headquarters alone. You will see him soon. Garp said with a laugh. Run away? Sengoku was confused. The marine generals present also stared in amazement. Soon, Sengoku suddenly woke up, grabbed Den Mushi, and roared angrily, "Damn Garp, everyone ran away, and you still have nothing to say. He's the future supernova of the Marine Corps. If you let him go out to sea alone, what if something bad happens to him?" Beep. The busy tone of Den Mushi sounded. Sengoku's face was completely twisted with anger. "Garp, if you dare to set foot in Marineford, I will beat you to death. Ghost Spider, you must go to East Blue as soon as possible, and notify Smoker stationed in Logue Town to provide support. Don't let Bayou get into trouble." Hysterical roars echoed in the meeting hall. No one present dared to refute at all, even the 3 admirals were no exception. They don't know whether Bayou is really a peerless genius. But, at least they knew that the great Marine Marshal Sengoku went berserk for a young kid. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire ocean. 9,999, 10,000. Above the nameless sea of East Blue, a slightly thin figure kept waving the wooden sword in his hand, sweat sliding down his carved muscles, and finally shattered on the deck. When the final blow came down, Bayou let out a deep breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the daily task of swinging the sword 10,000 times, and you will be rewarded with the main body template, and the unlocking progress is 0.1%. The current unlocking progress is 5.1%. The ethereal reminder sound of the system echoed in my mind. A whole day has passed since Bayou went out to sea. Bayou is full of expectations for the unknown world outside. Unfortunately, after going out to sea, we still ignored one of the most terrifying problems in this world. Without a navigator, everyone is a nobody in this vast ocean. Lost in the sea. Now Bayou has no idea where he is. If food hadn't been prepared on the boat, Bayou wouldn't have had the leisure to train here. I was careless. Bayou reluctantly put down the wooden sword, raised the wine jug in his hand, and took a sip of the liquor. Daily tasks can indeed allow him to steadily improve the progress of unlocking character templates. However, 0.1% per day is really too slow. I'm afraid that by the time we reach Naval Headquarters, the unlocking progress will be less than 10%. In yesterday's battle, we got our first victory against Ace, which immediately increased the unlocking progress to 5%. This feeling of rapid expansion is unforgettable. It seems that fighting is the only way to unlock the main body template. Why didn't Bayou challenge Garp at the beginning? He decided to become stronger before making plans. As for the slightly shabby maul, the only item was also exchanged by Bayou and was worn on his wrist. This magically modified wristband, which can bear a weight of 50 kilograms, is a product of a certain pearl. It is small in size and easy to carry. It can enable Bayou to better train his wrist strength and increase his chopping power. At the same time, it suppresses its own general Ryutsu. Allowing yourself to become weak for a long time can be considered a way to become stronger. Phew! Bayou exhaled deeply, calmed his breathing a little, and looked around. The next moment, observation haki rolled back like a tide. It quickly spread to more than 10 miles away. There's a pirate's ship coming here, and it seems there's an old acquaintance. I just happen to have nothing to do and I can stretch my muscles. Let's go over and take a look. Chapter 14. Bang bang bang. A series of artillery shells rang out. A sea of black shells quickly covered the ships in the distance. A man wearing a grey short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, with a green hair, holding 3 knives, looked back and began to breathe heavily. Originally, I just planned to come out to find some bounties to fill my stomach. I never expected to meet such a tough guy. However, no matter what he thought, Zoro still stuffed the Wado Ikimonji into his mouth, looked at the shells flying down from the sky, and took action directly. 3-sword style, demon slash. Bang bang bang. There was a flash of cold light, and the falling shells were directly chopped away. Zoro landed on the boat again, and after taking a few quick breaths, his face turned a little grim. The pirates behind him have been chasing him for a day and a night. They are Black Axe, who has a bounty of 8 million. Originally, Zoro was just aiming at Black Axe's men, who had a bounty of 3 million for their iron spears. He had already consumed a lot of energy while destroying the enemy's fleet. I never expected to run into Black Axe, who suddenly showed up. After a chase, the opponent did suffer a lot of damage. But this war of attrition, which lasted a day and a night, would drag on. In the end, he was the only one who died. Thinking of the agreement he made with Kuina in the past, Zoro secretly clenched his fists. This time, venturing out to sea means life or death, so now we can only give it a try. Haha, Roronoa Zoro, I've heard of your name. You're a bounty hunter who just went out to sea. It's a pity that you're aiming for my head. You're really unlucky. At the front of the pirate's ship deck, a burly man carrying a black axe laughed unscrupulously. In this sea where there are only a few people, no one will save you even if you scream your throat out. Boss Black Axe, there is a small boat over there, heading this way. One of the pirates suddenly spoke up. Small boat? The muscles on Black Axe's cheek twitched slightly. Just as he finished bragging, a small boat appeared and hit him in the face. As pirates, we absolutely cannot tolerate such things. Looking far away, I soon saw a small boat coming with the wind, and on the bow stood a young man holding a wooden sword. Right. Black Axe was not wrong. You all read it right. In this extremely dangerous sea, the person who came was indeed holding a wooden sword. Hei Fu was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Haha, Roronoa Zoro, I thought you were going to be saved, but I didn't expect a little devil with a wooden sword to come. Young ones, set up the cannons and tell this kid that the sea is dangerous and not a place to wander around with a toy knife. Sink him for me. Squeeze, squeeze. The sound of artillery fire rang out again. Zoro's face changed and he shouted hastily. Hurry up and get out of the way, and find a chance to escape. This dangerous sea is not suitable for you. Escape? Bayou smiled cruelly. After waiting for so long, I finally found some people. There is no possibility of escape now. Most importantly, after unlocking Zaraki Kenpachi as the main body template, Bayou's personality has already been affected. I feel uncomfortable if I don't kill anyone for a day. Sorry, I'm more dangerous than this ocean. Bayou raised his head suddenly, his cruel smile became more intense, and his bloodthirsty fighting spirit seemed to have penetrated deep into his bones. Looking at the shells falling from the sky, he kicked his feet suddenly and rushed out like a shell. When passing by the artillery shells, the wooden sword in Bayou's hand would flip over. When Bayou passed Zoro's boat and landed on the pirate's ship, the shells in the sky exploded. Bang bang bang! The blast caused a storm in the sea. Everyone present was stunned, even Zoro was no exception. Especially seeing the wooden sword in Bayou's hand, it could actually blow up the shells. This requires wrist strength and skill. I'm afraid he is not comparable to the incompetent boy in their eyes, right? Especially Zoro, at that moment, he felt an extremely dangerous aura coming towards him. At that moment, the thin figure of the young man in front of him seemed like a fierce ghost trying to break free. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Zoro's mind. When he looked at Bayou again, the sadistic and bloodthirsty smile on his face made people feel a little crazy. At this moment, Bayou has once again integrated into the template of Zaraki Kenpachi. Come on, let's start the fight. The hoarse pseudo-voice has a very penetrating flavor. The whole ship of pirates, including Black Axe, suddenly reacted. They were actually frightened by a little devil holding a wooden sword. If the news got out, the Black Axe pirates, who had a bounty of 8 million Baileys, would definitely lose their reputation in East Blue. You ignorant brat, I really don't know what trick you used to smash the shell just now, but I am Black Axe with a bounty of 8 million Baileys. He dares to wander around the sea with only a wooden sword in his hand? I have hundreds of people here. Kill him. Black Axe roared angrily. Hundreds of pirates also came to their senses. Looking at Bayou with a ferocious smile on his face, he finally rushed out. In their eyes, no matter how powerful the kid in front of them was, 2 fists could only defeat 4 hands. Kill! The shouts and cries of killing suddenly reached the sky. Hundreds of pirates transformed into a human crowd and rushed towards Bayou. Zoro, who was standing on the boat, tensed up and was about to help. Unfortunately, Bayou rushed in like a war ghost. The wooden sword in his hand burst out with unparalleled sharpness. The knife came down and blood splattered. Bang! The knife fell with great force. Whether it's a clash of swords or iron shield defense. In front of Bayou, there is simply no one who can match him. The extremely simple chopping and hacking made Bayou look like a killer ghost. Weaving through the crowd. With a sadistic and bloodthirsty smile on his face. It gives people only one, most direct feeling. He enjoys killing. Bang! A pirate, holding a shiny machete, chopped down at Bayou from behind. This tricky angle made even Zoro's eyes narrow, and he was about to warn him. Bayou, however, was like a ghost, and he slightly tilted his body, allowing the attack to pass by him. At the same time, he swung the wooden sword in his hand at the heads of the pirates whose sneak attack failed. Bang! The head exploded, and red and white objects flew everywhere, leaving the surrounding pirates stunned and standing there in a daze. The fight lasted only a dozen breaths. There were originally hundreds of pirates, but now more than half of them were lying on the ground. Looking at those companions whose limbs were deformed, chests collapsed, and heads exploded. An endless fear surged in the hearts of all the pirates. When they became pirates, they had already pinned their heads to their belts, prepared to die at any time. But they never imagined that the person who bestowed death on them would be so terrifying and cruel. Especially the sadistic and bloodthirsty smile on his face. It also makes them feel an inexplicable fear. It can be said that they now have only one thought in their minds. This kid is more dangerous than the ocean. Chapter 15. Why aren't you moving? Bayou stepped over the red and white objects in one step. The pirates who were in confrontation suddenly took 3 steps back. They were obviously frightened by the brutal killing just now. Black Axe, who was hiding behind the crowd, looked gloomy all of a sudden and roared angrily. You are just a bunch of rubbish. You can't even kill a kid with a toy knife. I don't believe that you can be more powerful than a special cannon. Hey! Axe pulled back the canvas covering the large cannon behind him and pointed the pitch-black muzzle at Bayou. When the line of fire was ignited, all the pirates panicked and quickly withdrew. If the shells exploded on the ship, even if they could kill the little devils in front of them, they would also be affected. Cannon? You don't even dare to use the axe on your body. It seems that you are not even qualified to be chopped. Bayou shook his head a little disappointed. Don't real men enjoy fighting with swords and flesh? God damn it, little devil, go to hell. Bang! The cannon spewed out blazing flames and the shells were fired. The wooden sword in Bayou's hand made a sound like the sound of a knife. A knife was stabbed forward. Bang! The golden sword energy flashed by. The shells and the black axe were directly submerged. Accompanied by a deafening explosion. Even the sea surface in the distance was torn apart by a vacuum slash mark that was more than 10 meters in size. When the blast waves all over the sky dissipated, Bayou was the only one left on the shattered deck of the ship. As for the other pirates, they had already jumped into the sea and escaped. However, in this dangerous sea, you can save your life. I'm afraid it's very small. Is this a flying slash? He's a swordsman. Zoro's pupils contracted. Looking at this young man who was about the same age as him, his face was full of disbelief. However, thinking back to Bayou's bloodthirsty fight just now, there was also the last knife. Zoro secretly clenched his swords, his hands shaking slightly. This is caused by excitement. He came out of Shimatsuki village to challenge a powerful swordsman. It's rare to meet a swordsman of similar age nowadays. He was eager to know what level he had reached. You are too weak now. I have no interest in weak people. Bayou saw Zoro's intention, glanced at him indifferently, and then looked towards the cabin. Just now, when Bayou was investigating observation Haki, he discovered that there seemed to be 2 breaths of life hidden inside. Since we have taken action against the Black Axe pirates, Bayou doesn't want to leave any trouble behind. Otherwise, if I leave East Blue and let them know that I am related to Windmill Town, it might cause trouble. You said I was too weak. Zoro's face was filled with shame and anger. He had only been a bounty hunter for half a year, but he had already gained some fame in East Blue. Otherwise, they would not have taken action against the Black Axe pirates. Zoro could not swallow being looked down upon by someone else. Okay, very good. I will see how you dare to look down on me. I am a man who is aiming to be the world's #1 swordsman. Zoro growled. He suddenly clenched his 2 swords, leaped forward, and rushed towards Bayou like a tiger or leopard. 3 swords style, tiger and leopard. Buzz. The 3 knives overlapped and struck Bayou's back like tiger claws. Feeling the fierce attack from behind, Bayou pointed his left hand, as if piercing through the void, and landed at the place where Zoro's 3 swords overlapped. Bang! The attacking momentum dissipated. Zoro's pupils contracted to ultimate. The 3-sword slash that always works. The move was actually broken by just 1 finger. I have never thought about this. It's too fancy. In a real fight, there's not enough time for you to be fancy. For your future achievements, you deserve a blow from me now. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, and the wooden sword in his hand burst out with a powerful sword pressure, chopping towards Zoro head-on. A simple and unpretentious knife. There is only brutality and an attitude of overcoming difficulties with force. Zoro, who was under attack, only felt a surge of golden light in front of his eyes. As the shadow of death enveloped his entire body, he quickly raised 3 swords to block. Boom! A sword aura of more than 10 meters flashed by. Zoro was blown away, and half of the pirate's ship was torn apart, crashing into his own boat. The 2 swords in his hands had already broken with a sound. He couldn't hold on to the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth and it flew out. Scarlet blood gushed out of his mouth. The mast of the boat was also broken in half. Feeling the tingling pain all over his body, Zoro didn't care about it. With disbelief written all over his face, he stared at Bayou. He knew early on that there was a certain gap between the 2 sides. However, I never expected that this gap was so huge. In particular, I saw the Wado Ikimonji inserted diagonally on the deck, which contained Kuina's last wishes. Does this count as being hit so hard that the knife was spit out? Who are you? Where are you from? Why are you so strong? Zoro clenched his fist unwillingly and asked through gritted teeth. Both are swordsmen, the same age. Even with my 3 swords, I couldn't defeat a wooden sword. This was unacceptable to Zoro. Where do you think I'm from? Bayou stopped walking, turned around and glanced at Zoro. If I really want to say, I came from the 13th Huiyan team, which is full of knife-wielding guys. People like you shouldn't even be ranked in the top 10,000 now. This is not Bayou bragging. In the original work, there are still 2 years before Zoro and Luffy meet. Zoro is now a new bounty hunter who just walked out of Shimatsuki village. He has some fame, but is still far from being truly up to par. Among Shinigami, to be able to join the Gon 13, one must be able to master at least one of the Zanpakuto Shikai, or Grandmaster Zankai Kenzu. It is still a bit difficult for Zoro to win based on his current strength. The 13th Guardian team is full of swordsmen? I can't even reach the 10,000th place. Zoro was confused. Looking at Bayou's back, he couldn't help muttering. Is that a place for swordsmen to practice? I must become stronger and make it into the top 100 of the Goen 13th squad in the future, so that you will be impressed. Bayou didn't take Zoro's determination to heart. He just wanted to see who was hiding in the cabin. Bang! The heavy door of the cabin was chopped open by Bayou with a knife. The powerful impact force directly caused a huge wave, causing 2 screams to be heard from inside. Looking at the 2 girls who were carrying a wooden box and trying to squeeze out from the small window of the cabin, their eyes met. This is just eye-to-eye killing. The 2 girls who were originally sneaking around suddenly felt their scalps tingling. They had already noticed the loud commotion outside the cabin just now. I thought I could take advantage of this opportunity to steal the treasure on the ship. I never thought that even people would be implicated. You, who are you? I'm Black Axe's man. If you just barge in, be careful or he'll kill you. Chapter 16. You mean it was him? Bayou threw an object casually. After rolling on the ground several times, it crashed into the treasure chest. The wide open eyes on the man's head were filled with disbelief. Nami and Karina were stunned. The wooden box that the two men were carrying fell to the ground with a thud. Yes, it was Black Axe, the Black Axe with a bounty of 8 million Baileys. You actually killed him. Nami's face turned pale, she sat down on the ground and said quickly. No, don't kill us. We will give you all the Baileys here. As long as you don't kill us, you can ask us to do anything. We are just ordinary civilians. As he spoke, Nami quickly opened the 4 half-meter wide wooden boxes stacked on the deck. The gold, silver, and jewelry inside immediately made the cabin shine with gold. Bayou raised his eyebrows in surprise. The treasures here were worth at least tens of millions of Baileys. In this sea area, Black Axe's reputation is not as strong as Creek and the Dragon. It is obviously unscientific to possess so much treasure. What's more, if Bayou is not mistaken, the sky blue-haired girl with Nami should be the dancer on Tezuro's ship in the original work. Karina, the phantom thief who once partnered with Nami. There must be a story behind the two of them appearing here. Sorry, I don't have much interest in Bailey. Bayou took a sip of the wine and said. But, I forgot to tell you, I'm an apprentice marine. If I'm not mistaken, you are the thief duo from East Blue, the phantom thief Karina, and the little thief cat Nami, right? Marine. Karina and Nami were confused. One side is the Marines, the other side is the pirates. Most importantly, his identity was revealed in one sentence. I'm afraid it's impossible to escape even if you have wings? Chaotic thoughts flashed through her mind. Karina tightly grasped the dagger hidden in her sleeve and rushed straight towards Bayou. Nami, I'll buy you some time. You have more things on your shoulders than I do. Find a chance to escape quickly. The shining dagger stabbed straight into Bayou's chest. Nami's expression froze. She never expected that Karina would be so crazy. When the dagger stabbed Bayou's chest and broke, the atmosphere in the cabin suddenly dropped to freezing point. Is this still a human being? It's too horrifying that even the dagger couldn't penetrate half a layer of skin. Karina said with a smile that was more bitter than death. This. Sir, I just wanted to test your strength. With your sword and gun skills, you will definitely be able to become a Marine Admiral in the future. However, Nami and I are just thieves. There is no reward. I hope you can let Nami go. I am willing to go back with you and do anything. As a partner, Karina has no idea what Nami is hiding. However, every time I see her, her love for money is like a pathological and ingrained in her bones. Karina knew clearly that even Nami, who loved money extremely, would risk his life for something. This is why she begged for mercy again and again. Karina, are you crazy? We said we would share the good and the bad together. How can I abandon you? We're going to die together. Nami's eyes turned red and she bit her red lips. Okay, all of you shut up. Bayou reached out his hand and gave them both a slap on the forehead. The feeling of being hit head-on made the two of them gasp and cover their foreheads with their hands, revealing a look of resentment on their faces. However, faced with Bayou's scolding, the two of them obviously calmed down and did not dare to act rashly. Don't worry, I told you I'm just a trainee Marine, not a real Marine yet. Bayou took a sip of his drink and said. You're not worth a few Baileys, so I'm not going to catch you. However, you can escape death penalty, but you can't be forgiven for the crime of living. For the next period of time, you are conscripted. Nami, you will be the navigator for me first. Karina, you take charge of the helm and take care of my daily life and meals. As for the night, the weather on the sea changes faster than I do, so take turns warming my bed. Warming the bed? Nami and Karina's faces turned red. In Poseidon's world, early enlightenment is a matter of course. Even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen a pig run. When I heard about the technical skill of warming the bed, the picture popped up in my mind and I started to imagine it on my own. What's wrong? If you have any opinions, you can raise them. Bayou glanced at the two of them, but his eyes fell on an old wooden box in the corner. His intuition told him that this seemingly inconspicuous wooden box was a little unusual. No, I have no objection. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely do my best. Karina quickly agreed. Following Bayou's gaze, I quickly remembered something important. Sir, you might be interested in what's in this wooden box. I heard there is a famous sword inside. Famous sword? Bayou raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of surprise. In the original work, there are many famous swords. But it is also because of the halo of the protagonists that they are attracted here. If you really look into it, let alone the weakest sea like East Blue, there are not many famous swords in the New World. Now, something that looks like a famous sword appears in front of him. This really made Bayou sigh that his luck seemed to be pretty good. Zoro, who had just arrived at the cabin, also froze in his tracks. He has a green algae-like head, is directionally challenged, and is a Canadian native. However, as a swordsman, he also knows what a famous sword is. Looking at the wooden box that Karina and Nami brought to the stage, a hint of urgency appeared on his face. Bang! The wooden box was opened. The knife is of old style. Whether it is the scabbard or the handle, the blood-red blade is the first thing that catches the eye. The pattern of brown and red clouds, Madara intertwined together, covered the entire scabbard. A surge of evil spirit blew in the face, causing the temperature in the entire cabin to suddenly drop by several degrees. When their eyes fell on the ancient blade, Karina and Nami screamed in fear and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Even Zoro was no exception and took a half step back in fear. At that moment just now, they seemed to see a fierce ghost, roaring and trying to struggle out from the blade. If the illusion had not disappeared quickly, they would have made an even uglier fool of themselves. This is a demon sword. Bayou showed a bloodthirsty smile. I didn't expect to come across a high-quality magic sword as soon as I went out to sea. Even through the scabbard, it can release such a powerful evil aura. It is much stronger than the 3rd generation Onikiri in the original work. This means that the demon sword in front of him is definitely not a good sword of the 50th rank, but more likely a famous sword that is among the great swords of the 21st rank. Chapter 17. Master Bayou, this sword is actually the demon sword Murasame, one of the 21 great swords. Karina suddenly handed over an old diagram. The demonic sword Murasame. Bayou took the diagram and was not surprised. The bloodthirsty smile on his face became even wider. Zoro on the side was not calm. Not many swordsmen could resist the famous sword. Especially when facing the big sharp sword 21. Looking at the blood-red demon sword Murasame lying quietly in the wooden box, Zoro couldn't help but reach out and grab it. Don't want! Karina cried out urgently. Unfortunately, Zoro's outstretched hand had already touched the hilt of the knife. An endless devouring force instantly rushed into Zoro's body, and his forehead roared. Zoro felt like his entire soul was being ripped out. The arm was sucked into a mummy like a corpse. Looking at this weird mummy state, there are signs that it is still spreading. Zoro was going crazy. He is an ambitious young swordsman. Since Kuina's death, he has been beaten by Bayou just now. Never lost at all. Now he has not yet climbed to the throne of the world's #1 supreme swordsman. Instead, he was sucked dry by a knife. Does this mean death before achieving success? Get lost. A real man should be equipped with a demon sword. Bayou kicked Zoro directly away. Zoro was too cocky when he was little, and now Zoro, who has just gone out to sea, has not been beaten by Hawkeye. Still too tender. Bayou almost gave Zoro a BMG battle. Looking at the Murasame in the wooden box, which was glowing with strange blood, Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile and reached out to grab it. Master Bayou, you are going to die. If you are sucked dry, we will have to escape alone. Nami hid in the corner and spoke expectantly. When I found this magic sword. They saw with their own eyes that several ignorant people were devoured alive by this evil sword. However, facing this declaration, the smile on Bayou's face became even more cruel. Haha, if I really can't even beat a knife, what's wrong with letting you go? However, I really want to see whether this sword has the qualifications to be called a demon sword. Clang! The sound of a knife suddenly rang out. The demon sword Murasame was unsheathed in an instant. Under the scarlet blade and flowing cold light, a huge evil aura swept through the entire cabin like a raging tide. In an instant, the temperature around seemed to drop drastically. Nami, Karina, and others felt like they were falling into an ice cellar. There was a roar in Bayou's mind, and endless blood rushed into his mind. In the original work, Zoro's former friend Sokka had his mind bewitched by the demon sword 7-star sword. It can be said that Bayou is now experiencing this process. However, just as the blood rushed into Bayou's mind, the figure of Zaraki Kenpachi, who served as the template of the body, suddenly emerged. The next moment, a crazy laugh suddenly rang out. Haha, it's worthy of being called a demon sword. It's really a must-have for a real man. This feeling of greed is so refreshing. Bayou suddenly opened his eyes, and his right hand holding the knife had already been sucked dry like a corpse. However, as a reincarnated being, Bayou already understood that this sword Murasame, like Inma, could operate automatically and release the host's haki without limit. This means that it is only one step away from transforming into the 12 skills of the Supreme Great Sword. Looking at his right hand, which was almost skin and bones, the bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face became more and more ferocious. He clenched his 5 fingers suddenly, and the Conqueror's haki in his body exploded. Okay, very good, you are worthy of being the demon sword I have my eyes on. I will see whether you can suck me dry or I can burst you to pieces. Boom! Conqueror's haki, like a raging wave, directly broke through the cabin. The originally shriveled right hand suddenly swelled up. The demon sword Murasame made a sharp sound like the wailing of ghosts and gods. A figure like a Shura evil ghost appeared behind Bayou. Roar! The Sea Kings, who were hiding thousands of meters away and enjoying the pirates who had just escaped, were suddenly startled and ran away. Its huge body of 50 or 60 meters shows that it is the king of the coastal waters nearby. Under normal circumstances, the so-called pirates' marine is not taken seriously at all. Unfortunately, at this moment, it felt a deathly aura enveloping its entire body. What a pity! I'll use you to test the knife. Bayou smiled cruelly, and swung the magic sword Murasame in his hand across the air. Bang! A blood-red slash dozens of meters long instantly broke through the air. Wherever they passed, whether it was the pirate ships or the sea surface, they were easily torn into pieces like paper. A distance of 1,000 meters passes in just a flash. The next moment, there was a flash of blood, and the huge Sea Kings, tens of meters in size, exploded into pieces. Boom! The waves were so huge that a vacuum zone was created in the sea along the way. Karina and Nami were completely chilled. Especially Nami, thinking of what was just said, she quickly covered her mouth, really worried that Bayou would stab her. By that time, her little arms and legs. I'm afraid I really can't bear it anymore. Zoro, who was standing by, also had a complicated expression on his face, and looked at Bayou with disbelief in his eyes. Just now I was defeated by Bayou's sword. He thought that that blow was Bayou's full strength. It's a pity that now it seems that the clown is actually myself. The opponent didn't even use his full strength. No. It should be said that I am not even as good as a Sea King's. The gap is too big. It's worthy of being a demon sword. Bayou smiled cruelly and sheathed the magic sword. A single strike of the sword travels 1,000 meters. This kind of flying slash is very rare in East Blue. However, it is not absent in Grand Line or even New World. For a character like Golden Lion who is at the top of the combat power chart, the Lion 1000 Kiri body wave is combined with the ability of the Devil Fruit. One knife can cut hundreds of kilometers. This is the existence of Pervert. It can be said that Bayou knows his own strength and there is still a long way to go before he reaches his ceiling. However, with the support of the system, Bayou believes that he will be able to reach this level soon. System, open the property panel for me. Bayou entered the consciousness space. Host Bayou. Deo force value, 620. Strength, 780. Speed, 800. Stamina, 810. Body template, Zaraki Kenpachi, 7.2%. Dependent templates, none. Swords, ordinary wooden sword, large sharp sword 21 level demon sword Murasame. Skill, sword pressure. Looking at the slightly simple panel, Bayou withdrew reluctantly. In the previous battle, Black Axe only provided a pitiful 0.1% unlocking progress. Bayou suspected that these were friendship points given by the system. As for Zoro, the future world's #1 supreme swordsman, it was barely a surprise, as he directly unlocked 2% of the main body template. 10% away from unlocking the next skill, it's a big step forward. Most importantly, Bayou suspects that Zoro has made great achievements in the original work, and if he is well developed in the future, he may be able to be rewatched a second, third, or even a fourth or fifth time. If that's true, this pig looks pretty good. Chapter 18. Zoro, hiding in the corner, trembled. Especially when Bayou's sidelong gaze fell on him, he felt a chill down his spine. Accompanied by that cruel and bloodthirsty smile. Zoro is really worried, Bayou is going to say something now. Come on, let's have another fight. After witnessing the huge gap between the two sides with my own eyes. Zoro didn't want to lose his life in vain before becoming stronger. Ahem, Bayou, if there's nothing else, I plan to leave first. I will definitely challenge you again in the future. Zoro clenched his fist, holding only the remaining Wado Ichimonji. Thinking back to the scene where he was chopped to the point of spitting out the knife, he was eager to become stronger. Now, Zoro just hopes to leave this place as soon as possible and then train like crazy to become stronger. Then find the so-called Huian 13th team and advance into the top 100. Are you going to swim away? Bayou sheathed the magic sword, and the cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face disappeared. He returned to his usual indifference, took a sip of wine and said, "If you're confident you can navigate, feel free to swim away. If you don't want to be buried in the belly of the Sea King on your way to becoming the world's #1 swordsman, you'd better move my things quickly. All the ships in this sea area have been smashed to pieces, only my ship is intact. I will bring it over here." After saying this, Bayou turned around and left. Under the unique shunpo of Shinigami, they quickly rushed to the small boat anchored thousands of meters away. For a moment, Nami and two others were the only ones left on the boat, staring at each other. As for escaping, I had witnessed with my own eyes the slash that spanned 1,000 meters. Nami really didn't dare to bet that her little arms and legs could withstand a blow. East Blue, Eli's Island. This is a small town where pirates gather. Even the villagers here are descendants of pirates, or pirates who retired from the sea to make a living. Over time, it became a gathering place for pirates. As the only tavern on the dock, it was already crowded. A man with spiky red hair, a black chain wrapped around his body, and lips like two hot dogs was drinking. In addition to Sikapi and Nail who were sitting next to him, there was also a nervous pirate who was reporting something. Bang! The wooden wine glass was slammed heavily on the table by Trey, and it shattered. The wine splashed and immediately hit the shiny head of the bald pirate who was sitting not far away. Feeling the wetness on his head, the bald pirate stood up suddenly and roared angrily. "UBD, Laozi is the one who has a bounty of 5 million Baileys." Bang! A black chain shot out from Treager's hand. The bald pirates' heads exploded. As blood splattered, the chain's power remained undiminished, and when it hit the wall, it created a big hole. East Blue is indeed the weakest sea, filled with ignorant losers. Trey snorted angrily. "However, I was actually tricked by two little thieves in this sea of rubbish. It's been the third day, and you haven't found their whereabouts yet. Do you want to die too?" Hysterical roars echoed in the tavern. No one dared to breathe. Faced with this ruthless man who could kill 5 million Bailey pirates with ease, the pirates who were watching wanted to bury their heads in the table, fearing that they would encounter bad luck. "Lord Treege, we have discovered the whereabouts of the two thieves, but information has come in that Smoker, the white hunter stationed in Logetown by East Blue, has been commissioned to pursue us. At the same time, it seems that he is protecting a newcomer named Bayou in Marine. As the pirates of the Grand Line, they have the support of T-Zero, and Treacher's intelligence network is still a little bit. White Hunter Smoker. Is he the guy who arrived in Logetown half a year ago and claimed that he would not let any pirates go? Trey smiled grimly. Haha, it seems that the Marine also knows about our reputation as treasure hunters. We must repay them for being personally ordered to pursue us. However, before that, we must find the two thieves as soon as possible and bring back the demon sword Murasame, otherwise Lord Tesoro will never let us go. As for the new guy named Bayou, if you have the chance to meet him, help Marine train him. With a series of orders coming down, the pirates' ship where Treasure was located was once again disguised as invisible by Sikupi and set sail. A man in a cloak who was drinking in a corner hurriedly followed him out. Under his cloak, one could vaguely see the marine costume. At the same time, a warship entered East Blue and broke through the waves. Standing on the deck of the ship was Smoker, with silver hair and a cigar in his mouth. Colonel Smoker, there is news about Trey. He just appeared on Ale Island and has left now. According to the intelligence, he is looking for two thieves and is planning to snipe the marine rookie Bayou. An adjutant hurried forward to report. Thief, marine newcomer Bayou. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth and snorted with disdain. Is it the marine supernova mentioned by Marshal Sengoku in Den Den Mushi? It's really disappointing that a newcomer who hasn't even left East Blue can be called a supernova. It seems that the people in this department are becoming more and more stupid. However, our mission is only to capture Trey. As for protecting the new Marines, you can inform Vice Admiral Garp and tell him that I will capture Trey soon. By then, the flowers in the greenhouse will no longer need to be protected. The adjutant looked bitter. Of course, he knew a thing or two about Smoker's temperament. It is precisely this kind of rebelliousness that makes him, who possesses the Logia Devil Fruit, be sent to Logetown, an East Blue place, to garrison. Of course, this is also due to Smoker's subjective reasons. Otherwise, Hina, who is from the same class, would not have stayed in the headquarters. Hurry up and go. Smoker urged again. Yes. The adjutant responded and quickly turned and left. Looking at the deck that suddenly became quiet, Smoker exhaled a puff of cigarette, looked at the waves in the distance, and said with disdain. Marine, are you a super rookie? I hope I don't run into you, otherwise I don't mind giving you some guidance on how to be a rookie and respect your seniors. Titles are useless in this sea of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. The sound dissipated with the sea breeze. With the actions of Treasure and Smoker, East Blue was clearly involved in the Grand Line turmoil. Of course, if Bayou knew that someone was targeting him. Faced with this kind of prey that is delivered to your doorstep. Definitely just one sentence. Are you worth cutting? Chapter 19. 9999, 10,000. On the small boat, Bayou chopped rhythmically with the wooden sword in his hand. As time went by, the speed of chopping became faster and faster. When the last knife fell, the after-images along the way gathered together, turning into a flying slash, and instantly hit the reef in the sea. Ding! Congratulations host, you have completed the daily task and gained 0.1% of the unlock progress. The current unlocking progress is 7.3%. The ethereal reminder sound echoed in my mind. Bayou put away the wooden sword in his hand and let out a deep breath. Sure enough, with the help of boring daily tasks, the speed of unlocking the main body template is still too slow. Has the 10,000 strokes been completed? Zoro, who was imitating Bayou's flat attack, couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Since staying on the ship, Zoro began to pay attention to how Bayou trained. When seeing Bayou practicing the simplest chopping event, a hint of disdain appeared on Zoro's face. In his eyes, he can chop anyone down. However, as time went on, Zoro found that he could no longer keep up with Bayou's speed. The seemingly simple chopping and slashing was done in one go in Bayou's hands. There is also a feeling of domineering and unparalleled opening and closing. Especially at the end, the sword forces connected into a line and burst out into a flying slash. This made Zoro completely stunned. He has also practiced chopping and slashing a lot. But compared with Bayou, he was just practicing for nothing. The gap is too big. Of course, if he knew that Bayou was wearing a wrist guard weighing hundreds of kilograms that limited his strength, he would be amazed. I'm afraid there's not even a sense of loneliness in my mind. Nami, is the direction we are sailing in correct? What kind of weather will we see next? Karina turned the rudder to its full potential and looked up at the observation deck. The next moment, Karina was stunned. Nami was no longer on the observation deck. Is this an escape? No. Karina looked back at Bayou. In this vast ocean, and in front of this monster-like boy. Even if Nami had 3 heads and 6 arms, she would never be able to escape. If she's not here, then she's probably only in one place. Come on, let's go in together. She should have run to my room. Bayou sheathed the wooden sword. Karina was confused. Is this the rhythm that involves myself as well? Most importantly, Bayou let her come along. Does that mean there will be a threesome next? Zoro standing by also froze in expression, and the chopping movement in his hands came to a halt. Looking at Bayou who was walking into the cabin on his own. This is probably the scene that every man dreams of, right? Zoro, you come in too. Bayou's voice came with the sea breeze. The Wado Ikimonji that Zoro was holding in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. This is way too exciting. No. Zoro still decided to tell Bayou sternly that this was corrupting public morals. The group of 3 quickly arrived at the cabin. Looking at the closed door, Karina and Zoro's nerves were stretched to the extreme. Both of them became hesitant to speak. Dong dong, Nami, you're in there, we're coming in now. Bayou knocked on the door, waited a moment and then opened it. Karina and Zoro were stunned by this gentle scene. Isn't this a threesome? According to the script, shouldn't the door be kicked open and the story begin with a strange laugh? Why is the situation now so different from what they imagined? Soon, the door was pushed open. Nami, hiding in the bed, had her cheeks flushed to the extreme. Looking at Zoro and Karina who came in with him, he said hurriedly. Bayou, I only promised to do anything for you, but I also have a bottom line. If you do this, I would rather die than surrender. Master Bayou, Nami is right. Why don't you let me do it this time? Karina also spoke quickly. Zoro, who was standing by, also looked embarrassed and subconsciously agreed. You can let me come. You? Bayou rolled his eyes. Forget it, I'm not interested in men. As for you two, stop adding too much drama to yourselves. Bayou slapped the 2 of them on the forehead and looked at the 2 women who were covering their foreheads with resentful expressions. Bayou sat down aside and said. Tell me how you offended Trey. Trey? Zoro's expression froze. Nami and Karina's expressions changed drastically. Subconsciously took half a step back. Master Bai. Lord Bayou, we don't know what Trey is. Nami spoke hastily. However, Karina quickly reached out to stop him and shook her head. Nami, don't forget that Lord Bayou is a Marine. His intelligence network is not comparable to ours. Let's just be frank. We do know the treasure hunter Trey. It's just that we have a cooperative relationship with him. We are helping him find the Great 12 Crafts Demon Sword Murasame in East Blue. Unfortunately, we knew that he would not honor his deal after getting the knife, so we blackmailed the goods. Having said that, Karina glanced at the demon sword Murasame on Bayou's waist and said. If Lord Bayou, you have worries in your heart, Nami, and I can leave now. Nami sat up wrapped in the sheets, and Karina beside her also tensed up. They said this, but it was still too difficult to get rid of Trey, who had a bounty of 89 million berries, in this vast ocean. Karina chooses to go all out now just to take a gamble. No need to test me. Not to mention that you are now under my command, just because Trey is a pirate, I can't just sit there and watch. Bayou took a sip of the drink and said. Now that I've revealed this matter, I just want to know one thing. Trey should be the chain man of Paramecia's clanging fruit ability, right? The chain man. Zoro showed a hint of surprise. He had heard that devil fruit was the secret treasure of the sea. But this was the first time he encountered such a situation in a poor place like East Blue. Yes, I once saw him conjure up a lot of chains from thin air and smashed a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions to death. Nami was anxious. With such a thigh offered to her, she wanted to bury her head in it, let alone hug it. Master Bayou, with your strength, it should be easy to kill Trey, right? Zoro, who was standing aside, stared at Bayou. There are also many pirates with bounties on their heads in East Blue. However, a reward of 89 million Baileys would probably be a sky-high price for East Blue. Now Zoro just wants to use Trey to guess the extent of Bayou's strength. Sorry, my chances of winning are only 50% right now. Bayou took a sip of wine and said lightly. Chapter 20. Karina and the other two shouted in unison. Master Bayou, you are kidding me, right? If you are only 50% sure, why are you so calm and sitting here drinking? Nami asked hurriedly. She was also responsible for the fate of the Coco West village, and faced with the uncertainty of Bayou, she dared not take a casual gamble. Am I kidding? If he were someone else with special abilities, I would be 100% sure to beat him up. Bayou took a sip of his drink and said. But he is the user of the clang fruit, and has a defense as strong as steel. Now I can't cut through steel. So, I asked you to go to Shimatsuki village half a day ago. I planned to learn the iron cutting techniques first, and then cut down trees. Guests from Grand Line should be worth the price. Karina and Nami were stunned. Looking at Bayou, who was cramming at the last minute, did they bet on the wrong chips? Bayou, you said to go to Shimatsuki village. Zoro's expression froze, and he asked hurriedly. Except for a small inconspicuous dojo, there aren't any swordsmen who can cut through iron, right? As a resident of Shimatsuki village, Zoro has been there for a long time. Unfortunately, I have never heard of a swordsman who can cut through iron. The most important thing is that Bayou actually planned to learn the art of cutting iron in a short period of time. Is this a joke? Haha, Zoro, some people don't show off their abilities. It's just that you're not strong enough to even make the other party take you seriously. Bayou smiled and took a sip of wine, raising his eyebrows. I can sense the scent of the island. If Nami is sailing in the right direction, we should be at Shimatsuki village. After saying this, Bayou turned and walked out. Zoro was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. He now urgently wanted to know who the iron-cutting swordsman that Bayou mentioned was. As soon as I arrived on the deck, a familiar island soon appeared before my eyes. There are many familiar faces at the dock. Brother Zoro, you've been missing for half a year. You're finally back. The teacher always mentions you. Sensei once said that senior brother Zoro is the strongest swordsman in our Shimatsuki village. No, the teacher said that senior brother Zoro is the strongest in East Blue. The sound of flattery rang out on the dock. As the only strange swordsman who can use 3 swords, Zoro is well known in Shimatsuki village. In fact, this kind of flattering words are very useful in normal times. Unfortunately, now standing next to Bayou, Zoro felt his old face throbbing and hurting. Haha, Zoro, it seems you are quite popular in Shimatsuki village. Bayou smiled and jumped onto the shore, while observation haki rolled back like a tide. The entire island was covered in an instant. Among the many powerful auras, he instantly captured a hidden aura. Found it. I'll leave first. Bayou opened his eyes, locked onto the direction of his hind gym, and with the help of Shunpo, he disappeared from the spot. Is that where the teacher is? Zoro's expression froze. In his eyes, the teacher was just a funny guy who couldn't even cut a leaf. But now he is being targeted by Bayou. Could it be true, as Bayou said, that the teacher is a hidden master of the iron-cutting sword? Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, and Zoro hurriedly chased after him. On the other hand, inside his hind gym, a group of 7 or 8-year-old children wearing kimonos swung their bamboo swords under the rhythmic guidance. Koshiro, who was wearing glasses, smiled with relief. As a teacher, there is nothing more gratifying than seeing your students achieve amazing results. However, as soon as this smile appeared on his face, Koshiro's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he quickly returned to his amiable tone. Tellin, you lead everyone to continue training. The teacher is going to be out for a while. Got it, teacher. A slightly older child responded with full answers. Koshiro opened the door and walked out. Looking at Bayou standing outside the gate in white, his face darkened slightly, and he was soon attracted by the sword at Bayou's waist. The bloody scabbard and hilt, the evil aura rushing towards me, is the sword on your waist a demon sword? As expected of Mr. Koshiro, you can tell the true nature of this knife at a glance. I'm afraid only your silly apprentice would think his teacher is an idiot. Bayou smiled and took a sip of the wine, then patted the demon sword Murasame on his waist. I came here this time just to learn how to cut steel and challenge you. Challenge me? Why challenge me? Koshiro's expression froze and he said. Also, you just said that you met Zoro. It seems that he lost the battle between you two. But I want to know how my stupid apprentice was defeated by you. Koshiro was very surprised by Bayou's sudden visit. However, his intuition told him that the boy in front of him was dangerous. Therefore, Koshiro's most urgent task is to find out whether Zoro is alive or dead. Mr. Koshiro, don't worry, I'm a marine and I won't kill innocent people. Bayou replied with a smile. As for why I want to challenge you, besides to learn how to cut iron, the biggest reason is that you are one of the few people in East Blue who is worth cutting. Koshiro was a little dazed. He had heard many reasons for kicking out a club, but this was the first time he had heard such a straightforward and direct answer. However, as time went on, Koshiro's eyes gradually became sharper. Especially looking at the gradually cruel and bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face. A long-lost desire to fight was brewing in Koshiro's heart. Just as Bayou said, a swordsman who does not show off his abilities does not simply like solitude. The biggest reason is that there is no opponent worthy of a fight in this vast ocean. Masters are lonely. Now, facing Bayou's chi lock. Koshiro, on the contrary, felt a long-lost excitement that had been rekindled. Little boy, you are indeed different. You are the first junior who made me interested in taking action. Koshiro said, changing his usual amiable manner. However, it is precisely because of your uniqueness that I agree to this challenge. As for our weapons, wooden sword is useful. Bayou tilted his head back and poured the entire bottle of liquor directly into his mouth. He exerted force with his 5 fingers and crushed the bottle in his hand. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile completely blossomed. The bloodthirsty beast hidden in the body was immediately released. In the hands of a strong man, every flower, leaf, and blade of grass can be a deadly weapon. This wooden sword is enough for sparring. Boom! 2 huge sword pressures exploded with Bayou and Koshiro as the center. The moment the red and white airwaves collided with each other, they created a huge wave of wind and waves that directly blew off the roof of the gym. From a distance, it looked as if a tornado had rolled up on the open space of Assassin Gym. Chapter 21. Zoro, you're finally back. Just now, a young man broke into the Assassin Gym, and then the roof of the gym was blown off. You should go back and take a look. Zoro quickly rushed to the gym. He also saw the strange scene just now. However, right now, Zoro only had one thought in his mind. The person who will be Bayou's opponent this time cannot be Koshiro. The 1,000-meter distance was quickly shortened as Zoro ran vigorously. As he rushed into the open space of the training ground. Let's fight! Bayou smiled cruelly, took a big step forward, and disappeared out of thin air. Koshiro also moved. The two of them were clearly at their ultimate speed and collided in the blink of an eye. Bang! 2 wooden swords chopped down in response. The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. The collision storm that was stirred up turned into a hurricane that swept across the entire courtyard. Zoro, who had just rushed into the training ground, was forced back 2 or 3 steps before he could stand firm again. Looking at Koshiro, who was usually gentle and refined, now he was a completely different person. Zoro was confused. At this moment, he finally understood what Bayou meant. It's not that the teacher is too funny, it's just that he is so weak that he doesn't even have the qualifications to be taken seriously. Faced with Bayou who can make Koshiro serious, Zoro suddenly had the illusion that Bayou had left him a long distance away. One sword style, point star. The wooden sword in Koshiro's hand instantly turned into a thrust, like stars in the sky, stabbing towards Bayou. The young man in front of him did give him a sense of crisis from Kendo. However, in Koshiro's eyes, Bayou was too young. If we really talk about combat experience, Koshiro is confident that he has an advantage over Bayou. At the same time, as long as Bayou dodges, he can use speed combos to suppress Bayou. However, this thought just flashed through Koshiro's mind. The bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face became more and more ferocious. Facing the incoming attack, he didn't dodge at all. The moment armament Haki was deployed, he raised his hand and slashed with a knife. Bang! With one strike of the sword, most of the stabs in the sky were chopped apart by Bayou. Most of the rest fell on Bayou. However, this attack obviously did not cause much damage due to the armament Haki defense. Instead, Bayou's knife swung out with undiminished power and chased after Koshiro. Fight for your life! Looking at the rapidly enlarging attack in his pupils, Koshiro instantly understood why Bayou gave him a sense of danger. This comes from his crazy fighting style. Koshiro's attack was broken, so he raised the wooden sword in his hand to block. Bang! With the huge force released, Koshiro felt as if he was hit head-on by a sea king. He flew backwards more than 10 meters before he stopped. The stinging pain from the base of his palm made Koshiro look shocked. What a strong power! However, before he could react, a dark shadow followed closely like a leech. There were no sword moves to speak of, all attacks were just large and wide swings. Every time the sword falls, in addition to its power, it also carries the simplest Ryutsu impact. Zaraki Kenpachi, who serves as the main body template, can be positioned as a special class combat force in the original work. All because he possesses the domineering and endless ultimate Ryutsu. Even without Shikai and Bankai, he can use this power to easily crush his opponent. This is Ryutsu Rogue. Bang! Koshiro was knocked back again, and the wooden sword in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. Facing Bayou's life-threatening fighting style, Koshiro's right hand also quickly spread out armament Haki. Moreover, once this Haki appeared, it covered the entire body. Full body armament Haki. This kind of means can only be afforded after one has mastered Haki to perfection. Facing Bayou's crazy and disorderly slashing, Koshiro obviously became serious. Little boy, the warm-up is over. Next, I will seriously play a game with you that we haven't seen in a long time. Koshiro laughed. This was a long-lost smile mixed with fighting spirit, especially when he felt the blood gradually boiling in his body. This made Koshiro finally take the junior in front of him seriously. Are you done warming up? Then I should get serious. Bayou stopped his attack and inserted the wooden sword in his hand diagonally into the ground. Under the gaze of Zoro and Koshiro, he took off the modified wristbands on both hands for the first time. Bang! The hand guard weighing 50 kilograms was thrown to the ground, causing the ground to crack and creating a big hole. The spiritual power that was originally suppressed suddenly surged after losing the suppression of a hand guard. Boom! The breath rose up through the sky. Koshiro and Zoro's pupils suddenly contracted. Especially seeing that there was another wristband on Bayou's wrist. This shocked the two of them even more. This young man in front of me wouldn't let me win from the very beginning, right? No. It should be said that Bayou is letting the sea go. Boom! An even larger golden beam of light exploded like a raging wave. This was the first time Bayou exerted his full strength. Facing this Ryutsu that was as hot as the vast ocean, Koshiro, who was locked in the energy, regretted accepting the challenge. However, this thought was quickly obliterated by the boiling blood in the body. The look he gave Bayou was filled with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Come on, let's continue fighting. Bayou laughs cruelly. With one big step, the entire gym floor made a roar. The next moment, he had crossed more than 10 meters and appeared in front of Koshiro. The wooden sword in his hand slashed forward with a golden light of Ryutsu that was several dozen meters long. Itaryu Yokozuna! Koshiro roared. Absolute defense brought by armament haki all over the body. He is obviously really angry now. A casual chop of the sword also released a huge sword energy of dozens of meters, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Huge waves, rolling back. 1,000 square meters of training ground was opened up in the back hill of the gym, and all the things placed there were crushed. At the same time, the blast surged into the sky. Bayou no longer cared and rushed towards Kojiro. The explosive storm along the way, mixed with sharp gale, tore Bayou's white robe into pieces. The exposed skin was cut with bloody cuts. However, all this still couldn't stop Bayou's bloodthirsty and crazy fighting spirit. It can be said that Kojiro's most intuitive feeling on the battlefield is that he is fighting with a bloodthirsty war ghost. Bang! The powerful sword struck directly on Kojiro's wooden sword. The floor beneath my feet collapsed. Kojiro flew backwards, smashed through the wall and crashed into the forest behind. Many trees along the way were broken in half by the sound. By the time he reacted and stopped, observation haki had already sent signs of danger again. Chapter 22. Bayou, with his clothes torn and looking like a ghost, broke through the explosion and appeared in front of Kojiro. The wooden sword in his hand burst out with a blazing golden light and chopped down in the face. This blow was powerful and heavy. Under the attack, Kojiro's facial muscles were blown crooked. Facing the attack that quickly enlarged in the pupils, it felt like fighting a ferocious beast. That's right, Kojiro's long-lost feeling of blood boiling suddenly ignited at this moment. Ichisaurus, torrent. The wooden sword in Kojiro's hand burst out with a powerful emission and chopped forward. Boom! The surrounding mountains and forests were torn apart. If this attack had been delivered on a training ground, the gym would have probably collapsed long ago. Zoro rushed over and was also forced back by the exploding storm. Looking at the fight in front of us, the earth can be shattered with just a wave of the hand. Zoro looked down at the three swords on his waist with a bit of bitterness. He couldn't even withstand the knife in the opponent's hand. What a bullshit three-sword style. The fight was still going on, Bayuru's figure was rushing forward madly, and colliding sword forces were shooting out in the collision. Easily shattered the trees on the surrounding hills. Zoro felt a chill run down his spine and subconsciously took a few steps back. The villagers living nearby were also alarmed by what happened here and began to rush up the mountain. After all, the commotion caused by this battle was far beyond our imagination. Bang! The golden sword pressure and the white knife energy collided again. The contempt was long gone from Kojiro's face as he felt the stinging sensation coming from his tiger's mouth. Just one thought. Every blow from Bayou is so damn heavy. This force continues to grow as time goes by. Kojiro's intuition told him that the boy in front of him was almost a demon. The growth rate in combat is too fast. This is a man born to fight. No. It should be said that it was a fight. More and more villagers are coming. Little ghost, don't you want to know what Zantetsu is? Let's decide the winner with this next strike. Kojiro's observation haki instantly sensed the situation on the field. He suddenly clenched the wooden sword in his hand. The whole person's aura changed dramatically. If we say that Kojiro was a dusty sword just a moment ago, now he is a sharp blade with its edge exposed. Little boy, the path of swordsmanship is like a vast ocean. You have great talent and have already entered the realm of momentum and will. As long as you combine your momentum and will, you will be able to go wherever your heart leads you. This is iron cutting. Kojiro's eyes suddenly opened, and the wooden sword in his hand burst out with unparalleled sword power. A force of energy that penetrates heaven and earth rises up at the same time. Kojiro swung the wooden sword in his hand towards Bayou. Zoro's hair stood on end. This blow was so severe that even he, who was 100 meters away, could feel the taste of death. Looking at the powerful slash coming down, Zoro was eager to see how Bayou would respond. As expected of a hidden master from East Blue, he is indeed a worthy target. Bayou's sadistic and bloodthirsty smile completely filled his entire face. Faced with the slash that came from the sky and completely blended force and intention, the whole person rushed out like a ferocious beast. There was no dodging or evasion. He tilted his body slightly to the side and used his shoulder to directly meet the blow. At the same time, the wooden sword in his right hand burst out with unprecedented light and also chopped Kojiro's body. Boom! Blood splattered on Bayou's shoulders. Armament Haki had already been completely compressed on Bayou's shoulders, raising the defense to ultimate. However, this strike contained Kojiro's lifelong kendo will, still tearing the defense apart. The wooden sword penetrated between the shoulders and was stuck. The attack in Bayou's hand also exploded on Kojiro. Bang! Kojiro was sent flying backwards. The wooden sword in his hand broke with a sound and smashed heavily on the huge rock wall of more than 10 meters. The huge impact force caused the heavy rocks to shatter. The dust rising into the sky was rolled back. Zoro couldn't help but rush in. "Teacher Kojiro, are you okay?" "Ahem, don't worry, Zoro, the teacher is fine." In the ruins, Kojiro's figure gradually became clear. After a dry cough, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His shrugged shoulders showed that he would probably need to rest for a long time after this battle. Zoro's pupils suddenly contracted, but he still asked hurriedly, "Teacher, did you win?" "I?" Seeing Zoro's anxious face, Kojiro smiled and shook his head. "I lost. That crazy kid was better. He even dared to take a blow that could cut through iron. This life-or-death fighting style is simply terrifying. I'd better not take this kid seriously in the future. By the way, Zoro, tell me how many times you were defeated. I'll see if you have embarrassed me." The teacher lost. Zoro was confused and his face quickly turned red. If Kojiro knew, he wouldn't be able to take even one blow. "I'm afraid I'll be expelled from the sect." "Ahem, teacher, I'll go see Bayou first." "No, I'm fine." Bayou's bloodthirsty smile did not diminish. He took out a bottle of liquor and drank it directly. "Afterwards, after a bottle of wine, I felt happier than a god. Feeling the burning sensation in my body, the boiling blood is burning. It makes the whole body feel extremely comfortable." Ding dang, congratulations to the host for defeating Kojiro. The main body template has been unlocked by 3%, and 500 system points have been obtained. The mall products have been refreshed. The ethereal reminder sound of the system echoed in my mind. Bayou raised his eyebrows and showed a satisfied smile. This battle was worth it. The unlocking progress instantly increased by 3%. For Bayou, his strength will surge again. Most importantly, 10% of the unlocking progress will awaken character skills. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for reaching 10% of the unlocking progress of the main body template and obtaining the two-handed swordsmanship. Two-handed swordsmanship? There was a flash of shock in Bayou's eyes. This is a bug-like reward. In the original work, Zaraki Kenpachi in the early stage did not understand Shikai and Bankai. The battle is all about the madness of fighting, fearlessness of death, and ultimate Ryutsu's hard consumption. But he also had a trump card. This is the two-handed kendo that I learned from Captain General Yamamoto Genryusai for a day. As Zaraki Kenpachi said, when he was using both hands. It's not about being serious, it's just about driving the enemy to their death. According to Bayou, now he would use two-handed swordsmanship. With just the wooden sword, Kojiro might be able to be split in half. Sure enough, those who have systems are perverts. Chapter 23. Ahem, Bayou, let's stop here for this battle. After I bandage your wounds, I will discuss with you the true meaning of cutting iron. This thing is easy to say, but it is not easy to comprehend. Kojiro coughed dryly, feeling Bayou looking him up and down, with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He was really worried that Bayou would not be able to hold back and would bring up the knife to talk about life again. Look, Zoro has been studying under me for 12 years, and he has only reached the level of power. He is still a long way from the level of intention. It will take at least some time to reach the level of being able to cut through iron. As for momentum, it is the momentum of the sword, which can make the sword produce various momentums. Some people can cut out flames, thunder, and so on, all due to momentum. When you reach the realm of sword intent, you will be able to completely master the momentum and transform it into thousands of things with your will. Bayou, your strength and talent are stronger than Zoro. Zoro may need a year, but I believe that with your current level, you can do it in half a year. Back then, it took me more than 4 months to reach the iron-cutting realm. My father called me a genius. A series of words came out like a barrage of cannonballs. Now Koshiro just wants to divert Bayou's attention. Bayou exited the consciousness space and listened to these words with great interest. Of course, this is just for fun, we really need to practice it. I'm afraid I don't know how long it will take. However, the main body template has now unlocked 10% of the progress, and obtained the two-handed sword art, to cut. With his strength increased dramatically, Bayou was 80% sure that he could pin Trey to the ground. By the way, the system mall seems to have been refreshed just now. Let's see what rewards there are. Bayou raised his eyebrows. This mall looks a bit shabby, but being able to get something like a modified wristband is an unexpected gain. Byte. The system mall page opens directly. Bayou scanned the simple shopping mall page, and a hint of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's the Talisman of Insight again. Or multiply it by 2. In addition, there is a modified outer garment that can bear a weight of 300 kilograms and has a certain degree of defensive power. Talisman of Insight X2, worth 300 points. Magically modified weight-bearing coat, worth 200 points. Looking at the 2 purchase items, the points reached 500 at once, and the balance was directly cleared. Bayou rolled his eyes. The system is indeed the landlord, looking down on him, a peasant who is trying to rise up. As soon as I earned some extra system points, I bought 2 items worth exactly 500 points each. This is determined to squeeze him dry. But this stuff smells so good. The system is awesome. Ding, congratulations host, the system product has been successfully purchased. The Talisman of Insight X2 and the modified 200 kg training suit have been delivered to the system space. Please check it carefully host. Seeing the mall page suddenly clear, a smile appeared on Bayou's face. Sure enough, cheating feels good for a while, but cheating every day feels good every day. This is the FG truth. Bayou, is there anything you don't understand? If you don't understand, I can personally teach you. If you train hard, perhaps 3 months will be enough. Koshiro was a little panicked, especially when he saw Bayou's bloodthirsty smile from time to time. After the battle just now, he didn't believe that his little arms and legs could withstand a knife attack. No need for that, Mr. Koshiro. I think you have mastered the art of slashing iron. Bayou exited in the consciousness space. The Talisman of Insight was also crushed. It was originally difficult to understand how to combine sword power and sword intent, but under the symbol of insight, my mind undoubtedly roared and became clearer than ever before. Zoro's face changed slightly, and he was shocked by Bayou's answer. However, when he thought about Zoro's gaze falling on Bayou again, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. At that moment, Zoro's intuition told him that the boy in front of him seemed to have become even more terrifying. If the previous moment, Bayou gave a sense of danger. Now there is a fleeting feeling of death and suffocation. Zoro, have you also sensed the changes in Bayou? Koshiro spoke with a serious look on his face. As Zoro's teacher, his intuitive feeling just now was even stronger. After thinking for 3 or 5 seconds, he spoke in a deep voice. Now he gives me the feeling of a ferocious beast armed to the teeth. Do you think he has really mastered the state of cutting iron? Zoro opened his mouth, but couldn't come up with an answer. With just one look and a personal battle, he was able to master the iron-cutting realm that he had practiced for 12 years but still could not reach. Isn't this too shocking? Even Koshiro took more than 4 months to learn it, and was regarded as a genius by his father. So what is Bayou now? Super genius? Evildoer? Not human? Right. Zoro looked at Bayou silently. He didn't want to believe that Bayou had really learned it. Otherwise, this person is probably not a human being. Zoro, this wristband is for you. Bayou didn't know what Zoro and Koshiro were thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't take it to heart. How does a person who cheats explain to others what cheating is? Is this a joke? Is this for me? Zoro looked at the 2 wrist guards that fell to the ground with 2 bangs, his face full of disbelief. He even completely forgot about Kojiro, who was supporting him, and just picked it up with his hands to weigh it. After witnessing Bayou's explosion when he untied the wrist guard and his training methods, Zoro now is also very interested in the hair that fell from Bayou's body. However, Zoro's expression changed after this pull. Kojiro also freed his hand, weighed it, and said with a serious face, "Bayou, this weight must be at least 30 to 40 kilograms, right? Do you carry weights with you every day? For a swordsman, the value of this thing is definitely not lower than that of a famous sword." As an experienced swordsman and teacher, Kojiro was also surprised by this kind of weight-bearing equipment. A good swordsman should be able to deliver stronger, faster and more fierce strikes. The only way is to strengthen your body through training, especially the explosive power of your arms. The load-bearing equipment they can usually find are all huge in size. In the original novel, Zoro can only gain weight with giant dumbbells, and is unable to carry them for adaptive life training. It can be said that the wristband that Bayou casually threw out overturned their cognition. "Bayou, this thing is too valuable. I can't take it. Without it, your training will be affected. I want to defeat you, who has become stronger with all his strength." Zoro resisted the urge to make it smell good and refused. This wrist guard is indeed very suitable for Zoro's current wrist strength training. However, as a swordsman, Zoro has a good grasp of dignity and bottom line. "It's too light. It only weighs 100 kilograms. Keeping it will only hinder me from becoming stronger." Bayou replied casually and took out the modified training suit directly from the system. Bang! The seemingly soft training suit fell heavily to the ground. Instantly, smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the ground collapsed with a loud noise, and hideous cracks appeared, quickly spreading to Zoro and Kojiro. Chapter 24. The ruins of the battlefield fell into dead silence. Zoro and Kojiro are in a circle. A piece of clothing made a dent in the ground that was more than 10 centimeters deep. "How much weight does this have to be?" Bayou, you said this gauntlet weighs 100 kilograms, your clothes are." Kojiro lost his patience. 300 kilograms, that looks okay." Bayou put on the modified coat without paying any attention to the stunned Zoro and Kojiro. According to the data given by the system, after the battle just now, Bayou's main body template was unlocked by 3%, reaching 10%. The Dao power value also broke through to the level of 820, which has already exceeded the superhuman level defined by Marine. It's really not difficult to carry these 300 kilograms on your body. The biggest function is that this modified outer garment can consume his ultimate Ryutsu at all times. As long as you get used to this feeling of being consumed, you will be liberated next time. The strength will soar again. Most importantly, this modified outerwear is the same as the eye mask of Zaraki Kenpachi in the original work. After plundering his ultimate spiritual power, it will be stored. Once released, it can be fed back to the host, doubling the host's strength in a short period of time. When Bayou told him all this, "Zoro, look, why don't you let the teacher study this thing first? I'll return it to you tomorrow." Kojiro had stars in his eyes. However, Zoro had already hugged his wrist guard tightly and shook his head like a rattle. The swordsman's dignity and bottom line just now have long since disappeared. "So delicious. Mr. Kojiro, something terrible has happened. There are a lot of Marines at the dock, but they seem to be being chased by a huge, jewel-encrusted pirate ship. Hurry up and let Zoro go over and take a look." An old man came hurriedly. They didn't dare to get close to the shocking battle that just broke out. Only after the battle is over can one dare to go forward and ask for help. A jewel-encrusted pirate's ship? Bayou raised his eyebrows and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, the pirates from the Grand Line are really efficient. I also want to know if he's worth killing. Bayou, is Treasure chasing us? Zoro's face changed. Taking advantage of the respite, Zoro also informed Kojiro of the whole story of Bayou's visit to Shimatsuki village. For this chained man with toughness comparable to steel, Kojiro finally understood why Bayou was in a hurry to learn how to cut iron. This is just learning and applying what you have learned, forcing someone to do something they are not prepared for. He is here, but Karina seems to be in trouble. Bayou opened his eyes and used Observation Haki to ultimate. With intermediate Observation Haki that has reached the level of Heart Net, Bayou can easily take full control of the situation at the dock. Before Zoro and Koshiro could react, with a sudden push of his feet, he flew into the air. When it rose to a height of several dozen meters, he suddenly threw out the wooden sword at his waist. At the same time, a figure flashed and quickly caught up. Seeing Bayou disappear in the distance, Zoro and Koshiro looked at each other and hurried over. Face this big pirates from Grand Line with a bounty of 89 million. They just hoped that Bayou was not bragging and really could learn the iron-cutting realm just by watching it once. At the dock, hundreds of marines gathered on the shore, and a destroyed warship was stranded nearby. A large amount of sea water poured into the cabin frantically. However, facing the sinking of this warship, the marines present did not take it seriously at all. Lieutenant Colonel Domon, Trey is really chasing us! A marine soldier exclaimed. Soon everyone saw a jewel-studded pirate ship that looked like a nouveau riche appear on the sea. The leader was Trey, who had a red hedgehog head and a sausage-shaped mouth. Following closely behind was the drunken Nail. Fire, fire now! Trey, I've contacted Colonel Smoker, and he's on his way here. If you dare to stay here any longer, you will definitely be defeated by Colonel Smoker. He's the strongest marine in East Blue. Domon is a burly marine lieutenant colonel wielding a giant axe, and is also the branch chief of the nearby waters. Originally, we were just going on a sea cruise and never expected to be attacked by a pirate ship that suddenly appeared. The portrait of Trey, who suddenly broke into East Blue and had a bounty of 89 million Baileys on his head, had already spread to all branches. This caused Domon to see through Trey's identity at a glance, and he did not dare to fight and fled to Shimatsuki village. Haha, East Blue is indeed the weakest sea. At this time, there is not even one person who can rank on the stage. Treasure, standing at the bow, easily knocked away the incoming bullets. Said with a big laugh. I heard that a new and powerful person has appeared in your East Blue. Before Smoker comes, I really want to meet him and kill him first. When the time comes, I really want to see the expressions of your marines. But before that, in addition to dealing with you, there's also the little thief hiding over there. You can't escape this time. Sikupi, take her down. Got it, boss. Not far away, Karina, who was hiding behind the cargo, suddenly changed her expression. I don't know when Sikupi, who appeared behind me like a ghost, wearing a down jacket, with a samurai sword raised high. My pretty face turned pale. Careless. Karina instantly realized that she had been careless. When she saw Sikupi, she should have been on high alert. At this moment, at such a close distance, she couldn't dodge at all with her skills. Bang! The low sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sky. Treacher's expression froze for a moment, and the next moment he shouted loudly. Sikupi, be careful, someone is attacking us. Sneak attack? Sikupi's nerves tensed up all of a sudden, and when he turned around hastily, a wooden sword with golden light appeared in front of him. This lightning-fast movement made his pupils shrink, and he could only subconsciously raise the sword in his hand to block. Boom! The saber broke with a sound, and the wooden sword, with its powerful force, struck Sikupi's chest. Phew! A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out of his mouth and bloomed in the air like a dazzling firework. Before everyone could react, Sikupi and his wooden sword had crashed directly into the pirate's ship carrying Trey and the others. Boom! With the tremendous force released, the seemingly indestructible hull collapsed. Many pirates standing on the deck were thrown directly into the sea. However, they did not have time to be shocked when they saw Sikupi embedded in the hole in the hull. His chest collapsed, deader than dead. Everyone gasped. Is this considered stealing someone's head from a distance? Chapter 25. Bang! The loud crashing sound echoed in the dock. Everyone stared at Sikupi, who was lying in the ruins, dead as hell, and couldn't help swallowing. Was it the senior who lived in seclusion on Shimatsuki Island who did it? Domon woke up with a start, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. East Blue is the weakest sea, but pirates are still rampant there. The small island where Shimatsuki village is located has also become a target of plunder. However, every time the pirates broke into the island, they were killed for no reason. Over time, Shimatsuki Island became a taboo for pirates. Domon escaped from pursuit all the way and came here. I also came here because of this legend. What, senior or not? You've embarrassed Marine. Bang! A golden light shot down from the sky, with such a huge impact force that it crushed the ground. As the dust rolled back from the sky, the figure hidden in it gradually became clearer. Duo Meng was confused. Could it be that the attack just now came from the hands of a young boy? Master Bayou, you are finally here. Nami disappeared just now, so I came out to look for her, and then I ran into Trey's people. Karina quickly hid behind Bayou. Are you sure? Why don't we run away? Run away. Bayou smiled cruelly and looked at Trey, whose face was gloomy. I'm sorry, the word escape doesn't exist in my dictionary. Besides, is it worth it for me to escape from a mere pirates? Tear. The sound of people gasping for air was heard in the room. Domon's expression also changed drastically. He never expected that the young man in front of him would be so arrogant. This is the Paramecia demon fruit power with a bounty of 89 million Baileys. Haha, kid, you're really arrogant. This is the first time I've seen that in East Blue. Trey laughed angrily, clenched his fists suddenly, and said ferociously. However, Bayou's name is very familiar. If I remember correctly, you should be the East Blue super rookie that Marine has been rumored to have. Originally, I was still wondering where I could kill you and give Marine a good slap on the face. Now that you've come to me on your own initiative, it saves me a lot of effort. I can easily kill a small character like you. I will give you a quick death. Go and be buried with Sikupi. Bang! Treager took a big step and turned into a shadow, appearing in front of Bayou. The chain-wrapped right fist, with a mighty force, struck directly at Bayou's chest. Careful! Duiman reminded urgently. Unfortunately, Bayou, who was under attack, was like a sculpture, motionless. As if stunned by Treege's sudden attack. Seeing the fierce iron fist hitting Bayou's chest, most of the marine soldiers couldn't bear to watch. This is the iron fist that can pierce a warship with one punch. They were terrified by the thought of what the consequences would be if it fell on their bodies. Bang! The colliding airwaves rolled back like a strong wind. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, with disbelief written all over their faces. Amid the dust, Bayou stood firm like an iron tower. When a cruel smile blooms on his face. The wooden sword in his hand had already burst out with dazzling golden light, and he chopped down with great force. Boom! A sword force of more than 10 meters in length poured down on him. Treager was confused. He raised his hand and started flying and slashing. Is this guy really a newbie? Bang! Trey hastily raised his hands to block. The huge force transmitted from his arm caused his face to change suddenly, and his whole body fell to the ground out of control. I almost rolled my eyes. The ground beneath his feet could no longer bear the weight and broke apart. The residual power of the slash quickly spread to the pirate's ship in the distance. Boom! The pirate's ship, which had already been hit with a big hole, was further damaged. The huge bow was torn apart. The pirates standing on the deck were thrown out by the impact. The sea water fell from the sky like heavy rain. The stunned marine suddenly woke up and was unable to speak after seeing the scene in front of him. The situation was suppressed with one strike. Is this really a newcomer? Or did they encounter a fake Trey? Lieutenant Colonel Domon, did we encounter a fake Trey? What is the origin of this strongest newcomer who could suppress him so easily? A marine soldier was the first to lose his patience. Everyone looked at Domon. After all, the scene before him was too shocking. Actually, I don't know either. I just vaguely heard that Bayou is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Domon began to speak hesitantly. In their eyes, these third-generation officials are the ones who have used backdoors to get promoted, and they are disdainful of them. But everything before his eyes overturned his cognition. Grandson of marine hero Garp. Trey roared. The chains on his body seemed to transform into dozens of tentacles, shooting out in all directions. The next moment, they gathered in the void and rushed forward like an iron dragon. Bang! Bayou's body shook and the iron dragon hit his chest hard. His body shook slightly, and the wooden sword in his hand shook, directly chopping the iron dragon away. This kind of ease and completely head-on attitude made everyone's face look very interesting. They have seen all kinds of battles. However, this fearless attitude overturned their cognition. Teacher, it seems that Bayou has the upper hand. Zoro rushed over, looked at the messy battlefield, and instantly figured out the situation. But has he really mastered the art of slashing iron? If not, it will be hard for him to win, right? Zoro, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Koshiro glared at him and slapped Zoro on the back of the head with his backhand. Trey rushed out from the ruins, was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Haha, kid, thank you for your reminder. No wonder you look so fearless, it turns out you just wanted to scare Laozi. But Laozi is a chained man who is as strong as steel. I really want to know how you broke my defense. I know that your confidence in fighting back comes from the coat you are wearing, which has a certain degree of defensive power. However, if you want to rely on this kind of external force to win, I'm afraid you will be completely desperate in the face of my absolute defense. Originally, for Garp's sake, I would consider letting you go, but you can only be blamed for killing Sikupi. Bang! Chains flew out from Treager's body. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around his body 3 times inside and outside. By the time everyone reacted, Treager's body, including his hair, was completely wrapped in chains. It's like wearing a heavy suit of armor. Gives people a feeling of indestructibility. Zoro's face suddenly turned pale, and he instantly realized that he was in trouble. He opened his mouth, about to say something, but was quickly stopped by Koshiro's shaking head. Just watch, Bayou's strength is not as simple as it seems. If, by some chance, he really doesn't know how to cut iron, I think he will have a way to deal with it, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Besides, who knows, he can really create miracles. Chapter 26. Miracle? Zoro stared at Bayou, feeling a little unsure. Only seen it once, personally in combat, experienced combat once. You will be able to learn the state of cutting iron, which many people may not be able to comprehend in their entire lives. Is this really possible? Zoro knew that even Koshiro, who said this, didn't dare to think about such a thing. Haha, hedgehog head, you just said that I dared to fight you because of this training suit. Bayou took a sip of the wine with his backhand, and the cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face became more intense. I just happened to dislike this dress getting in the way, and you reminded me of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Bayou stuck the wooden sword in his hand into the ground and began to take off the modified training suit he had just put on. However, this move was undoubtedly unacceptable to many Marines. It's rare to have a special piece of protective gear, but now he took it off on his own initiative because of the other party's words. Isn't this stupid behavior? Haha, you took off your clothes with just one sentence, are you stupid? Trey laughed. However, the laughter soon stopped. Seeing Bayou take off his coat and throw it heavily on the ground, he was stunned. Bang! 300 kilograms of coat fell to the ground. The paved ground was crushed and collapsed, and spider-web-like cracks spread out. At the same time, the ultimate Ryotsu that was suppressed in the body by the magic-modified training suit was released without reservation. Boom! A golden streak of Ryotsu rose up, piercing through the sky and earth. The waves that were stirred up rolled back in all directions. Bayou picked up the wooden sword on the ground with his backhand. In an instant, everyone seemed to see Ashura roaring and rushing out from Bayou. The overwhelming pressure coming towards them made all the pirates and even the Marines on the dock tremble slightly. Gold is a very sacred light. However, in their eyes at this moment, Bayou, who was shrouded in golden light, made their scalps tingle. Zoro, Lord Bayou, what's going on? Why does he seem to have gotten stronger? Karina's expression froze, and she couldn't help but speak. When they first met, Bayou gave them the same strong feeling. But compared with the almost suffocating pressure in front of us, it is far from it. Zoro's face turned pale as well. He had witnessed the battle between Koshiro and Bayou just now. However, as Karina said, Bayou is now obviously much stronger. Haha, it seems that this little devil still has a trick up his sleeve when he fought with me just now. Koshiro laughed dryly. I have been hiding here for these years and have indeed enjoyed a peaceful life, but unfortunately I have also missed the wonderful world outside. Zoro, it's time for you to go out and take a look. East Blue is too small. As for Bayou, he has always been very strong, but he is too belligerent, so he has been relying on external forces to suppress himself. The previous wrist guard and this training suit probably suppressed his strength by 2/3. He is now a truly liberated beast. Karina was stunned. No. It should be said that everyone was confused. Because you are too strong, you limit yourself. What kind of logic is this? At least, feeling this terrifying aura, Treasure now wanted to slap himself in the face. Why take off any other clothes? Why let a man take off his clothes? This time, I really fell flat on my face. Okay, let's continue fighting. Bayou loosened his shoulder bones and took a step forward. Bang! There was only a heavy footprint left on the ground. When he came to his senses, Bayou had already arrived in front of Trey. Without any frills, the wooden sword in his hand burst out with dazzling golden light. Treasure's face suddenly changed and he quickly raised his hand to block. Boom! The explosion storm swept across the entire dock. Trey crashed into the reef dozens of meters away like a cannonball. The huge force was released, directly smashing a large area of reef into pieces. At the same time, Bayou followed quickly like a ghost and chopped down again with the wooden sword in his hand. All attacks, without any frills. There was only a barrage of bombardment. In just a dozen seconds, Bayou slashed hundreds of times. Every blow was powerful and heavy. The only thing Treasure can do, besides defending, is defending. The chains wrapped around the body indeed give people a feeling of being indestructible. However, this does not mean that the impact of each knife attack can be completely offset. Feeling the blood churning violently in his body, Treasure roared urgently. Nail, cover me quickly. Bang! The wooden sword chopped down again, and Treasure finally couldn't hold back the surging blood and energy in his body anymore, and he vomited out. Nail, who had been paying close attention to the battle situation from a distance, had long lost the drunkenness on her face. She quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow at Bayou. Whoosh! The sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another. 7 arrows in a row, this is Nail's strongest attack method. The short distance of dozens of meters was just a blink of an eye. Looking at the incoming attack, Bayou just raised his head slightly and watched the attack fall. Boom! The explosion echoed throughout the dock. The flames shot up into the sky, completely enveloping Bayou. A successful hit. There was no smile on Nail's face. Staring straight at the figure in the firelight, it gradually became clearer. I was completely moved. The inky black armament haki covered the entire body. The whole person looks like cast steel. In the attack just now, he was completely unharmed. Full body armament haki. You are definitely not a newcomer to East Blue, who are you anyway? Trey was shocked. Even he couldn't perform such a method. He absolutely did not want to believe that the young man in front of him was really born in the weakest sea. It doesn't matter who I am, but you seem to have violated the original intention of fighting. If you do this, you will die. Bayou looked slightly disappointed. As expected, relying solely on the devil fruit ability to defeat the opponent is still not enough. Treasure was confused. As a treasure hunter active in the first half of the Grand Line, he had always been the one toying with others. When has I ever been looked down upon in public like this? Looking at the trace of disappointment that flashed across Bayou's bloodthirsty face, this was simply a great humiliation. You little BD, how dare you look down on me? I am a treasure hunter, Lord Treasure. You will pay the price for your contempt. Chapter 27. Bang! The earth roared. Soon, a chain hidden underground emerged from under Karina's feet and instantly wrapped around her body. Zoro's face changed, and the Wado Ikimonji on his waist was instantly unsheathed. Its word style, tiger. When sparks flew and the blade was instantly bounced away. Looking at the intact chain, Zoro's face turned pale. Haha, as expected, you knife players can't do anything to my chains, not to mention your childish wooden sword, which can never kill me. Treager said with a hint of ecstasy on his face. This woman will temporarily serve as my hostage. If you don't want her to die, then you should obey my orders. I will return her to you after I leave safely. Or I'll strangle her. Before that, you will become an iron dumpling here. The chains hidden in the ground suddenly tightened. Like a lion majesty, it quickly wrapped around Bayou. Colonel Domon, who was watching the battle, suddenly changed his expression and shouted hurriedly. Brother Bayou, don't listen to Treyu. If you get trapped, we will all die. As a branch colonel, he was no longer surprised by such lies coming from the pirates. What's more, pirates like Treager, who came from the Grand Line, are not trustworthy. It's too late. At this distance, he can't dodge at all. Treager's face showed ecstasy. The speed of the chain in his hand suddenly increased dramatically. Facing Bayou's powerful attack, he knew clearly that he just needed to restrain him completely. Victory will be yours. Who said a toy knife can't kill people? Bayou suddenly raised his head, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, which made Treager's expression freeze. The moment I saw Bayou holding the knife with both hands, an indescribable chill swept through my whole body. At this moment, his intuition told him that he must escape. Buzz! The sound of a knife ringing suddenly rang out on the wooden sword. This strange scene made everyone's expression change. The ultimate ryotsu that Bayou was emitting from his entire body suddenly stopped at this moment, and then he poured it madly into the wooden sword in his hand. In an instant, the wooden sword seemed to lose all its color and became simple and plain. Bayou's intention and momentum quickly blended together. Looking at the chains entwined in the sky. With both hands clenched tightly, a knife came towards him. Sword Deo, cut in two. Boom! A golden light flashed, and 100-meter-long sword energy passed by with the power to tear apart the sky and the earth. The chains that were attacking him were like paper and were cut in half with one blow. It was only a few dozen meters away, but in the blink of an eye it had reached Treager. Feeling this attack like a Shinigami's death. It was at this time that Treager suddenly realized that from the very beginning, the boy in front of him was just teasing him. This is the realm of cutting iron. In the Grand Line, and even in the New World, few people have reached this level. If from the very beginning, the opponent uses all his strength in the state of cutting through iron. Treager believed that he might not be able to block even a single blow. At this moment, Treager began to regret that he had come to East Blue to make trouble instead of coming anywhere else. No, don't! Treager roared hysterically, with a large number of chains wrapped around his hands, trying to block the fierce blow. Unfortunately, all of this seems pale and powerless in the face of the two-handed sword technique in the realm of cutting iron. The 100-meter-long sword energy flashed and swept past Treager, swallowing up the pirates hiding behind an even nail. Boom! There was a loud explosion on the sea surface 10,000 meters away. A large amount of sea water was overturned into the sky, covering the entire dock like a rainstorm. Bayou watched as a knife cut through the pier and the sea, creating a vacuum zone. No one cared at all about the huge amount of sea water pouring down. He just swallowed greedily. When the two halves of Treager's body fell to the ground, the stunned crowd finally reacted with horror on their faces. Successful! He actually really, after only seeing it once, mastered the true meaning of cutting iron. Kojiro's face was filled with shock. Zoro standing next to him was no exception. At this moment, looking at Bayou's thin back, the ambition in my heart to become the world's #1 swordsman suddenly became so far away. Compete with a monster for first place? I'm afraid it's just a fantasy? Zoro, teacher knows what you are thinking, but if you don't even dare to chase after something, I'm afraid it would be really despised. Kojiro took a deep breath and said. Go after Bayou with confidence and become his final opponent. Zoro was silent. Looking at Bayou's bloodthirsty fighting spirit, he secretly clenched his fists. The dream of becoming the world's #1 swordsman is becoming distant. However, it is not bad to be the world's #1 swordsman and the opponent in the final battle. Hi! Bayou let out a deep breath. This battle was far inferior to Koshiro's. If I hadn't used all my strength to chop Koshiro into pieces just now. A person like Trey is placed in front of Koshiro. It probably can't block many knives. However, Bayou spent so much time and effort with Trey just to find ways to unlock more character templates of Zaraki Kenpachi faster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the treasure hunter Trey. You will be rewarded with 1.5% of the template unlocking progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received an additional reward of 300 system points. Ding! Congratulations host, you have obtained a free mall refresh opportunity. The ethereal reminder sounds rang out one after another. Looking at the 1.5% progress of template unlocking, Bayou almost wanted to curse. Spent so much time fooling around with Trey. Is the system playing a joke on him now? After all, they are the big pirates from the Grand Line. Only 1.5 unlocking progress is given. Isn't this life too cheap? However, looking at the remaining 300 mall points, there is still one more chance to refresh them all. The resentment in Bayou's heart also dissipated a little. You seem to be Colonel Dement. Bayou exited the system and glanced at Duo Mendeo, who was nervous not far away. I'll leave this mess here to you. As for Trey's bounty, you can transfer it to this card number. Is there any problem with this? No, no problem, Master Bayou, don't worry. Domon took the card and saluted quickly. This level of tension is simply that Bayou is treated as an old superior. Bayou rubbed the tip of his nose helplessly, too lazy to correct it. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Only the strong will be respected. It also makes it more convenient for Bayou to act. Now this mess has been handed over to Domon to solve. Bayou also saved a lot of effort by figuring out Nami's affairs first. If I'm not mistaken, this little thief really thought he had no chance of winning and slipped away early. However, this is also a good thing. Let her experience the cruelty of the sea first. Then conquer her well. Bayou is indeed not qualified for the job of navigator. Chapter 28. Half a day later, a marine warship quickly approached Shimatsuki Island. Standing on the bow deck was Smoker, smoking a cigar. And Garp, who rarely looks serious. Smoker, is your information true? Did my grandson really meet Trey on Shimatsuki Island? Garp looked at the island at the end of the sea where a black dot had emerged, and secretly clenched his fists. Vice Admiral Garp, the last contact location with Domon was on Shimatsuki Island. Combined with the fact that someone saw your grandson Bayou, he was also on Shimatsuki Island. Smoker said, holding a cigar in his mouth, looking at the island which was gradually becoming clearer. Unless he chooses to escape, we will definitely meet. It's just that the treasure hunter Trey is in the Grand Line, and there's a bounty of 89 million on his head. I'm worried that your grandson will fail, and that will hinder my pursuit of Trey. Starting from guarding Logetown, the East Blue Pass, Smoker made it his goal to arrest all pirates entering and leaving East Blue. It was rare to come across a pirates of such weight and stray into East Blue, but Smoker was not willing to let it go. Don't worry, Bayou is a well-hidden kid. Even if he can't win, he can still protect himself. There was a stern look in Garp's eyes. If Bayou falls into Trey's hands, I will be responsible for rescuing him. Vice Admiral Garp, what if Bayou is killed by Trejo? Oron stammered. Boom. The huge aura exploded inside Garp's body. The air wave formed swept across the entire warship. The marine soldiers on the deck suddenly froze in expression. Even Smoker is no exception. Usually, Garp gives people the impression that he is always nonchalant. But now it is full of murderous intent. This is a real murderous intention. If something really happened to Bayou, Smoker believed that Garp would definitely beat Trey. Colonel Smoker, Vice Admiral Garp, we've arrived. There are horrific traces of battle on the shore, and a warship has run aground. On the observation tower, a marine soldier leaned out and shouted urgently. "Ubd try, if my grandson gets even a hair damaged, I will make you live a life worse than death." Garp roared, kicked off with both feet, and rushed towards the island on moonwalk like a cannonball. Seeing this, Smoker didn't have time to think about it. A large cloud of smoke emerged from his body and he chased after him. The two of them were one in front and one behind, carrying a heavy load. It only took a dozen seconds to crash into the shore. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard, and a large amount of sand and dust was blown back, and the ground beneath the feet also collapsed. "Treja, get out here and die! Mr. Garp, leave Treja to me!" Garp roared urgently. Smoker, who followed closely behind, also spoke quickly. After guarding Logtown for so long, it is rare to encounter a prey from the Grand Line. Smoker didn't want Treja to be punched to death by the out-of-control Garp. An urgent thought flashed through his mind, and Smoker quickly dispersed the dust around him and looked around. However, the scene he saw made him freeze. Looking around, I saw a group of marine soldiers carrying supplies and repairing warships. Smoker and Garp were confused. This was far from the bloody battle scene they had imagined. The original life and death struggle and the bloody battlefield did not exist at all. "Colonel Smoker, you're finally here." Domon walked forward quickly and soon noticed Garp's presence, revealing a hint of ecstasy. "So Vice Admiral Garp is here too." "Vice Admiral Garp? Is he Lord Bayou's grandfather?" Master Bayou's attitude just now is exactly what he inherited from Vice Admiral Garp. He has the heroic demeanor. He will definitely be able to become a Marine Admiral in the future and stand on his own. The scene suddenly exploded. Hundreds of Marine soldiers suddenly became excited. Smoker and Garp were confused again. Isn't this different from what they imagined? "Colonel Domon, what's going on? Didn't you ask for help through Den Den Mushi? Where is Treja?" Smoker felt a little uneasy and asked hurriedly. Garp, who was standing by, also showed a hint of urgency. "Colonel Smoker, Treja's dead." Doming was stunned for a moment, slapped his head, and spoke hurriedly. "I was so busy dealing with what Lord Bayou had arranged that I forgot to inform Colonel Smoker. Originally, we were being chased by the treasure hunter Treja, and after escaping to Shimatsuki Island, we met Lord Bayou. You don't know either. At that time, Lord Bayou swung his wooden sword and instantly killed one of Treja's right and left hands. He raised the wooden sword and pressed Treja to the ground, rubbing him. With the last blow, he cut Treja, his men, and the pirate's ship in half. Look at the traces of the slash over there. They extend to at least 10,000 meters away." A series of words came out like a barrage of cannonballs. The saliva almost covered Smoker's entire face. However, at this moment, he looked in the direction Domon pointed. The first thing that caught my eye was a body cut in half, and a line extending from the pier to the beach and even to the sea. It is 10,000 meters long, and the ferocious slash marks are like a natural moat. The evil spirit that remained here rushed towards him. Looking at this shocking scene, Smoker quickly took out Treja's bounty order. After comparing it again and again, his heart seemed to be tightened by an invisible hand. This is the strongest hunting target he has ever had since he took over Logtown. But now Bayou, whom he did not think highly of, has taken the lead. Moreover, according to Domon, the battle situation is still leaning towards Bayou. It can be said that this result is definitely not what Smoker wants. "Haha, Smoker, did you see that? I've already said that Bayou is no ordinary brat. A mere Treja is no match for him." Garp patted Smoker's shoulder and laughed heartily. Not long ago, Sengoku was worried that Bayou would get hurt if he went out to sea alone. I told him now that Treja had been killed by Bayou. By the way, with this kind of record, I must recommend a good position for Bayou. "Vice Admiral? The Admiral candidate looks good too." "Admiral candidate?" The Marine soldiers present gasped. Even Smoker's expression changed drastically. They don't know how much truth there is in Garp's words. However, once Bayou is recommended as Admiral candidate, I'm afraid he will be the youngest Marine Admiral candidate in the history of the Naval Headquarters. For this position, don't even mention Smoker, it's placed in naval headquarters. Many people are eyeing it eagerly. Chapter 29. Vice Admiral Garp, your recommendation. Domon couldn't help but speak. However, when he thought about the battle just now, in which Bayou crushed Trai, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. That kind of bloodthirsty and crazy fighting posture shrouded in golden light. I don't know what level Domon can reach if placed in the Grand Line or even the New World. But, in Domon's eyes, he was already the best one he had ever seen in his experience. UBD, Trai, you are so FG useless. Smoker clenched his fist and said in a deep voice. Domon, where is Bayou? I want to see him. Smoker has always been regarded as the gate god of East Blue since he was parachuted into East Blue Logetown from naval headquarters. The appearance of treasure hunter Trai is undoubtedly the best opportunity to prove his strength. But now it has been taken away by Bayou, who suddenly appeared. Smoker couldn't swallow this. Colonel Smoker, after Lord Bayou dealt with Treege, he left Shimatsuki Island with his men. He is still with me and took the nearby sea charts. It seems that he is rushing to Kokozia village. Domon explained quickly. Left. Smoker's face suddenly darkened. After taking out the nautical chart and carefully examining it, Garp at the side finally calmed down from laughing. Kokozia village is still 3 days away from here. Ghost Spider seems to have also reached the sea nearby. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. Smoker suddenly clenched his fists and muttered. It seems that Marshal Sengoku really values Bayou. However, Mr. Garp, I also want to go there. Next, Colonel Domon will take you back to the branch. After saying these words, the white smoke on Smoker's body exploded, turning into a streak of light and quickly leaving the coast. Looking at Smoker, who disappeared in the sea in a blink of an eye, Domon couldn't help but say. Mr. Garp, are you really not going to stop Colonel Smoker? He seems to be looking for trouble with Lord Bayou. Prevent? Garp laughed. Colonel Domon, this is how young people communicate. If Smoker can win, it's his luck. If that brat Bayou wins, I'll have another good excuse to recommend him. The position of Admiral candidate is not easy to get. Duo Meng was confused. Looking at Garp's smiling face and the powerful strength displayed by Bayou, Domon began to feel a little sorry for Smoker. At this rate, they're treating him like a blood-soaked bun. However, as the branch director of the weakest sea, these matters were obviously not his business, so Domon just thought about it for a moment and put it out of his mind. The thought that Bayou might become the youngest admiral candidate in the naval headquarters, or even ascend to the position of admiral, is amazing. Then in the future, he can brag that he has fought side by side with the admiral. 3 days later, a small boat was sailing through the waves of the sea. 2 figures were on the deck, swinging their wooden swords continuously. In addition to Bayou, who is busy completing his daily tasks, there is also Zoro, a green algae head who was forced onto the ship by Koshiro. Zoro would definitely refuse this arrangement if he had not seen Bayou's strength with his own eyes. But now he accepted it silently. At least, when he saw Bayou wearing a 300-kilogram modified training suit and his wooden sword chopping speed was still twice as fast as his own. Zoro knew himself and had no right to complain. Even the monsters are working hard, so why shouldn't he, a person with poor sense of direction who can't even be considered a genius, work hard too? 9,999, 10,000. Bayou swung the wooden sword in his hand down again. As the air vibrated, the explosive force was completely restrained. He only had a small broken boat on this vast ocean. Bayou doesn't want to get too excited during training. By accident, the ship was blown up. However, this casual scene made Zoro's pupils shrink suddenly. A sentence Koshiro once said flashed through my mind. In this world, there are swordsmen who can cut anything, and there are also swordsmen who cannot cut anything. To reach this level, one must completely master the state of cutting iron before being able to control it freely. Now, it is only 3 short days away from Bayou learning how to cut iron, and he has reached the level of being able to control his power freely. This is simply too outrageous. Master Bayou, at this speed and the direction we are sailing, we should be able to reach Kokozia village in half a day. Should we speed up? What if something happens to Nami? Karina leaned out from the observation deck, with a hint of worry evident between her brows. The thought of learning from Bayou about Kokozia village and everything that Nami had to bear alone made me happy. Karina wished she could catch up with him. Don't worry, Nami was able to deal with the dragon for so long, her nickname of Little Thief is not false. Bayou glanced at the character unlocking progress bar that had reached 12%, then exited the system and took a sip of liquor. Besides, this ship is already overloaded. If it speeds up further, it might fall apart. We should take it easy. If we get back to Kokozia village earlier than Nami, it might disrupt my plans. Well, okay. Karina hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. In her eyes, even the treasure hunter Trai, who had a bounty of 89 million, couldn't withstand a single blow. She didn't believe that the evil dragon with a bounty of 20 million would be different from others. The thought of being able to help Nami soon and venting one's anger made him feel better. Karina secretly clenched her fists, with a hint of urgency. Oh, right, there's still half a day left. I remember when I killed Trai, in addition to the system points, there was also a free refresh opportunity in the system wall. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll see what this big landlord can refresh. Bayou sheathed the wooden sword in his hand, took a sip of wine while muttering, sat down on the beach chair, and entered the system space again. Looking at the extremely shabby mall that originally only had 2 items, now there is not a single product left. Bayou touched the tip of his nose with a slightly helpless look. Fortunately, the products produced by the system are definitely high quality. Otherwise, with this sales speed, the company would have gone bankrupt soon in the previous life. However, Bayou quickly suppressed this complaint and took a look at the refresh count showing 1 on the page. Bayou thought about it and gave the order directly. System, refresh the mall for me immediately. Ding, host, please wait. Ding, congratulations host, the system mall has been refreshed successfully, the current product item is 2. Listening to the ethereal prompt, Bayou was too lazy to complain about the shabby system and subconsciously looked at the product item column. Looking at the 2 items above, his expression couldn't help but freeze. Chapter 30. The Wild Eagle Blade is worth 200 system points. 7-blade sharp knife, worth 100 system points. Looking at the 2 product items, Bayou's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. As expected, the system was the big landlord and had no intention of allowing a peasant like him to keep some surplus food at home. 1 refresh and you'll definitely get 300 points. It seems that the system is not deceiving me. However, looking at the only 2 remaining system entries, Bayou quickly remembered where this difficult-to-pronounce product came from. In a certain fire world, 8-Tails Jinchuriki once completely defeated Jinchuriki's 8-sword style. This skill with the sword made Sasuke question his life. If he hadn't used the Mangekyo Sharingan, that attack left him in the end. I'm afraid it will really capsize in the ditch. As for the second item, the 7-blade sharp knife, it is probably the matching weapon for the Huangju fencing knife. Seeing that the system points are priced at 100, it seems that this system mall is not only considerate, but also black-hearted. Forget it, I don't think this thing will be useful. After Bayou complained secretly, he was about to log out of the system. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. Bayou looked up at the observation deck and soon saw Karina holding a smoking spear. Hundreds of meters above the sea, a sea eagle fell rapidly from the sky. It seems that he was killed in 1 blow. Master Bayou, am I disturbing you? Before leaving, Colonel Domon asked me to bring a gun with me, so I wanted to practice. Karina noticed Bayou's gaze and explained hurriedly. Bayou smiled, took a sip of the liquor and shook his head. No, I'm just a little surprised that a phantom thief who crossed over to become a sniper could do so well. It seems that if I push myself in other ways, I might get some unexpected rewards. An unexpected gain? Bayou repeated in a low voice, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. The character template is now unlocked to 12%. Only when it reaches 15% can new subordinate characters and skills be further unlocked. However, this conventional challenge method and daily tasks alone are obviously too slow. It doesn't fit Bayou's hot-tempered personality. Looking at the 2 items lying in the system mall, a bold idea flashed through Bayou's mind. Master Bayou, there seems to be a warship ahead. Karina suddenly spoke again. Bayou came to his senses, and as the observation Haki quickly rolled back, he also had a clear view of the rapidly approaching warship. Looking at the gradually clear figure on the deck, Bayou couldn't help but show a trace of sadness on his face. It seems that the saying "give a pillow to someone when you feel sleepy" is true no matter where you put it. Just when I thought of a good idea, someone came to my door. Karina, drive to this warship at full speed. I want to have a good chat with the Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral? Karina was stunned for a moment. Zoro, who was still slashing, was also stunned. An absurd thought flashed through the minds of the two. Could it be that Bayou is itching to cut down Marine as well? Far away, a warship several tens of meters long was advancing rapidly through the waves. Standing on the bow deck was Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who was wearing a robe of justice, had long black hair and a gloomy face. 6 days ago, he received an order from Sengoku and rushed to East Blue to escort a fledgling kid to the naval headquarters safely. Originally, it was not the turn of a vice admiral like Ghost Spider to take charge of this kind of escort mission. However, when I think of the owner of Conqueror's Haki and the young swordsman who can perform a flying slash, Sengoku still strongly requested that Ghost Spider go there in person. For Ghost Spider, who is a hawk, it is inevitable that he feels a little resentful. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, there is a sloop ahead, approaching us at full speed. Among the 3 people on the boat, one seems to be our target, Vice Admiral Garp's grandson Bayou. A marine soldier hurried forward. Is it that little devil? Ghost Spider's face darkened. He took the telescope directly and quickly locked onto Bayou. After confirming again and again that it was exactly the same as the photo in the intelligence, he said, "It's him. I thought it would take a lot of effort to find him, but now it seems he has come to my door. Go at full speed and reunite with them. I want to forcibly bring him back to the naval headquarters, lest Marshal Sengoku gives me more babysitting duties. I also want to see how powerful this so-called genius is." Ghost Spider sneered. As the 2 ships approached rapidly, the figures of both sides gradually became clear. Facing this so-called Marine Vice Admiral, Zoro and Karina couldn't help but show a little nervousness. In East Blue, where a colonel can be a branch chief, Marine Vice Admiral is undoubtedly a rare thing. In particular, guess what Bayou is thinking? The 2 looked at each other and both showed a bitter smile. Are you Bayou, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? The Ghost Spider standing on the warship spoke first in a deep voice. Since you are too weak, Marshal Sengoku is worried that you will be in danger if you go to the naval headquarters alone, so he asked this Vice Admiral to take you back to the headquarters. In this vast ocean, dangers are lurking everywhere. It is a smart move for you to come to me, the Vice Admiral, for protection. This mission has already delayed this Vice Admiral for quite a while. You should hurry up and get on board and leave with me. After saying this, Ghost Spider turned and left. As the Vice Admiral of the naval headquarters, I would be lying if I didn't have a temper after coming all the way here to escort a newcomer. What's more, Spider Demon is a hawkish figure like Akainu. Being able to meet a super genius who is respected by Garp and Sengoku, as the Vice Admiral, Spider-Man plans to give this newcomer a try and polish him up. The marine soldiers standing by were surprised by Spider Demon's actions. However, they all remained silent. Instead, they wanted to see how Bayou would react. I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, I think you misunderstood. Bayou of course knew Ghost Spider's little thoughts, and said after taking a sip of the liquor. I have no intention of following Vice Admiral Ghost Spider back to the naval headquarters. I took the initiative to meet you this time because I heard that your 8 swords style is famous in Grand Line. I think Vice Admiral is worth a fight. I want to fight you. The sound was not loud, but at this moment it seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing on the deck for a long time without being able to dissipate. The marine soldiers present gasped. Ghost Spider's steps suddenly stopped in mid-air. He turned around to look at Bayou and said in a cold voice. Kid, you just said you wanted to know if Vice Admiral was worth a kill. You mean to challenge me, the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, to a head-on fight? Are you sure this isn't a joke? The Marine soldiers present stared at Bayou. Faced with this sudden and crazy invitation to fight, it completely overturned their cognition. Chapter 31. The huge deck of the ship fell into dead silence. A bloodthirsty fighting spirit slowly emerged on Bayou's face. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, if it's something else, it could be a joke. But, I have always been serious about fighting. Crazy. The expressions of the Marine soldiers present suddenly changed. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Bayou is, he's just a more outstanding newcomer. Challenging a veteran Marine Vice Admiral like Ghost Spider, if that's not asking for trouble, then what is that? Ha ha ha, what an arrogant brat, you dare to challenge this Vice Admiral. The Spider Ghost didn't get angry but laughed instead. These days, in this weakest sea, he couldn't even encounter a single pirate who could allow him to take action personally. This boring sea would be great if I could use the little devil in front of me to entertain myself. It's pretty good too. Kid, originally I wouldn't make things difficult for you for Mr. Garp's sake, but since you came to me on your own initiative, I'll use you to kill some time. Ghost Spider suddenly took a deep breath, and a huge and fierce aura spread out like a tide. The waist-length hair on her back seemed to be given life, fluttering and tangling rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 6 pitch-black arms, tightly grasping 6 knives. At the same time, Demon Spider's hands slowly drew out the sword from his waist and directly displayed the 8-sword style that was famous throughout the world. The sea breeze that was originally flowing seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment. Even the ripples on the sea surface became quiet. The Marine soldiers present all stepped back subconsciously. As the accompanying personal guards, they knew that Ghost Spider, the Vice Admiral, was determined to teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. For a moment, the atmosphere of confrontation was like an invisible hand, gripping everyone's heart. All eyes fell on Bayou, eager to know how he would deal with Ghost Spider's 8-swords style. Bayou exhaled a deep breath, and the bloodthirsty fighting spirit hidden deep in his eyes gradually became more and more fanatical. Regardless of whether this battle can get the result you guessed. However, the bellicosity that runs deep in his bones is not empty talk. System, use the Wild Eagle blade for me. Buzz. His brain shook, and the 8-sword styles that originally belonged to 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee were instantly poured into Bayou's body. With the help of the system's heaven-defying effect, Bayou instantly integrated the 8 swords flow into the main body template. Everything, the so-called skills, in an instant, has a feeling of being engraved into the soul. When the cruel and bloodthirsty smile bloomed to its largest on Bayou's face, a burst of ultimate Ryotsu exploded. Bang! The 2 auras collided with each other in an instant. The huge warship, dozens of meters in size, was shaking violently. Ghost Spider's eyes suddenly widened, and his muscles, which had already been tense, burst out with powerful strength. Little boy, I will show you that the 8 swords style, which is unique in this world, is not something that a young boy like you can challenge casually. This Vice Admiral is not measured by the eyes of the weakest sea. Boom! With one step forward, the Ghost Spider disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. The deck under my feet suddenly collapsed. When he appeared again, he had already come in front of Bayou. The double swords in his hands, combined with the help of life return, he performed 6 sword strikes. It turned into starlight all over the sky, pointing straight to the white rain. In an instant, the sky was filled with cold light like snow, blocking Bayou's retreat route. Interpret the speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness in full. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in his pupils, the bloodthirsty madness in Bayou's blood completely exploded. Bang! He swung the wooden sword in his hand and chopped down at the cold light that was coming from the sky. Ultimate's Ryotsu, a burst of golden slashing, was so powerful that it shattered all the attacks. At the same time, Bayou shook his left hand, and 7 cold lights appeared out of thin air like arrows shot from a bow, chasing the Ghost Spider. The speed is so fast, just like thunder. At such a close distance, it appeared in front of me in an instant. Ghost Spider's face changed slightly, and the 8 swords in his hands shook again after colliding with the powerful sword energy that was chopped down from him. With the help of the 6 arms transformed by the return of life, he instantly formed a defense in an inhuman posture, buying a moment of respite for the double swords in his hands. When 8 swords came out at the same time, forming an impenetrable sword net. The cold light flashed and sparks flew. 7 rays of cold light that were chasing the ghost spider were instantly knocked away and finally slanted onto the deck. 7 knives, these are 7 knives. The pupils of the marines present, as well as Zoro and others, suddenly contracted. Originally they thought that Bayou would use some hidden weapon to launch a sneak attack. I never thought that these 7 cold lights actually contained 7 strange blades. Kid, you don't want to tell this Vice Admiral that you are a 7 swordsman, do you? Could it be that you can also return your life, or grow a few more arms? Ghost Spider paused and sneered. As an old senior, he really wanted to see what this kid, who was regarded as a genius, could do in front of him. I'm sorry for making you misunderstand. I'm from the 8 Swords Ryu. Bayou grinned cruelly and took a sip of his drink. The next moment, Bayou rushed out for the first time with great force, like a wild beast that had broken free from its reins. There was no trace of frills, just a plain and simple chop under the cover of endless golden light. Ghost Spider's face darkened and he quickly raised his 8 swords to block. Bang! The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. The strong wind that was stirred up quickly rolled back in all directions. Ghost Spider felt a shock in his palm and subconsciously took 2 steps back, with a trace of shock appearing on his face. As for Bayou's strength, due to his reputation as a genius, Ghost Spider has always believed that he was overestimating Bayou by accepting the challenge. However, under such a powerful collision, Ghost Spider instantly realized that he had still underestimated Bayou's strength. However, before he could react, the wooden sword in Bayou's hand had long been replaced by 2 strange sharp knives, which stabbed towards the Ghost Spider with cold light. The close distance made Ghost Spider tense again. The 2 swords in his hands flew and instantly collided with the incoming 2 swords. When sparks flew, as bright as fireworks. Ghost Spider felt the tremendous force coming from the 2 swords and tried to stand firm. The third hand transformed by the return of life behind him was holding a knife and stabbing towards Bayou at a tricky angle. If this attack could hit the target, Ghost Spider believed that he could instantly turn the tables on Bayou in the battle rhythm that had been restrained by him. Chapter 32. Buzz. The sharp sound of a knife rang out without any warning. The moment Bayou shook his head, a third knife appeared in his mouth. 3-sword style. A posture similar to Zoro. However, every move of Bayou was like that of a bloodthirsty beast, madly counter-attacking. The third knife in his mouth just collided with the oncoming attack. The fourth knife appeared. In a completely unpredictable posture, with the help of Bayou's golden rooster stand, he used one foot to gain leverage and chopped towards the Ghost Spider at an extremely tricky angle. This is the fourth knife held by the right arm bent. No one expected that Bayou would wield the knife in this manner. Moreover, whether in terms of speed or strength, the burst was in no way inferior to the swift posture of holding the knife with both hands. Bang! The spider ghost's pupils contracted, and he drove a blade again to fight hard. The collision was no less powerful than the last, and immediately caused a strong wind to blow on the deck, sweeping across the entire place. But all this is just the beginning. After Bayou succeeded in his attack, he turned into a fighting top. Especially when Zaraki Kenpachi's original bloodthirsty and crazy fighting talent deep in his bones and Aragami Eagle Fater who fights with his body are completely combined. After Ghost Spider took the fourth knife, the fifth knife suddenly appeared. The fifth knife, sandwiched between the right shoulder and the neck, with its own gyroscope-like high speed, directly broke through the collision wave and approached again. Feeling the fierce aura coming towards him, Ghost Spider's face turned pale, and the only thing he could do was to raise his hand to block it. Unlike a two-handed sword, Bayou uses its own inertia to integrate into the attack. The so-called cooldown for attacks does not exist at all. Some of them just use the opponent's force to counter-attack, and the connection between the attacks is like a raging wave, each wave more turbulent than the last. Bang! Ghost Spider blocked the attack again. However, the cold light flashed before his eyes again, and he was at a disadvantage, and the recoil of the fifth sword he had unleashed had not yet been completely offset. The sixth and seventh knives appeared before my eyes again. With the sixth knife stuck between the abdomen and the right leg, and the seventh knife stuck between the right leg and the calf, he launched an extremely tricky attack. Ghost Spider's pupils had already shrunk to ultimate. Faced with this seven swords style that completely broke his understanding of Fan Tao, he was shocked and angry, and also hurriedly activated Life Return to collide head-on. Boom! The two swords collided, and the strong wind that erupted swept across like a hurricane. The deck beneath their feet seemed unable to bear the force of the two men's collision and shattered. Some marine soldiers who were a little closer were also blown away by the huge gale. However, Ghost Spider ignored all of this. Because he found that the seven swords that disappeared out of thin air and reappeared on Bayou's body had been completely used up. In this powerful collision that lasted just a few tenths of a second, Ghost Spider was extremely suspicious and Bayou made a fatal mistake. As long as he grasps this point, Ghost Spider believes that he can turn the situation around. Haha, kid, didn't you say you were an 8-sword style? You're already on your 7th sword. Unless you lie on the ground, I can't figure out where your 8th sword is. Ghost Spider laughed ferociously, and without any hesitation, he made the last move with an unprecedented fierceness. With his life returned, he stabbed towards Bayou. At this moment, the eyes of Ghost Spider, Zoro, and others were all fixed on Bayou. After all, Bayou only threw out 7 knives at the beginning. Now the number of body manipulations has reached 7, which is inhuman. Where exactly was the 8th knife performed? They racked their brains but just couldn't figure it out. However, the thought had just occurred to them. The cruel and bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face made Ghost Spider feel an endless chill in the soles of his feet. The inky black armament haki quickly spread across his forehead. Bayou, fearless and unafraid of death, charged head-on at the 8th attack. The first 8 cuts. Boom! This blow was delivered with tremendous force. It is with the help of the Huangju fencing knife that the inertia generated by the collision of each knife is superimposed on the final knife. According to Bayou, this was the final, unreserved blow. Bang! The saber broke with a sound. The first 8 strikes, with tremendous force, struck directly into the body of the Ghost Spider. Feeling the violent impact coming towards him, the remaining 7 swords gave up any thoughts and hurriedly blocked in front. Boom! The deafening sound of metal collision resounded through the sky. The explosion storm directly threw more than a dozen marine soldiers into the sea. The deck at the center of the collision collapsed, and Ghost Spider's entire body flew backwards like a cannonball. Finally, it crashed head-on into the heavy steel cabin, leaving a human-shaped dent before it suddenly stopped. Wherever they passed, their legs tore 2 shocking deep grooves on the deck. The hands holding the knife were shaking slightly, and the clothes on his body were shattered into strips by the blast of air. The 6 arms that were originally able to be used with the help of the return of life were now only disheveled. What's worse, it was directly broken in the collision. Except for the 2 swords in his hands, the remaining 6 swords had already broken into several pieces and fell on the deck. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard one after another on the deck. The eyes of those marine soldiers who had managed to stand firm were almost popping out of their sockets. Looking at the miserable Ghost Spider who was knocked back more than 20 meters away, his face was full of disbelief. Oh my god, did Ghost Spider Vice Admiral lose? That attack not only knocked Vice Admiral Ghost Spider back, but also broke the saber in his hand. In the end, Vice Admiral Inigamo didn't have time to use armament haki, but the result was too horrible. If it gets out, I'm afraid even the people at headquarters won't want to believe it. The scene suddenly exploded. The battle, seemingly complicated, actually only took a dozen seconds. Perhaps many people will say that this battle is not over yet. But this is just a competition, not a real fight. Whether it was the marine soldiers or Ghost Spider who was the Vice Admiral, they all knew clearly that the battle had been decided and had a real result. However, looking at the swords in his hands, Ghost Spider still couldn't believe it. It took him decades of immersion to fully master the 8 swords style. In a head-on confrontation, he was defeated by the alternative 8 swords style in the hands of a young boy who was just starting out. If Ghost Spider hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this day would come. Chapter 33. Call. Bayou exhaled deeply, put the 7 swords back into the system, casually took out a bottle of liquor, took a sip, and threw it to Ghost Spider. As expected of the Marine Vice Admiral, it's really cool to be able to fight without reservation. Let's fight again next time we have a chance. Ghost Spider took the liquor, his expression changed in a complicated manner, and finally he sighed helplessly, took a sip of the wine and said, "Little boy, I will put aside my contempt for you. You have achieved this at such a young age. You will definitely have a place as an admiral in the future. However, I would like to know which famous teacher taught you the 8 swordsmanship. If he is in East Blue, I would also like to take the liberty of visiting him." Zoro, who was standing by, also came back to his senses from the shock. During the time he was following Bayou, he had never imagined that Bayou possessed such a skill. Facing Ghost Spider's question, he also showed a hint of urgency. "Are you talking about the 8 swords style just now?" Bayou dusted himself off and touched the tip of his nose. "Do I need to learn this? It's just a talent developed through fighting." The not loud sound seemed to be infused with devilish sound at this moment, echoing between heaven and earth, and unable to dissipate for a long time. Ghost Spider almost slapped himself in the face. Why ask this kind of question when there are so many other questions to ask? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Most importantly, this peculiar 8 swords style was the first time that Inigamo had seen it. He believed that not many people could come up with this kind of swordsmanship technique. However, if all this was created by Bayou's fighting techniques that followed the body, the fighting talent of the young man in front of me is too terrifying, isn't it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. The progress of unlocking the main body template has reached 14.9%. Ding! Congratulations host, you got 500 system points. The ethereal reminder sounded in Bayou's mind. Bayou's cheek muscles twitched uncontrollably as he watched the template unlocking progress soar. It is only 15% away, just one step away. Bayou really suspected that the system was squeezing him out. However, it is impossible not to cheat. It is impossible not to cheat in this lifetime. Bayou still endured this little setback. As for the extra 500 mall points, Bayou directly exited the consciousness space after taking a glance at the empty mall. It seems that the landlord has not reacted yet. Otherwise, these 500 mall points really cannot be kept overnight. Bayou, are you really not going to return to the naval headquarters with me? The route we are taking will allow us to directly cross the red line, and it will only take 3 or 4 days. Ghost Spider spoke again. Faced with this unique little ghost, Ghost Spider was expressionless like an eagle, but he also showed a rare hint of expectation. At least, in terms of kendo, his intuition told him that the boy in front of him would be very interesting. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, I appreciate your kindness. For the next period of time, I plan to sail independently, and by the way, I will see this sea and find some like-minded crew members. Bayou shook his head and refused with a smile. There are many targets worth targeting in the naval headquarters. However, once he arrives at the naval headquarters, Bayou will also take on marine responsibilities. Then it is very difficult to cut down some people openly. Faced with this rare leisure time, Bayou doesn't want to miss it in vain. Well, since you don't want to, I won't force you. As for what happened here, I will report it truthfully. It should be of great help to your future promotion. Ghost Spider showed a hint of regret, but still made a decision. For many people, losing to a junior is a shame. However, as a hawk, Spider-Man is also straightforward, otherwise he would not have won the trust of Garp and Sengoku and would not have been allowed to escort Bayou. Haha, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, since you put it that way, I have to thank you for being a stepping stone. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Bayou smiled, took a sip of his drink, and jumped directly onto his boat. His challenge to Ghost Spider this time was purely an accident. Now, the situation in Kokozia village is still unknown, and Bayou does not intend to continue wasting time here. What's more, Bayou really wanted to know whether the 0.1 difference in unlocking progress could find a breakthrough in the evil dragon. You little brat, you really have no good words to say, you just follow the temperament of Vice Admiral Garp. After giving Bayou a cold glare and watching his boat leave, Guizhu turned back to look at the ruined warship, his face darkened, and he growled with gritted teeth. Little brat, get out of here quickly. You destroyed this Vice Admiral's ship like this. Come back and help me repair it. I shouldn't have accepted your challenge. Half a day later, we arrived at Kokozia village, an inconspicuous pier. A shabby little boat was moored on an inconspicuous shore. Nami jumped onto the shore carrying her backpack. Nami, you're finally back. Is what you just said in Den Den Mushi true? Did you really collect 100 million berries to trade with the dragon pirates? Nojiko, with short blue hair, emerged from the bushes. Looking at the huge building built on the shore not far away, endless hatred flashed across his face. This is Dragon Paradise. It has also been a nightmare that has weighed on the village of Kokozia for the past 10 years. All along, Nokaigao and others have been praying for a miracle to happen. Unfortunately, it seems like God is blind and has not given me even a glimmer of hope. It can be said that Nojiko has seen everything Nami has shouldered in the past decade. I just have the will but not the ability. Sister, don't worry. I have already contacted the evil dragon. He said that as long as I bring 100 million berries to him, he will fulfill his promise. Nami said in a deep voice. Originally, I thought it would take another 2 or 3 years to collect 100 million berries, but I didn't expect that this time I went out to sea, I actually got 40 million berries. This is God's favor. So you don't need to worry at all, sister. By the way, has the news I asked you to pay attention to appeared? The news about the treasure hunter treasure. 3 days ago, Nami quietly took away all the treasures after landing on Shimatsuki Island. As she shoulders the fate of Kokozia village, she obviously doesn't dare to gamble with her life like Karina did. But along the way, the bloodthirsty and warmongering thin figure kept appearing in Nami's mind, making her pay attention to the news about Trey. Nami, I checked the newspapers these days, and there's no news about Trey. Is your Bailey related to this person? Nojiko looked slightly worried. She knew exactly what Nami had been doing outside over the years. Sister, don't worry. These treasures were given to me by a friend of mine. If I can see him again, I will definitely repay him well. Nami shook her head and looked at Dragon Paradise again. It's getting late. I should go and make a deal with the dragon. I will soon be able to redeem the Kokozia village and let everyone live in peace. Chapter 34. Well, be careful. After being silent for a while, Nojiko gave another instruction. Don't worry, sister. I'm a little thief. I'll be fine. Nami smiled and patted Nojiko's shoulder, looking towards the dragon park in the distance, and a figure of Chunin kept flashing through her mind. However, it was quickly dispelled by Nami, who sighed and muttered to herself. Trey has a bounty of 89 million Baileys on him. I hope nothing will happen to them. However, with that guy's strength, even if he can't win, he can at least protect himself, right? Chaotic thoughts flashed through Nami's mind, but he finally dispelled them and left quickly. When she thought about being able to redeem the Kokozia village with the 100 million she had saved with great difficulty, a trace of unconcealable joy flashed across Nami's beautiful eyes. She had even already thought of an excuse for quitting the dragon pirates. Half an hour later, outside the dragon park, Nami looked at the closed door in front of her and her heart beat faster. After taking a deep breath, he reached out and pressed the closed door. 8 years later, this moment has finally arrived. Looking through the doorway and seeing the ugly faces inside, Nami felt a sense of urgency. Evil dragon, here I come. Haha, brother Arlong, you just said that Nami really contacted you and said that he had collected 100 million Baileys and planned to redeem the Kokozia village. A loud laugh mixed with drunkenness suddenly rang out. Seeing Ju with red cheeks, as if she was drunk, Nami's outstretched hand suddenly froze. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness welled up in my heart. Ju, how could Brother Arlong lie to us? Krobi, who was wearing a judo uniform, said with a serious look. It's just that the last time we investigated where Nami hid her money, she only had about 50 million Baileys. How did she suddenly get enough again? Is she planning to cheat us? If she really gathers enough, will Brother Arlong let her go? East Blue is the weakest sea, so a bounty of 20 million berries for a dragon like this is already a sky-high price. The per capita wealth has always been low. It took Nami 8 years to raise the 50 million. The sudden appearance of 50 million now was undoubtedly beyond their expectations. Haha, don't underestimate Nami. She is the navigator I like. With her ability, it's not surprising that she can get 100 million berries. The dragon smiled grimly. As for whether or not to let her go, I will certainly fulfill my promise, but the 100 million Baileys will only count if she personally delivers them to me. The fishmen including Krobi were stunned at first, and Ju, who was standing beside them, suddenly came to his senses. Boss Arlong, I just saw you contacting that guy Mouse. Are you going to secretly reveal the location of Nami's treasure? If that's the case, then this matter has nothing to do with us. Nami was just unlucky and got caught by a rat. Yes, she is just too unlucky. If she knew that the treasure she had worked so hard to save for many years was taken away by someone, I don't know if she would cry and want to commit suicide. You guys, you have to keep a close eye on him and comfort him, otherwise who will make money for us in the future? The scene suddenly became lively. Nami's hands, which were pressed against the door, were shaking uncontrollably. His eyes had already turned red. Bang! The door was kicked open. The huge courtyard fell into deathly silence. Looking at the figure of this uninvited guest, the playful smile on the dragon's face widened. Look, our navigator is finally back. Let's toast to her. Yes, let's toast to Nami. I hope she can really collect 100 million Baileys. We can see how much money 100 million Baileys actually is, thanks to Nami. Yes, so we should thank her. The pirates present burst into laughter. Looking at those ugly faces, Nami clenched the long stick in her hand, bit her red lips, and spoke word by word. Evil dragon, you actually lied to me, I will kill you. Nami quickly rushed towards the dragon, and the long stick in her hand flew and smashed towards it. Bang! The evil dragon grabbed the long stick and laughed ferociously. Nami, I just said those words specifically for you to hear. If you had listened to them and left obediently, I wouldn't have taken it to heart. But since you insist on making yourself uncomfortable, I'll have to teach you a lesson like I did before. Having said that, the evil dragon winked at Krobi, picked up the wine glass in his hand, and said with a playful smile. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the person who can kill me has not been born yet in this ocean. Krobi, beat them up first, and then go to Kokozia village and teach those stupid humans what the law of the jungle means. Got it, Brother Arlong. Krobi smiled coldly, stretched his muscles and walked towards Nami. Nami's face turned pale, as if a bucket of cold water was poured over her. Without time to think, he turned around and ran away. She wanted to make the villagers escape as soon as possible before the evil dragon and others went to Kokozia village. Humph, you are just a lowly human, how dare you run away from the noble fishmen? Don't forget that in front of us fishmen, you humans are like babies. Stay here. Krobi snorted coldly and quickly jumped up to chase after Nami. Nami was instantly blocked against the wall. Looking at the rough big hand, her pupils quickly dilated and her face instantly turned pale as paper. I can only close my eyes in despair. Boom! A dull thumping sound suddenly rang out. The wall beside Nami was pierced through. Endless golden light burst out crazily, and a wooden sword with a mighty force pierced through the void with a brutal attitude. Krobi's face changed and he quickly raised his hands to block. Unfortunately, the so-called defense is like paper. As his arms and chest collapsed, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang! A deafening crash sounded. Krobi smashed the thick wall behind him. Both arms and chest were pierced directly, and the whole person was nailed to the wall, with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. After struggling for a while, he died completely. The huge paradise suddenly fell into deathly silence. Looking at Krobi, who was bragging about how powerful the fishman was just a moment ago, he was killed instantly by a flying wooden sword. This slap in the face came too quickly. Nami had already opened her beautiful eyes and was looking at the familiar wooden sword. A vague figure flashed through her mind, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Master Bayou, why are you here? Chapter 35. Haha, it turns out that you, little thief, still remember me. A ghostly figure walked slowly in from outside the gate, glanced at the group of fishmen, raised his head and took a sip of strong liquor, then looked at the evil dragon and said, "I'm sorry, didn't you say that the person who can kill you hasn't been born yet? However, I was born in a hurry, so I came to kill you in advance on behalf of this sea. As the loser of New World, I hope you can give me a satisfying fight." Are they going one by one, or all together? Crazy. Listening to this crazy and nonsensical talk, the fishmen present thought that the young man in front of them was crazy. They are the overlords of this sea area, but now they are being challenged in public by a little kid. If this isn't crazy, then what is? However, the fishmen present did not dare to attack recklessly. Looking at the dragon pirates, Krobi is at the cotter level. He was killed instantly by the flying wooden sword at the first sight. This completely overturns their understanding of humans. Bang! The evil dragon crushed the wine glass in his hand, looked back at Krobi who was dead beyond death, and his expression gradually became ferocious. "UBD, no matter who you are, if you dare to act wildly in my territory, I will kill you. Everyone, go and kill him together." Clang! The evil dragon pulled out the sword beside him. The ferocious sword, like a sickle, is more than 2 meters long. The strong wind blew even Bayou's clothes, making them rustle. Looking at the huge saw blade coming down towards him, the smile on Bayou's face became more cruel and bloodthirsty. This time, he came not only to save people, but also to break through that 0.1%. If they meet, the dragon will be scared. He really has no idea what to do. "Little ghost, you are not scared silly by my big knife, right? My knife can kill every kid with one strike." A hint of joy flashed across the evil dragon's eyes, and the speed of the large saw in his hand suddenly increased. Bang! The dull sound of collision resounded throughout the park. The smiles that had just appeared on the faces of the fishmen froze. Even the dragon is no exception. Look at the ferocious big knife falling on Bayou's neck. That motionless posture completely overturned their cognition. "Yes, it's armament Haki, you are not from East Blue. Chew, cover me quickly." The evil dragon suddenly woke up. He is indeed the black sheep of the New World. However, his vision is also not low. This is the only move that can remain unscathed from such a heavy blow. "Everyone, come together and protect Brother Arlong. We are fishmen and he is alone." The chirping mouth puffed up and water bombs sprayed out like a string of pearls. Squeeze, squeeze. 7 or 8 water bombs instantly hit Bayou. However, before they could be happy, the water bomb has passed through Bayou's body and crashed into the wall. "This is an afterimage, find him quickly." The evil dragon's face changed and he roared sharply. "No need to look for it, I'm here. How can we fight without a knife?" Bayou appeared beside Krobi and pulled the wooden sword back. The moment the wooden sword fell into his hand, a cruel smile blossomed to the ultimate. Zaraki Kenpachi's character template is completely activated. Bang! Bayou took a step forward, like a ferocious beast, and directly passed dozens of fishmen and appeared in front of Ju. The wooden sword in his hand was without any fancy moves, and it struck forward with a powerful blow. Too fast. A look of fear appeared on Ju's face, especially when he saw Bayou's smiling face. This completely changed Ju's impression of smiles. There was no time to spit out the water bombs that had accumulated in his mouth, so he could only raise his hands to block them. Bang! The knife fell, releasing tremendous force. "Ju, who was much taller than Bayou, was cut in half in an instant. Blood spurted out, broken limbs and debris scattered everywhere, leaving the surrounding fishmen stunned. This is the real one knife for one kid. They, the fishmen, have always boasted that they are 10 times stronger than humans. As cotters, Ju and Krobi were no match for a single blow. Not to mention them. Run, run quickly, this is a murderer, we can easily escape as long as we flee to the sea. A fishman screamed in horror. In an instant, dozens of fishmen fled frantically. Unfortunately, as soon as they moved, Bayou plunged into the group of fish like a bloodthirsty beast. With a wooden sword in his hand, he raised it and the sword fell. Streams of blood splattered everywhere, and dozens of fishmen had no way to stop Bayou for even a moment. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of fishmen were quickly killed. The evil dragon holding a large saw was shaking slightly. Looking at this scene, my hands and feet felt like they were out of control. This is someone who is scared to death by being killed. The evil dragon thought he was stronger than the average fishman. However, it is definitely impossible to reach Bayou's level. No, no, I can't die here. I am a dragon, the overlord of the sea. It's all because of you that my empire collapsed in an instant. Nami, I will kill you. The evil dragon clenched the large saw in his hand, turned around and rushed towards Nami. Originally, I was planning to save you for last, but I didn't expect you to be the most disappointing. Bang! Words of disappointment float in my ears. The evil dragon's nerves suddenly tensed up. He turned around hastily and saw a wooden sword, and ran straight into it. Boom! The evil dragon felt a huge force being released, as if it was hit head-on by a high-speed warship. The whole person flew backwards and smashed the wall head first. He just collapsed to the ground. He looked at the random blow and half of his chest collapsed. The fierceness and majesty of the past were no longer on the evil dragon's face, but were replaced by endless fear. Now it finally understood that Nami had brought in a killer. Nami, I don't want anything anymore, please let me go, I'll give you Bailey and 20 villages. The evil dragon pleaded urgently. Nami was confused. Looking at the evil dragon that has tortured the Kokozia village for 8 years and is like a local tyrant in this sea. Now it has come to this. Nami had never expected all this. Da-da-da. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded quickly outside. Bayou observation Haki instantly captured dozens of figures, led by a rat colonel with a wretched face. Arlong, I came to share the treasure with you. Colonel Mouse pinched the 2 mustaches on his lips and just turned into the gate. The whole person froze in place. The marine soldiers behind him were no exception. Especially when he saw the evil dragon lying on the ground like a dead dog, his eyes almost popped out. Ah, Arlong, what happened here? Why are all the fishmen dead? Chapter 36. Colonel Mouse stammered. Looking at Bayou, who was standing among the broken limbs and debris like a Shura, he subconsciously took half a step back. Colonel Mouse, help me kill him quickly, and I'll give you 100 million Baileys. The evil dragon roared hastily. This is his only lifeline. He wanted to bet that the boy in front of him would not dare to attack Marine. 100 million Baileys. The mouse was stunned at first, but soon became ecstatic. During the 8 years of cooperation, the evil dragon had given him many benefits. However, the total amount was only 10 or 20 million Baileys, but now he asked for 100 million. This is a very popular thing. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. At least, Colonel Mouse accepted this deal. Kid, I'm Colonel Mouse, the head of the Marine Division in this area. I now suspect that you are a pirate. Hurry up and surrender and follow us. Colonel Mouse's face was full of greed, and he shouted hastily. No matter how capable this young man is, he has the support of a behemoth like the naval headquarters. He was not like the boy in front of him who dared to attack Marine. Are you going to let them shoot me if I don't leave? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and met Colonel Mouse's gaze. This glance immediately made Colonel Mouse's muscles tense, as if he was seen through. Especially when he saw Bayou walking out, Colonel Mouse panicked. Shoot, shoot quickly, shoot him to death. Dozens of soldiers were stunned at first, but in response to Colonel Mouse's order, they quickly pulled the trigger. Squeeze, squeeze. Bullets rained down on Bayou. Colonel Mouse and the others almost popped their eyes out, looking at Bayou strolling leisurely in the hail of bullets. Colonel Mouse panicked. When Bayou took his last step and landed in front of the evil dragon, the fear on the evil dragon's face had already distorted its shape. Looking at this existence that is like a Shinigami demanding death, the evil dragon hysterically picked up the large saw that had fallen nearby and chopped at Bayou frantically. Little devil, I'm going to drag you down with me. Bang! The wooden sword fell into Bayou's hand and flashed away. The big saw blade and the evil dragon were cut in half. Blood gushed out from the evil dragon's face. Those eyes of disbelief rolled away, and finally all the vitality was gone. A chill ran down from the soles of Colonel Mouse's feet to the heads of the Marines. The evil dragon has a cooperative relationship with them, and Colonel Mouse certainly knows the strength of the evil dragon and its extent. Now, as soon as they met, he was easily killed by the young man in front of him. This undoubtedly overturned their understanding of this ocean. Run, run quickly! Colonel Mouse roared. It's too late. Bayou spoke indifferently, and the wooden sword in his hand flew out into the air again. Crazy! Colonel Mouse looked as if he was frightened out of his wits. Looking at the wooden sword whose pupils were rapidly enlarging, his face was full of disbelief. He has always regarded Naval Headquarters as his greatest support, and even the evil dragon is afraid of him. Now, an unknown person can be killed at will. He had never tried this kind of thing before. Even Nami, who was standing by, was stunned. Compared to others, Nami knows Bayou's identity as a Marine clearly. White Snake. A streak of white shot out rapidly from the forest behind and instantly collided with the wooden sword. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard, and the wooden sword's attack stagnated. Smoker rushed out quickly and kicked the mouse colonel away. The next moment, the wooden sword passed through the place where the mouse was standing. A large tree that was hugging several people from behind was directly broken in half. Colonel Mouse, who was lying on the ground, became wet between his legs as he watched this scene. If Smoker hadn't come to the rescue in time, his little arms and legs are probably long gone. Colonel Smoker, you actually came to East Blue, hurry up and catch this guy. Not only is he colluding with the pirates, he's also killing Marines. This is a serious crime. Colonel Mouse seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and cried for help urgently. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth, stood firmly on his feet, looked at the blood flowing all over the ground and the corpses of the Murlocs. His face turned ashen and he shouted coldly. Shut up, you know what you did. This guy is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. If you don't want to die, then keep your mouth shut. Ka. Vice Admiral Garp, the grandson of a Marine hero. No wonder he can kill a dragon with one strike. Colonel Mouse was stunned and collapsed to the ground. He was just a colonel in a division. He actually challenged the strongest officer of the third generation just now, which made him want to slap himself. Smoker didn't even look at Colonel Mouse. He looked Bayou up and down, then spoke in a deep voice, holding a cigar in his mouth. Bayou, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. However, I still want to persuade you that no matter how useless he is still a Marine general. You can't kill him. I will make him go back and surrender. Turn yourself in. Bayou picked up a wine jug, tilted his head back and took a sip of the liquor before saying, I'm sorry, but you can't save the person I want to kill. He must die. Smoker's expression froze. I never expected Bayou to be so strong. However, when he thought about how Trey was intercepted not long ago, a playful smile appeared on Smoker's face. Bayou, it seems that you are even crazier than the rumors say. However, you want to kill him. Do you think you can get past me? I am the user of the nature fruit ability. Bang! White smoke suddenly gushed out from Smoker's body, forming a large white wave, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Bayou raised his head and glanced at Colonel Mouse indifferently. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The progress of unlocking the main template has reached 15%. Since the host has exceeded the unlocking progress, the subordinate template will be unlocked in advance. Do you want to start it immediately? The system's ethereal reminder sound suddenly rang out. There was a gleam of light in the depths of Bayou's eyes. The thing he had been waiting for finally came. It seems that no matter how cowardly the dragon is, it is only worth 0.1%. Of course, if the evil dragon knew that he, the overlord of East Blue, lost his life because of this 0 point, he would definitely be so angry that he died. System, unlock the subordinate template for me immediately. Bayou gave the order directly. Ding, host, please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully unlocked the subordinate template. The current character is Wu Liuqi, the feared assassin from the Suanmyo Kingdom, who is known as the #1 shadow assassin. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained the ability to control the sword with chi. The system is currently integrating the characters. A series of prompt sounds rang out. Bayou raised his eyebrows and almost crushed the wine jug in his hand. Not only will the subordinate character templates be unlocked earlier, the character unlocked this time is still a king bomb. However, Bayou now really wants to know to what extent the situation will evolve if the power of Zaraki Kenpachi and Assassin Wu Liuqi are combined. Ding, congratulations host, the power of Assassin Wu Liuqi has been added to the main body template. Chapter 37. The white fog all over the sky gives people a feeling of covering the sky and blocking out the sun. A group of marine soldiers following Smoker also rushed out from the darkness. The tense atmosphere made everyone nervous. All eyes turned to lock onto the boy in front of them, who was said to be East Blue's strongest newcomer. Bayou, let me ask you again, do you really want to kill him? Smoker was surrounded by smoke and spoke in a deep voice with a cigar between his lips. If you want to kill him, you have to get past me first. I will definitely protect him. Mouse, get out of here. I know. I'll leave immediately. Colonel Mouse stumbled to his feet. The marine soldiers following him were also completely panicked and hurriedly tried to escape from this hellish place. During this process, everyone couldn't help but subconsciously look back at Bayou, who seemed to be standing in the Shura blood sea. However, as soon as he took a look, the first thing that caught his eye was that bloodthirsty smile. I'm sorry, I told you that you can't save the person you want to kill. Ding, congratulations host, Assassin Wu Liuqi's subordinate template has been successfully integrated. The ethereal reminder sound echoed in my mind. A hint of scarlet flashed across the pupils. The murderous intent that was dormant in the body and belonged to the Assassin Wu Liuqi suddenly exploded like a volcano. Boom! Endless murderous aura swept across the entire world like a raging tide. At this moment, the sky and the earth seemed to darken. An inexplicably oppressive aura transformed into an invisible hand that gripped people's hearts. The flowing air seemed to have come to a standstill. Everyone in this world, including Smoker, is no exception. It was as if I had fallen into an ice cellar, and my whole body was chilled. Colonel Mouse and others who were fleeing in a hurry suddenly froze in place, their bodies no longer under their control. Such a strong murderous aura! How many people must he have killed to have such a tangible murderous aura? Smoker's face changed drastically and he quickly bit his tongue, using the pain to break free from the restraints of his body. Looking at Bayou, who was still standing there, he quickly tried to dodge in front of Colonel Mouse. Unfortunately, this thought just emerged in my mind. Bayou raised his right hand in the air, and the mouse handed over the sword at its waist, making a sharp sound. Clang! The sword came out of its sheath out of thin air. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the knife danced in the air and then swept across the throat of Colonel Mouse. Phew! The scarlet blood is as bright as fireworks. The moment when the huge head was thrown into the air, Colonel Mouse's face was filled with disbelief. No! It should be said that the faces of every person present were no exception. None of them had expected that Colonel Mouse, who was protected by Smoker, would be killed by his own sword. Bang! The body hit the ground heavily. Looking at the head that rolled to his feet like a wheel, Smoker's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Bayou, you are crazy. You killed the Marine commander in private. Don't you know what crime you will be charged with? Charge? Bayou glanced at the body of Colonel Mouse and said calmly. Did you see me kill him with my own hands? He was killed by his own sword. Besides, even if I really killed him, so what? My grandfather is Garp. As for a scum like Colonel Mouse, Bayou thought it was better to kill him. I'm too lazy to explain. If you really have any problems, find Garp. If you really want to be serious, the worst that can happen is that you become a pirate. You. Smoker suddenly became angry, clenched his hands, and said in a cold voice. Okay, very good. Today I will see how strong the strongest newcomer is. White smoke field. Bang. A large amount of white smoke surged out of Smoker's body. It turned into a wave, covering Bayou head-on. In an instant, the huge dragon paradise turned into a sea of white fog. Smoker, who was floating in the air with a cigar in his mouth, suddenly looked gloomy and dived straight down through the smoke. White smoke ejector. Bayou, I will make you understand that East Blue is very small and there is always someone better than you. Bang. The sky was filled with smoke, which quickly boiled over as Smoker entered. The white fog lingered, completely blocking people's vision. The marine soldiers who followed Smoker instantly showed ecstasy on their faces. Look, this is Colonel Smoker's white mist field. When it was used in Logue Town, no one could escape and the outcome would be decided very quickly. Those pirates who broke into Logue Town would kneel down and beg for mercy once they encountered the white smoke area. They couldn't find their way at all. The scene suddenly became lively. Faced with these familiar compliments, Smoker couldn't help but smile as he held the cigar in his mouth. The body was moving quickly in the white mist, getting faster and faster. Finally, he appeared behind Bayou and rushed forward suddenly. After a crazy change of direction, Smoker believed that this trick still worked every time. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Smoker clenched his fists. He wanted to make this arrogant man in front of him understand that East Blue was very small and that there was always someone better out there. Haha, Smoker, you are right. East Blue is very small, but there are always bigger places out there. It's just that I am your piece of sky. Come on, let's start fighting. Bayou turned around suddenly, with a cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face, which made Smoker's expression freeze. The wooden sword in his right hand chopped down with force without any fancy moves. Been seen. Smoker was confused. His white mist domain was broken for the first time in East Blue. Looking at the wooden sword that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, he roared in a hurry without having time to think. Elementalization. Bang. The wooden sword fell down with a loud bang. The dull sound of collision resounded through the sky. The white mist that enveloped the entire dragon paradise was instantly blown away by the huge sword pressure. The marine soldiers who were cheering finally witnessed a scene they would never forget. They saw Smoker using his face to block the dark wooden sword that looked like it was covered in steel. Looking at Smoker's distorted cheeks and the speed at which he was flying backwards like a cannonball, only one thought flashed through everyone's mind. Damn it, this slap in the face hurts so much. Boom. A deafening crash was heard. Smoker plunged headfirst into the forest. The trees along the way were broken in half, and the car finally crashed headfirst into a thick rock, barely stopping itself. However, the huge impact force was released, and the rocks that were more than 10 meters high collapsed, spreading cracks like spider webs. It sank in there abruptly. The huge force made many marine soldiers swallow their saliva and touch their cheeks subconsciously. Chapter 38. Bang! The dull collision sound exploded like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without dissipating. Looking at the Smoker embedded in the rock, the marine soldiers present were stunned. This is the invincible white hunter Smoker in their eyes. But now he was like a dead dog, being chopped away by a knife. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that all this is true. Bayou, UBD, I was a step slower, how come you cut Smoker too? A low roar came from the distance. Soon, a figure was seen flying quickly across the sea. Finally it landed in the dragon paradise nearby. Looking at the corpses of murlocs all over the ground, Garp frowned and said, "You little brat, your attack is really heavy. None of the fishmen are intact. However, I didn't expect that the remnants of the Sun Pirates would hide in East Blue and cause trouble for so many years. It's despicable that such a pest appeared in the naval headquarters. By the way, where is the Colonel Maus you mentioned? Before rushing to Kokozia village, Bayou had already explained the general situation here. It's easy to do things that can deceive me. However, at least they should be notified so that the previous and subsequent statements can be connected. Over there, but I killed him. Bayou took a sip of his drink and raised his brows when he noticed the brand new bounty on Garp's pocket. It's better to kill him. If you kill him, how can I explain to Sengoku? Garp was stunned. He likes to do things spontaneously. However, under Sengoku's influence, he really couldn't do the thing of killing a marine with his own hands. Grandpa, you have to solve this problem for me. If you can't solve it, I can just become a pirate and compete for the position of Pirate King. Bayou didn't care at all. He grabbed the brand new bounty order and pulled it out. UBD, you have even learned how to threaten me. Garp clenched his fists and shouted. However, he soon noticed the bounty in Bayou's hand. Captain Ace of the Spade Pirates offers a reward of 50 million Baileys. Bayou raised his eyebrows. Grandpa, did Ace eat the maramara fruit? Kid, how do you know Ace ate the maramara fruit? This is Marine's first-hand information. Garp's expression froze, and he spoke suddenly. Then maramara fruit, wasn't it you who told him? Among the four little ghosts, the one that Garp can't understand the most is Bayou in front of him. He has said a lot of fantastic things since he was young. If you didn't know Bayou, he would have never left Fengch town. Garp really wondered if he was sailing on a fake ocean. A long time ago, I found a treasure map that showed the whereabouts of the maramara fruit. Luffy has the rubber fruit, so I told Ace. Bayou put the reward order away and didn't take it seriously. What? Garp's eyes widened into bull's eyes, and he crushed the wine jug in his hand and said. You little brat, don't you know that maramara fruit is the rarest logia? Ace is now the first pirate's rookie in East Blue, and his bounty is the highest in the world. Which of the three Marine Admiral guys right now is not a logia? If you have it, it will be easy to become an admiral. Tell Grandpa honestly, boy, whether you regret it or not. Regret? Bayou rolled his eyes. What's there to regret? It's because Ace and Luffy are too weak that they need devil fruit. As for me, as the eldest brother, do I need it? As for the position of admiral, if I want to take it, it will be easy for me. It's getting late, Grandpa, I'm going to take care of some personal matters first, and then I'll go find Ace on the way. After saying this, Bayou took back the wooden sword, waved his hand casually, and turned away. Nami on the side looked back at the Dragon Park and quickly followed. There are indeed a lot of treasures here. However, she definitely didn't have the courage to snatch food from the jaws of a marine hero. UBD kid, you're always causing trouble for Laozi. By the way, during this period, many branches around us have requested help. Sengoku, that old man, also gave me a mission, so I have time to chase Creek. If you encounter him, remember to help me deal with him. Garp started to roar hysterically. Garp didn't come back to his senses until Bayou disappeared from his sight. Looking at the marines shivering around him, he picked his nose and muttered to himself. Didn't I just talk about a big thing? But never mind. With Bayou's ability to get into trouble, returning to the naval headquarters will definitely help me share a lot of pressure. I will have a good life in the future. I should call Sengoku and report what's going on here. The huge dragon paradise fell into deathly silence. Only after seeing the old man and the young boy, two tough guys, completely disappear, did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. However, it was surprising to think that East Blue's strongest pirates rookie and East Blue's strongest marine rookie were actually brothers. This is a joke, right? A day later, a sailboat sailed out of the village of Kokozia. However, there is now a huge orange tree on the sailboat. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. 100 meters away in the sky, the seabird that was planning was hit. Bayou stopped chopping and raised his brows. As expected, the fact that Karina was able to work with Nami to form a duo of thieves meant that she was not just a dancer who could pick locks. It seems that there is still something extraordinary about it. Master Bayou, is Karina interfering with your training? I'll help you teach her a lesson. Nami poked her head out from inside the orange tree and glared at Karina in the lookout tower. A day ago, after Bayou left Dragon Paradise, Nami still couldn't calm down. It was more than half an hour later that he burst into tears of joy. When this news was told to the village of Kokozia, what followed was a sleepless night of feasting. It was not until the early morning that Nami crouched down and dragged Bayou and others away in a sneaky manner. According to Nami, a peaceful life is still too boring for her who longs for money. Finally, he decided to board Bayou's warship and become a navigator. For a crew member like this who came to the door, there is indeed a suspicion that he was trying to steal Luffy's girl. But this navigator is really good. I'm sorry, Lord Bayou, but I didn't find any useful firearms or equipment in Kokozia village for me to modify. Karina poked her head out from the watchtower and said apologetically. Master Bayou has taken us in, and I plan to do what I can. Even if I can't go to the front line like Zoro, I want to cover you from the rear. Chapter 39. Cover me. Bayou took a sip of the wine and touched the tip of his nose. Bayou is very confident in his own strength. However, Karina was also right, Bayou could not always be their nanny. As your strength and power increase in the future, you will probably attract a lot of hatred. Karina and others can't just stay at the naval headquarters without showing up. It seems necessary to arm them. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the daily task. The current progress of unlocking the main body has reached 17.5%. Unlock value of 2.5. This is a gift from Smoker. The biggest reason why he was able to defeat Smoker with one sword was that he underestimated Bayou and completely took his enemy for granted. With the blessing of the two-color Haki, Bayou felt pain on his face just thinking about that knife. Ding, congratulations host, the system wall has been refreshed successfully. The reminder sounded again. Bayou seemed a little surprised, looking at the 800 points on the system interface. This unexpected thing soon became a matter of course. As expected, the landlords did not allow any surplus grain. However, you'll get used to this kind of thing. Bayou is actually looking forward to meeting Ace next time. He wonders if his face can be harder than Smoker's, so he can have a second look. If you can quickly improve your strength before arriving at the naval headquarters. Bayou didn't mind and let Ace put in some more effort. System, can I share the things in the mall? Bayou suddenly thought of the quickest way to arm the crew. His main source of power comes from unlocking the main body template, supplemented by the system wall. This means that there will be a lot of surplus goods in the system wall, which may not be suitable for Bayou. But for others, it is a big deal. Ding, if it is a mall product, the host has the right to share it. However, after the host stops sharing, the system will forcibly take it back or erase it. Forced recovery and erasure? Bayou's expression froze. It turned out that the system was the most powerful thing in this world. There is no other. Originally, Bayou was also worried that the things he taught within his system would be used against him by someone with ulterior motives. Now it seems that this consideration is as insignificant as a baby in front of the system. By the time you think of it, the system has already come up with a plan. However, it is precisely because of this reason that Bayou has no worries at all. System, open the mall for me. Whoosh. The mall page is opened directly. The entry column of the mall is still simple. There are only 2 projects. When Bayou saw it clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. Magic Modified 98k, worth 500 points. Magic Modified 8-fold Mirror, worth 300 points. The 2 added together equaled exactly 800 points. It turns out that the system is the landlord. Once the goods are released, we will return to the situation before liberation. However, looking at these 2 items, Bayou had only one thought. This stuff smells so good. System, exchange these 2 items for me immediately. Ding, host, please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations host, the exchange for the modified 98k is successful, 500 points will be deducted. Ding, Congratulations to the host, the exchange for the magic modified 8x scope was successful, and 300 points were deducted. A series of ethereal prompts sounded, forming a symphony in my mind. Bayou looked at the system points that were cleared all of a sudden, and soon saw a black sniper rifle appeared in the system space. This sniper rifle is completely different from the one in Bayou's memory, with a lot more energy crystal tubes around it. According to the system, this modified sniper rifle does not fire bullets, but instead can use two kinds of power alternately. In addition to its own laser beam, there is also Haki recharge. Regarding the last line, Bayou really wants to say, "It's so damn thoughtful." Master Bai. Lord Bayou, if you think my shooting practice affects your training, I can suspend it. Karina hesitated and spoke. Don't worry, you're not getting in my way. Bayou exited the Tao in the consciousness space. Don't you like sniping? I happen to have a sniper rifle in my hand, which should be quite suitable for you. Sniper rifle? Zoro, Nami, and the others were stunned for a moment. Master Bayou, you also play with guns. This thing doesn't seem to match your usual feeling, right? Nami couldn't help but speak. Zoro beside him nodded silently. In their eyes, Bayou is a man who can swing his sword with great force. Even the demon sword Murasame at his waist was never used once. According to Bayou, there is no one in East Blue worthy of him taking action. This made Zoro, who usually trained with real swords, sharpen 3 wooden swords overnight. Ahem, this thing is quite powerful. If you use it properly, you might even be able to snipe the 4 emperors. Bayou coughed dryly. When a female friend talked about playing with guns, Bayou undoubtedly felt like driving a car. Can you snipe the 4 emperors? Zoro rolled his eyes. Bayou, do you think we are real natives, or are you also a native? You can snipe the 4 emperors with just a gun. This joke is not funny. I'd better go back to training. Zoro walked aside and continued swinging the wooden sword in his hand. The corner of his eye would occasionally glance at Bayou. This is undoubtedly a typical case of saying one thing and doing another. However, Bayou did not take all this to heart. On a whim, he took out the modified 98K out of thin air. The gun is nearly 1 meter long, very heavy and substantial, with military camouflage all over the body. There are 4 energy slots around the barrel. This is the bullet slot of the modified 98K. Once the energy tank is empty, it will enter a buffer cooling period. It seems that even if it is a system product, a sniper rifle cannot be used as a machine gun. However, Bayou is still very curious about what is so special about this modified 98K. Master Bayou, your gun is different from the ones I usually see. Karina was surprised and couldn't help but reach out to touch Bayou's gun. This action made Bayou's expression freeze, and he quickly changed the subject. Karina, let me show you the power of this gun first. I haven't used it in a long time. As he spoke, Bayou lifted up the modified 98K. According to the gun memory assigned by the system, he skillfully debugged all the gun parts. At the same time, he took out the modified 8-fold mirror and inserted it directly into the card slot. Looking at the top-of-the-line sniper rifle that has been completely completed, Bayou was really tempted and wanted to know to what extent the word magic modification could be achieved in the Poseidon world. With all preparations in place, Bayou held up the modified 98K with his left hand and placed it on his arm with his right hand. He closed his left eye and put his right eye close to the 8-fold scope. For a moment, I felt like I could control the world with a sniper in my hand. As expected, if you are a man, you should use a sniper rifle. Bayou muttered something, then regained his composure and looked at the 8-fold mirror. Bayou was curious about the power of the modified 98K. However, this modified 8-fold scope is no exception. Just with this one glance, Bayou's pupils suddenly contracted and a hint of disbelief appeared on his face. This 8x scope is AFG pervert. If Bayou hadn't used it himself, he would never have believed it was true. Chapter 40. This is a wide-angle perspective cheat. Through the magic modified 8-fold mirror, Bayou can clearly see what is within 100 meters on the seabed. Even the sea kings lurking in it can be seen clearly. Ding, this is a modified 8x scope, with a built-in 300-meter perspective function. When calling the host observation Haki, the perspective function can reach 1000 meters, synchronized with the observation Haki, and finally converted into a picture effect. The system prompt sounded. Bayou gasped. This thing is really weird. The built-in perspective function is indeed only capable of a distance of 300 meters. However, as long as it is used properly, it can definitely be a deadly weapon that catches people off guard. A bold idea flashed through Bayou's mind. Subconsciously, he turned the modified 8x scope towards Nami and Karina. Unfortunately, the imagined scene did not appear. Bayou sighed slightly, the system was indeed too old-fashioned. Master Bayou, what's wrong with you? Nami asked suspiciously. Nothing, I just wanted to find a target to test my gun, but it seems a bit difficult in this vast ocean. Bayou put away his evil thoughts and looked around again. Master Bayou, there are dozens of pirate ships heading this way. They seem to be the Creek pirates. Karina poked her head out from the observation tower. Under normal circumstances, Karina would have already fled from such a huge scene. However, after seeing Bayou's strength with her own eyes, Karina believed it. There are probably very few people in East Blue who can hurt Bayou. Haha, you little brat over there, I am the captain of the Creek pirates. If you don't want to die, just stay where you are and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Thousands of meters away, on the leading pirate's ship, Creek, wearing golden armor, walked slowly to the front deck of the ship and laughed unscrupulously. Following closely behind were the Ghostajin and Balu, who was wrapped in shields. Looking at this grand scene, Zoro couldn't help but put down the wooden sword in his hand and said, Bayou, it is rumored that the Creek pirates have a total of 50 pirate ships and 5,000 men. If you need me, I can help. During this period, since his defeat at the hands of Bayou, Zoro has not taken action. No, I just want to test this gun. Bayou reached out to stop Zoro. Can it take out 50 pirate ships? Zoro couldn't help but be stunned. However, looking at Bayou who had made up his mind, he waved his hand indifferently and stood aside holding the wooden sword. Okay, let me see if this gun is really more powerful than my knife. If they get within 100 meters, I will attack. I haven't practiced for so long that my body is rusty. Karina and Nami on the side did not say anything, but also clenched their weapons. Bayou's strength is very strong, but after getting on board, they all have their own awareness. It seems that you really underestimate this thing. Little brother, you have to fight for me. Bayou smiled and took a sip of the drink. He put his single eye close to the modified 8x scope and instantly pointed it at the incoming pirate's ship. The distance of several thousand meters was quickly closed with a favorable wind. Looking at the figure in the eightfold mirror, it is rapidly enlarged. Bayou pulled the safety and the bullet was loaded with a click. Zoro, Karina, and Nami standing by were stunned. Master Bayou, can't a sniper rifle only hit targets a few hundred meters away? Aren't you too far away? Karina couldn't help but ask. I know, but mine is different. Bayou let out a deep breath. The most important thing when playing sniper is to stay calm. With the experience given by the system, Bayou immediately integrated into the state, giving people an illusion of being one with it. Hey, kid over there, you're not stupid enough to think that a single gun can take on this admiral's fleet of pirates, are you? Creek, standing on the bow deck, laughed unscrupulously through the Den Mushi broadcast. He threw aside his cloak, revealing the exquisite golden armor underneath. Even if I stand here and let you shoot me, your toy gun won't be able to hurt me at all, not to mention that we are thousands of meters away and the range is even greater than it can reach. You'd better wait for death obediently. Bayou didn't say anything, staring straight into the distance. When Creek appeared clearly in the modified 8x scope, his finger finally pulled the trigger. Bang! A thunderous sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. A scarlet light instantly dyed the sky an earth red. Bayou felt a huge recoil force hitting his arm, causing his entire body to move back several inches. The scarlet laser had torn through the sea and appeared in front of Creek. Too fast. Creek's pupils contracted, and this was the only thought left in his mind. I only had time to raise my hands to block. Boom! The explosion was like a storm, sweeping across the entire deck. Creek smashed the huge mast in half with one head, and the huge mast fell into the sea, causing huge waves. The pirate's ship, which was moving forward, lost wind and became paralyzed in an instant. The pirate's ship behind was unable to dodge and collided head-on. In an instant, the large fleet of 50 pirate ships fell into chaos. Oh my god, what on earth happened? Just now a red light flashed and Lord Creek was blown away. Do you think the attack just now was fired from the small boat over there? Bullshit, we are thousands of meters away, how could we be attacked? And Lord Creek has a fine golden armor that is impenetrable to swords and guns. Even if he is blown away, there is nothing to be afraid of. The scene suddenly exploded. Water splashed down from the sky, and the dust and blast waves that were raised gradually dissipated. Lying in the ruins, his face covered in blood, Creek first looked dazed, then roared hysterically. Come here, kill that brat quickly. He dared to attack this admiral. I am Admiral Creek, Ajin, Baloo, what are you still standing there for? I want to make him know that no matter what tricks he plays, he will only end up dead. Master K. Lord Crick, you are wearing a fake armor today, it seems to be cracked. Baloo stammered and shouted. Bang! The armor seemed unable to withstand the sound wave, and spider-web-like cracks spread out. The next moment, under Creek's shocked gaze, it shattered. With the sound of metal falling, the armor that Hua Creek had carefully crafted fell to the ground. Creek was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. A shot shattered his specially made armor and even injured himself. Is this really a toy gun? If this is a toy gun, then there are probably no real guns in the world, right? Chapter 41. Is this really a sniper rifle? Zoro, Karina, and others were confused. Thousands of meters apart, they could all feel the pain on Creek's face. Especially as East Blue people, they certainly know very well what Creek is best at. A suit of fine armor cannot stop a bullet. Without the armor, would the East Blue overlord with a bounty of 17 million Baileys be able to be killed with one shot? The most important thing is that other people's guns are firing bullets. Bayou's is laser shooting. This is too crazy. Hi. Bayou let out a deep breath, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, he had to maintain his composure now and calmly moved closer to the sight again. The last shot was just a warm-up, now is the beginning. Warm-up? Zoro's expression froze. The precise sniper shot across 1,000 meters just now almost killed the big pirates with a bounty of 17 million. Now Bayou told them that this was just a warm-up. So, if we really start to exert our strength, how far can we go? Buzz. The Haki in Bayou's body was quickly devoured by the modified 98K. It lasted for 3 to 5 seconds. The 4 crystals that were originally used as decoration gradually lit up. An indescribable aura illuminated the deck red along with the blood. The next moment, the modified 98K sounded again. Boom! The huge impact force caused Bayou to fly back 2 or 3 meters before he stopped. A laser beam with a diameter of about half a meter, pierced through the sky and earth and plunged into Creek's main ship. Bang! The blast waves that shot up into the sky were rolling back. Creek was still roaring in anger. However, the moment the aura of death enveloped his whole body, he was completely panicked. It had completely lost the majesty of the former East Blue Overlord, and turned around and crashed into the sea. The next moment, the huge main ship, which was tens of meters long, was instantly covered by the blast wave. The waves that were stirred up were like a tsunami, hitting the surrounding pirates' ships. Karina and others were confused. I thought that the attack just now was overestimated by them. Only now do I realize that compared to everything in front of me, it is just a toothpick. There is absolutely no comparison. If this blow lands on them, I'm afraid these little arms and legs are not enough to squander. Looking at the wooden sword in his hand, Zoro suddenly had an ominous feeling. After more than 10 years of hard training, I still can't beat a gun. This gap is a bit too big. Ahem, I haven't practiced for a long time. The recoil when standing is too strong. I'd better lie down from now on. Bayou also suppressed the shock in his heart. The power of this modified 98K is probably comparable to the laser attack of the pacifists in the world. As for the final mixed Haki attack, if used properly, it might be comparable to Frankie's ultimate move Shogun Impact in the original work. It can be said that if Karina gets this modified 98K, her strength will make a qualitative leap, probably from 10 to 1000 in an instant. However, Bayou is well aware that this external force still has great limitations. To truly stand on this ocean, one still needs to have one's own strength. Karina, this 98K is for you. From now on, you can shoot wherever I point you. The task of sniping and protection is up to you. Bayou threw the heavy modified 98K in his hand to Karina. Seeing the sharp weapon suddenly appearing in her hand, Karina was startled at first, then she said with great joy. Thank you, Lord Bayou, but do you really want to give this to me? It's too expensive. Well, don't give me polite words. The most expensive thing is useless and can't be used. You'd better keep an eye on the Creek pirates. Don't let them get away, or the old man won't let me go. Bayou took a sip of the drink and waved his hand. Soon he saw Karina looking at him with an 8x telescope attached to her eye. Soon her cheeks turned red and she glared at Bayou. Master Bayou, you are so bad. 3 days later. A pirate's ship with a red heart and overlapping skulls flying on it quickly approached the restaurant on the sea. Leading the group was Ace, who was wearing a red cowboy hat. 2 crew members followed closely behind. They are the ship's Dr. Mascudidius, who is wearing a green jacket and a dark blue eye patch. There is also Michael, who has strong arms and carries a sniper rifle. Boss, they are. Paddy, a tall man with a bald head, looked at Jeep, who was sunbathing and reading a newspaper behind him, with a look of surprise. It's the East Blue Super Pirates rookie who has recently become famous in East Blue, the captain of the Spade Pirates, Firefist Ace. Sanji, who had curly eyebrows and was wearing a black suit, lit a cigarette first. This guy has a bounty of 50 million Baileys as soon as he debuted. He is known as the strongest newcomer in East Blue. I didn't expect him to appear here. Looks like I have to go prepare some food. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in their breath was heard in the venue. Jeep's expression changed and he closed the newspaper in his hand. Sanji, haven't you been saying you're going to quit? They're good targets. Shut up, old man. It's none of your business whether I leave or not or where I go. After Sanji glared, he quickly looked at the sea in the distance and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Have you noticed that the sea in the west seems a bit noisy? Quarrel? Everyone present was stunned, even Ace was no exception. Looking back at the sea in the distance, his expression changed slightly. Dozens of pirate ships, tens of meters long, were coming quickly through the waves in the distant sea. The hanging pirate's flag gradually became clearer. However, when they looked closely, they saw that many of the ships were covered with scars, and their faces were filled with disbelief. It's the large fleet of the East Blue Overlord Creek. They seem to be escaping, right? Oh my god, what happened to make the Creek pirates so embarrassed? Didn't they claim to have 50 pirate ships and 5,000 men? Look, that disheveled man standing on the bow deck, isn't he Creek? The scene suddenly became lively. This sudden scene was beyond their understanding. Captain Ace, this matter doesn't seem simple. Michael, who was carrying a sniper rifle, couldn't help but speak first. Haha, Michael, you don't have to worry too much. Ace is the Logia demon fruit power. In a place like East Blue, he is invincible. If this creek really dares to interfere with our meal, Ace can destroy them with just one punch. Deuce patted Ace's shoulder and laughed. Zeph laughed dryly. Haha, I'm very grateful for the guest's words. However, I'd better watch this show first and eat first. Chapter 42. On the huge deck, everyone looked at Ace. The reward of 50 million Baileys undoubtedly made him the backbone. Ace raised the brim of his hat and laughed dryly. I'm also curious about what happened to the Creek pirates. Let's just watch the show first. Boss Creek, there's a restaurant on the sea ahead. There should be food there. That guy seems to be gone. Shall we go fill our stomachs first? Bala spoke hastily. During these 3 days, they were so exhausted from running away that they couldn't even eat normally. Now we are finally free from that lunatic. Everyone's stomach was growling. Go quickly and grab all the food. If they dare to refuse, let them see the horror of the Creek pirates. Creek held onto the guardrail and roared hysterically. He now has to suppress the fear in his heart, and there is only one way. Crazy killing. Only in this way can one dispel the terrifying figure that haunts one's mind, like a Shinigami demanding one's life. When Creek thought about what had happened in the past 3 days, his legs couldn't help but tremble. However, now all of this was obviously diluted by the hunger in my stomach. Whether it's Creek or other pirates. The only thought was to fill my stomach as quickly as possible, kill as many people as I could, and then escape from this damn place. Dozens of pirates' ships rushed towards the sea restaurant as soon as the order was given. As East Blue's most sophisticated pirate's ship, it took only more than 10 minutes to approach the dozens of nautical miles. Looking at this huge fleet, every ship is indeed covered with scars. However, many people in the field still became impatient and the atmosphere gradually became solemn. Captain Ace, it looks like I'll need your help next so I can have a peaceful meal. Zeph smiled and spoke. If you don't mind, you can also take away my rebellious employees. Old man, shut up and stop sending me out all the time. Sanji glared at him and said he was not going to deal with him, but he also stood beside Zeph and was on guard. The dozen or so large ships in front of us looked in a state of disarray. But whether it was Creek's vicious reputation or the thousands of red-eyed crew members, it was a huge pressure. Haha, don't worry. Ace has been famous in East Blue recently. If we spread the word about the title with a 50 million bounty, they will definitely give us some face and retreat on their own initiative. Ace laughed loudly and was the first to walk out. Crick, do you see the pirate ship over there? We are the Spade Pirates that have been dominating East Blue recently. This is our captain, the Firefist Ace, who has a bounty of 50 million berries. Today we just want to have a good meal and then head to the Grand Line. We don't want any unnecessary trouble, so we hope you can give us some face and leave in a proper manner. Everyone looked at Creek. They also wanted to know whether the title of East Blue's strongest newcomer could intimidate the East Blue overlord. Shut up, Firefist Ace, I don't care about you at all, hurry up and bring all the food up, otherwise I won't mind killing you all. Creek roared angrily. Forget it, guys, go grab it. Kill. Thousands of pirates, who were watching with eager eyes, instantly let out deafening shouts of killing. He quickly raised the weapon in his hand and prepared to rush to the sea restaurant. This scene left everyone stunned. Ace's cheeks were still burning, and his muscles couldn't help but twitch. He was bragging just a moment ago, but now he is being ignored in public. This slap in the face came too quickly. Hee, I'm sorry, my crew made a fool of themselves in front of everyone. Now I, as the captain, will have to clean up the mess. Ace laughed awkwardly, raised the brim of his hat with his index finger, and a flame suddenly burned on his finger. If he hadn't obtained the Maramara fruit, he might not have been able to cope with these situations. But now he has been completely transformed. With the power of the Logia fruit and his explosive strength, Ace really wants to tell someone. However, we should solve this mess first. Captain Ace, look, there seems to be someone walking on the sea over there. Michael, who had been silent and on guard with his sniper rifle raised, suddenly shouted urgently. What? Ace and the others looked stunned. The pirates, including Creek, who were originally rushing forward shouting and killing, with ferocious, bloodthirsty and crazy expressions on their faces, became stiff. The next moment, amidst screams of terror, they turned around and rushed back to the boat. Here he comes. The devil is back. He just won't leave us alone. Why can't he just let us go? Escape quickly, otherwise you will be like those dozens of pirate ships and be buried in the sea. Oh my God, who did our Creek pirates offend that God sent a Shinigami to hunt us down? Lord Creek, what should we do now? Hysterical roars, mixed with endless fear. Looking at the thousands of pirates who were originally planning to plunder crazily, he was frightened in an instant. This huge gap made everyone unable to react. Could it be that the person who was chasing him was more frightening than the 50 million bounty on East Blue's strongest newcomer? No, I'm afraid we can't escape this time. We have to duel with him. He has been chasing us for 3 days. No matter how powerful he is, he will definitely get tired. Creek roared wildly. Holding the broken war gun, he rushed to the stern like a madman, wanting to have a final confrontation with the Shinigami coming from the sea. Buzz! A golden sword aura of more than 10 meters long shot out from a distance. The sea along the way was torn apart in an instant, accompanied by a deafening explosion. A pirate's ship not far from Creek was cut in two in an instant. Along with the sound of the explosion, the huge ship was directly swallowed by the sea. Bang! Creek, holding a big gun, fell to his knees with a thud. The madness that was originally in my head was cleared away in an instant. Facing the knife just now, not to mention his own arms and legs, even the big gun in his hand might not be able to block it. You see, Creek is frightened to the point of peeing. Someone exclaimed. Everyone soon saw that a large amount of yellow liquid was gushing out from the deck where Creek was kneeling. Seeing the mighty East Blue Overlord reduced to this state, everyone was stunned. Captain Ace, who is that guy? His attack just now was too crazy. He cut the pirate's ship, which was dozens of meters long, into 2 pieces. Michael couldn't hold back his temper and couldn't help but say, "Do we need to retreat temporarily?" "Retreat?" Ace glared and said. "Michael, your joke is not funny. We, the Spade Pirates, have made a name for ourselves. We even got rid of that troublesome marine. It's impossible for us to escape now. What's more, Ace is a user of the Logia Maramara fruit. This alone makes him invincible in East Blue." Chapter 43. The sea suddenly fell into dead silence. Looking at the thin figure walking slowly towards the sea, everyone's nerves were gradually stretched to the extreme, their eyes widened subconsciously, and they were eager to figure out the identity of the person in front of them. Thousands of pirates were already shaking with fear. The people in the sea restaurant didn't even dare to breathe. "Boss Jeep, that guy is too young. He is holding a wooden sword," Patty exclaimed with a look of shock on his face. A series of gasps of shock were immediately heard in the field. The pirate's ship, which was several dozen meters long, was cut in half. Such a fierce attack actually came from a wooden sword. Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? This person is unfamiliar. I have never heard of him on East Blue. Could he be from Grand Line? Sanji raised his eyebrows. Jeep, cigarette in hand, fell into silence. Ace, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "He's from East Blue, a rising star in the Marine Corps. Even I feel he's a difficult presence. I didn't expect to run into him in a place like this. Marine supernova?" The expressions of the people present could not help but froze. Michael hurriedly asked, "Captain Ace, you said he is a Marine superstar, then who is he? Could it be that even you are no match for him? If that's the case, we'd better run away quickly. If we fall into his hands, I'm afraid we won't even have the chance to get to the Grand Line." "Michael, shut up." Ace slapped Michael directly on the back of the head and glared at him. "You don't speak, and I don't think you are dumb. I haven't seen this guy since Ace and I met. If he was stronger than Ace, it was before he got the Maramara fruit. Now it's another matter." As the first crew member of Ace, Deus knew very well where to get the devil fruit of Ace. How strong is Ace after he possesses the power of the Maramara fruit? He knew it clearly as well. "Don't worry, I was just looking for him to get back some ground. This time, I am 100% sure that I can defeat him." Ace raised the brim of his hat, and a smile appeared on his pockmarked face. Just now he was thinking about when he could get back at the right place with the help of Maramara fruit. "I never expected that as soon as I mentioned CAO, he would appear." "Michael, did you hear that? This is our captain, the strongest new pirates in the 4 seas, Captain Ace of the Spade Pirates." Deuce laughed. Jeep and others also looked like they were watching a show. They also wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created by the collision between the strongest pirate's rookie and the strongest marine rookie. The distance of thousands of meters seemed to shrink to an inch under Bayou's feet. With every step he took, the whole person appeared dozens of meters away. This is the product of shunpo and shaving. Bayou calls it instant shaving. This is the result of research and development by Bayou when he was bored during this period. In terms of speed, it will be stronger and faster than ordinary shaving. Looking at the special pirate's ship anchored in the restaurant on the sea, Bayou couldn't help but reveal a bloodthirsty smile. It seems that the next character template has been found. I hope Ace is now qualified to watch it again. 2 or 3 minutes later, Bayou's figure became clearly visible under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Creek, who was kneeling on the ground, rushed to the place closest to Bayou first, kowtowed and shouted, "Mr. Marine, please stop chasing me. There's a pirate's rookie here who claims to have a bounty of 50 million berries. If you want to play, play with him. If you still want to hunt me down, then go and die." Bang! Creek leaped out, wielding the great spear in his hand, and chopped down at Bayou head-on. Looking at the close distance, Creek believed that as long as the hit happened, it would cause damage. Then next, you can also look for an opportunity to escape. However, this thought just popped into his mind. Bayou casually grabbed it with his left hand and suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Bang! The golden battle spear shattered into pieces like paper. Bayou flipped the wooden sword in his hand and hit Creek's chest directly. Bang! Creek's entire chest collapsed instantly, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In full view of everyone, it flew backwards like a cannonball and hit the deck of a ship dozens of meters away. The huge impact force caused the thick deck to crack and shatter. Creek, who was several points taller than an ordinary person, was embedded headfirst into the deck. There was dead silence in the field. Many people watched with their eyes wide open. Creek, who was offered a reward of 17 million and was known as the Overlord of East Blue, was defeated in just 2 moves. At this moment, they finally understood why Creek, who had 50 pirate ships and 5,000 men, was being hunted all over the sea. If we encounter such a strong man, even if we double our numbers, it probably won't be of much use. However, what they care about most now is the clash between the 2 newcomers. Bayou, I didn't expect you to be here. Ace was the first to show a fighting spirit. You know what? After I got this Maramara fruit, I thought about you every day. I thought I would have to reach the Grand Line to meet you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own initiative. Kid, Ace is the captain of our spade pirates. Maramara fruit is the rarest devil fruit in Logia. The power it possesses is beyond your imagination. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, once a fight starts, you won't even have a chance to escape. Deuce hurriedly applied eye drops to everyone. Ace smiled and patted Deuce's shoulder. Flames suddenly appeared on his body and he transformed into a ball of fire with the help of elementalization and landed on a pirate's ship. Originally, the pirates who were still here, after seeing this scene, immediately fled. Under normal circumstances, this blatant use of their pirate's ship as a battlefield would definitely lead to a massive attack from them. But now my life is in danger. But they dare not act rashly. Is this your crew? They look pretty good. Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. But I really want to know if you are worth a beheading now. Haha, Bayou, you are still the same as always. You should have seen it just now, right? Ace raised the brim of his hat and said with a playful smile. That's the elemental method that only Logia Devil Fruit has. So what? Bayou held the wooden sword and smiled even more. Ace's expression froze, the competitive spirit deep in his eyes was ignited in an instant, and flames quickly burned on his body. The whole person exploded like a cannonball. Nothing. What I mean is that you don't even have the qualifications to attack me now. Chapter 44. Fire Fist. Bang. The blazing flames suddenly swelled up, and the hot wind blew back in an instant. Ace punched with his right fist in the air. Boom. The fist made of blazing flames instantly penetrated the void and struck Bayou directly. Wherever they passed, not only the pirate ships, but even the sea was torn apart by the flames. The distance of dozens of meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Feeling the scorching wind and waves coming towards him, the wooden sword in Bayou's hand burst into dazzling golden light. He struck out with great force. Boom! The fire fist was split apart. The sword energy of more than 10 meters long, with unparalleled sharpness, rushed towards Ace. Ace showed no fear and collided head-on with the slash. Bang! The boat beneath his feet snapped in two. As flames rolled back across the sky, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. Soon, countless flames were seen rolling rapidly in the void, and half of Ace's figure condensed out of thin air. Musketeer! Squeeze, squeeze! Ace fired with both hands continuously, dense flaming bullets, covering Bayou like a rainstorm. Bayou looked at the attack that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, and the smile on his face became more bloodthirsty and warlike. The wooden sword in his hand burst out with golden light again and chopped down in front of him. Boom! It's still a simple and unpretentious flat attack. The golden sword energy that burst out was more than 10 meters long. The muskets that were attacking from all directions were instantly shattered by this blow. The sword's remaining force slashed towards Ace in the air. Bang! The flames exploded again, and the sword energy swept past. The flames in the sky once again formed the figure of Ace. Endless flames, in the moment they gathered in Ace's right hand, turned into a circle of fire and suddenly swung towards Bayou. This blow grew against the wind, and eventually turned into a whirlwind wheel dozens of meters long, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. However, in the face of all this, Bayou's attack remained the same. As he raised his hand, golden light burst out, and he slashed again. Bang! A flash of golden sword energy. However, this time the strike was several times stronger than before, reaching a distance of 50 or 60 meters. Looking at this slash that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, everyone's faces changed drastically. The nerves are also stretched to the ultimate. Facing the two of them, he raised his hands and feet and launched an attack that could destroy the world. This is a fight between gods. If this blow lands on them, I'm afraid these little arms and legs really can't withstand a single blow. Bang! The blast wave rolled back along with the flames. The sword energy of dozens of meters directly tore apart the clouds accumulated in the sky. When the flames in the sky gathered together again, looking at the unharmed Ace, a hint of ecstasy appeared on Deuce's face. You see, I told you long ago that Captain Ace is invincible. Logia Demon Fruit Power. It's not that you can defeat him just by defeating him, this is an innate advantage. No matter how strong the newcomer Marine is, if he can't meet Ace, he will only lose. Deuce laughed hastily. Jeep, who was standing by, shook his beard and said. It's just like what I heard in Grand Line. In the first half, Logia Demon Fruit Power is the uncrowned king, unless. However, this is East Blue, I'm afraid no one has that ability. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. They may not take Zeus's comments seriously. The chefs present knew clearly that Jeep had worked in the Grand Line. Although he only stayed there for a short year, he slipped back. However, his knowledge is totally beyond the reach of ordinary people. Bayou, you've had enough fun. I just wanted you to get used to fighting against the Logia Demon Fruit Power. Next time, I'm going to get serious. Flames burst out of Ace's body the moment he raised his right hand. Endless flames, as if they were free, poured in and gathered madly. A huge fireball expanded and rose rapidly. The scorching heat made the surrounding sea surface seem to be boiling. Jeep and the others who were a little further away suddenly changed their expressions. Quickly move the boat away, this attack is definitely not simple. Jeep roared urgently. The boat sailed away quickly. However, before they could run far, the fireball accumulated in Ace's hand, which was more than 100 meters long, finally took shape. This is Ace's most powerful killer move at this stage. From a distance, it feels like the sun is rising over the sea. Everyone in this sea area immediately felt extremely insignificant. Bayou, this is my strongest attack, I hope you can accept it. Ace's face was filled with endless fighting spirit. Looking at Bayou, who had not moved a single step since the beginning of the fight, a hint of competitiveness flashed in his eyes. I don't believe that you can remain motionless under this blow. Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor. Boom. The 100-meter-tall sun, under Ace's control, fell towards Bayou with great force. The huge impact even forced the surrounding sea to sink dozens of centimeters. The pirate's ship that Bayou was stepping on seemed unable to bear the enormous pressure and heat, and it made a squeaking sound as if it could not bear the heavy weight. All the people who were fleeing frantically lost their patience after seeing this scene, and all their eyes were fixed on Bayou. They were eager to know how Bayou would be able to respond to the attack from the strongest pirate's rookie, Firefist Ace. Haha, as expected, only this way is exciting. Bayou suddenly burst into laughter and grabbed the wooden sword with both hands. Seeing this ordinary action, Ace's heart skipped a beat. From the first time I saw Bayou draw his sword to now meeting him again. Ace clearly remembered that Bayou always held the knife with one hand. Now suddenly the habit has changed. This undoubtedly made him feel uneasy. Bang! The golden beam of light exploded inside Bayou's body. Under the catharsis of ultimate Ryutsu, the sun that was falling from the sky first showed a slight stagnation. Endless murderous aura, coming from Wu Liuqi's power, gathered in that instant. Everyone in this sea area seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. This is different from the hot feeling brought by flames. It was a chill from the soul, and even Ace's expression suddenly changed. Unfortunately, before they could react, Bayou had already swung the wooden sword he held in both hands towards him. Sword Deo, cut in two. Boom! One knife out. The whole world seemed to be illuminated by golden light. The 100-meter-long sword energy, with the posture of opening the sky, collided head-on with the sun. There was a flash of golden light, and the sun was cut in two. The next moment, the remaining power continued and struck Ace. At the same time, the endless flames that had been accumulating madly exploded like a volcano after losing their restraints. Bang! The thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. Endless flames spread out in all directions like a tsunami. The pirate ships that were unable to escape were submerged. The sea restaurant and Deuce and others who were hiding in the distance were instantly swept away by the oncoming tsunami. Chapter 45. The rolling blast waves were simply endless. The vast sea seemed to be entering the end of the world. Facing the huge waves, Deus and others managed to keep their balance. He quickly looked in the direction of Ace. In the flames, a figure was reunited, and looking at the familiar face, Deuce said with ecstasy on his face. Look, I've said it before, Ace with the power of the Logia Devil Fruit is invincible in this ocean. No matter how powerful this marine is, as long as he can't actually hurt Ace, everything is bullshit. Amidst the flames, Ace also revealed a hint of a smile. At that moment just now, the momentum that Bayou burst out was really too terrifying. Even his limbs showed a hint of stagnation. If it weren't for the elemental transformation, he would be invincible. I'm afraid he will have to take the heavy blow from that shocking blow just now. At that time, Ace had no idea whether he would live or die. However, these messy thoughts just flashed through their minds. A ghostly figure appeared behind Ace without any warning. Behind the captain. Deuce's pupils suddenly contracted and he roared sharply. Ace couldn't help but be stunned. He had never expected that Bayou's first move would be an active attack. Bayou, you are really fast, but don't forget, I have the elementalization of Logia Devil Fruit. Bang! The black wooden sword, with great force, hit Ace's face head-on. The moment the elemental flame just dissipated, Ace's figure seemed to be pulled out abruptly. The next moment, it rushed towards the sea restaurant like a cannonball. A deafening roar sounded at a distance of several hundred meters. With everyone looking confused, they responded by smashing the deck. Finally, it plunged into the sea. Crazy. Ace is going crazy. No. It should be said that all those who were praising Logia just now are going crazy. Seeing the invincible elemental transformation, it was unexpectedly chopped away by a single sword. This blow completely overturned their worldview. This is the new pirates who is said to be the strongest in the world, with a reward of 50 million Baileys. Michael, was it really Ace who was struck flying just now? Deuce spoke with a look of disbelief on his face. Michael suddenly woke up and shouted urgently. Deus, do whatever you can to stop that marine, demon fruit power is a landlubber, I'm going to save Ace. Michael said this and dived into the water. Deus was also suddenly awakened. Looking at Bayou stepping towards him in the sky, he did not have time to think and quickly drew the sword from his waist. Marine, don't come over here, or I'll be rude to you. You're welcome. Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. What's wrong? I'll give you a chance to leave them behind and run away. Maybe you can still survive. You're letting me escape. Deus was stunned. Faced with such an unstoppable opponent, this kind of opportunity to survive would be something that Creek and other pirates would definitely not be able to refuse. A trace of struggle flashed across Zeus's face, and the next moment he clenched the sword in his hand and rushed out with a roar. I'm sorry, even if I die, I will never abandon my companions. Itoryu, wave. With one strike of the sword, Deus' attack was also remarkable, and his sword moves were as continuous as the waves of the sea. Against ordinary pirates, it is definitely a killer move. However, in Bayou's eyes, it was still far from enough. Three swords style, rhinoceros strike. A figure rushed out from the sea. Zoro, who was soaking wet, took the initiative. The three swords crossed and hit Zeus with a brutal attitude like a rhino charging. Bang! Deus flew backwards instantly and crashed directly into the cabin at the rear. I barely managed to stop myself. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, his face turned pale and he showed an expression of disbelief. Pirates Hunter Roronoa Zoro. Haha, I didn't expect that someone would know my name. Zoro bit the Wado Ikimonji and said. However, if we have to fight, I cannot let you pick our king right away. This would be a shame for our crew. If you want to fight, let me do it. Ever since boarding Bayou's ship, Zoro has never had a chance to make a move. He has waited for so long before finally finding an opponent. Zoro was clearly losing his temper. Jeep, who was standing aside, looked at this scene and his expression became hesitant. I just wanted to watch a good show where both teams were evenly matched. I never expected that the pirates' strongest newcomer would wilted as soon as they met. Let the story continue like this. I'm afraid that the strongest newcomer in the Four Seas, the captain of the Spade Pirates, will never be able to leave East Blue. However, it was precisely for this reason that Zeph was even more curious about the origins of this less famous marine rookie king. Don't come over here, or don't blame me for lighting the bomb. Deus endured the pain in his back and tore open his clothes, revealing the bomb that had been prepared long ago, with a hint of determination. Seeing this scene, Bayou reached out and stopped Zoro. Ace, it seems you've met a good crew this time, but is it really okay for you to keep hiding like this? Bang! Inside the broken deck, Ace climbed up with the help of Michael. His wet posture and the red marks of the slash across his face made him look extremely embarrassed. The extremely tense atmosphere obviously changed under Bayou's different tone. Ace, what's going on? Isn't this marine here to catch you? Deus lost his temper. Ace took a deep breath, then struggled to get up and rubbed his stinging face. UBD Bayou, you are still as merciless as before. You hit me in the face instead of hitting me in other places. If you can't get married in the future, it will be your fault. Don't you like to carry alcohol with you? Give me a sip to relieve the pain. Haha, Ace, it seems that you have really become stronger, and even your skin has become thicker. Bayou laughed dryly and threw the wine jug away. Roll. Ace took the wine bottle, glared at him, and started drinking. This scene made everyone present stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. Marine and pirates, how did they become lovers and haters? Ace, tell me quickly, what is going on, is he a marine or not? Deus was going crazy and grabbed the bomb on his body. Laozi almost risked his life for you. If you don't tell me, I will drag you to death. Looking at Deus who looked like he was working himself to death, Ace rubbed his nose helplessly. Why, didn't I tell you? Bayou is indeed a marine, but he is also my sworn brother. I thought I could get back at my own feet with the Logia Devil Fruit, but I didn't expect to embarrass myself in public again. Chapter 46. What? Everyone was stunned. After fighting for so long, the strongest rookie in pirates and the strongest rookie in marine are actually sworn brothers? Isn't this too intriguing? If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would believe that all this is true? Okay, the fight is over, and I'm hungry, so let's go have a meal first. Bayou patted Ace's shoulder and walked straight into the restaurant on the sea. Seeing this scene, the remaining pirates of the Creek pirates fled frantically. Creek also got out of a dilapidated pirate's ship and planned to leave secretly with the help of the Ghostagen. Unfortunately, as soon as they moved, Bayou stopped and looked back. Bayou, let me take you to clean up the mess. Ace returned the wine jug to Bayudeo. There are still 600 or 700 pirates here. With my fruit ability, I can quickly suppress them. You. Bayou rolled his eyes. You are so proud of yourself after getting the Maramara fruit. You are still too young, little brother. We need to capture these people alive. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to the old man. Let me do it. Bayou turned and looked at the pirate ships scattered around. His figure flashed and appeared on one of the ships. Creek's face changed drastically and he roared urgently. If we don't run now, what are we waiting for? Run quickly. He wants to capture us alive. Only one person can't stop hundreds of us. In Creek's eyes, he was already seriously injured, and only by letting others create opportunities for him could he have a glimmer of hope. The 600 or 700 pirates were startled at first, then they looked at each other and fled for their lives. Sorry, no one can escape. Bayou was standing on the mast of a pirate's ship. The moment he took a sip of wine, his eyes suddenly widened. The Conqueror's haki dormant in the body exploded like a violent tidal wave. Bang! An unparalleled domineering aura swept across the entire sea like a tide. The pirates, including Creek and the Ghostagen, who were originally fleeing frantically, first froze, then fell to the ground with wide eyes, foaming at the mouth, and fainted. At this moment, everyone in the distant restaurant on the sea also felt an invisible oppressive force rushing into their heads. There was a roar in the brain. The only thing to be thankful for is that this wave of conquerors came and went quickly. Under Bayou's deliberate control, it also deviated from the location of the offshore restaurant. Otherwise, someone with slightly weaker strength would have probably fallen to the ground and fainted. Squeeze, squeeze. The sounds of hundreds of heavy objects falling to the ground merged into one. By the time everyone reacted, all members of the Creek pirates were wiped out. There was a sound of people gasping for air in the field. Ace's expression suddenly turned ugly, and he said, Bayou, you didn't hide it from me and secretly took the stronger devil fruit, did you? Also, how were you able to attack me who was in elemental form just now? The defeat just now was an unforgettable nightmare for Ace, who was determined to get back at his old self. In particular, his old face was still stinging, making it difficult for him to calm down. Kid, that's not a devil fruit ability. Jeepya shook his beard, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. If I'm not mistaken, this marine brother just used Conqueror's haki, which is rare in the Grand Line and only in the New World. Among them, the one that can attack Logia's elemental form should be Armament Haki, and the one that can sense the surrounding aura and predict and dodge in advance is Observation Haki. In the end, being able to shock the enemy with just momentum, or even knock them unconscious, is the status of a king that only 1 in a million people possesses. It is said that only the few strongest people in the sea have such means. It seems that, Marine, your future achievements are limitless. Conqueror's Haki. The expressions of Deus and others changed drastically. They had never expected that after a battle, the amount of information would be so huge. Even Ace's expression looked a little unnatural. He never thought that his strength would increase so dramatically after just 1 month of separation from Bayou. Especially the posture of a king who is 1 in a million. This further overturned his cognition. Okay, don't just stand there. I just came into contact with it a little earlier than you. If you hadn't run out to sea and followed the old man, you would know what Haki is now. Bayou patted Ace on the shoulder. Don't forget who you are. Maybe you have something to lose as a conqueror, but you just lack opportunities. I came to you this time to let you know that you shouldn't get too cocky after getting the Maramara fruit. There are still many powerful people in this world. If you fall into the hands of Marine, I don't want to bother to get you out, and I'm afraid the old man won't allow it. I'm hungry too, let's eat first. Ace heard this, looked at Bayou's figure, exhaled deeply, and the dark look on his face disappeared, and then a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Bayou, did you bring Bailey? We have been hungry for 3 days. Gurgle. Deus and Michael's bellies also made the same rumbling sounds as Ace's. Bayou rolled his eyes helplessly. It turned out that all the people who came out under Garp were talented. With such a large appetite, no matter how many Baileys there are, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist eating to their heart's content. Brother Marine, let us treat you for the rest of the meal. Zeph suddenly spoke up. Patty and the others were shocked. Sanji couldn't hold back any longer. Old man, this guy can't be your illegitimate child, right? You are usually so stingy, how can you be so generous one day? Shut up. I'm doing this because I want to find a good family to get you out of here. Jeep glared and shouted. You BD old man, you always send me out. Don't you want me to see you off to the end? How can I leave? Give me your sister. I can still live longer than you. Bayou felt helpless when he saw the old man and the young starting to fight. It's really difficult to have a meal. As for Sanji, he is indeed a good candidate. However, Bayou still prefers to let nature take its course. Master Bayou, you and Zoro are running so fast, aren't you really worried about what might happen to us? A sailboat was moored next to the sea restaurant, and Nami glared and complained. Karina, who was standing on the observation deck, jumped down with the modified 98K wrapped in black cloth on her back, and patted Nami on the shoulder with a smile. Master Bayou, don't worry, Nami will be fine with me here. During these 3 days, Karina has initially adapted to the modified 98K in her hands. If they really had to hide in the dark to fight, she believed that there wouldn't be many people in East Blue who could block a shot. No, it's better to let gentlemen do this kind of work of protecting ladies. Laozi has decided to board this boat. Chapter 47. Laozi has decided to board this boat. A shadow flashed past quickly and instantly appeared in front of Karina and Nami, performing a gentleman's salute. However, before Sanji could open his mouth to introduce himself, Zeph's wooden leg had already kicked over. Looking at the two people fighting again, Bayou walked towards the sea restaurant helplessly. At the same time, in the meeting hall of Naval Headquarters, there was a stack of documents scattered on the desk, and on top of it, besides the treasure hunter tray, there was also a brand new bounty warrant. Marshal Sengoku, you've been holding meetings a little too often lately. You've been asking us to come every few days. Luckily I'm fast, otherwise I wouldn't be able to make it back in time. Kizuru twisted his mouth and said obscenely. The other marine commanders remained silent, but were equally curious about Sengoku's intentions. After all, the frequency of meetings has indeed increased a bit over the past month, which is a far cry from the usual once every few months. Okay, Kizuru, shut up. If there's nothing serious, I wouldn't have asked you to come here. If even you can't catch up, who can be faster than you? Sengoku shouted in a deep voice. This time, I asked you to come here mainly for 2 things. During this period, East Blue has a new pirates member. This is the bounty application submitted by the 186th branch. You can take a look first. Everyone's attention was drawn to it at once. When they saw the reward amount, many people couldn't help but freeze in surprise. A reward of 50 million Baileys? Captain of the Spade Pirates. Akainu cupped his hands, frowned, and spoke in a deep voice. Marshal Sengoku, looking at this photo, this kid is only about 17 or 18 years old. The first bounty has reached the 4 Cs limit of 50 million berries. This is a bit of an exaggeration. If this gets out and other people know about it, they will think that our naval headquarters is really afraid of a new kid. I agree with what Sakazuki said. Kizuru didn't mind the big deal and raised his hand to second the motion. The other marine generals did not speak, but also nodded silently. Sengoku anticipated this by sweeping a circle around the field. I knew you would have this reaction. If you were just a newcomer, you wouldn't be worth the price. But if I tell you that this newcomer has the ability of Logia Maramara fruit, do you think the price is worth it? My fruit is Maramara? The faces of all the marine generals changed suddenly. Many people subconsciously looked at the three admirals. No one knows the power of Logia Devil Fruit better than the people at Naval Headquarters. This year's admiral lineup can be called the strongest one, entirely because three of them possess the ability to destroy the world. Now a new Pirates player suddenly has Devil Fruit who is also a Logia player. How can they remain calm? So it's the Logia Demon Fruit power. No wonder there's a reward of 50 million Baileys. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air. Marshal Sengoku, you urgently summoned us here. Are you planning to hunt down this Firefist Ace and strangle him in the cradle? Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Logia Demon Fruit power, are all disastrous opponents. Even an ordinary Vice Admiral might not be able to win. To kill this pirate's newcomer, it might take the help of 3 admirals. No, I've already asked Garp to take care of this matter. If he really can't do it, we'll catch him once Firefist Ace reaches the Grand Line, Sabayati Islands. Sengoku said solemnly. The Beast's pirates have been making moves recently, and the red-haired guy has just become the emperor. The two have fought many battles for territory. Kizaru, you need to keep an eye on them and don't let them make a big move. As for Aokiji, you should keep an eye on the final candidate for Shichibukai. The 5 elders are always putting pressure on us. This Shichibukai matter has been dragging on for too long. Although, they did give a candidate, but I think it's blind to let that guy be one of the Shichibukai. Akainu, you should also pay attention. Recently, celestial dragons have been leaving the holy land of Marie Joyce frequently. You all know their character. Don't let anything happen to them at this critical moment. A series of questions came out like a string of cannonballs, leaving the marine generals present looking at each other in bewilderment. However, they can only listen. These tasks are too heavy, and no one except the admiral is qualified to do them. Marshal Sengoku, you really arranged our tasks very well. I'm afraid we will be too busy to handle everything. If there is nothing else, you should hold fewer meetings like this, right? Kizaru dusted himself off and stood up with a crooked mouth. Marshal Sengoku, if there is nothing else, I will leave now. Stop! Sengoku shouted in a deep voice. What I just said was just a preface. What follows is the real important matter of this meeting. You just said that the New World has been in turmoil recently. It's a bit difficult for the 3 admirals to suppress the situation. So, the purpose of this meeting is mainly to add another admiral candidate. Admiral candidate? There was a sound of people gasping for air in the field. The admiral candidate is the strongest fighter between the vice admiral and the admiral, second only to the admiral. Looking at the naval headquarters, there are only 2. Furthermore, each of them shoulders the important responsibility of monitoring the 4 emperors. Now that Sengoku had spoken, he was planning to break the combat power system that had remained unchanged for all these years, which was undoubtedly beyond their understanding. Marshal Sengoku, since you brought this up so suddenly, I'm afraid you already have a candidate in mind. Akainu spoke in a deep voice. Is it Fire Mountain, Doberman, or Ghost Spider? The nerves of the marine generals present were all on edge. Hwashaishin laughed dryly and said, Admiral Sakazuki, you are praising me too much. I think the biggest chance is that Ghost Spider is the Vice Admiral. He has completed a lot of tasks during this period. Compared with Ghost Spider, who is a hawk, Hwashaishin is obviously a conservative. Therefore, his military achievements and reputation are undoubtedly much less than that of Ghost Spider. Haha, I also agree with the theory of burning the mountain. Doberman shook his scarred face and agreed. Admiral candidates are the closest to the highest combat power of Marine Admiral. Many people want this honor. However, it would be a bit inappropriate to say it in public. I'm sorry, the candidates recommended this time are not those present here. Sengoku said in a deep voice. He casually took out a stack of documents and placed them on the desk. This time, the candidate for Admiral nomination is Bayou. Chapter 48. What? The expressions of the marine generals present changed drastically. The humble smiles on the faces of Dog and other vice admirals suddenly froze. Many of them have served as vice admiral for more than a decade. If you want to move up a level, the only position you have is that of an admiral candidate. If a colleague who is also a vice admiral is recommended, many people will definitely not feel dissatisfied. Now, this honor second only to admiral has fallen on a little kid with little fame. They couldn't bear this. I'm sorry, Marshal Sengoku, you must be kidding me. If you give the position of admiral candidate to Mr. Garp, or just let him be the admiral, we have no objection. Doberman said in a deep voice. However, if you give the position of admiral candidate to a newcomer who has not even been officially reported to become a marine, I am afraid many people will not accept it. Doberman is right, and I agree. Kizaru echoed. Many marine generals present also nodded in response. Sengoku had already expected things to develop to this point, and pulled out 2 bounty warrants. I know you're not convinced, but this time the recommendation was indeed made by Garp himself. 5 days ago, Bayou killed the treasure hunter Trai, who had a bounty of 89 million, on Shimatsuki Island. 3 days ago, I killed the remnants of the Sun Pirates and offered a reward of 20 million berries to the Fishman Dragon. Most importantly, according to Ghost Spider's report, he has already met Bayou and even fought him once, but in the end, Ghost Spider was defeated. What? The pupils of marine generals such as Doberman suddenly contracted. If it were the previous results, it would be a big surprise for them. However, it is obviously impossible to convince them completely. However, now Sengoku suddenly told them that even the hawkish Marine Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was defeated by Bayou. This is way too much information. Marshal Sengoku, are you kidding me? Demon Spider is a very experienced Vice Admiral, and his strength is also one of the best. The 8 swords style he uses is also extraordinary. It is hard to believe that he would lose to a little devil. Akainu said in a deep voice. As a fellow hawk, Akainu will of course pay more attention to the spider demon who has always been with him through thick and thin. Faced with this question, everyone looked at Sengoku, eager to know if the recommendation just now was true. I know you don't believe it, so I've contacted Ghost Spider. Go and verify it yourself. Sengoku threw out a den den mushi, and soon a calling sound was heard. Moshi Moshi, I'm Ghost Spider. May I ask Marshal Sengoku if there's anything urgent you need me to contact? The deep voice of Demon Spider came from the other side of Den Den Mushi. Ghost Spider, I'm Sakazuki. Akainu spoke first. Marshal Sengoku just said that you lost to a newcomer. Do you think this joke is funny? After these words were spoken, the huge conference hall fell into dead silence, and a hint of urgency flashed in the eyes of many people. They were eager to know if Sengoku was fooling them. Admiral Sakazuki, this is not a joke. I fought against Mr. Garp's grandson Bayou in East Blue and was indeed defeated by him. Moreover, he defeated me using the same 8-sword style. If it's about recommending admiral candidates, it was actually the result of a discussion between me and Mr. Garp. Ghost Spider said in a deep voice. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in their breath echoed in the meeting hall. Many people's pupils suddenly contracted. Ghost Spider's strength is also among the best among the Vice Admirals. His life return combined with the 8-swords style has earned him a place in the naval headquarters and even on the ocean. Now I have lost, and I have lost to a newcomer. This has undoubtedly overturned their cognition. Admiral Sakazuki, I know you find this hard to believe, but Bayou's potential is far beyond our imagination. He is the owner of Conqueror's Haki and a grandmaster with advanced swordsmanship. I believe his talent in swordsmanship is comparable to that of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my Hawk. Moreover, the most concerning thing is that he has a very high combat instinct. If we have to evaluate him, it seems like he was born for combat. Ghost Spider spoke one after another. Every time something happens, the atmosphere in the field changes. Comparable to the world's best swordsman, he was born for battle. They would never hum a word about this kind of title and halo coming from a big shot who has been famous for a long time. This is undoubtedly difficult to accept when used to describe someone who has just set foot on the sea. Alright, Ghost Spider, come back and tell me if you have anything to say. Remember, don't let Garp run around. Sengoku instructed, hanging up the den mushi. If this recommendation is made, it is a unilateral action by Garp. Sengoku would never agree to this easily. However, this time, even the usually arrogant ghost spider got involved. Sengoku also had to take it seriously. For a moment, the huge meeting hall fell into silence. All the marine commanders were unable to answer for a moment. Humph, Marshal Sengoku, I still can't believe this kind of thing. Akainu spoke again in a deep voice. Everyone present here has reached this position through seniority and military exploits. If I were to let a newcomer parachute in as a Marine Admiral candidate, unless he could show convincing results and strength, I would definitely not agree to this recommendation. I also think Akainu is right. Kizaru also raised his hand to express his opinion. Looking at the three admirals, two of them took the vote, and the generals secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sengoku glanced at Aokiji without saying a word, as if he was out of the matter, and said, I already know how you will react. I called you together this time to give you a heads up. As for the admiral candidate, we will decide after Bayou arrives. However, I remind you that gold will always shine, otherwise Ghost Spider, the old stubborn man, would not have personally recommended you. I hope you don't make the relationship too awkward. If there is nothing else, this meeting ends here. We will continue this topic after Bayou arrives at the naval headquarters. Humph, since Marshal Sengoku has already made the decision, I also want to know what kind of waves that kid can make. Akainu snorted coldly and turned away first. Kizaru also showed an amused look, and turned into a light Madara and disappeared on the spot. The remaining marine generals looked at each other and turned away. Sengoku looked at the meeting hall that suddenly became empty and sighed to himself. Garp, this time for your precious grandson, I've made a big gamble. If you dare to fool me, not only will you not be able to enter the naval headquarters, Laozi will chase him all over the sea. But why do I feel a little uneasy recently? Am I thinking too much, or is something big going to happen? Chapter 49. 3 days later, inside the Logetown Marine Branch. A girl with orange hair, wearing a marine justice robe, sunglasses on her bangs, and a band-aid on her face, walked in quickly carrying a samurai sword. Iska Ensign, you are finally here. Orlan walked out quickly. Colonel Smoker, are you still unconscious? Why are you in such a hurry for me to come here? I'm chasing after the flaming fist ace of the Spade Pirates. A hint of anxiety flashed across Iska's face as he looked into the room. Iska, you are finally here. Smoker's voice was heard in the room, and the tightly closed door was quickly opened. Looking at Smoker, who still had a red slash mark on his face, Iska's expression froze. She and Smoker are both marine rookies from the same class. However, due to Smoker's Logia Devil Fruit ability, he was quickly promoted to Marine Colonel. Hina, who was in the same period, also reached the rank of Lieutenant Colonel thanks to Paramecia Devil Fruit. She was the only one who relied on her swordsmanship to rise step by step, and now she has only reached the ensign rank. Iska, are you surprised that I, a Logia Demon Fruit Power, would suffer such trauma? Smoker said with a cigar in his mouth and a grim expression. This is the trauma I experienced when I met a new marine named Bayou in the Kokozia village in East Blue. He defeated me with just one strike of the sword. One knife? Iska's expression changed involuntarily and he said. Could it be that he has sea stone weapons? As a newcomer in the Marine Corps who graduated from a professional training program at the naval headquarters, Iska is obviously not a pretty face and knows a thing or two about the weaknesses of demon fruit power. No, it's armament haki. Smoker clenched his fists. I overlooked that he has armament haki, which can restrain my elementalization. At the same time, I suspect he also has observation haki. What? Iska's expression suddenly changed. You said he has a two-color haki, so how old is he, in his 20s or 30s? Haki is not a rare thing in the naval headquarters. However, in Iska's eyes, to master haki, one needs at least a lot of combat experience. No, he's about your age, only about 17 or 18. Smoker held the cigar in his mouth and took a deep breath. And there are rumors that not long ago, Bayou hunted down the Creek pirates who had been entrenched in East Blue for a long time. After arriving at the restaurant on the sea, he met the Firefist Ace and defeated him with a single blow. Impossible. Iska's expression changed and he shouted urgently. Smoker raised an eyebrow, obviously surprised at the excessive nervousness of the old fellow in front of him. Iska also noticed his own gaffe and spoke hurriedly. I'm sorry, Colonel Smoker. I've been hunting down Firefist Ace since I met him in the Seiko Sea a month ago. I was the one who handed in the reward of 50 million Baileys. I know very well how powerful Firefist Ace is. If you said that the Firefist Ace was defeated, I want to know, has the Firefist Ace fallen into the hands of our marine now? After these words were spoken, a hint of urgency flashed in Iska's eyes. Smoker held the cigar in his mouth and hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I haven't received this news yet, but I still want to remind you not to underestimate that guy. However, if we meet next time, I will definitely not let him take advantage of me and will defeat him head-on. Iska secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If we say that Garp's pursuit of Roger was a fight between two people, then Iska pursues Ace also to prove his own strength. Anyone would be unhappy if the rare prey was snatched away by someone else. Iska, why do you seem so worried? Smoker glanced at his old classmate. Iska quickly came to his senses and shook his head. No, I'm just curious about who this Bayou is. There are rumors that he can defeat the Firefist Ace. If possible, I really want to see what he is capable of. Haha, you should have a chance to meet him soon. Smoker sneered, holding a cigar in his mouth. Next time, you'll hear about me beating him. By the way, let's get back to business. I asked you to come here because today is the anniversary of the death of Pirate King Roger. Many pirates will be waiting for an opportunity to land on the island, so I hope you can help me patrol a bit. I've been a little bit upset during this time, worried that something might go wrong. You want me to support you? Iska raised his eyebrows in surprise, then said with a smile. This is really unexpected, but since you asked, I won't refuse. I heard there are a lot of weapon shops in Logue Town, so I'll go check it out and see what I can find. After saying this, Iska turned and left. For many people, devil fruit is a secret treasure of the sea. However, for a swordsman, a famous sword that suits his hand is the most precious thing. Watching Iska disappear in the corridor in an instant, Smoker came back to his senses, picked up the photo on the table, and frowned. In this photo, there is a huge black spot in the sky. However, Smoker couldn't tell what this thing was for a moment. At the same time, a dozen miles away from Logue Town, a ship carrying orange trees was sailing quickly through the waves. Roar! Huge waves overturned the water, and huge sea kings, dozens of meters long, broke out of the water dozens of meters away. The moment the pair of scarlet eyes saw the ship, the bloody mouth suddenly opened and rushed towards us with a fishy wind. Zoro, Nami, and others standing on the deck had the same expression. Only Sanji took a slightly deeper drag on his cigarette. Looking at the sea kings that are already within reach. Bang! A stream of scarlet light sounded from the observation deck and instantly collided with the massive sea kings. Boom! The sea kings, which were dozens of meters long, paused in their attack movement. The next moment, the huge head exploded. Amidst splattering blood and flesh, a body of more than 10 meters in length crashed into the sea. Amid the splash of sea water, Karina, who was hiding in the observation deck, raised the modified 98K in her hand and couldn't help but wave it. Master Bayou, was this shot brilliant? Of course it's exciting. It seems that Karina, you have already gotten used to the recoil of this gun. Bayou smiled and took a sip of his drink. Since leaving the restaurant at sea, Bayou's main body template unlocking progress has reached 19.8%. After playing with Ace for the second time, I got 2% unlock progress. Looks a little less than expected. However, when refreshing them all, Bayou got an unexpected surprise. Chapter 50. Roar, roar, roar. Waves of roars came from the sea. The Sea Kings just now were shot in the head, and the splashing blood obviously attracted all the Sea Kings in the sea. The moment 7 or 8 sea kings broke through the water, they gave people a dark feeling. Sanji couldn't help but tighten the cigarette in his hand. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Unfortunately, before he could react, the hot bubbles and cold bubbles had already gathered into thick leaden clouds above the heads of the sea kings. The weather forecast now says it's going to be a thunderstorm. Buzz! The electric bubbles plunged into the black cloud. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning exploded in the accumulated clouds. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, which instantly submerged the sea kings that emerged from the sea. It took more than half a minute before the sea surface finally calmed down. But compared with the fierce attack just now, the sea was clearly littered with the bodies of sea kings. Looking at this scene, Sanji's cigarette burned his fingers and he woke up screaming. When boarding the ship, Sanji was still shouting that he would follow the spirit of chivalry to protect women. Now it seems that the only person who really needs to be protected on this ship is probably myself? Why does everyone seem to be cheating? Master Bayou, did you see that? I succeeded. I won't be the last one in the future. Nami hugged Bayou tightly, and that weapon gave people a full sense of happiness. She believed that with her current state, she could definitely kill the dragon instantly without warning. Bayou coughed dryly and broke free from Nami's hands. Well, success is good enough. Now that you are on my ship, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. I hope everyone can be independent. Did you hear that, you pervert? You'll hold us back if you get on the boat. Zoro held a wooden sword in his hand, looking provocative. What did you say, green algae head? I'm going to kick you to death. Sanji exploded. I originally boarded the ship intending to be a flower protector. I never thought that I would fail in the role of flower protector. And it became the last one. You're not even qualified to be a flower protector. Sanji, don't lose heart. When Nami and I boarded the ship, we were both powerless. If it weren't for Lord Bayou giving us these weapons, I'm afraid it would be difficult to even hurt the Sea Kings, let alone kill them. Karina smiled and comforted him while carrying the modified 98K on her back. Nami on the side also nodded in agreement. 3 days ago, looking at the weather stick that Bayou gave her and after listening to the explanation, Nami couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary stick would give her the power to kill the dragon. Later, after repeated attempts, I finally understood what it meant that the captain was honest and never lied to me. Sanji was silent, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath before speaking. Master Bayou, can I make myself stronger? I am good at leg techniques. Of course. Bayou took a sip of wine and threw the 2 wristbands out. This is what Bayou exchanged during this period of time. After the system products are refreshed and exchanged, the exchange authority is still retained, so Bayou spent 150 points and exchanged another pair. Looking at the small handguard that hit the entire floor with a loud bang, Sanji was stunned. He began to regret why he made such a request. Sexy Kappa, there is no regret medicine for this boat. These 2 wristbands weigh 100 kilograms in total, but it can increase or decrease the weight at will, which is very beneficial for training strength and explosive power. Zoro said with a playful smile. Of course, if you want to get off the boat now, I don't mind. You stupid green algae head, who wants to get off the boat? It's just 100 kilograms, I can easily adapt to it. Sanji suddenly became anxious. But after weighing the 2 wristbands and trying to adjust the weight, the shock on his face became more and more intense. He finally understood why Zeph, the old fox, had originally suggested that he board the pirate's ship of Firefist Ace. He changed his mind and let him board the marine ship. It turns out that old Ginger is still spicy, and the vision is still as clear as old eyes. Just based on the weapons that Bayou has taken out now, there are also magical auxiliary training equipment. This is enough to show that Bayou is definitely not as simple as it seems. The future achievements of everyone on this ship will definitely be extraordinary. Sanji, you can try to use high-speed rotation for your kicking skills. Rapid friction can generate high temperatures and increase explosive power. If you can reach this level, your strength will definitely double. If hundreds of millions of pirates meet, you will definitely be able to easily defeat them. Bayou took a sip of wine and told him about Sanji's devilish foot in the original book. Currently, the system wall has not produced anything special that can dramatically increase Sanji's strength. Therefore, Bayou can only use the most stupid method and draw on the original work. Master Bayou, your idea is the same as my guess. Will it really work? Sanji was confused. He has always been thinking about how to make himself stronger. However, without anyone to lead the way, it is obviously a bit difficult to rely on one's own exploration. Bayou's comments now made Sanji feel like he had found a soulmate. Don't worry, as long as you get used to the weighted wrist guard, it won't be difficult to complete this move. As for the other training, we will make plans after you have completed the weight bearing. Bayou took another sip of the wine and said, Logue Town is ahead. Let's rest here for now. We will enter the Grand Line next. I'm afraid we won't be able to resupply for a long time. I agree. I agree too. I'll go get some food, too. Sanji quickly echoed. Only through food can he regain a sense of existence on this ship. I'll stay on the boat and keep watch. I'll get some exercise at the same time. Zoro replied, and continued to fight with his wooden sword. Every time, when he saw Bayou easily completing 10,000 slashes, the feeling of powerlessness and the gap in his heart were suddenly magnified infinitely. This made Zoro wish he could use the time for eating and sleeping as well. Bayou didn't take Zoro's choice to heart. There are indeed two famous swords in Ippomatsu's shop. Bayou cannot be used, but if he can get it, it can be regarded as a benefit to win people's hearts. While thinking, Bayou had already jumped onto the shore after the ship docked. However, just after taking a few steps, he saw a reckless figure bumping into him. The softness and the female body fragrance that came to his face made Bayou raise his eyebrows. Especially looking at the head full of orange hair, Bayou seemed a little surprised. No. I'm sorry, I was in such a hurry that I bumped into you by accident. If you're okay, I've got a fancy to a knife and I'm going to leave first. Chapter 51. Knife? Bayou seemed a little surprised and glanced at the girl in front of him who was wearing marine clothing and a samurai sword on her waist. As expected, the current Tashigi has not yet come to Logue Town to work. If Bayou remembered correctly, the girl in front of him should be Iska, who was running all over the sea chasing Ace. Are you a swordsman too? Iska glanced at Bayou with some surprise, but soon his expression froze. Are you an apprentice? Why are you wearing a wooden sword? And the other sword wrapped in a cloth strip is? This is just an ordinary samurai sword. However, you just said you wanted to buy a sword. Can you take me to broaden my horizons? Bayou did not take out the demon sword Murasame. During this time, he had been fighting with a wooden sword, and there was no one in East Blue who was worthy of him using a real sword. The demon sword Murasame is only one step away from being a black sword. It exudes an evil aura at all times. If one's mind is a little fragile, he can be easily bewitched. Bayou avoids any further trouble and temporarily seals up the demon sword Murasame. Buy a knife. Oh, by the way, I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. If I had been a step slower, I'm afraid someone would have snatched it away. If you want to see it, you can come with me. Iska rushed out in a hurry. Looking at this anxious girl, Bayou smiled, took a sip of wine, and quickly followed. Along the way, Bayou saw many marines chasing pirates, and there were also a lot of fighting sounds coming from all around. However, every time the white fog rose into the sky, the battle would end quickly. It seems that Smoker was able to develop Long Aotian's invincible mentality, largely because of Logue Town. It's here. Iska pushed open the tightly closed shop door. Yi Bensong, who was wiping the knife and looked a little wretched, put on a flattering face and was about to sell something. However, after seeing Iska, he quickly waved his hand and said, "It's you again, Marine. I told you I would never sell this knife. Why did you come here again?" "Not selling." Iska's expression froze, and he quickly took out a backpack and handed it over. "Here are 3 million Baileys, so you can sell me the knife. I searched for this famous knife in East Blue for a long time before I found it. For a swordsman, Every famous sword is an honor. Not to mention Iska, who had just set foot on the sea. Being able to get a famous sword of your own is the best reflection of your strength. What's more, the toughness and sharpness of the famous sword are difficult to master before one masters Haki. This is undoubtedly a powerful tool to enhance your strength. This is a black lacquered sword, a sharp sword with a small, round blade, the snow su. Bayou looked at the snow su placed on the counter. I encountered this quite a few times in the original book. This is my first time seeing it up close. Kid, I didn't expect that you also know famous swords. Ippamatsu took a surprised glance and quickly waved his hand. But, if I say I won't sell this knife, then I won't sell it. There are knives over there, you can pick your own. After saying this, Yi Bensong continued to walk away, wiping the snow from his hands, and simply ignored everyone. Iska was deflated like a balloon. It was a rare opportunity for him to come across a famous sword, and he couldn't buy it even if he spent all his fortune. This kind of staring and coveting made her a little crazy. However, as a marine, he couldn't do anything forceful and could only reluctantly put his thoughts aside. It seems that I can't afford that famous sword, so I'll just consider it as an eye-opener. Next, I'm going to go into the Grand Line and look at a few nice knives. If you don't mind, I can help you choose. I've done a lot of research on knives. Iska said as he walked towards the corner of the store. When he saw her reaching out to grab the handle of a slightly old knife, Bayou couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Ah! Iska suddenly screamed and sat down on the ground. The third-generation Onikiri that was just pulled out of the sword barrel was thrown into the air. The flying blade, with a bright cold light, stabbed towards Iska diagonally under the shocked gazes of Iska and Ippamatsu. The demon sword, this demon sword is really cursed, marine girl, get out of the way. Ipponmatsu cried out anxiously. Iska suddenly woke up from his trance. Just now, at the moment when she drew out the third-generation Kaititsu, a blood red will rushed into her mind. His hands and feet became uncontrollable and he fell to the ground. He never expected that the third-generation Kaititsu would fly into the air and fall towards him. Looking at the blade that almost occupied his entire pupil, Iska wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out without any warning. The third-generation Kaititsu, which was about to pierce his eyes, suddenly stopped in mid-air. The next moment, as if pulled by an invisible force, it fell into Bayou's hands under the shocked gazes of Ipponmatsu and Iska. At the same time, the demon sword Murasame on Bayou's waist seemed to be provoked, and a huge evil spirit exploded like a raging wave. Even the cloth strips wrapped around the demon sword Murasame shattered into pieces. The huge weapons store seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar in an instant. The biting cold rushed from the soles of my feet straight to my forehead. Looking at the demon sword Murasame that had plundered his Haki on its own and was in operation, Bayou frowned and directly pulled Haki back. The suffocating energy dissipated in an instant. Without this fascinating aura, Yi Bensong fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath as if drowning. Looking at the sword on Bayou's waist, his expression changed drastically. This is correct. This is the 21-level demon sword Murasame, with a great nihilistic T-shaped sword, a demon-worshipping hand guard, and a bloody blade. Ippamatsu cried out in surprise. Hasn't this demon sword been lost for over 300 years? Rumor has it that it is only one step away from reaching the level of a black sword. You little brat actually managed to control it and suppress it directly just now. So you are a swordsman? Or a great swordsman? The series of questions came like a barrage of cannonballs, and even Iska was confused. Looking at the blood-red sword on Bayou's waist, which could make people feel chilled at a glance, he could not help but stammer and ask. Aren't you an apprentice swordsman? How come you have the legendary demon sword? What was that just now? Marine girl, I never said that I was an apprentice swordsman. Bayou picked up the scabbard and put the third-generation Kaititsu back into the sheath. This is a third-generation Kaititsu, one of the best 50 swords. It's also a demon sword. If you like it, I can give it to you. Another demon sword? Iska's face changed slightly. Thinking back to what had just happened and the rumors he had heard about the demon sword, he hesitated for a moment. No, I won't sell either this demon sword or Suezu. Ipponmatsu suddenly spoke. Isuka, who was still hesitating, suddenly became anxious. Being able to come across two famous swords in one day is not as good as Bayou's demon sword Murasame, but at least it is also a good and fast sword. If he hesitated for a moment, he would miss it again, which Isuka could not accept. However, before she could open her mouth to bargain, Ipponmatsu's voice sounded again. Brother, I'll give you these two knives. Chapter 52. Give him these two knives. Isuka was confused. She had just spent all her family savings, but the other party was still unwilling to sell. Now that he had come to his senses, he packed up his two swords. Is this a joke? Old man, I never thought that a stingy guy like you could be so generous. A stout woman walked out from the back hall, also with a look of surprise on her face. Shut up, this is a deal between men. Ipponmatsu folded his hands and spoke seriously for once. This is the friendship between men, and it is also the dream of a swordsman. Although I am not a swordsman, I also have the spirit of a swordsman. Little boy, I know you are not as simple as you appear. In 10 or 20 years, you will surely become famous all over the world. It would not be a waste if I handed these two swords to you. I hope you can accept them. As he spoke, Ipponmatsu solemnly pushed the two swords to Bayou. Isuka on the side was so greedy. Looking at the millions of Baileys he had worked so hard to save, and the barely sufficient sword at his waist. As expected, comparing people is incomparable, and comparing goods will lead to throwing them away. Looking at Ipponmatsu who had an eager face, Bayou touched his nose helplessly and took the two swords. The harvest this time was beyond Bayou's expectations, but it finally ended perfectly. However, when Bayou took the double swords, his brows couldn't help but raise. Isuka Ensign, something terrible has happened. A lot of monsters have appeared outside. A marine soldier breaks in from outside. Soon, a sharp sound was heard. Then, through the door behind the marine soldier, a huge praying mantis could be seen flying towards the marine soldier quickly. The double swords in his hands emitted a chilling light that was captivating. Careful! Isuka's face changed and he quickly drew his sword and rushed out. Iteryu Yokozuna! Bang! The saber in Isuka's hand collided with the mantis in an instant. The huge amount of power released made her face suddenly change, and she flew backwards. At the same time, the 3 to 5 meter tall mantis, with the second scimitar in its hand, was slashing towards him with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Isuka's face turned pale, and the pain from the base of his right hand holding the knife made it impossible for him to free his hand in time to defend himself. Two swords Gangluo Tiger. Buzz. Two sharp knife sounds echoed instantly. Zoro took the lead and appeared in front of Mantis. The next moment, the two swords burst out with endless power and instantly collided with the Mantis. Bang! The Mantis flew backwards in response. One of them smashed heavily on the wall more than 10 meters away. The huge force even caused the thick walls to crack. At the same time, a figure flew down, quickly spun his right foot, and stepped on the mantis's head with the same sound of breaking through the air. Bang! The mantis's huge head instantly hit the street floor below. The huge body of 3 or 4 meters in height also fell heavily to the ground. After struggling for a while, it finally stopped moving. What powerful swordsmanship and kicking skills! They killed this monster in one encounter. Who are they? Isuka was confused. The brief fight just now made her clearly realize how strong and powerful this mantis monster that suddenly appeared was. Under normal circumstances, even if it wasn't an emergency situation that required her to be fully prepared, Isuka would still be confident that she could kill the mantis. There was no way she could do it that easily. Be careful, there's a huge gorilla coming over there. Roar! Someone exclaimed. Soon, a giant gorilla with a burly figure, about 4 or 5 meters tall, rushed towards Zoro and Sanji with a huge wolf-tooth club in hand. Following closely behind were 7 or 8 animals of different kinds. But compared with ordinary animals, the strength and size of these monsters are completely beyond the normal range. Looking at this scene, Isuka clenched the sword in his hand and prepared to attack again. Bang! The thunderous sound of gunfire came without warning. A streak of red light instantly pierced through the guerrilla that was leading the charge. Immediately, the light fell heavily on the ground behind. Boom! The rolling blast waves rolled back like a tidal wave. The monster that followed closely behind was also blown away. However, before these monsters could regroup, dark clouds had already covered the sky above them. Next up, the weather forecast: it's going to be a thunderstorm. Boom! Bolts of lightning as thick as water snakes fell from the sky. In an instant, 7 or 8 monsters were submerged in it. Seeing the whole group being wiped out in one encounter, Ichigo was a little overwhelmed. The marine soldier who came to report was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "Ichigo Ensign, are they the support you brought back?" Ichigo was stunned for a moment and was about to shake his head to explain. "I have already seen Zoro and the others, and they are walking out quickly. Master Bayou, it seems we have arrived just in time." Zoro sheathed his 2 swords and said, "However, those monsters just now, I don't know where they came from, they look a bit strange. Just now I seemed to see that guy smoker rushing towards the dock. The situation over there is probably even more serious. If this situation continues, I'm afraid our ship will be destroyed." Originally Zoro was going to stay on the ship to keep watch. However, the number of ferocious beasts invading the island is increasing. Zoro couldn't help but take action. At the same time, Sanji and others also rushed here. "Master Bayou, that shot I just made was pretty good, wasn't it?" "Master Bayou, don't listen to Karina, my thunderstorm weather is the best." Karina carried the 98K and walked out in the dark with Nami. Looking at the 4 people who appeared in the scenes just now, the combination in front of us can definitely be called a divine lineup, right? The most important thing is that they all addressed the young man in front of them as adult. Does that mean that these people are his crew members? Moreover, the young man in front of him was Bayou, who was mentioned by Smoker not long ago and who had knocked down Ace with one knife. With chaotic thoughts flashing through his mind, Ichigo grabbed Bayou's arm and asked urgently, You are Bayou from the Ace of the Flying Fire Fist." Chapter 53. The marine soldiers who arrived were also confused. Looking at Bayou's all too familiar face, they exploded instantly. It was the marine superstar Bayou who defeated Colonel Smoker with one strike. "I heard that Colonel Smoker was planning to show his face taking the knife, right? He was careless for a moment and was taken advantage of by Bayou, right? Did you see the strength of Bayou's crew just now? It seems that every one of them is no worse than Colonel Smoker." The scene suddenly exploded. Even Ichigo was confused. She never thought that the person she had been looking for so long would be with her. However, when I think of Bayou's performance in the weapons store just now, the fighting spirit that had been accumulating in Ichigo's heart was actually a little weak. "Look everyone, a huge island appeared in the sky!" someone exclaimed, and everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up. The moment they looked in the direction his gaze went, their pupils suddenly contracted and their faces turned pale. The huge island gives people a feeling of blocking out the sky and the sun. A figure floating in the air attracted countless people's attention. Golden hair, an extremely arrogant face, the rudder of a ship staring above his head, and famous swords on his legs. The identity of the visitor is immediately apparent. This is the legendary overlord, the admiral of the flying pirates, the great pirate's golden lion. Ichigo's face turned pale, his body trembled slightly, and he screamed in shock. Didn't he die decades ago? Why is he here? This is an existence that stands at the pinnacle of an era. For Ichigo, this kind of monster is no match for her, an ensign. Haha, Roger, today is the anniversary of your death. I didn't expect that. I had been planning to come and visit you, but I worked hard on SIQ for decades and finished it ahead of schedule. Since this is your death anniversary, I will use the people of Logue Town to offer sacrifices to you, so that the world can see my masterpiece." The golden lion Shiki, who was suspended in the air, laughed wildly, and his golden hair flew rapidly in the wind. His eyes suddenly turned downwards and his brows quickly raised. The next moment, a figure shrouded in white mist was seen rushing towards them as fast as a cannonball. "Golden Lion, you dare to invade Logue Town? Don't you really worry about our marines sending you to Impel Down prison again? Now, you just surrender!" Smoker shouted coldly. With the help of the white smoke ejector, he appeared behind the golden lion in the blink of an eye. The 10 weapons in his hands, without any fancy moves, stabbed straight into its back. Haha, it turns out to be a Logia Devil Fruit Kid. It seems that after not coming out for a while, this admiral has been looked down upon by some boring guys. The golden lion laughed wildly. The moment he turned around suddenly, his legs made a loud sound of breaking through the air. Slash wave. Buzz. The slash of dozens of meters cut through the void in an instant and hit Smoker. The attack was so close that Smoker's face changed drastically at the moment his pupils dilated rapidly. In this blow, he felt the taste of death that he had felt from Bayou not long ago. This means that the attack in front of him is definitely not something that can be avoided by elementalization. A mess of thoughts flashed through Smoker's mind. Without having time to think, he quickly raised his 10 hands to block. Boom! The huge impact force was released like a tidal wave. Smoker turned into a cannonball and slammed headfirst onto the execution square in Logue Town. Under the residual force, even the thick floor beneath them could not bear it. It was shattered and collapsed. "Colonel Smoker!" Iska's face changed and he rushed out in a hurry. Smoker barely held up his body in the rubble, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He didn't care at all and roared urgently. "Iska, quickly retreat with the marines and residents. You can't stop this kind of enemy. Contact the naval headquarters as soon as possible and tell them that Golden Lion is not dead." Originally, Smoker was still unhappy about losing to Bayou. The strongest man in the East Blue Marine, known as the White Hunter, had already made him feel proud. If losing to Bayou made Smoker realize his own shortcomings. Now we are facing the legendary existence like Golden Lion. Smoker finally understood that the so-called White Hunter was nothing but bullshit. He now finally understood why Bayou longed for the New World so much. The strongest in East Blue is just a local emperor. When facing a truly strong person, the so-called honor is nothing but bullshit. Haha, kid, didn't you hear what I said just now? I said that if we were to use this island to commemorate Roger, no one here would be able to escape. The Golden Lion laughed unbridled. Since you guys are struggling, I'll play with you using my cute pets. Buzz. The air flowing between heaven and earth seemed to come to a standstill in an instant. The next moment, before anyone could react, hundreds of monsters, empowered by Lion Fruit's abilities, quickly fell from the sky. Roar! Deafening roars resounded through the sky. The dark mass of ferocious beasts made everyone's nerves tense to the extreme. Not only the indigenous residents, but even all the marines looked pale. In their eyes, even Smoker, who possesses the power of the Logia Devil Fruit, is no match for a move from the legendary Great Pirates. So no matter how much they gather together, they probably can't escape the status of cannon fodder, right? Haha, just tremble in despair as much as you want, and kill everyone on the entire island. The Golden Lion laughed wildly. Roar! A huge bird let out a strange wild animal roar and flapped its wings to rush towards Smoker. The speed is so fast that it will be approaching in the blink of an eye. Iska's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but roar hysterically. Master Bayou, save Smoker, save everyone! Boom! Conqueror's Haki, which was brought to ultimate, exploded without reservation at this moment. It turned into a scarlet storm and rushed straight into the sky. The ferocious beasts swooping down from the sky were stunned at first by this huge impact. The next moment, the bloodthirsty madness in their pupils was instantly dispelled. His eyes rolled down, and he swooped down like a rainstorm, foaming at the mouth, and fell heavily to the ground. Even the strange bird that originally rushed towards Smoker was no exception. Everyone present was stunned. Even the Golden Lion in the sky is no exception. In his eyes, this should have been a surefire massacre. I never expected that a guy with such haki would suddenly appear. Most importantly, Golden Lion could clearly feel a murderous chill that penetrated deep into his bones amidst the overwhelming pressure of energy just now. Looking at the boy who suddenly exploded, Golden Lion found it hard to believe what a boy in his early 17s or 18 years old had experienced to have his haki and murderous aura honed to such a level. It's the Marine Supernova Bayou, Iska, how do you know him? Chapter 54. It's the Marine Supernova Bayou. How do you know him, Iska? Smoker suddenly woke up. Looking at Bayou, who suddenly attacked and easily swept the entire field, Smoker couldn't help but twitch his cheek muscles. Originally, he was planning to make Bayou pay a sufficient price the next time they met. However, before Bayou could pay the price, he was struck down in public again. This made Smoker completely embarrassed and he couldn't control his expression. Smoker, let's talk about these things later. Iska's face turned pale, and he quickly signaled 2 Marine soldiers to help Smoker up. He turned around and glanced at Bayou and said, "But you're right, he's really strong. I'm afraid he could really defeat Firefist Ace." Ace. Bayou raised his eyebrows and took a sip of the drink. As expected, there is no wall that is impenetrable. It seems that the battle between him and Ace has been leaked. However, Bayou didn't take this kind of trivial matter to heart and glanced at Smoker. "I'm sorry, I don't want to interfere in your Logue Town affairs, but someone just said that no one should be allowed to leave Logue Town. This proposal makes me feel difficult. But the legendary big pirates are definitely worth a chop." A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Bayou's face, and the fighting spirit deep in his bones overflowed from his pupils. Now the character unlocking progress is almost reaching 20%. Bayou believes that the current Golden Lion is definitely a good opponent. "Haha, what a good brat. You actually said in front of this admiral that I am worth a beating. Just your courage alone makes this admiral look at you in a new light. Kid, what's wrong? Are you interested in becoming a pirate? The strongest newcomer in the Marine Corps is useless. As long as you join this admiral's command, once I die, you can inherit the strongest flying pirates and become the strongest in this sea." The rolling voices, like thunder, echoed between heaven and earth without dissipating. Faced with this sudden offer, everyone's expression changed drastically. The Flying Pirates are a long-established overlord-level group. In the previous era, the Golden Lion was still chasing the pirates King Roger and forcing him into a dead end. It can be said that his condition is enough to make many people excited. Faced with the olive branch from Golden Lion, even Smoker couldn't help but look at Bayou. "Golden Lion, this is indeed a good suggestion, I promise you." Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and walked out of the crowd. Everyone's face changed suddenly. Smoker couldn't hold his temper anymore and was about to open his mouth to scold, but the words were quickly blocked. "But the premise is that you can defeat me." "Beat you?" Golden Lion's expression froze for a moment, then he laughed unscrupulously. "You are indeed an interesting brat, daring enough to challenge this admiral. Since you want to know what the power of the old times is, I will satisfy your curiosity and let you find a place to fight freely." The rolling words echoed between heaven and earth. Everyone was on edge. They knew very well that Bayou was the key to turning the situation around. However, they are also worried about facing the legendary big pirates. Can Bayou really get away with it? Go fight on your own turf. Bayou took a sip of the drink and looked up at the floating sky island in the sky. Bayou's current status is indeed not yet an official marine. However, once they fight against legendary pirates like Golden Lion, Bayou knew clearly that he might be able to escape unscathed, but Logue Town would definitely be reduced to ruins. In order to avoid being caught after arriving at the naval headquarters, Bayou still hopes to have less trouble. "Haha, kid, you really are very courageous. You are worthy of being the owner of Conqueror's Haki." The Golden Lion laughed wildly. "You ant-like fellows should be thankful that you escaped a disaster today. However, I'm afraid you won't be so lucky next time." After saying this, Golden Lion turned and left. The ground beneath Bayou's feet also made a roar, and was quickly torn apart and lifted into the air. "Master Bayou, we will go too." Karina and others became anxious. Bayou took a sip of the drink and said with a smile, "No need. If you guys go up, I'll have to distract myself to take care of you. This is the most worthy guy I've encountered in East Blue. I want to give him a fight." If I don't come back after 3 days, you will go to the naval headquarters with my grandfather and wait for me there." The words were blown away by the wind. Bayou stood on the rock and was quickly sent into the floating sky island by the Golden Lion. The next moment, before they could react, the floating sky island suspended in the sky had already soared into the sky with a resounding sound of breaking through the air. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Gone, Golden Lion is gone, the legendary great pirates finally left. It was Bayou who sacrificed himself. Iska sat down on the ground as if he was deflated. However, Karina quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him up. "Don't worry, Master Bayou never does anything he is not sure of. If he says he is sure of coming back, then he is sure of coming back. Now let's quickly contact Mr. Garp and Naval Headquarters." Watching Karina take out the phone book left by Bayou, Iska also fell into silence. Despite Karina's comfort, Iska felt uneasy and instead felt more guilty. Facing the legendary pirates, she really didn't know whether Bayou could escape unscathed. "But, if I hadn't asked for help in such a desperate situation just now, I'm afraid Bayou won't fall into such a desperate situation." Smoker at the side also fell silent, his face already livid, and he secretly clenched his fists. At this moment, he finally understood why he was called the strongest in East Blue. This is totally useless. Meanwhile, Naval Headquarters docks. A dog-headed warship is approaching rapidly. Garp stood on the bow deck, eating the senbei in his hand, and couldn't help laughing from time to time. "Haha, Bogart, if Zephyr saw my grandson, who has such a great appearance, what expression do you think he would have? Will he ask me to let him guide my grandson? This kind of thing makes people feel happy just thinking about it." A string of saliva spurted out of Garp's mouth. Bogart, who was standing nearby, had a hint of helplessness on his cold face as he looked at the warship that had already docked. "Mr. Garp, you asked the same question hundreds of times on the way back. Chief Instructor Zephyr and Marshal Sengoku are here too. Go and see for yourself what their expressions are." "Haha, Bogart, you are right. I will know if I go and see for myself." Garp laughed and jumped onto the dock first. He strode towards Sengoku and Zephyr. Chapter 55. On the dock, Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Marine recruit camp, rarely appeared in the headquarters. Looking at Garp who was walking towards him with big strides, Zephyr couldn't help but frown, crossed his arms and spoke in a deep voice. "Sengoku, you really didn't lie to me. Garp's grandson possesses Conqueror's Haki and is a swordsman who can perform a flying slash. Is it true that such a person would appear in East Blue? East Blue has always been the weakest among the 4 seas. As a former high-ranking executive of Marine, Zephyr knows some unspeakable secrets that made East Blue so weak. People like Bayou, who are only 17 or 18 years old, can awaken Conqueror's Haki. There is probably only a 1% chance of someone who also has an extremely high talent for swordsmanship appearing. Just to take a look at this awesome young genius. Zephyr would bring his 2 most favored students to learn more about them. Teacher Zephyr, it seems that Bayou did not come back with Mr. Garp." Standing behind Zephyr, Anne, who had dark blue hair, spoke first. "Well, it seems the rumors are true. The kid plans to sail alone and reach the naval headquarters." Zephyr responded sullenly. "It seems that the people who are coached by Garp are indeed similar to him in personality. They are all difficult and problematic people." "Zephyr, do you think so too?" Sengoku shook his head helplessly. "I have been feeling a little upset during this period. Do you think something will happen? This kid may be troublesome, but with Conqueror's Haki, he is an indispensable opportunity for naval headquarters. If something unexpected happens, not only will Garp go berserk, it will also be a huge loss for the naval headquarters. 2-color Haki and swordsmen, like anything else, are commonplace in naval headquarters. However, if it is paired with Conqueror's Haki, the meaning becomes completely different. Looking across this vast ocean, everyone who can become a hero has Conqueror's Haki. In the naval headquarters, only Sengoku, the marshal, and the veteran Garp have it. The remaining Dinkian also controls the 2-color Haki, but it is still far from enough to become the banner of justice for the naval headquarters. The joining of Bayou will completely reverse this situation. Haha, I didn't expect you, Sengoku, would think so deeply. If Sakazuki heard it, he would definitely scold you. Zephyr laughed and patted Sengoku on the shoulder. Don't worry. Those tough guys are all in New World. The weakest ones are also in Grand Line. As long as that brat doesn't act rashly, there won't be any big problems. Sengoku's frown relaxed when he heard that. Looking at Garp walking quickly in the distance, Sengoku's face darkened and he shouted angrily. Garp, you, every time you run back to East Blue, can't you give me a heads up? I have to search the whole ocean for you before I can recover. Don't you really take me, the Marshal, seriously? Haha, Sengoku, you're still the same. Garp laughed. Don't you see how much effort I have put in over the years to cultivate a good seedling like Bayou for you? Now you are looking for trouble with me. This makes me feel cold. I'm giving you a chance to make it up to me now. Give me your treasured senbei. You. Sengoku suddenly became angry. Seeing the marine hero and the marine marshal bickering with each other, even Ein and Bins were stunned. Moses. This is Karina, Mr. Garp, please answer the phone immediately. The urgent call of Den Den Mushi suddenly rang out. The expressions of the people present froze and they all looked over there. This is for my grandson's crew to open. Perhaps they have already arrived. Garp frowned and took out the Den Den Mushi. As soon as the call was connected, hurried voices were heard. Mr. Garp, something bad has happened. The legendary pirate's Golden Lion has descended upon Logue Town. Lord Bayou followed the Golden Lion and left to save the people of Logue Town. Hurry up and find a way to save Lord Bayou. The hurried words echoed on the dock, and the smile on Garp's face suddenly froze. Sengoku and the others' expressions also became unnatural. Just now they were talking about how Bayou could walk around East Blue without getting into any big trouble. I never expected that this slap in the face would come so quickly. It directly stirred up the biggest hornet's nest. Garp tightly grasped the Den Den Mushi and asked urgently. Karina, is what you said true? Where is Golden Lion now? Master Bayou said that the Golden Lion was worth a chop, and then he disappeared along with the Golden Lion's floating sky island. Karina explained hurriedly. Worth a chop? Garp and others were confused. Facing the legendary old rival Golden Lion. Even they dare not say such words. Now Bayou not only said what they dared not say, but also left with Golden Lion's floating sky island. Isn't this like sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Marshal Sengoku, something terrible has happened. Smoker stationed in Logue Town has handed in. He has requested emergency support. The legendary admiral of the flying pirates, Golden Lion, has launched an air raid on Logue Town. A marine rear admiral, who was delivering the message, hurried over on moonwalk. Sengoku and the others' faces suddenly darkened. Now even Smoker has given such a response. This means that what Karina said is not false. Bayou really followed Golden Lion away. UBD Golden Lion, you dare to attack my grandson. If anything happens to my grandson, I will turn East Blue upside down and kill you. Garp suddenly clenched the Den Den Mushi in his hand and roared hysterically. Sengoku, don't get in my way. I'm going back to East Blue right now. Tell Kizaru to go there. If he dares to refuse, don't blame me for turning my back on him. The rolling words echoed on the dock. Faced with the completely out of control Garp, everyone's expression changed slightly, and they instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. Haha, Vice Admiral Garp, you're still the same. The yellow light from the sky gathered on the dock, and finally revealed the figure of Kizaru with his hands in his trouser pockets. He twisted his mouth and spoke in an obscene tone. However, your grandson is very powerful and will definitely survive the Golden Lion's hands. You can rest assured. Kizaru, are you making fun of me? Garp turned around suddenly and stared at Kizaru for a moment. A volcanic aura that could explode at any time was emanating from his body. Kizaru's expression also changed slightly. He said it lightly, but the moment Garp's aura locked onto him, he still felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He knew clearly that the old Garp in front of him was definitely not comparable to the retired Zephyr. Chapter 56. For a moment, the huge dock seemed to be shrouded in invisible energy. All the marine soldiers and even the generals felt as if their hearts were being tightened by invisible hands. That's enough. Now is not the time for internal strife. Sengoku's face darkened and he shouted angrily. Garp, put away your murderous intent and head to East Blue immediately. Kizaru, you are the fastest. Stop kidding here. Bayou has not yet joined our naval headquarters, but his presence cannot be lost. Go and support him immediately. Golden Lion has been lurking for so many years, and suddenly he pops up again. He must have some agenda. We need to find out as soon as possible what this madman is thinking. Hurry up and go. A series of commands fell from Sengoku's mouth. The tense atmosphere in the field was broken in an instant. Kizaru twisted his mouth and said with an obscene smile. Marshal Sengoku, rest assured, I will complete this mission. I will set off first. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru's body once again turned into a golden light and dissipated between heaven and earth. Garp quickly boarded the boat and left without looking back. Looking at Garp, who was in a hurry and seemed to be running wild. I haven't seen Sengoku for a long time. It's probably been 15 or 16 years since the last time. Garp's runaway behavior at that time caused the naval headquarters to pay a heavy price. However, when Sengoku thought about the conflict between Bayou and Golden Lion, he felt a dull pain in his head. Especially thinking about Bayou disappearing on the floating sky island, this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Sengoku, calm down. That brat dared to leave alone with Golden Lion. I'm sure he has a lot of confidence. It shouldn't be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Zephyr patted Sengoku's shoulder and comforted him. Sengoku took a deep breath and rubbed his swollen temples. Let's hope so. Otherwise, if something happens to this good talent, it will be a huge loss for our naval headquarters. I hope that kid is really sure. Sengoku was not sure about what he was saying as he spoke these words of self-consolation. Even Zephyr beside him was no exception. That was a monster that dominated an era, and even they would find it a headache to face it. In their eyes, Bayou is just a young rookie. No matter how powerful he is, it will be difficult for him to escape unscathed if he encounters the Golden Lion Shiki, right? East Blue, in the unknown sky. A huge floating sky island passed by quickly with a chilling sound of breaking through the air. In the huge castle laboratory at the center of the island, an old man who looked like a clown came to the monitoring room with a puffing sound. Looking at the Golden Lion who had been here for a long time and watching the island surveillance, Indigo was the first to speak with a strange smile. Boss Shiki, are you bringing someone back for experiments again? Let me think, this kid seems to be the new marine who has been making a lot of noise in East Blue recently. Boss Shiki, you are not planning to let that guy test our great creation, the power of IQ, are you? 18 years ago, after escaping from the underwater prison, the Golden Lion Shiki accidentally discovered a plant factor called SIQ on the island of Vermeulen, which could make edible animals violent. This discovery caused the Golden Lion, whose strength was greatly weakened, to come up with a plan to destroy the world with the help of ferocious animals. They planned to release animals that have been taking SIQ factors for a long time onto East Blue and destroy all the islands. Let the world government and even the entire ocean show his powerful power of revenge. Ginonio, originally I just wanted to try out the power of the SIQ beast on Roger's death anniversary, to let Roger know clearly that my ambition is still alive. I never expected to run into this interesting kid. If he dares to challenge this admiral, I will give him the opportunity to challenge, provided he can survive in front of my baby. Golden Lion said with a laugh. Since this kid is Marine's supernova and Garp's grandson, he should be a good test subject. If everyone in this sea knew that even the super genius secretly cultivated by Marine was torn to pieces by my pet, this would be considered a good opening ceremony. Indigo, you must remember to record the entire process. My head is starting to hurt again. Go take a rest first. In an hour, if this kid is still alive, I will let him experience the legendary power. After he finished speaking, Golden Lion turned around and left. After the Battle of Etwol, Golden Lion's strength was undoubtedly weakened after being accidentally pierced in the head by the ship's rudder during a rainstorm, and he also suffered from sequelae. Otherwise, in the later attack on Naval Headquarters Marineford due to Roger's death, he will not be sent to the underwater prison by Garp and Sengoku. Kaka, don't worry, Boss Shiki. SIQ is my life's work. It's a piece of cake for me to tear a little kid into pieces. Indigo smiled strangely and pressed the control button directly. All the ferocious beasts that were originally kept in captivity on various islands were released in an instant. Even the pirates who were enjoying their retirement in the castle were startled by the ensuing show. In this secluded life, they have long been accustomed to such things. Outside world, floating on Sky Island. Bayou landed on the island, and the observation Haki was instantly detonated, allowing him to see everything around him. As a reincarnated person, Bayou knew very well where this place was. Golden Lion Shiki, who possesses the ability of lion fruit and can suspend dozens of islands at an altitude of 10,000 meters, can indeed be called a figure like the ceiling of Poseidon. However, in the world of Pirates King, there are very few people who can remain strong and healthy like Garp and Sengoku. Even the so-called Whitebeard of this era was covered in injuries and relied on treatment to stay alive. For example, the Golden Lion, a disabled person with both legs transformed into swords and a ship's rudder on his head, is physically disabled but mentally strong. The strength has already been greatly reduced. As the Admiral of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion is indeed a leader of the times. However, that was the overlord of the old times. Now it is just the remnants of the era, and Bayou is not sure how much strength is left. However, this is indeed an opponent worth fighting. Is this a game from the old days? It seems I'm still underestimated. But this is a good place where I can fight to my heart's content. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, and the template of Zaraki Kenpachi was completely integrated into his body. The originally outward-looking observation Haki, with the blessing of Ultimate Ryutsu, instantly expanded to Ultimate, taking in the entire floating Sky Island and all the breath of life. Haha, this guy looks a little too green. He might not even know what game this is. Last time, Boss Shiki caught a rookie from Sahai and he died in an hour. How long do you think he can last this time? This kid looks about 17 or 18 years old. If it weren't for the demon fruit power, I'd watch him for about 10 minutes. Don't forget that this is the praying mantis's territory. That's right, that mantis is incredibly fast. Chapter 57. Bayou heard the series of teasing words through his observation Haki, which had reached the level of mind network. Bayou turned his gaze and instantly looked towards the hillside not far away. A falcon responsible for surveillance first came into view. The pirates who were standing dozens of miles away, smiling and waiting to watch the show, were stunned in an instant. At this moment, I actually felt like I was being seen through. A bunch of guys from the old times, let's fight to our heart's content. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily. Boom! The ultimate Ryutsu dormant in Bayou exploded without reservation. His muscles suddenly tensed up, and he looked like a ferocious beast that had awakened. The forests all around, the hidden little animals, and the wild beasts. I was instantly startled by this huge and terrifying aura. They fled in all directions. East Blue is known as the weakest sea, and nothing has ever been able to pose a danger to Bayou. There is nothing worth Bayou fighting with all his might. Bayou had to suppress the desire to fight to his heart's content. It is rare to land on an island with absolutely no restrictions. The ultimate desire to fight hidden in Bayou's body was completely released. At this moment, Bayou felt as if the constraints within his soul were also released. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air resounded through the sky. A pale blue afterimage appeared in front of Bayou in the blink of an eye at a speed as fast as a hurricane. Two blades, each about a meter long and shining with cold light, slashed towards Bayou's waist with great swiftness. The pirates, who were originally frightened by Bayou's bloodthirsty eyes, looked at this scene and were instantly filled with ecstasy. They have absolute confidence in the sharpness of the weapon in the mantis's hand. However, as soon as this thought appeared in their minds, their pupils suddenly contracted the next moment. Bang! The green blade instantly chopped Bayou's shoulder. The dull sound of collision resounded through the sky like thunder. The originally fierce and powerful blow suddenly stopped on Bayou's shoulder. The moment a layer of inky black armament haki covers the shoulders, it gives people an indestructible feeling. The mantis, which had been hiding its figure with the help of high speed, now revealed its huge body. A pair of scarlet eyes showed a hint of disbelief. Nice slash, but it's a pity that it's a product of the old era and doesn't understand what the new era is. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, and the wooden sword in his hand burst out with a powerful sword pressure, chopping towards the mantis. Boom! As the sword fell, the huge sword pressure came down like a mountain. The mantis under the pressure of the sword showed fear for the first time. Its wings behind it flapped wildly, but it was unable to withdraw. Its limbs were the first to break under this huge impact. At this moment, let alone escape. The only thing he could do was to watch as the wooden sword quickly grew larger in his scarlet eyes. Boom! Blood splattered and the mantis's huge body was shattered. The golden sword energy, with a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds, spread rapidly into the distance. Wherever it passed, whether it was rocks or ferocious beasts, they were torn into pieces like paper. A shocking slash mark spread out for hundreds of meters. This scene stunned the pirates who were waiting to see the joke from dozens of miles away. This kid is unscientific. It was different from what they imagined. He could chop a ferocious mantis into pieces with one strike, and even perform a flying slash with ease. This kind of strength is enough to show that he is not simple. Most importantly, the words just spoken across the screen were probably really directed at them, right? The little devil in front of him wouldn't really be planning to fight with those of the old times, right? Bang! Bayou's eyes turned and instantly locked onto the direction of the castle. He took big steps and rushed out like a stream of light. No matter how thin a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. Before fighting with Golden Lion, Bayou planned to increase the character template progress to 20%. The old times were indeed filled with the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, but Bayou still didn't want to fight a battle he wasn't sure of winning. Oh my god, this marine brat is really running towards us. He won't really discover us, right? Let's get the SIQ beast to hunt him down. The monitoring room suddenly exploded. The pirates present quickly pressed the control buttons one by one. As subordinates of the Golden Lion, they are also responsible for raising these ferocious beasts. Perhaps, it is impossible to master it as thoroughly as Indigo. However, the number of ferocious beasts that they can release together is also not a small number. Roar! Deafening roars were heard from every corner of Sky Island. Faced with this sudden intruder, all the ferocious beasts instantly became furious and rushed straight towards Bayou. A giant wolf, about 6 or 7 meters tall, came to Bayou first. The huge claw, which was as cold as a millstone, slapped down directly. Bang! The ground collapsed and sand and gravel flew everywhere. Only a residual shadow remained at the spot. Bayou had already disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind the giant wolf. The wooden sword in his hand, still stained with blood, dripped directly onto the ground. Bang! The giant wolf, which was frozen in place, with a body of 7 or 8 meters, was instantly cut in half. As blood gushed out, it fell heavily to the ground. Ding! The main body template is unlocked 0.1%. The ethereal reminder sounded at the right time. When facing such a ferocious beast, even a mosquito's legs are just meat. Haha, it's just as I thought. Let's fight to our heart's content. Bayou laughed bloodthirstily. The blood in his body began to boil, and his muscles tensed up, and he pounced out again like a tiger or leopard. Bang! As soon as the giant rhino rushed out of the forest, Bayou's wooden sword had already chopped it down in the face, and the seemingly indestructible armor exploded like paper. The surveillance footage was horrifying as blood, broken limbs, and debris flew everywhere. Even though they were dozens of miles apart and facing the huge screen, a fierce and brutal smell could still be felt. With every time Bayou dodged and advanced, and every time he rose and fell, there was a ferocious beast that cut him in half. In just a few tens of seconds. Dozens of SIQ beasts, which were originally regarded as trump cards by the pirates, were directly chopped to pieces. The splattered scarlet blood and flesh dyed the road along the way red. In an instant, the pirates sitting in the monitoring room had an inexplicable illusion. Who is the real ferocious beast on the screen in front of me? No, we can't stop him with just these beasts. We can only try another method to snipe him. We absolutely cannot let him get any further. One of the Golden Hook pirates was the first to lose his temper and roar. His heart had been silent for nearly 20 years, and at this moment, he felt a trembling fear. Chapter 58. Roar. The deafening roar of the ferocious beast resounded throughout the entire Sky Island. Hundreds and thousands of SIQ beasts were released without regard for the consequences. For a moment, the entire Sky Island became completely agitated. With Bayou as the center, a black torrent quickly rushed over from all directions. The sound was so loud that the entire floating Sky Island shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. The pirates who were hiding in the monitoring room and witnessing all this had an expression of ecstasy on their faces. This is the real purpose of Golden Lion's revenge plan, releasing the most powerful SIQ beasts that have been cultivated so far. It can be said that this kind of lineup, placed in any place, is enough to flatten any island. Now, they just wanted to see if this young man who was like a ferocious beast was afraid. However, the first scene that caught their eyes still made their pupils shrink. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily as he looked at the ferocious beasts that were rushing towards him like a torrent. The blood in my body is undoubtedly boiling to the ultimate level. The moment he clenched the wooden sword in his hand, he rushed forward without any fancy moves. Boom! Ultimate Ryutsu, soaring into the sky. Bayou plunged into the group of ferocious beasts like a golden meteor. The giant bear, which was more than 10 meters tall, was chopped into pieces by a single blow. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and broken limbs and debris were scattered everywhere. This caused the ferocious beasts around to pause for a moment. The next moment, the wooden sword in Bayou's hand burst out with dazzling golden light and chopped down again. Squeeze, squeeze. The knife flashed, and wherever it passed, it instantly tore a huge hole in the black torrent. No matter whether it is a huge ferocious beast or an extremely agile and violent insect, there is absolutely no enemy that can match him. At this moment, Bayou gives people the feeling of an unstoppable prehistoric beast. The pirates who were several miles away had already turned pale as they stared at the screen showing blood and flesh flying everywhere. It can't be stopped. It's simply a monster. Hurry up and inform Boss Shiki to suppress it. A pirate with a broken arm was the first to lose his patience. Bullshit, Boss Shiki is resting right now. If he knew that we couldn't even handle a marine brat, I'm afraid we would die too. One-eyed pirates roared angrily. Wait another 30 seconds, and all the ferocious beasts will gather together. By then, no matter how powerful that little ghost is, he will be overwhelmed by the ferocious beasts. Don't forget, we are the overlords of the previous era, the flying pirates. Roar! The ferocious beasts floating on Sky Island seemed to echo these cruel words and let out a roar that shook the earth. The strong smell of blood filled the land, giving people a feeling that it was completely indivisible. It also completely ignited the ferocity of Sykes' beast. Hundreds and thousands of ferocious beasts finally came together from all directions like a torrent. Bayou was instantly submerged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the progress of unlocking the main body template has reached 20%, unlocking the Assassin Wu Liuqi's exclusive weapon, the demonic sword Thousand Blades. Ding! The power of the demon sword Thousand Blades has been synchronized with the demon sword Murasame. 2 ethereal reminder sounds rang out in succession. The wooden sword in Bayou's hand flew out instantly and directly smashed the dozen ferocious beasts that were attacking him. At the same time, all the information about the demonic blade Thousand Blades emerged in Bayou's mind. If it succeeds, the little ghost will definitely not be able to escape and will be exhausted to death by the ferocious beast. That little brat has even abandoned his weapon. Is he planning to give up resistance? No, look quickly, there seems to be a knife on his waist. It seems to be the legendary demon sword Murasame. An exclamation suddenly sounded, breaking the atmosphere that had just eased. There are many swordsmen in the field. However, when their eyes fell on Bayou again, their pupils suddenly contracted. His knife broke. Buzz! A blood-red light shot up into the sky. The sound of the sword instantly shook the sky. The moment the demon sword Murasame was unsheathed, it shattered into pieces. Bayou swung the demon sword Murasame fiercely, and thousands of fragments shot out like bullets. Squeeze, squeeze. Blood splattered all over the sky as thousands of ferocious beasts were instantly pierced through the bodies under Bayou's precise lock. Wherever they passed, they were harvested like leeks. The pirates who were under surveillance only felt that the picture was stagnant for a moment, as if it was frozen. The next moment, when they came to their senses, the ferocious beasts that gathered like a flood fell to the ground one after another. Exploded. The pirates in the monitoring room felt their scalps tingling and all the pores on their bodies exploding. The human wave tactics that had been placed with high hopes could not even sustain a breath. This completely overturned their cognition. However, they didn't have time to think about all this. The shattered sword Murasame in Bayou's hand was restored to its original state like a magnet. The Conqueror's haki in the body was devoured madly by the demon sword Murasame. The sound of the sword rang through the sky again. When Bayou's gaze once again crossed several miles and looked at the pirates through the surveillance, the demon sword Murasame in Bayou's hand was swung down with force without any fancy moves. Sword Deo, cut in two. Boom! 100-meter-long sword energy slashed out, and the earth was torn apart in an instant. Everything along the way collapsed like paper. A distance of several thousand meters was reached in the blink of an eye. Wait until the pirates in the monitoring room react. The fierce and powerful slash had already hit the castle first. Bang! The huge castle was cut in two. Amid the flying rubble, blood-stained corpses were thrown out one after another. They are indeed the strong ones of the times. But that was in the previous era. After 20 years of recuperation on Sky Island, both his combat skills and physical fitness had declined significantly. Many of them were injured in the Battle of Water. Even the Golden Lion Shiki could not escape the ravages of time, let alone them. It can be said that their current strength is probably less than 30% to 40% of what it was at its peak. Of course, in this large-scale raid, there were also quite a few pirates with outstanding strength who escaped the disaster and saved their lives. Unfortunately, when they rushed out of the ruins and just stood firm, they felt a dangerous energy surging from their spines. When they looked up in a hurry, the first thing that caught their eyes was thousands of blood-red fragments floating in the sky. No! Squeeze, squeeze! Thousands of fragments fell like heavy rain. The remaining pirates were instantly reduced to leeks and were completely harvested. For a moment, the huge floating sky island fell into silence. Directly wiped out with blood. Chapter 59. Hey, Indigo, what's going on? Even if you're making a fuss, just be quiet. In the high tower behind the castle, Golden Lion was lying on the bed, resting with his eyes closed. However, the earthquake-like sound coming from the outside world undoubtedly made Golden Lion impatient. He opened his eyes slightly and looked into the main monitoring room. When Golden Lion saw the look of fear on Indigo's face, he was startled at first, then suddenly realized that something was wrong. Indigo, what happened? Tell me quickly. This floating sky island hides the power of the Golden Lion to seek revenge and dominate the world. No matter whether it is his former pirates' subordinates or the SIQ beasts, they are all his trump cards and confidants for revenge. This cannot be allowed to go wrong. Dead, all dead. Indigo's expression was stiff, and there was no more strange laughter. All that was left was shock and horror on his face. He has lived for so many years and has followed Golden Lion for decades. Even the naval battle of water with Roger could not wipe them out. However, now it only takes a dozen minutes. They were all wiped out by a little devil. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe that all this was true. What? You said that brat wiped out my SIQ beast and my men. Golden Lion's face darkened and he growled angrily. No way. This is the power of this admiral to destroy the world. There is no way that little brat can reach this level. Buzz. Observation Haki was frantically pushed to ultimate by Golden Lion at this moment. The entire familiar floating sky island was completely covered. However, wherever he passed, he could smell the aura of all the ferocious beasts and his men. completely obliterated by observation Hawkeyes' detection. The huge floating sky island had already become empty at this time. Looking at the surveillance screen, where Bayou was standing quietly on the blood-stained ruins, Golden Lion's expression gradually became distorted. "You little BD, how dare you destroy everything I have? I'm going to kill you!" Boom! The huge castle collapsed under the crazy release of Golden Lion's lion fruit ability. The huge tower was directly pulled up, and all the ruins of the buildings around it were suspended in the sky, creating a feeling of covering the sky and blocking the sun. The golden lion faced the strong wind and floated in the air. With her golden hair flying, her eyes suddenly turned and locked onto Bayou. "Little brat, I didn't expect you to do this. You dare to completely destroy everything this admiral has. However, I will give you a choice now. Submit to me, and I will lead you to rebuild a more powerful flying pirates group. At that time, you will be the only successor to me." The rolling words were mixed with endless haki. The SIQ beasts and the pirates under his command were indeed slaughtered by Bayou. However, Bayou, who was able to destroy all of his revengeful forces by himself, undoubtedly made Golden Lion more interested. "If only I could get a successor who would be worth the entire flying pirates group. Why not?" Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. "I promise you, but only if you can beat me. Come on, strong men from the old times, let's continue the fight." Bang! Bayou strode forward and disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had crossed 100 meters of space and appeared in front of the Golden Lion. The demon sword Murasame in his right hand made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, without any fancy moves, and struck towards him with a blow. "Nai, you are indeed an arrogant fellow, daring to challenge this admiral all day long. In this case, I want to see where your confidence comes from, young man." Golden Lion Shiki laughed loudly, and kicked out suddenly with the deadwood and Sakura Ten on both feet. Boom! The three swords crossed, sparks flew, and a strong wind like a violent storm swept back. What a powerful force! Golden Lion's body swayed and he took half a step back. Looking at Bayou coming towards him with a knife, a hint of shock flashed in the depths of his pupils. However, this cannot be blamed on him. The current Golden Lion is no longer the supreme swordsman who wields the sword with both hands. Being able to hold a knife with just his legs is quite remarkable. Not to mention a head-on collision with Bayou, who has reached the ultimate level of spirit. The times abandon a person without ever saying goodbye. Boom! The ultimate Ryutsu exploded inside Bayou's body. The demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with an unparalleled aura and chopped down with force once again. Golden Lion's face darkened, and Sakura Ten under his feet also activated ultimate and kicked out suddenly. Bang! The thunder-like explosion resounded through the sky, and the storm caused by the collision instantly tore everything around it into pieces. The huge impact force caused the two of them to fly backwards instantly. However, facing this evenly matched battle, the bloodthirsty fighting spirit on Bayou's face became even stronger. As soon as he stood firm, he pounced towards the Golden Lion again like a cannonball. Squeeze, squeeze. Dozens of strikes in a row, each strike was without any fancy moves. All there was a powerful and devastating blow. From a distance, it seemed as if there were dozens of blood-red sword auras, completely connected into one. It is bound to submerge the Golden Lion. Bang! The blood-colored sword energy and the purple sword energy collided with each other with a loud bang. The huge impact force made Golden Lion groan, and he flew backwards. Looking at this scene, Bayou flashed and approached again. However, as soon as Bayou moved, a proud smile appeared on the Golden Lion's face. "Kid, you are really strong, but don't forget, I am a demon. Lion Majesty, Sora." Bang! The construction waste floating in the sky was caught by Golden Lion. It transformed into a huge lion of 100 meters in length and rushed towards Bayou with its mouth wide open to kill him. The distance is so close that there is no way to hide. However, feeling the blood in his body boiling to the ultimate level, Bayou did not even think of hiding. The moment he grasped the demon sword Murasame with both hands, without any fancy moves, he struck towards him. Sword Deo, cut in two. Boom! The golden and red mixed sword energy seemed to pierce through the sky and earth. The lion's head that was attacking him was cut in half in an instant. It turned into rubble and dust all over the sky, rolling back in all directions. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly resounded through the sky. In the endless sand and dust, the golden lion with wild golden hair took the lead and appeared in front of Bayou. The sakura wood on his right foot made a sharp sound as it chopped down towards Bayou's left shoulder. The distance was so close that it made one's skin hurt. Faced with his series of explosive moves, Golden Lion's only thought was to scare the bloodthirsty boy in front of him who looked like a war ghost. At the very least, we have to force him out of this crazy state. However, this thought just emerged in my mind. The next moment, the scene that came into view made Golden Lion Shiki's pupils suddenly shrink. Chapter 60. Boom! The Golden Lion's slash came down towards Bayou with great force. An attack so close that there is no way to dodge. No. It should be said that at this moment, Bayou had no intention of dodging at all. The inky black armament haki spread out from the shoulders. The demon sword Murasame in his hand had already burst out with the strongest light and also chopped down at the Golden Lion. Fight for your life. This is a madman's way of fighting. Golden Lion, who was a peak warrior in the old era, also had his pupils shrink suddenly. Without having time to think, he activated armament haki to ultimate. Boom! Two sword energies slashed at each other. The huge impact force caused the two of them to fly backwards instantly. They crashed into each other and smashed a huge rock mountain before they suddenly stopped. A trace of blood seeped out of Bayou's shoulder, and a corner of the modified training suit on his body was also broken. The Golden Lion in the distance was also in a state of disarray, with his big wavy golden hair spread out like a hedgehog. A bloody cut also seeped through the clothes. Armament haki can indeed enhance a person's defense. However, when the power of the attack exceeds the power of the defense, it will also cause damage. In the original novel, Sanji and Fergo collided and the kick almost broke his bone, and that was the reason. Kid, you are worthy of being Garp's grandson. No, I should say that you are even crazier than Garp when you fight. I, Golden Lion, am willing to crown you as the strongest newcomer of the current generation. Golden Lion glanced at the wound on his shoulder and laughed wildly. But, kid, if your strength only reaches this level, then you are destined to lose today. I am the commander of the Sky Pirates and the user of Lion Fruit. The rumbling sound resounded through the sky like thunder. The violent power of the fruit instantly enveloped the world. Even the flowing air seemed to come to a standstill at this moment. Bayushin let out a deep breath, casually pulled out a bottle of liquor, and drank it all in one gulp. With a sudden force of 5 fingers, the wine bottle shattered. The modified training suit on his body was taken off with a backhand. Bang! The clothes fell to the ground, and the weight of 600 kilograms broke the ground. As the sand and dust rolled back, Ryotsu, who was being swallowed up all the time, suddenly fed back to Bayou. Ding! Congratulations host, the character unlocking progress has reached 25%. Ding! Congratulations host, you unlocked Ryotsu materialization. An ethereal reminder sounded, and the Ryotsu in Bayou's body instantly climbed to ultimate under the double-barreled impact. Facing the legendary ceiling powerhouse like Golden Lion. This kind of battle, which is so intense that it seems to make the blood burn, undoubtedly brings the Zaraki Kenpachi template to its ultimate form. Boom! The golden Ryotsu pierced through the sky and earth. The clouds piled up above the sky were torn apart. The ground beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand this tremendous force and was torn apart like a spider web. The world that was originally affected by the lion fruit's ability was instantly stirred up. Is that a weighted coat? What a powerful conqueror's haki! He can actually cause actual damage. In this era, I'm afraid only the red-haired brat can do that. I didn't expect Marine to have a brat with the appearance of a king. Sengoku and his guys will not plan to train him to be the king. Golden Lion's expression froze, revealing a hint of shock. However, this slight shock only lasted for a moment, and his aura instantly rose to ultimate. Little devil, it seems that this admiral has indeed underestimated you. However, I am the overlord of the old times, and I am not comparable to a little devil like you. Thousand Slice Valley of Lions. Boom! 100-meter-long sword force suddenly slashed out. The moment the air was torn apart, it rushed towards Bayou. Feeling this fierce aura, Bayou's face was also filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. If I had to find an adjective to describe this moment, he is no longer a human being now, but a living war ghost. Bang! A golden light flashed, and 100-meter-long sword energy was chopped out from Bayou's hand. The two strikes were equally powerful and collided with each other with a loud bang. Boom! The storm of explosion was like a Category 12 hurricane. Everything around collapsed. The golden lion, which was suspended in the void, suddenly grabbed with its big hand, and the rock ruins floating in the sky were directly stirred up. Lion Majesty, Sora! Roar! 100-meter-long lion condensed in an instant, opened its mouth and roared, then pounced towards Bayou. Bayou took a big step and slashed with his backhand. Boom! The 100-meter-long lion exploded into pieces. The arrogant face of the golden lion appeared in sight again. However, this time, Golden Lion obviously had no intention of giving Bayou a chance to breathe. Sakura Ten and Kumyu on his legs burst out with a series of sword auras. At the same time, the rocks flowing in the sky seemed to come alive in an instant. Lion Majesty Karakumaki Dance of Lions. Roar! Hundreds of lion heads roared like a tidal wave. Accompanied by the sword energy in the sky, he rushed towards Bayou. In an instant, it felt like the sky was collapsing and crushing down on us. Boom! The slashing blows from the sky and the lion head collided with each other with a loud bang. Looking at Bayou, who was instantly sealed, a hint of joy appeared on Golden Lion's arrogant face. The next moment, a ray of golden light burst out from the ruins. Before Golden Lion could react, thousands of bloody lights exploded like fireworks. A figure shrouded in a golden skull suddenly broke out. Before Golden Lion could react, he had already taken the lead and arrived in front of him. The blood-colored fragments flying all over the sky gathered together again in Bayou's hands to form the demon sword Murasame. Without any fancy moves, he attacked again. Devil Fruit ability. Golden Lion's expression froze, and he kicked Sakura and Kumu under his feet suddenly. Unfortunately, at the moment the two swords collided, the demon sword Murasame, which possessed the attributes of 1,000 blades, shattered. After passing the collision, they reunited and slashed down at the Golden Lion. Boom! Golden light emanated, and Ultimate's Ryutsu, when materialized, its speed and power increased several times. If measured by the standards of this world, it's like the Shinigami version of Armament Haki. The Armament Haki that Golden Lion hastily deployed was torn apart. With a huge impact and blood splattering, the whole person fell headfirst onto the floating sky island below. Bang! The earth shook violently, and the thick rock floor collapsed. With the Golden Lion as the center, a deep pit was smashed out. As the dust swirled across the sky, Bayou Observation Haki once again locked onto the Golden Lion. A loud and arrogant laugh resounded among the ruins. Hey, it's really powerful. I haven't tasted this kind of death for a long time since the fatal battle with Roger. Little boy, you are indeed different. It seems that my vision is still good. Chapter 61. The wild laughter rolled out across the sky and earth. A hideous bloody wound appeared on the Golden Lion's shoulder and spread directly to the abdomen. In the previous slash, Golden Lion covered his body with Armament Haki in time. However, facing this sudden and fierce attack, it was obviously too difficult to completely block the attack. Kid, your methods are indeed far beyond the expectations of this admiral. If that lunatic Rox knew that there are people like you in this world, he would definitely be very happy. Golden Lion completely ignored the injuries on his body and still had that arrogant smile on his face. Her blonde hair fluttered in the wind, adding a touch of arrogance to her look. Bang! Bayou fell from the sky, enveloped by the materialized Ryutsu, and smashed the earth into pieces like a meteorite. The dust in the sky dispersed with the wind, and Bayou's figure gradually became clear. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit on his face reached the ultimate level. As expected of the remnants of the old times. Unfortunately, you value your life too much. You hid away for 20 years to study the so-called SIQ factor. When a person relies on external forces, it proves that he is getting weaker and there is no hope at all. So, Golden Lion, you didn't lose to the times, but to your own fighting spirit. If I had a choice, I would like to fight you in your prime. It's a pity that the times have abandoned you. This battle should also come to an end. The times have abandoned me? Golden Lion was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, you little brat, you really like to say such weird things. However, it is not the times that have abandoned this admiral, it is this admiral who has abandoned the times. Without rocks, without Roger's Sea, there is only a lingering Whitebeard. This era is too boring. It's so boring that even this admiral's ambitions are dimmed. I thought that this kind of era would require this admiral to personally break it, but I didn't expect that in this new era, a decent little devil would finally appear. You said that the ships of the new era cannot carry me from the old era, but you forgot that I am the Golden Lion. I am the admiral of the Sky Pirates, Golden Lion. Kid, this is my last blow. If you can take away my honor, then go ahead. Boom. The violent Conqueror's haki exploded like a volcano, and the huge energy directly disrupted the entire world. With its golden hair fluttering, the Golden Lion once again slowly rose into the air. However, this time, Golden Lion grabbed the rudder above his head with his right hand. It's been 25 years, a full 25 years. I've been wondering even in my dreams when I can get rid of this shame. Now the final moment has finally arrived. I am the Golden Lion, the king of the old times. Today I will show you what is the strongest of the times. Bang! The rudder inserted above his head was instantly shattered by the Golden Lion. An even larger amount of haki gushed out like a dam bursting. Roar! Invisible air waves rolled wildly behind the Golden Lion. An imaginary giant lion is roaring towards the sky. As the rolling waves of air tumbled through the heavens, the air flowing throughout the heaven and earth suddenly stagnated. At the same time, the floating sky island under Bayou's feet made a deafening roar. Under the huge lion fruit power of Golden Lion, it was crushed. Lion Majesty, earth coiling endless. Roar! The huge island is like a lion turning over, and the 10,000-meter-long lion head is compressed madly in an instant. With its bloody mouth opened, the Golden Lion landed directly on top of his head. The armament haki dormant in the body, at this moment, was poured into it madly as if it didn't care about its life. In just a few breaths, the 10,000-meter-long lion head instantly turned as black as ink, as if it were cast in metal. The scarlet eyes suddenly opened and locked onto Bayou. The air flowing between heaven and earth suddenly moved again. Little devil, let's have the final showdown. Roar! The 10,000-meter-tall lion let out a deafening roar. The huge body suddenly turned in the air, and rushed towards Bayou with a powerful force. From a distance, it felt like a meteorite fell from the sky, bound to crush Bayou to pieces. Before the attack came, Bayou felt a huge wave of wind and waves, which seemed to crush him. However, facing this unparalleled and doomsday-like offensive, the bloodthirsty fighting spirit on Bayou's face reached its ultimate level. As a cruel smile tore across his face, the demon sword Murasame in Bayou's hand exploded. Thousands of fragments were flying rapidly in the sky. Each piece is 1 meter apart, and Bayou madly drives Conqueror's haki to ultimate. The inky black armament haki swept past directly. When I came to my senses, a 1,000-meter-long black blade appeared in an instant. Looking at the attack in front of him that was coming down like a meteorite, Bayou took a deep breath. All the Ryotsu murderous aura and other things that could be used in the body were mobilized. Boom! In an instant, a 1,000-meter-long black knife burst out and condensed. At the same time, black haki lightning flashed. Looking at the 10,000-meter-tall giant lion coming towards him, he chopped down at it without any fancy moves. Bang! With one strike of the sword, the entire world seemed to be torn apart and stirred, with thunder rumbling in the sky. It crashed into the 10,000-meter-high lion's head. Boom! The storm of explosions spread out like a Category 18 hurricane. In the instant when the sky and earth were dimmed, the explosion sounded like thunder. Everything in the sky as far as the eye could see collapsed into thin air. It feels like the end of the world has come. It was as if the whole world exploded at this moment. I don't know how long it took, but the endless wind and waves gradually dissipated. The haki that was rolling back into the sky had long since disappeared. In the sky, two figures were suspended facing each other. The 1,000-meter-long black knife had long disappeared. The 10,000-meter-long lion's head made a crisp shattering sound. A shocking crack spread out from it. The golden lion standing on the lion's head, with its arrogant and incomparable face, at this moment, quickly shrank down like a deflated balloon. Phew! Golden Lion opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, the arrogance on his face bursting out again. Haha, I never thought that I, Golden Lion, would go this far. Kid, you are indeed different. If Rox and Roger were to regenerate, they would never miss the chance to fight you. I am the Golden Lion. Consider me as a stepping stone to the end of the world and to fame. The man who can bring down the Golden Lion is the true world overlord. I will give you these two famous swords to help you become famous. Chapter 62. Bang! The two famous swords were broken off by Golden Lion's legs and thrown away. After doing all this, the Golden Lion, who had squandered all his energy and spirit, became as emaciated as a skeleton. The last glimmer of life in his pupils was extinguished in his life. The former overlord of the era fell from the sky. Looking at the Golden Lion flying quickly across the sky, Bayou silently put away his two swords. Ding! Congratulations host, you defeated the Golden Lion Shiki and got 5% character progress unlocked. Ding! The current character unlocking progress is 30%, unlocking the subordinate character template Yami Sukdai. The ethereal reminder sounds of the system rang in my mind one after another. The moment Bayou's pupils shrank slightly, the floating sky island that had remained in the sky made a roar and shattered directly. Bayou lost his carrier and his entire body fell rapidly. FK, Golden Lion, UBD, you can't even die peacefully. This is 10,000 meters in the air. How can you survive if you fall down like this? 1,000 horses were galloping through Bayou's heart. Feeling the speed of falling getting faster and faster, Bayou believed that if he couldn't find a way out, I'm afraid it will be a reincarnation who was thrown to death alive? But just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a crazy idea flashed through Bayou's mind. The energy in his body swept out like a hurricane, and in the blink of an eye it enveloped the Golden Lion's two swords. Sakura and Kuki burst out of the air with a sharp sound of swords. After circling in the sky, it landed under Bayou's feet. The rapid fall was suddenly stopped by the double swords. If Golden Lion knew, Bayou would use the two swords that were the spiritual sustenance of his old times as stepping stones. I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would even flip over the coffin. Looking at the endless sky, Bayou gave up looking for the direction and used chi to control the swords, controlling the two swords and descending quickly. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. When Bayou descended to 2,000 or 3,000 meters, a deafening crash suddenly rang out. Bang! The huge air waves rushed in all directions, and even raised a vast white sea. Bayou was confused. Bayou had calculated this when he was taken to the sky by the Golden Lion. The battlefield is 10,000 meters in the sky. It had only fallen rapidly from a height of 1,000 or 2,000 meters when it crashed. Then there is probably only one destination next. Sky Island. Messy thoughts flashed through Bayou's mind when he saw it clearly again. A vast ocean of white clouds first comes into view. The floating sky island belonging to the Golden Lion was now breaking into pieces and crashing onto the sea of clouds. Bayou landed on one of the small islands, and after a quick look around, the observation haki quickly rolled back in all directions. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. As the scope expanded, the aura around him was quickly taken into his mind. There are quite a few sky islands in the Grand Line. If this is the White Sea in the original book, then there should be a guy worth killing on this sky island. Someone is coming here. Bayou raised his eyebrows and looked to the left instantly. 3 or 4 dark figures glided quickly across the sea. The speed is so fast that ordinary people's naked eyes cannot catch it. The distance of just a few hundred meters was closed in just a few breaths. Following closely behind them was a dilapidated pirate's ship, also approaching quickly. When they looked at the huge rocky islands scattered around, which were several kilometers long, everyone's face was filled with excitement. It's an island, Vapa. This is a gift from the god of war. The sudden appearance of an island from the sky is a blessing for our Shandia clan. The old chief standing on the bow deck exclaimed excitedly and worshipped. The villagers around followed suit. For 400 years, the Shandia people have been fighting to retake Gaia Island. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they fought, it was all in vain. Especially after a monster appeared on the island of God 8 years ago. They don't even have the qualifications to set foot on the land and fight to retake it. Not to mention, defeating the god Enel and taking back Gaia Island. It can be said that the island that fell from the sky this time allowed them to release the resentment that had been pent up in their hearts for 400 years for the first time. Wei Pa, there are people on the island, and they seem to be from Qinghai. I wonder if he is planning to seize the island. While gliding quickly, a man wearing a red feather suit and pink glasses spoke first. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, and their eyes were fixed on Bayou. Wei Pa, who was leading the way and carrying a burning cannon, frowned slightly and spoke in a cold voice. Defeat him and expel him directly. Take over this island as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Enel finds out, he will never give up. The priests will also come to get in the way. Before that, we have to establish a base. If they dare to come, we will fight them to the death at all costs. When that time comes, I will have no choice but to use my strongest trump card. The strongest trump card? The faces of the people present couldn't help but change. Soon he showed a look of ecstasy. It was obvious that Vapa had guessed the cards in his hand. Since Vapa has succeeded, there is no need for us to think too much. Let's get started now. The tall Braham was the first to agree. After looking at each other, the jet skates on their feet suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Bayou. Is this going to be a fight? Bayou casually pulled out a bottle of liquor and drank it down. I have to admit, after just having a battle with the Golden Lion, a lot of our strength was indeed consumed. However, Zaraki Kenpachi's bloodthirsty fighting spirit clearly kept Bayou's spirit and energy at its peak. That's the benefit of being a natural-born warrior. There really weren't many Shandia people worth killing before him. However, for the sake of his still growling belly, Bayou decided to use his fist first and then his gentlemanly manner. The short distance of a few hundred meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Looking at Bayou, who was still standing quietly there, Wei Pa and others' expressions froze slightly. They looked at each other subconsciously. Get started. Wei Pa roared, stomped his feet hard, and quickly flew into the air, rushing towards Bayou. Mantis and others who followed closely behind also quickly caught up. The weapon in his hand was ready in an instant. "Wepa, stop it now, you can't afford to mess with this guy." An old figure, riding an ugly Pegasus with a very unique personality, came rushing towards them from a distance. Looking at this uninvited guest, Wei Pa's expression darkened. It's this old god again. Is he planning to prevent us from accepting the gift from the god of war? He's just a Qinghai man. I've already defeated many of them. Since he won't leave, let him experience the power of our Shandia warriors. Chapter 63. Whoosh! Vapa's speed suddenly increased and he instantly went to Bayou's left side. He suddenly pulled the trigger of the incendiary cannon on his shoulder. Combustion! Boom! The blazing flames, like a raging tide, instantly engulfed Bayou. At the same time, Mantis and others also rushed over quickly, and the weapons in their hands burst out with various powers and fell on Bayou. For a moment, the attack was as dense as a rainstorm, and even the Shandians on the pirate's ship looked horrified. Conqueror, who was galloping from a distance, suddenly changed his expression and tried to rush over to save people. Unfortunately, the various attacks that enveloped Bayou were torn apart like a tide. A figure with metallic color all over his body walked out slowly. Is this the strength of the Shandia warriors? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and took a sip of his drink. However, this level of strength is really disappointing. There isn't even one person worth killing. The sound was not loud, but at this moment it seemed like a devilish sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Everyone present was stunned. The ones attacking before him were all the strongest warriors among the Shandians. Among them, Wepa is even known as the War Ghost, and is said to be the reincarnation of the contemporary great warrior Kalgora. In the eyes of the Shandian people, they are the strongest golden lineup in modern times. However, now they attacked together but were unable to hurt the opponent at all. Isn't this too horrible? Wepa, this guy is weird, let us cover you, you use that trick. The mantis roared, holding a burning gun, and quickly appeared in front of Bayou again. The moment he clenched the spear with both hands, a dazzling flame burst out and stabbed towards Bayou's chest. At the same time, Wei Pa made a detour and appeared behind Bayou. The shell wrapped around his right hand was the strongest trump card, the attack shell. Facing this mysterious man from Qinghai, Wei Pa obviously did not dare to hold back at all. Attack! Bang! The huge impact, like an air cannon, directly bombarded Bayou's back. The huge impact force caused Mantis and Vapa to fly backwards. It hit the ground dozens of meters away before it stopped. However, at this moment, they no longer cared about the side effects brought by the repelling shell, and their eyes were all fixed on where Bayou was standing. The blast lasted for 7 or 8 seconds, and the dust in the sky dispersed with the sea breeze. However, the scene that came into view again made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly, and their faces were full of disbelief. The armament haki on Bayou was still there, and the bottle in his hand was still not broken. After taking a sip of the wine, a bloodthirsty fighting spirit spread across his face. Little devils, you haven't even started fighting. This is what real fighting is like. Boom! The ultimate Ryutsu is mixed with endless murderous aura and unfolds like an overwhelming force. The Shandia people, and even Gonfer, who were in this world, instantly felt as if an invisible mountain was crushing down from the sky. A chill penetrated deep into the soul and rushed straight from the solace of the feet to the forehead. In an instant, everyone felt a chill down their spine, and their faces were filled with fear. No one dared to move a finger. At this moment, their life and death intuition told them that even if they just blinked their eyes, death would be waiting for them. What kind of monster is this? His murderous aura alone has made us unable to move. How many people has he killed? The mantis's face suddenly turned pale and he began to stammer in fear. At this moment, not only him, but everyone present was regretting not listening to Gonfer's words. Otherwise they wouldn't have to deal with a Shinigami right now. I'll cover you, you guys run away quickly, this is a monster. Vapar roared and stabbed the dagger into his thigh with his backhand. With the help of the stinging pain, the influence of the murderous aura was instantly broken. At the same time, the figure flashed and pounced towards Bayou again. He clenched the repelling shell in his hand again and pressed it down suddenly. Attack! Boom! The huge impact wave rushed towards them again. Looking at this life-threatening attack, Bayou did not dodge with his left hand at all, but pressed directly onto the impact shell. Bang! The huge impact was instantly blocked by Bayou. The demon sword Murasame held in his right hand, along with its scabbard, chopped down with force. Vapa was stunned. He never thought that his trump card could be broken so easily. Looking at the scabbard coming down in front of him, he didn't have time to think and simply raised the incendiary cannon on his back to block it. Boom! One sword fall. The burning cannon in Vapa's hand was broken in half. The scabbard in Bayou's hand slashed at Wei Pa's body with all its might. Bang! Vapa flew backwards like a cannonball. It was moving at such a fast speed that it smashed a huge rock hundreds of meters away into pieces. The moment a mouthful of blood spurted out. The Shandia people who were planning to retreat at an opportunity were stunned. Is this still the strongest warrior of the Shandian people? The strongest warrior is no match for one strike. This is too shocking. Wepa! Mantis screamed. As Shandia's strongest warrior, Wepa, together with Pai Jai Bei, is their greatest hope. Being chopped away by a sword now means that all their dreams will be destroyed. Stop shouting, he's not going to die yet. Bayou replied calmly, and when he looked up at the sky, a blue lightning flashed rapidly towards him in the distance. "Be careful, brother! This is Enel's divine punishment!" Gonfer shouted hurriedly. A proud voice was also heard. "Qinghai bug, you have trespassed into the realm of God without permission. Accept God's punishment!" Boom! A blue pillar of lightning, with a tremendous force, pierced down from the sky. It was so fast that it reached above Bayou's head in the blink of an eye. Feeling this violent power like the vast ocean, Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, and the demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with a sharp sound as he chopped out with force. Boom! A blood-red blade flashed by. The divine punishment that fell from the sky split in half with a sound, and the sword energy that was more than 10 meters long, with its remaining power, tore apart the leaden clouds that had accumulated in the sky. Boom! The rolling airwaves were rolling back like a bolt from the blue. Looking at the disintegrating thunder cloud, Ganfuer, who had given the warning, and everyone else present almost popped their eyes out. "Oh my God! Someone split the sky together with thunder and lightning. If you didn't see this scene with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it." Watching the lightning in the sky dissipate, Bayou sheathed the demon sword Murasame, took a sip of the liquor and said, "God, I'm waiting for you to deliver rice. You are the only guy worth killing on Sky Island." Crazy. This young man in front of me is crazy. No. It should be said that they felt like they were going crazy. This man from Qinghai, whose origins were unknown, wanted to kill the gods as soon as he opened his mouth. If this isn't a blatant provocation, then what is it? Facing Bayou's provocation, how will God Enel react? Chapter 64. Gaia Island, inside the Palace of God. 4 priests approached quickly, and the one leading them was Nirvana, who had spider hair and wore a purple coat. "God, I received news from the guards that a huge island suddenly dropped from the Bibai Sea. The Shandia people have rushed over and found a Qinghai person on the island. God, do you need us to go over and solve it?" As the 4 God-tier officers under Enel, in addition to using shells to enhance their own combat power, they also possess the ability of mind network. In Sky Island, he is also considered lucky to have developed Haki. It is precisely for this reason that their strength is among the best in Sky Island. Enel crossed his legs, took a bite of the apple in his hand with a slightly gloomy expression. "No need for that. The group of people from Shandia were dealt with by the people from Qinghai in one go." "What?" The expressions of Nirvana and the other 4 priests changed drastically at once. Over the years, after they occupied Gaia Island, they treated the people of Shandia as toys. They are very clear about their strength. Even for them to solve it, it takes a lot of effort to do it. But now he has been defeated by a man from Qinghai. Does this mean that people from Qinghai are more powerful than the 4 God-tier officials? Haha, everyone, there's no need to be so shocked. No matter how powerful the Qinghai people are, they are nothing but ants in front of God. The fat priest suddenly realized it and said with a strange laugh. As long as Lord Enel is willing, as usual, with just a thought, he can use God's judgment to kill him instantly. I think he didn't know how he died until he was about to die. As he spoke, Daigo smiled flatteringly and looked at Enel. However, he soon met those cold eyes and couldn't help but shudder. Without time to think, he immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy. "Lord Enel, did I say something wrong? No matter how powerful that Qinghai man is, he can be dealt with without using God's punishment." As priests, they knew very well how terrifying this moody guy in front of them was. This is the person who can directly destroy his hometown. Don't be nervous. That Qinghai guy split my divine punishment. It seems that the Qinghai people are not all useless. Enel smiled playfully. It's been a long time since I came across such fun toys. It seems like I can still have some fun with them before leaving this crappy place. Let them understand what a despairing God is. Go get the Ark of Proverbs ready, and let's have some fun with that Qinghai guy. Let him understand that in front of God, ants can only despair. The sinister words echoed in the palace. The 4th God-tier official's face turned pale. This time he managed to save his life and was not easily killed by Enel. However, when I think of Enel's almost pervert attack methods and his invincible immortality. They began to feel a little sympathy for the man from Qinghai. At the same time, the vast sea of clouds fell into deathly silence. Looking at the sky that had not responded for a long time, everyone was still shocked. Over the years, God's judgment has been the nightmare of the people of Sky Island. Anyone who even slightly says something bad about Enel will be struck by lightning from the sky. Once hit, the outcome is either death or serious injury. It is completely different from Bayou's backhand-splitting posture. However, facing this unfathomable monster, everyone present didn't even dare to breathe. I was afraid that if I moved my eyelids, I would be hit by a knife. Sure enough, this place is too trashy. Even the so-called warriors are not worth a fight. Bayou sheathed the demon sword Murasame with boredom. Wei Pa, lying in the ruins, froze in his tracks and roared while struggling. Qinghai people, don't underestimate the Shandia warriors. Look down on me. Bayou took out the wine bottle, took a sip, and said with a bloodthirsty smile. You so-called warriors, let alone in my eyes, are just third-rate existences in Qinghai. If this place wasn't a little special and the routes connecting it to other sky islands weren't cut off, you country bumpkins would have been robbed without even the clothes left. People like you are just cannon fodder in Qinghai. You're looking for death. Vapa's angry voice roars. As the number 1 Shandia warrior, he is known as a war ghost. He has always been respected, never been looked down upon like this. Wepa, shut up. Gonfor hurriedly stopped him and quickly let Pike land on the floating sky island. Sir, don't bother with these country bumpkins. I am the previous god of Sky Island. I know a little about Qinghai's affairs, but I would like to ask, are you a pirate or a marine? As a previous generation god, he was the only one who had met, drank with and boasted with the pirates King Roger 20 years ago. I have some knowledge about the distribution of the two major types of forces in Qinghai. Don't worry, old man. I'm a marine. Even though I'm just a trainee, I won't kill innocent people. Bayou patted Ganfuer on the shoulder and said. Your Sky Island is indeed not under the jurisdiction of our marines, but it is a rare opportunity to land on the island, so it can be considered a fate. He is also the only guy worth killing. I just had a fight and I'm hungry. Make me a meal and I'll help you chop down the god. Marine newbie? Gonfor was confused. The other Shandians didn't know what marine really stood for. However, the word newcomer alone was enough to shock them for a while. Even if all the mighty Shandia warriors came together, they could not withstand the sword of the newcomer. So how strong is the marine organization? How many newcomers with this level of ability exist? Are there more powerful people above the newcomers? It can be said that in their minds, Bayou has now single-handedly raised the threshold for new marines. If Bayou knew about this, he would probably feel a little sorry for Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr. However, these thoughts quickly passed, and more people's attention was still focused on Bayou's last sentence. Even God was chopped off for one meal. Hasn't this god's status been lowered too much? Sir, can you really help us deal with Enel? Ganfuel's expression froze and he was the first to lose his temper. Over the years, he had disguised himself as the Sky Knight and had seen too much of Enel's brutal side. The reason he was able to live was because Enel wanted to torture him and amuse himself by watching him struggle helplessly before God. Now even the Shandia war ghost, which he always considered to be a difficult enemy, could not withstand Bayou's casual sword attack. This undoubtedly gave Gonfor a little more hope. Chapter 65. Humph, Gonfor, don't hold your hopes too high. Don't forget that Enel is immortal. An outsider has no idea how terrifying that monster who calls himself a god is. Vapa struggled to stand up and said. We Shandians have fought Enel so many times. Wepa, swear on my life's honor that when you see Enel, you will feel despair. But I will never let go of defeating Enel. The stubborn words echoed in the floating sky island. Bayou said with a playful smile. Really? It seems that the Shandian people's honor is really cheap. Don't cry later. The world outside is big. You can go to Qinghai if you have a chance. Is there any need to fight for such a broken island? I don't want it even if it's given for free, and you still say it's a gift from God. Hey you, hurry up and prepare some food for me, or don't blame me for slashing your war ghosts a few more times. As he spoke, Bayou sat down on the ground. Wei Pa, who was not far away, was so angry that he almost spit out blood. Why should eating have anything to do with me? If you are not satisfied, just cut it. Are they treating the once mighty Shandia warriors as pigs to be slaughtered? However, feeling the pain drilling through his bones, Vapa still didn't dare to move. The only hope now is that Bayou can confront Enel and make a fool of himself sooner rather than later. At Gonfer's command, the Shandia people also hurriedly prepared food. The food is not much different from that in Qinghai, but the grilled fish at Sky Island has a distinct and fresh flavor. Watching Bayou devour dozens of dishes like a wolf, everyone looked at each other. Big brother, is there really a lot of land in Qinghai that you mentioned? A little girl approached timidly. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit, fearing that Bayou would kill them with a single blow. With the little girl in front of me, her small arms and legs probably can't even withstand half a blow. Your name is Aisha. Bayou frowned slightly and quickly thought of this little girl who was born with awakened observation haki. He reached out and rubbed her head and said, "There are too many broken islands like this in East Blue. Some are even bigger than the sea in front of us. They are like the heart nets you mentioned. They are everywhere in Qinghai. Remember, vision determines everything. When you are confined to this small place, what you say is nothing but country bumpkins. Okay, it's almost time, everyone please move away. After dinner, it's time to do some post-meal exercise." Many people present were stunned by what they heard. By the time they reacted, Bayou had already stood up. Aisha thought about it for a moment, not quite understanding, and suddenly said in horror, "Here it comes, something strange is coming in the eastern sky." "Is there something strange?" Lucky picked up Aisha. They may have some doubts about what Bayou said. However, Aisha was born with the power of the mind network, and these words of warning and reminder have helped them turn danger into safety many times. As all eyes followed the direction, a ship called Ark Maxim, built of gold, first came into view. Looking at this ark made of pure gold, it looks like a nouveau riche. Bayou really suspected that Enel was more miserly with money than Nami. However, looking at Enel and the priests standing at the front of the ark deck, Bayou knew very well that this was not the time to joke. Faced with an object worth chopping off, he didn't want to give up. "Haha, Qinghai people, I thought you would run away." Enel stood at the front of the deck and smiled playfully. Over the years, many people who have challenged God have ended up begging for mercy in despair. You did not run away after learning about my power. You are indeed very courageous. For this reason, I can forgive your disrespect to God just now. As long as you are willing to surrender, I can make you a God tier official, which is second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in their breath echoed in the field, and the expressions of the four God tier officials suddenly changed. It was the first time they saw Enel taking the initiative to recruit subordinates. Faced with this condition of being second to none, in the eyes of many people, this is a very popular commodity. I'm sorry, if you asked me to be a god, I would have to think twice, let alone a god tier official. Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. As a local tyrant in a rural area like this, I feel like a meal is more delicious than a meal from God. Crazy. After hearing this reply, not only the four God tier officials, but even the Shandia people felt that Bayou was crazy. Everyone subconsciously looked at Enel, eager to know how he would react. "Haha, you are indeed an ant that this god has taken a fancy to." Enel laughed wildly and said, "Qinghai people, it seems that you still don't know how powerful this god is. In this case, I will stand here and allow you to attack me for 1 minute. If you still do not agree to my request after 1 minute, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless." Enel landed from the Proverbs Ark, stood on the floating sky island, took out an apple playfully, and put it in his mouth. The look he gave Bayou was full of amusement, as if declaring that the outcome had been decided. This kind of confident and crazy behavior touched everyone's nerves. For these natives, this is God's game. Many people who have challenged Enel will encounter this game. In their eyes, only by experiencing it personally can one understand how hopeless this game is. WEPA, don't be unhappy. If he can defeat Enel, it will be a good thing for us Shandians. Liuqi couldn't help but comfort him. Defeat Enel. Vapa glanced at him coldly. Sorry, I'm just worried right now that he can't even make it through the gods game. If he can really do it, I think it's in his dreams. This. Liuqi and the others were speechless. When I looked at Bayou, he had already stepped out of the crowd and said with a playful smile. Enel, you really are a country bumpkin. Then I'll chop it first as a sign of respect. Bang! Bayou moved. It is clear that there is only one way to wake up a megalomaniac like Enel. The distance of dozens of meters was closed in the blink of an eye. The demon sword Murasame in Bayou's hand emitted a sharp sound. Without any fancy moves, he struck directly at the face. Bang! As the knife came out, golden light burst out like a tide. Enel was under attack, smiled playfully and picked up the apple. He was planning to play this divine game as usual. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, a long-lost feeling of death rushed into my heart. Looking at the attack rapidly expanding in his pupils. At this moment, he had no time to think, and subconsciously turned into lightning and retreated violently. Chapter 66. Boom! The knife fell and golden light splashed. Enel, who had just transformed into lightning and was about to escape, flew backwards like a cannonball. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, it crashed head-on into a huge rock hundreds of meters away. The huge impact force shattered the rock mountain that was more than 10 meters high, spreading spider-web-like cracks. The god, who was usually high and mighty, was now embedded in the rock. A shocking bloody wound spread from the shoulder to the abdomen. The scarlet blood splashed, staining his clothes red. Crazy. Whether it was the 4 god-tier officials or the Shandians, even Gonfer felt that he was going crazy. Especially Vapa. Just a moment ago, he kept saying that Bayou would be desperate. Now the gods' game that has made them despair for a long time has been shattered. Looking at the blood oozing from Enel's chest, they understood at this moment. It turns out that God also bleeds, and the color is red. I'm afraid it's clear at a glance who is truly desperate. No way, this is impossible. I am a god. How can you attack me? Enel looked down at his chest in disbelief. The piercing pain made him roar like crazy. Nothing is impossible. It's just that you country bumpkins haven't encountered it before. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and took a sip of his drink. But you just said that you would stand there and let me chop you for a minute. You won't regret it now, will you? Bang! Bayou's figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Enel. So fast! Everyone's pupils contracted slightly. However, they are now eager to know whether Enel, whose defense has been broken, will continue to play the game. If the game of God really continues to be played, then even God will be killed, right? Seeing the figure in his pupils rapidly enlarging, Enel panicked. What the hell is this game of God? Nothing matters now. He pressed his right hand into the air and roared angrily. God's judgment! Boom! High-voltage lightning struck Bayou without reservation. At the same time, lightning flashed on Enel's body, and he instantly took the lead with the help of elementalization and appeared behind Bayou. He just reached out and grabbed it. At this moment, facing this ant that could endanger its life, Enel no longer wanted to use it for its own benefit. The only thought was to kill the person in front of him as quickly as possible. Use the power of thunder and lightning that you are best at. Sorry, it seems you don't even know how to fight. Besides, I'll chop you for a minute. It's not your turn to decide now. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, not caring about the oncoming lightning at all. The moment he turned around suddenly, the ultimate Ryutsu dormant in his body exploded. Boom! The huge airflow rolled back like a hurricane. Ultimate's Ryutsu instantly transformed into a materialized golden skull. The huge Ryutsu brings the high temperature and heat. Not to mention the incoming lightning, even Enel's movements froze. He never expected that someone would simply ignore his attack. looking at the blood-red blade that was chopping towards him again. Enel retreated with a roar of fear. It's too late. As Bayou's bloodthirsty smile appeared, the murasame in his hand had already fallen with a bang. Bang! Once again, Enel was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. The blood splattered from the chest was as bright as fireworks blooming in the void. Looking at Enel, who was hit by the sword again and fell heavily on the rock. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. The first blow might have been caused by God's carelessness. But with the second blow, the God was still chopped away in public. There was a bloody wound with an X on the chest. Is this still carelessness? This is FG chopping at the ground according to God. No, there's no way. I'm Enel of God. I'm undefeated. Bang! Enel was surrounded by lightning and rushed out directly on the rock. The wound on his chest made him roar with a distorted expression. The look in Bayou's eyes was completely filled with madness. You BD Qinghai man, I'm going to get serious and make you understand what the power of God is. 30 million volt Thunderbird. Boom! Thunder exploded, and huge lightning rushed out of Enel's body, turning into a giant Thunderbird over 10 meters long. It instantly cut through the void and rushed towards Bayou. The speed was so fast that a distance of 100 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the rapidly approaching attack, Bayou swung the magic sword in his hand again. Bang! A sword aura of more than 10 meters flashed by. The moment the Thunderbird exploded, it rushed towards Enel with its remaining power. This nonchalant move left Enel stunned. 30 million volts is definitely not his trump card. However, it is definitely several times stronger than God's sanction. But now it was treated lightly and cut in half with one stroke. How strong is this Qinghai man in front of me? By the way, I have a powerful mind network that can easily read the opponent's actions. With this method, I can also be invincible. Enel's expression tensed, and he quickly used elementalization to dodge the slash. At the same time, Observation Haki was driven madly to ultimate and instantly locked onto Bayou. He's going to move to the left. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of Enel's eyes, and soon he saw Bayou turn to the left. This was clearly the same movement as that read by his mind network. Seeing this scene, Enel didn't have time to think too much. With lightning flashing on his body, he appeared on Bayou's right side at the fastest speed. Unfortunately, as soon as he appeared, Enel saw the bloodthirsty smile on Bayou's face, with a hint of amusement. The demon sword Murasame in his hand once again chopped down with tremendous force. Phew! Enel was confused. At the moment when blood spurted out, his left arm flew out directly. Look at the accessories worn on it. Enel knows this. This was his most intimate time, in the middle of the night, when their feelings were the deepest. I have had a super friendly relationship with left-hand brother for more than 20 years. Now he was taken away in one encounter. Is the heartnet or something like that a virtual thing? Why was this man from Qinghai able to break through his methods time and time again? The piercing pain went straight into Enel's mind. Watch the broken arm fall to the ground. Enel roared hysterically like a madman. You damn Qinghai people, I'm going to kill you. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Boom! Endless lightning exploded inside Enel's body. At this moment, Enel, who had gone berserk, had no reservations at all and drove the Devil Fruit ability to ultimate. Amidst the rumbling thunder, the whole person swelled up quickly like a balloon. In an instant, lightning flashed between heaven and earth, and the leaden clouds accumulated in the air were also stirred. At the same time, countless lightning snakes were moving around madly. Enel transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant of lightning. He grabbed the huge golden pillar prepared on the Ark of Proverbs with his right hand, and the scorching heat flowed, melting the golden pillar into a huge trident. In his eyes, the previous defeat was only due to the lack of weapons. Now he has the golden trident in his hand like a nouveau riche. Enel believes that the world is still ours. Chapter 67. Boom! Endless lightning gathered madly between heaven and earth. The huge figure gives people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Everyone present was stunned. Originally, the short Enel had been their lifelong nightmare. Now, he has transformed into a giant thunder god that is tens of meters tall. Can this kind of existence really be defeated? Facing the crazy Enel, everyone's nerves were suddenly stretched to the ultimate level. As they frantically pulled back, their eyes all fell on Bayou. They wanted to see whether this man from Qinghai would get stage fright. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, looking at the huge body in the sky. A series of system prompts sounded in my mind. The power of the new subordinate template that had just fallen from the sky and forgotten to merge was quickly infused into the body. A black magical power rolled in Bayou's hands. It exudes an unusually deep scent. Is this the dark magic of the leader of the Black Bulls, Yamisuke? I don't know what the difference is compared to dark fruit. After Bayou felt the power of dark magic for a moment, the abilities that Yamijada possessed at this stage emerged in his mind. Sure enough, the strength of this subordinate template is still 50%. That was enough for the country bumpkin Enel. He's laughing. Facing Lord Enel, with a Thor-like posture, he was actually smiling. The fourth god tier official was confused. The one-sided situation just now had already frightened them out of their wits. I thought that Enel's display of Thor's demeanor could help turn the situation around a bit, but I saw a hint of fear on Bayou's face. They never thought about it, they were just overthinking. That expression looks like he's a little distracted, right? Damn Qinghai people, you dare to ignore God, I will kill you today. Enel roared like a madman. Encircled by lightning, the severed left hand had already been replaced by thunder. The next moment, the flying golden trident, with a mighty force, stabbed towards Bayou. Sure enough, the country bumpkins only act like real people when they fight to the death. You are not worthy of being chopped off at all right now. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and withdrew from the consciousness space. The demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with dazzling golden light and chopped forward. Bang! The dull collision echoed between heaven and earth. When the hurricane rolled back, Enel's huge body was pushed back 7 or 8 steps. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. With such a huge difference in size between the two sides, the god actually lost in the contest of strength. It's impossible. I am God, the master of this world. Enel stood firm and roared wildly. 30 million volt Thunderbird. Bang! The Thunderbird, which was dozens of meters long, flapped its wings and flew away in an instant. It was so fast that it crashed into Bayou. Boom! The violent impact spread in all directions. The rolling thunder tore the earth apart. Seeing that the attack was successful, the golden trident in Enel's hand burst out with dazzling lightning again and stabbed towards the center of the dust. The rolling dust was torn apart in an instant. With a mighty force, it smashed down on Bayou. Bang! Deafening explosions echoed one after another. The huge floating sky island was the first to be unable to withstand the impact and shattered. Watching this doomsday-like fight, everyone had already fled thousands of meters away. Staring eagerly at the center of the battle, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. The golden trident surrounded by lightning did hit Bayou. Unfortunately, this kind of hit makes people feel like they are going crazy. The materialized golden skull enveloped Bayou's body, and the inky black armament Haki covered his entire body. The seemingly unstoppable golden trident was caught by Bayou's left hand. Bang! The indestructible gold was broken in an instant. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit on Bayou's face reached ultimate, and he strode out again. Bang! With the sound of air explosion, Bayou disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Seeing Bayou, whose speed was no less than his own, Enel suddenly woke up. Advanced observation Haki, under the action of electric current, is urged to ultimate. Later, Enel suddenly turned around, with lightning wrapped around his hand, and swung it out directly. 60 million volt thunder dragon. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. 100-meter-long thunder dragon pounced towards Bayou. Faced with this unexpected Qinghai native, Enel was eager to use this blow to gain a chance to catch its breath and regain its momentum. However, this thought just flashed through his mind. Bayou, already holding the materialized Ryotsu, charged towards the thunder dragon head-on. Bang! Lightning exploded, and the 100-meter-long thunder dragon was smashed head-on. The brutal and violent posture made everyone's pupils shrink. This man from Qinghai looks more like a god than god. Enel's expression changed drastically and he was about to withdraw. Bayou had already taken the lead and appeared in front. Enel didn't have time to think, he quickly clenched the golden trident in his hand, broke off a corner, and stabbed it straight at Bayou. Ant, go to hell. Ants? Have you ever tried being chopped by an ant? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and charged forward without any defensive attitude. Bang! The golden trident hit Bayou's shoulder. The huge impact force not only did not make Bayou retreat even a single step. The demon sword Murasame in his hand had already burst out with a dark light and slashed towards Enel head-on. Enel is crazy. Looking at the invulnerable monster in front of him, as a god, he felt a tremor in his heart for the first time, and hurriedly raised his left hand which was reorganized by lightning to block. This arm has been broken once, no matter how injured it is. Enel also believes it can regroup. Bang! The huge arm flew out. As the lightning dissipated, Enel hastily withdrew, only to find that the broken part of his arm was covered with a layer of black light. No matter how he drives the power of the fruit, all the power of thunder and lightning is like a stone sinking into the sea. Enel was confused. Elementalization is the basis of his arrogance. Element reorganization is his trump card to fight against Bayou. Unfortunately, what was once considered a trick of God has now become empty talk. As expected, there is a difference between dark magic and dark fruit, but the devouring attack and powerful suction are enough to be called a pervert. A hint of excitement appeared on Bayou's bloodthirsty face. Facing the elemental demon fruit power, this kind of close combat would undoubtedly be a bit restrictive. However, when Bayou combined dark magic and armament haki, the fighting still has the same flavor as before. Thanks for helping me test my moves, country bumpkin, but now it's time for you to finish. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and looked at Enel who had a look of disbelief on his face. There are countless people like you in Qinghai. If you are also considered a god, then I am the forbidden zone of gods. Chapter 68. God's Forbidden Zone? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Faced with such crazy words, they have always lived under the fierce power of Enel. I never thought that one day the person who would say such words to God would be a person from Qinghai. No way, I am the Enel of God, and you are just a Qinghai monkey. I will never die. I'm going to kill you. Enel roared hysterically. The devil fruit ability in the body is madly driven to ultimate. For a moment, heaven and earth were filled with thunder and lightning, as he vented his power without caring about his life. In the sky, a thunder ball with a diameter of 1 kilometer quickly condensed. Under the huge pressure, the lead clouds accumulated around were torn apart. Feeling this devastating power, the madness on Enel's face reached ultimate. Without any fancy moves, he pressed down with his backhand. Qinghai monkey, I want to see how you can take my strongest attack. Boom! A 1,000-meter-long thunderball roared and fell with a mighty force. The enormous pressure overwhelmed the sky island and caused it to crack inch by inch. The Bibai Sea was even more turbulent with huge waves, which rolled back in all directions. Looking at this almost doomsday-like scene, everyone's scalp was tingling. If they hadn't seen Bayou standing there with the bloodthirsty look on his face, they would have probably fled long ago. Gurgle. Bayou raised his head and took a sip of the wine. His bloodthirsty fighting spirit rose to the ultimate level along with his smile. He clenched the demon sword Murasame in both hands. Bang! Thousands of fragments broke apart again, and with the help of armament haki, they were quickly reassembled into a 100-meter sharp blade. The next moment, under the matte infusion of dark attribute magic power, a dazzling dark red light burst out. Looking at the thunder ball that is rapidly enlarging in the pupil, Bayou's rising momentum finally reached its peak. Dark entanglement, dimensional slash. Buzz. As the knife came out, the sky and the earth darkened. Regardless of time or space. At this moment, it was as if it was cut in two. By the time everyone reacted, the black sword energy had already swept across the 1,000-meter wide thunder ball. Chase after Enel. Impossible. A trace of fear flashed across Enel's face, and he hurriedly raised the golden trident in his hand. Unfortunately, all of this seems pale and powerless. Bang! The thunder ball broke apart. No. It should be said that whether it is the thunder ball, the trident in Anil's hand, the huge thunder god, or even the thunder clouds accumulated in the sky, it was also cut in half at this moment. Phew! A stream of blood spurted out from between Anil's brows. Feeling the vitality in his body quickly fading away, he didn't even have time to say anything else. Boom! The violent lightning exploded, spreading across the sky and earth. The shockwave instantly engulfed Enel. The Shandia people who were hiding in the distance were blown away by this huge air wave. That feeling was like the end of the world caused by a nuclear explosion. Bayou, who was in the middle of it, changed his expression slightly, and quickly activated Armament Haki and materialized Ryutsu to ultimate. Just now, I was so absorbed in the fighting that I completely ignored the White Sea, but in the sky, under this strong explosion impact, I'm afraid it will be exposed. It was unknown how long it had been before the blast gradually subsided, and the Shandia people and Gonfer, who had survived, hurried back to the battlefield in their memories. However, there is no trace of the floating sky island anymore, nor are there any gods or people from Qinghai anymore. Everything seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. But they knew clearly that this man from Qinghai killed a god. 5 days later, Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. A dog-headed warship was slowly approaching the shore. Garp stood at the front of the deck, his face gloomy to ultimate. At this moment, everyone knew clearly that the former marine hero Garp wanted to kill people. The huge aura it exudes is like an invisible hand, tightly grasping people's hearts. Mr. Garp, the ship is about to dock. Marshal Sengoku and his men are already waiting there. Perhaps Admiral Kizaru will find news about Bayou. Bogart said with the same sullen expression. He and Bayou did not spend much time together. However, as a marine instructor, Bayou has an almost monstrous talent. But he was convinced. Faced with the sudden appearance of the Golden Lion, Bogart was no less angry than Garp. However, unlike Garp's impulsive personality, he is a calm type who puts the overall situation first. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned as Garp's right-hand man. Humph, damn Golden Lion, if anything happens to my grandson, I will hunt him all over the ocean. Garp roars. However, the ruthless look on his face soon lost its vitality. Lion fruit is too difficult. The island floated easily above 10,000 meters, and Garp had no place to pursue. Otherwise, he would not have returned to the naval headquarters today. Don't worry, Mr. Garp. We believe the captain is not an ordinary man. He will definitely come back safely. Karina consoled him while carrying a modified sniper rifle. Following Bayou's instructions, they waited in Logetown for 3 days but still received no news, so they followed Garp's warship back to the naval headquarters. Facing the vast ocean, Karina believed that Marine would be able to find someone faster than them. Karina is right. Lord Bayou is the #1 supernova in Marine. With his strength, Golden Lion will have to break a lot of teeth if it wants to swallow Lord Bayou. Nami and others also echoed. Standing in the corner, Smoker and Iska, who were returning with the ship, couldn't help but nod in agreement. I believe him, too. Garp took a deep breath, and the gloom on his face dissipated a little. It seems that the brat has found a good crew and friends. Don't worry, I will let Sengoku mobilize all the power of the naval headquarters to find Bayou. I absolutely do not believe that my precious grandson will die. After saying this, Garp was the first to jump onto the dock. Sengoku and Tsuru, who had been waiting here for a long time, also hurried forward. As old friends, they knew exactly how strong Garp was, and they were really worried that Garp would lose control and go berserk. Wow, Vice Admiral Garp! You're back so soon. I thought you'd need another month and a half to come back. Countless light Madara emerged on the dock and instantly gathered into the shape of Kizaru. Garp's expression froze for a moment, then he roared angrily. Kizaru, why did you come back? Didn't you promise me that you would give me a few more days to find the place? Sengoku and Tsuru also showed a hint of surprise. They still remember Garp's application clearly. Kizaru, I was the one who asked him to come back. A deep voice came from the crowd. The Marines gathered here quickly split into 2 rows to make way for Akainu with a cold face. To have an admiral personally go out to look for a new Marine is already a laughingstock on the sea. 3 days is already the limit. If he has already died at the hands of the Golden Lion, it will be useless even if we find more time. Chapter 69. Crazy. Sengoku and Tsuru's expressions suddenly changed. They know clearly that Garp is now a powder keg, and whoever touches it will be blown up. Akainu doesn't mention anything. That would undoubtedly be seeking death. Akainu, you're looking for death. Boom. Garp roared, and the anger that had been accumulating for many days exploded like a tidal wave. The Marine soldiers stationed here turned pale. Even Akainu and Kizaru's expressions flashed a hint of solemnity. As admirals, they are known as the strongest fighting force. However, facing Garp, the legendary Marine hero, the pressure was even more terrifying than challenging Sengoku. If you are not careful, you might even lose your life. Garp, stop it now. This is the naval headquarters. Don't go crazy. Sengoku hurriedly stood in front of Garp and tried to persuade him. He on the side also tensed up, ready to take action at any time to subdue Garp. Don't worry Sengoku, I know my limits. Garp looked at Akainu coldly. I have great confidence in my grandson. He not only has the qualities of an admiral, but is also the future Marine King. This is something that cannot be understood by superficial eyes. Marine King? Akainu showed a trace of disdain on his face, and snorted coldly with a gloomy face. I also want to see what the future Marine King is like. However, the longer you are missing, the lower your chances of survival will be. 5 days have passed now. I advise Vice Admiral Garp to be mentally prepared in advance. Akainu, shut up. Sengoku roared. If you have nothing to do, then get back to work and say less. No one will call you dumb. Faced with Akainu's flattering words, if Sengoku had not taken his status into consideration, he would have almost been unable to hold back and slapped him twice. He knew clearly that this was a deliberate attempt by Akainu to show his power. Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku. I came here to see what the Marine King you promoted is like. Now that he can't even come back, there's not much point in me staying here. Akainu left after saying this. Kizaru, who was standing by, also gave a lewd smile and followed. I'm sorry, Admiral Sakazuki, if this is just a show of force, then I, Bayou, am here to mess things up. A small sound suddenly rang out. The familiar tone made Karina and others startled at first, but soon they showed ecstasy. Even Garp is no exception. Little ghost, where are you? Come out quickly and let Grandpa see you. Garp looked around hastily. However, after looking around, Bayou was still nowhere to be found. Look, it seems like something is falling from the sky. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, and they looked quickly towards the sky. Boom! The rumbling sound of sonic booms was simply endless. The first thing that caught my eye was a figure shrouded in a golden skull. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he fell down rapidly like a meteorite with a weight as heavy as his own. Get out of the way quickly! Sengoku suddenly woke up and growled urgently. Bang! The square collapsed, and spider-web-like cracks spread out in an instant. The violent gust of air swept across the entire venue. Those Marine soldiers who were unable to dodge were directly blown away by the air wave. Faced with the sudden air raid, even Akainu, Kizaru and others could not help but use elementalization to evade it. However, at this moment, the eyes of everyone present were inadvertently fixed on the center of the ruins. They were eager to find out whether the person who fell from the sky was Bayou or Kaido of the Beasts. This almost suicidal way of appearing on stage was too shocking. The dust in the sky dissipated with the sea breeze. Bayou walked out of the ruins carrying a wine jug. His unharmed appearance made many people gasp. It's Bayou, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. He actually came back alive. Is this a monster? It smashed down from the sky, creating such a huge impact force, but it was completely unharmed. This method is a bit like Kaido of the Beasts. I heard that the last time Kaido of the Beasts came to the headquarters and committed suicide, it was a similar situation. The scene suddenly exploded. The sudden scene before them completely overturned their cognition. Especially thinking of the mocking words Akainu and Kizaru had just said, many people subconsciously looked towards the two admirals. I wonder what their expressions are now. Sengoku also stole a glance, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly walked up and said, "Kid, it's good to be back. Garp almost overturned the naval headquarters because of you. Now that you've arrived at the headquarters, it's time to put on the agenda the matter of Ghost Spider and Garp recommending you as an admiral candidate. As long as 70% of the people in the headquarters agree, you will be recommended and become the youngest admiral candidate in the history of the Marine. If you work hard for a few years, you may even get a seat for the admiral position." As a fellow from the old era, Sengoku knew very well how powerful Golden Lion was, coupled with the difficulty of lion fruit. Bayou was able to escape from him. This is enough to show his uniqueness. Humph, being an admiral isn't easy, but being able to survive the Golden Lion is definitely worth celebrating. Akainu spoke coldly. However, just as these words fell, a figure hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd and rushed directly to Bayou's side. He lowered his head to look at the two old swords on the ground that Bayou was stepping on, and quickly flipped through the illustrated book in his hand. "Iska, what happened? This occasion is not suitable for you." Smoker turned into smoke and appeared next to Iska. Everyone knows that this is a secret competition among the top combat forces of this headquarters. Those who hand in an ensign are just cannon fodder. Iska ignored Smoker's persuasion, looked at the illustrated book in his hand, compared it again and again, and then screamed in horror. By you, the two famous swords under your feet are the famous swords of the Admiral of the Sky Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, Sakura Ten and Kuki, right? Golden Lion's knife? Everyone present was stunned. Especially veterans like Sengoku and Garp, whose nerves were stretched to the limit, quickly looked in the direction of the sound. The first scene they saw made their pupils shrink and their eyes almost popped out. Looking at the two swords that Bayou used as a footstool, Sengoku asked in a lost voice. "Yes, it's really Sakura Ten and Kuki from Golden Lion. How did they end up in your hands? What happened to Golden Lion? These two knives?" Bayou took a sip of wine and said helplessly. "These two knives are the relics he left for me." Chapter 70. A relic used as a footstool. Sengoku froze in his place. No. It should be said that everyone present was stunned. Faced with these understated remarks, everyone's attention was focused on the word relics. Does this mean that the legendary great pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, has been killed? Bayou, I'm going to ask you a question now. Is Golden Lion Shiki dead? Sengoku took a deep breath and spoke very seriously. Everyone's nerves were aroused, and there was a hint of urgency on their faces. Even Akainu and Kizaru did not choose to leave for a while. In the end, he even pulled out the rudder on his head, I think. Bayou took a sip of the liquor nonchalantly. However, he is indeed the most worthy opponent for East Blue. It's a pity that he is not in his peak condition, which is a bit of a waste. The soft voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magic sound, echoing on the dock and unable to dissipate for a long time. Seeing the regretful look on Bayou's face, everyone present was stunned. What's worse, I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. According to Bayou, he not only killed the legendary Golden Lion Shiki. Now Golden Lion Shiki is still disliked. I dislike it a bit weak. Is this crazy? No. It should be said that they are crazy. Haha, Akainu, did you hear that? Not only did my grandson escape from the Golden Lion, he also killed him. Garp laughed. Even Golden Lion is no match for him. I think the position of Admiral candidate is secure. Sengoku, you should consider letting Bayou be an admiral or something. I think he should have enough strength now. An 18-year-old Marine Admiral. This is the youngest person in the history of this department. This series of words shook everyone's heart. Sengoku's expression suddenly changed as well. Garp's proposal seemed crazy. However, Bayou's strength, as he was able to kill the Golden Lion Shiki alone, was indeed irrefutable. 25 years ago, he and Garp teamed up to send Golden Lion Shiki to Impel Down prison. No matter how weak the Golden Lion Shiki is after 25 years. Sengoku knew very well that that battle was definitely not easy. Bayou was able to achieve this level by himself. That says it all. Vice Admiral Garp, you are planning to make this kid a Marine Admiral based on one-sided words and two sabers. This is a bit too much. Akainu spoke coldly. If this kind of thing gets out, and it turns out to be just a lie, and Golden Lion Shiki is still alive and well, where will the reputation of our naval headquarters be? Besides, don't forget this brat. Today is only his first day at the naval headquarters. He doesn't even know what his foundation is or whether he has justice in his heart. As a war advocate, Akainu has always been eyeing the position of marshal. He even considers himself as the leader of the three admirals. Originally, Akainu was already unhappy with the fact that an outsider was parachuted in as a Marine Admiral candidate. Now he has been promoted directly to the position of Admiral, becoming the youngest Marine Admiral in the history of the naval headquarters. Wouldn't this kind of thing put him directly behind? How can I compete for the position of Marine Marshal in the future? Akainu, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for my grandson? Garp roared angrily. You should know clearly what a famous sword means to a swordsman. This Sakura-ten and Kuki are the lifeblood of Golden Lion. Now they are in the hands of this old man's grandson. This is enough to explain his fate. What's more, Golden Lion is a real madman. If he doesn't die, can Bayou come back alive? The famous sword was stolen, but he's still alive. They've already attacked him. Also, you just said that the grandson I personally trained has a problem with his foundation. Akainu, what do you mean by that? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will never let you leave. Boom! The huge momentum, like a hurricane, was detonated once again. The Marine generals and soldiers present turned pale. On weekdays, Garp gives people the impression of being a smiling and forgetful person. Today, in just over 10 minutes, he exploded in anger twice. This is enough to show that Admiral Akainu has repeatedly touched his bottom line. Akainu's face suddenly darkened. He is a Marine Admiral after all. Now not only is Admiral's aura threatened by Bayou, but Admiral's power is also directly challenged by Garp. This situation made him feel a little embarrassed. That's enough. Are you two planning to become the joke of this department? Sengoku roaring way. I'll have someone investigate Golden Lion's death. However, both Sakura-ten and Kuki's swords fell into Bayou's hands. Based on my understanding of Golden Lion's character, he should be in great danger. As for where Bayou will sit next, this matter is still up to him to decide, and then it will be handed over to us for deliberation. It can only be done when the votes of this department reach 70%. It's not like you can make a decision with just one word. Everyone present was suddenly silent. If the three giants get angry, they may end up getting burned if they are not careful. Many people also took 2 or 3 steps back and tried their best to distance themselves from the matter. However, faced with this current dilemma, many people still subconsciously looked at Bayou. I really want to know what this man with a somewhat vicious background thinks. Seeing the depressing atmosphere in the field dissipate a little, Sengoku restrained his anger, sighed softly, and said, Bayou, don't take what happened just now to heart. The naval headquarters is a huge organization, and disagreements will happen from time to time. But I want to know what you think. Not long ago, Sengoku received Garp's report in Den Den Mushi, and he never thought that one day, Bayou would be recommended to the position of Marine Admiral candidate. Now, no one expected that Golden Lion would fall into Bayou's hands and be qualified to compete for the title of Admiral. This leap in strength completely exceeded his expectations. It is for this reason that Sengoku takes the idea of a newcomer so seriously. What position? Bayou took a sip of the drink and said, Marshal Sengoku, I want to know which position has the most freedom and power, the least workload, and is the easiest. If there is such a position, I think it should be the most suitable for me. BD. Is this person here to be a jerk? Many people subconsciously looked at Garp. Sure enough, like grandfather, like grandson. Looking at the naval headquarters, the biggest slacker is probably Garp, who is messing around in the position of Vice Admiral despite having the title of Marine Hero. Chapter 71. Ahem, Bayou, you are still young. When Grandpa retires, I will give this position to you. Garp felt a little embarrassed and quickly coughed. However, other than this old man's position, the people with the most free time are probably Sengoku and the Marine Admiral. Don't be fooled by Kizaru's frivolous appearance. He's always slacking off. Aokiji is riding his bicycle and I don't know where he's going. As for the position of Admiral candidate, it's a bit hard. You have to monitor the 4 emperors all the time and run around the sea. You have to think carefully before choosing a position. Once you choose it, you cannot resign. Kizaru's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. After all, his immediate superior Sengoku was present, so he was also a Marine Admiral. Others all saw through it but didn't say anything, and only this old BD Garp dared to cause trouble in public. Kid, you're not planning on being a slacker in the Admiral position, are you? Akainu said with a cold face. Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. Admiral Sakazuki, you are indeed the worm in my stomach. I was thinking this. If I can choose, why can't I choose the most comfortable seat? Boom. Akainu's body erupted with blazing heat. A murderous aura instantly locked onto Bayou. The ground beneath his feet, as if unable to withstand Akainu's rage, gradually melted into magma. The marine soldiers who were a little closer were forced back by this gust of air. Garp is a marine hero and possesses mysterious strength, so Akainu is a little afraid of him. Now, a little kid who was suppressed by him was challenging his authority again and again in public. Akainu couldn't swallow this. Akainu, you dare to kill my grandson, you are seeking death. Garp's face darkened and he was about to attack, but Bayou reached out and stopped him. Seeing the figures walking out of the group, everyone's nerves were stretched to the extreme. They were eager to know how this rising star would deal with the murderous intent from the Marine Admiral. Grandpa, this is my business, let me handle it. Bayou patted Garp's shoulder, tilted his head back to take a sip of wine, and said with a bloodthirsty smile. Marine Admiral wants to kill me. How happy I am. This is an opponent worth fighting. At least, I can fight him without any worries. Boom. Ultimate's Ryutsu, mixed with Conqueror's Haki, exploded like a frenzy. The huge waves that were stirred up rushed straight into the sky. The leaden clouds that had accumulated all over the sky were forcibly pierced through, as if they were being stirred by a pair of invisible hands. With Bayou as the center, the surrounding floor collapsed and spider-web-like cracks spread out. The huge dock, all the marine generals and soldiers, at this moment, seemed to be suppressed by an invisible mountain. Some marine soldiers with less strength and experience were treated like leeks. He fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. Reached thousands of people in the blink of an eye. This is Conqueror's Haki, and it has reached the level of substantial damage. In the New World, the only person who has such a strong Haki is probably the red-haired guy. Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. But that guy has decades of experience spanning the old and new eras to reach this point. This kid is not even 20 years old, and Conqueror's has already reached this level. His future achievements will definitely be great. The sound of muttering to oneself was not very loud. However, in this situation, it seems extremely harsh. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Naval Headquarters, I'm sure this evaluation is true. Sengoku, now is not the time to be shocked, hurry up and stop these two guys. There was also a flash of shock in Crane's eyes, and he shouted urgently. Everyone listen up, immediately treat the unconscious person, and notify those who came to watch the excitement to retreat. Do not step within the 10,000 meter range, otherwise you will be knocked unconscious by the aura. Until now, Conqueror's Haki has rarely appeared on the sea. There are not even 3 admirals in the naval headquarters. Only Garp and Sengoku have it. Now Bayou can rarely perform Conquerors, which is comparable to the red-haired Shanks. He plans to take this opportunity to let other marine soldiers take an experience class. Bayou, take Haki back quickly. We can talk slowly if you have something to say. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Akainu, you too. Originally, when Bayou was recommended as an admiral candidate, Sengoku already knew that things would be complicated. I never thought that it would take just 1 month. Bayou's record is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins and cannot be stopped at all. He is directly aiming for the position of Marine Admiral. The most ridiculous thing is that Bayou wants to be a Marine Admiral, which is completely a sign of his targeting of unskilled workers. Marshal Sengoku, your suggestion is a good one. However, it is better to open it up than to block it. Since Admiral Sakazuki is so angry, why not let us have a fight? A real man solves problems with his fists. I think Admiral Sakazuki also thinks this way. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily. The flames of war have already been ignited. He had taken off half of his pants before telling my relatives to come. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable to Zaraki Kenpachi's fighting spirit. Kid, what you said is the most beautiful thing I have ever said since we met. Akainu said with a cold face. Marshal Sengoku, if this guy can hold out under my command for 5 minutes, I will admit that he is qualified to be a Marine Admiral candidate. If he can hold on for 10 minutes, I have no objection to your nominating him as Admiral, provided he is still alive. This. Sengoku was speechless. Garp and he on the side looked at each other and said. Sengoku, this is a good idea. Instead of being at odds, why not have a good fight and decide it with your fists? I agree with what Garp said. Sengoku was silent for 7 or 8 seconds before he sighed helplessly. Well, since you all have no problem with this, let's decide the outcome by fighting. But this is a battle that will stop at a certain point. Good. Bayou laughed bloodthirstily. After saying so much, he could finally start chopping with a clear conscience. Looking at Akainu who was more than 10 meters away, he raised his head and took a sip of strong liquor. Bang! The wine jug shattered, and the haki that penetrated Bayou's body exploded again. However, compared with the previous times, this time, there was also endless murderous aura mixed in with the Assassin Wu Liuqi. All the people in the square felt as if they were trapped in an ice cellar in an instant, with a chill running straight from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. A thought flashed through my mind almost at the same time. How many people did the young man in front of me kill to have such a murderous aura? Bang! Bayou took a big step forward, and his speed increased to ultimate. With the help of Shunpo, he crossed more than 10 meters and appeared in front of Akainu 1 step ahead. Akainu was still in murderous shock. By the time he could react, the demon sword Murasame, which was shining with golden light, had already chopped down at him. Chapter 72. The unparalleled aura is like a rainbow. The sword energy that burst out reached more than 10 meters. No one present had expected Bayou to be so ruthless in his first attack. Akainu's face changed drastically, his pupils contracted, and he suddenly reacted. The hot magma in his right hand flowed wildly, and a punch came towards him. Dark Hound! Boom! The sword energy of more than 10 meters collided with the molten lava in an instant. The blast instantly spread to an area of 100 meters in radius. Sengoku and the others' faces changed drastically, and they shouted urgently. Quickly leave the dock and the square. All spectators must pay attention to their own safety. This is probably an admiral-level battle. The marine generals and soldiers present looked at each other in bewilderment. They never imagined that things would turn out to this point. However, it was great to witness 2 admiral-level fighters face off head-on. Definitely the best open class. For a moment, tens of thousands of eyes were instantly fixed on the battlefield. They were eager to know how the battle would develop after the first collision. Bang! Endless magma splashed, and the sword energy chopped Dark Hound into pieces. The remaining power struck Akainu. Akainu's face darkened. He is one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters. He owns Logia Lava Fruit, which has already been developed to ultimate. He is not afraid even when facing the 4 emperors. It would be a shame if we were to lose even a little bit in momentum because of a young rookie. Therefore, facing Bayou's attack, Akainu had no intention of dodging at all. The only thing he had to do was to suppress him head-on and then defeat him forcefully. Big Dark Hound! Akainu snorted again, and his right hand, which had already accumulated ultimate molten lava, rushed out again. Boom! The giant molten dog, which was tens of meters long, bit the sword to pieces. The next moment, it rushed towards Bayou with blazing wind and waves. Bang! The magma splashed everywhere and instantly swallowed Bayou. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of Akainu's eyes, and he was about to attack again. Boom! The dazzling golden light instantly overturned the hot magma. A figure covered by a golden skeleton transformed by ultimate Ryutsu had already crashed into the dozens of meters long dark hound. He got there first and appeared in front of Akainu. There was no frills at all, he just raised his knife and slashed it down. You! Akainu's pupils suddenly contracted. I never expected that Bayou's fighting style would be as close as a madman. Seeing the attack rapidly expanding in his pupils, he quickly raised his hands to stir up a large piece of molten lava to block it. Bang! The blast wave rolled back in all directions like a tide, stirring up molten lava that splashed in all directions. Akainu's entire body flew backwards and hit the embankment in the distance. The huge impact force caused the thick dam to collapse. Akainu, dressed in red, fit right in. Everyone was stunned. The Admiral was knocked flying at the first sight. Akainu indeed underestimated the enemy. However, this record is enough to illustrate their strong strength. Damn it, little brat, I'm going to kill you! Akainu roared in anger. The dam behind him was instantly turned into molten lava. He is a Marine Admiral. He has always been creating an image of being cold and invincible. I never expected that this reputation was built up after decades of hard work. At this moment, Lengmian Wudi's defense was broken by a single sword attack. Akainu could not accept this humiliation. That's right, fighting requires this kind of emotion. If you don't even have the anger and the desire to kill, how can this battle be interesting? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, and the blood in his body burned rapidly as his fighting spirit grew. Looking at the furious Akainu, his figure shook again and approached quickly. There is no such thing as tricks or frills in Zaraki Kenpachi's dictionary. There was only intense close combat. Little devil, you are looking for death. Canine-tooth red lotus. Akainu roared continuously, and his right hand, which had already accumulated ultimate molten lava, turned into an even bigger molten dog and bit towards Bayou. In Akainu's eyes, as long as Bayou was as crazy as before and took his attack head-on, then the huge dog head formed by the magma could easily bite and seal him. Completely reverse the situation. However, this thought just flashed through Akainu's mind. An even more terrifying scene came into view. Bayou, who was surrounded by a golden skeleton, was quickly covered with a layer of inky black armament haki. With a bloodthirsty smile, he accelerated and charged head-on towards Canine-tooth red lotus. Boom! The scorching molten lava was exploded by the impact. As the giant dog that was tens of meters long tore through the air, a crazy figure appeared in front of Akainu again. The demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with blood-red golden light and chopped down with force. Great eruption! Akainu roared, and activated the power of the fruit to ultimate. Endless magma, like a volcanic eruption, directly bombarded Bayou. At such a close distance, Akainu believed that with the huge molten heat wave just now, he would be able to easily force the opponent back. However, just as this thought came to mind, dozens of sword auras rushed out from the molten lava. Instantly ripped the great eruption apart. Bayou rushed out like a bloodthirsty war ghost. The golden skull transformed by ultimate Ryutsu was indeed mostly broken. Armament haki was covered all over, and many parts of it were also covered in magma. However, Bayou didn't take all this to heart. In the process of fighting, injuries are just a tool to cheer people up and encourage them. Facing Akainu who was so close, the demon sword Murasame in his hand once again burst out with golden light and chopped down with force. Bang! The huge dam of dozens of meters was directly shattered by the sword force. Under the endless dust waves, Akainu's figure was directly rushed out 100 meters away. Only then did it recover quickly in the molten state. The clothes he usually wore were torn into several pieces. If he hadn't used elementalization in advance, he would have had to passively take the blow. However, when he thought of his original intention, he didn't want to move a step and suppressed Bayou. This arrogant idea was completely destroyed. All the marine generals and soldiers who were watching the battle from afar had their pupils contracted and looked at each other in bewilderment. Some people couldn't help but say something that was a soul-searching question. Admiral was suppressed head-on? Faced with this question, not to mention marine executives like Tsuru and Sengoku, even Garp had a look of shock and question marks on his face. Subconsciously, I couldn't help but blurt out a sentence. Damn it, my grandson is a real admiral and he's so fierce when he slashes people. Everyone nodded in agreement with this comment. Even Kizaru, who likes paddling, feels the same way. Chapter 73. Squeeze, squeeze. Dozens of sword auras bloomed like fireworks, colliding with the molten lava with unparalleled sharpness. The splashing lava all over the sky gave people a feeling of heavy rain. With every collision, the entire square shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Everything around, including the square, collapsed inch by inch. Everyone watching the battle from a distance was simply stunned. They had never imagined that an 18-year-old boy could fight to this extent with the three strongest fighters in the marine. Bang! A dull explosion echoed between heaven and earth, and two figures flew backwards to the left and right in an instant. Akainu's face was gloomy to the extreme. Looking at Bayou, who was dozens of meters away with a bloodthirsty and fighting spirit on his face, he suddenly clenched his fists. Little ghost, I just don't believe that you are really not afraid of anything. Meteor volcano. Squeeze, squeeze. Streams of hot magma shot up into the sky from Akainu's body. The lead clouds that had been piling up in the sky suddenly caught fire. Directly fell into a state of fire clouds. The rapidly rising temperatures all around made everyone feel as if they were in an oven, and even their skin felt a tingling sensation. Sengoku's expression suddenly changed and he roared urgently. Akainu, are you crazy? You are planning to destroy the entire naval headquarters, stop it now. As a marine marshal, Sengoku knew exactly how many tricks Akainu had. The meteor volcano in front of him is Akainu's strongest and most commonly used group move. Once used, it can easily destroy an island. It can be said that this is the biggest advantage of Logia Devil Fruit over other types. Marshal Sengoku, this move can't be stopped. If he can take this move, I don't care whether he becomes admiral or not. Akainu's face was gloomy to the extreme, his flaming eyes locked on Bayou, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and he roared angrily. Little devil, let's see how you can continue to act so arrogantly. Boom! Observation Haki, the moment locked onto Bayou. The streams of molten lava that had been accumulating in the sky instantly pierced through the leaden clouds and crushed down. There were hundreds or even thousands of them, densely packed together, which turned into molten fists and poured down onto Bayou. For a moment, the entire sky and earth were illuminated red by the molten lava, and everyone looked at this doomsday scene with disbelief on their faces. Is this a real fire? Come on, this is the real taste of fighting. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily. He threw away the weight-bearing training clothes on his body with his backhand. Bang! The huge impact force caused everyone's pupils to shrink suddenly. Looking at the dam that was instantly broken and shattered into spiderweb-like cracks, his face was filled with disbelief. In the battle just now, Bayou and Akainu fought back and forth. Originally, they thought that this was Bayou's limit and never imagined that Bayou would have such a burden on him. This subverted their cognition. Looking at the molten flames rolling down from the sky, the ultimate Ryutsu suppressed in Bayou's body exploded into ultimate. Boom! The golden light Ryutsu swept across the entire place, and the molten lava falling from the sky paused for a moment. Bayou did not retreat but advanced, like a bloodthirsty beast, and rushed towards Akainu to kill him. He didn't take the molten lava falling from the sky seriously at all. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. This is simply like a madman. It was only a few dozen meters, and it was reached in the blink of an eye. Akainu's face changed drastically. He never expected Bayou to be so crazy. He raised his head and glanced at the meteor volcano swooping down from the sky. He clenched his right hand suddenly and punched out again. Great eruption! Boom! The hot magma gushed out like flames. It instantly poured down on Bayou. At this moment, Akainu didn't care about the gambling-like words just now. He knew clearly that as long as he could delay for a moment longer, the situation would be completely under his control. Bang! The rolling air waves rolled back and molten lava splashed all over the sky. The magma in Akainu's hand spurted out like crazy as if it was free of charge. Bayou, who was originally rushing towards him, was moving at high speed, but suddenly stopped for a moment. Akainu's eyes lit up and a hint of joy flashed across his face. The sky full of meteor volcano, pulled by observation Haki, hit Bayou like a rainstorm. The rolling sound of explosions was simply endless. Every time the meteor volcano fell, the entire square and even the Marineford dock were torn to pieces. The heavy floor was the first to be unable to bear the weight and was pierced through. Everything within a radius of thousands of meters. It was directly swallowed up by the molten lava. In an instant, the entire Justice Square and even the dock were submerged in molten lava. This guy is cheating. He just said that it would only take one move to decide the outcome. But he even used a hidden move at the critical moment. Nami's face turned pale and she shouted unwillingly. If anything happens to Lord Bayou, I will never let you go. Girl, don't be too impulsive. My grandson won't be defeated that easily. Garp's face was equally ashen, and his mouth was indeed full of indifference. However, he subconsciously clenched his fists. Akainu targeted Bayou repeatedly, and Garp saw it all. He would not fight, but if his grandson was harmed because of these little tricks, Garp would never let Akainu off easily. Humph, Garp, don't expect too much. That kid didn't dodge at all and took my meteor volcano. Even the observation Haki couldn't sense it. I think he's either dead or injured now. I advise you to organize a rescue as soon as possible. Akainu stared at the molten lava rolling in the square, observation Haki, but did not relax at all. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened to ultimate, and his pupils contracted. In the sea of magma that was just around the corner, a figure covered in magma suddenly jumped out. The bloodthirsty smile remained unchanged, and his eyes were completely filled with a crazy fighting spirit. The moment molten lava fell from his body, a lot of burned skin was exposed. As the black light flowed, a lot of magma was swallowed up by the black light. The shocking wound made everyone stunned. The sword Murasame in Bayou's hand had already burst out with dazzling black light and slashed towards Akainu. Crazy! Looking at this scene, everyone instantly understood what it meant to fight for their lives. Bayou, who looked like a war ghost in front of him, perfectly interpreted all of this. Akainu's face changed drastically as he looked at the figure in his pupils that was rapidly enlarging. He had no time to think anymore and he blasted out another canine-tooth red lotus with his backhand, intending to force back the murderous little devil in front of him. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 74. Fight for your life. Without any hesitation. Looking at the canine-toothed red lotus coming towards him, Bayou charged forward with all his might on his left shoulder. Bang! As the magma splashed everywhere, the giant dog that was dozens of meters long was smashed to pieces by Bayou. The next moment, the demon sword Murasame in Bayou's hand burst out with a thick black light and chopped down in the face. Dark entanglement, dimensional slash. Boom! As the knife came out, the sky and the earth darkened. The defense that Akainu had hastily set up was torn to pieces like paper at this moment. The moment the bloody wound on the shoulder was pulled towards the abdomen, scarlet blood spurted out. Under the huge impact force, not to mention armament, Haki's defense was broken. Even Akainu was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. This time, the dam was no longer able to block the attack. Akainu plunged headfirst into the ocean below. In a hurry, Akainu endured the piercing pain and was about to use elemental transformation to escape. Unfortunately, the devil fruit ability in his body was like a rock and he couldn't move for a moment. Not to mention, elementalization at this critical juncture. For a moment, Akainu was unable to react at all. The only thing he could do was to plunge into the sea. Boom! The surrounding sea water splashed away in an instant. The sea water, which was originally extremely cold, gradually began to boil at this moment. However, this boiling lasted only a few seconds and soon died out. In the huge square, the Marines who were watching suddenly woke up. Someone, stop standing there and save Akainu. He can't swim. Sengoku roared in disbelief. This battle must be fought, and the winner must be decided. However, if for this reason, the naval headquarters loses an admiral-level combat force, Sengoku would never allow this to happen. All the people who were still in shock jumped into the sea as fast as they could to rescue him. Seeing this scene, Garp did not hesitate and quickly rushed towards Bayou. Bayou, are you okay? You were really fooling around just now. You even dared to catch the meteor volcano. What if you can't catch it? As the sealing of the old era, Garp is well aware of the power of Logia Devil Fruit. Faced with hundreds or thousands of meteor volcanoes, even he didn't dare to take them head-on. Bayou's crazy behavior really subverted everyone's nerves. Don't worry, old man, it's just a little burn. Bayou glanced at the burned arm. In the final collision, he even used dark magic. Otherwise, it can only be materialized with intermediate armament Haki and ultimate Ryutsu. I'm afraid Bayou really can't beat Akainu's meteor volcano. However, it was precisely because of this reason that Bayou unexpectedly and severely slashed Akainu. This feeling is really great. Unfortunately, there is no way to force Sakazuki to use his full strength and awaken his fruit ability. Otherwise, it would be a real fight. Bayou pulled out a bottle of liquor and took a gulp. These words made Sengoku and others who rushed over lose control of their expressions all of a sudden, and their cheek muscles began to twitch. In the battle just now, even the square of the naval headquarters was directly destroyed. Bayou is still not satisfied with this large-scale fight at all costs. Does he really want to destroy the entire naval headquarters before he is satisfied? However, facing Bayou, who was the last one standing on the battlefield, not to mention Sengoku, even other marine commanders felt a chill in their spines when they saw Bayou's crazy and insane way of fighting. This guy is simply playing with his life. Fighting with this kind of person would turn into a nightmare unless you have enough strength to crush him. Bayou, I'm going to kill you. Bang! Two figures rushed out from the sea. In addition to the fire burning the mountain, Akainu was clearly helped out of the water. However, compared with ordinary landlubbers, people like Akainu are close to the ceiling. The brief soak in sea water obviously did not immediately silence his temper. Feeling the molten lava rolling up on his body again, Sengoku quickly rushed out and stood between Bayou and Akainu. Okay, have you guys had enough of the trouble? If you want to fight, you can go to New World and vent your anger on others. Don't act so willfully in the headquarters. Look at what the square has become after the battle just now. The cost of repairing it will be deducted from your salary in the future. Also, everyone heard the bet just now. If you make a move again, Akainu, don't blame me for being rude. Bayou, you better restrain yourself. The awe-inspiring roar spread out like thunder. Garp also patted Bayou's shoulder tactfully. Okay, let's stop here today. There will be many opportunities to fight strong men in the future. If you are not satisfied, Grandpa can accompany you. Old man, are you? A flash of bloodthirsty fighting spirit flashed across Bayou's face. Garp was obviously tempted by the proposal. Sengoku couldn't help but twitch his cheek muscles again, and a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. This guy didn't even let my grandfather go. Could he, a marine marshal, be on the killing list? Fire the mountain, let me go. Akainu's face was as gloomy as water. He knew very well that once today was over, this battle will definitely be publicized. However, Akainu never thought that his underestimation of the enemy would turn his initial show of power into a stepping stone for others. Admiral Sakazuki, your wound. Hwashaishin loosened his hand, but looking at the shocking bloody wound on Akainu's chest, he still couldn't help but feel impatient. It's just a minor wound. It won't kill me. Akainu took a deep breath and tried to suppress the pain from the wound. Ever since he possessed the melting fruit and became a marine admiral, he couldn't remember when he had suffered such an injury. Looking at the little devil in front of him, Akainu said with a cold face. Little devil, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. It turns out that you also have the ability of Logia Devil Fruit. If I'm not mistaken, the sword you just used was probably infused with the power of the dark fruit. Dark fruit? The faces of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Even Garp and Sengoku are no exception. The pervert of dark fruit is also recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. In the original work, Blackbeard set his eyes on this fruit, which he also learned from the illustrated guide. Now Akainu blames the defeat on dark fruit. It was obvious that everyone was shocked. Bayou, are you really a fruit power user? Do you have the Logia dark fruit? Sengoku asked urgently. If we say that Bayou just displayed the powerful Conqueror's haki and the means of the great swordsman, it would shock everyone. Then Bayou really has dark fruit, the pervert ability. Enough to be qualified to sit firmly on the Admiral seat. Chapter 75. Marshal Sengoku, are you talking about this power? Bayou opened his right hand, and a black uzumaki quickly condensed in his palm. The next moment, a huge attractive pulling force suddenly surged out. All the people standing around were directly pulled by this unexpected force and could not stand steadily. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that this power was restrained as soon as it was released by Bayou. However, after experiencing that moment firsthand, everyone's eyes towards Bayou completely changed. The owner of Conqueror's haki, a great swordsman. There's also dark fruit, the heaven-defying Logia devil fruit ability. If you really count on your fingers, it seems that they are stronger than the current 3 admirals, right? The 3rd admiral is indeed also the Grandmaster haki. However, they are only good at 2-color haki, and they focus more on the development of devil fruit abilities. Bayou's Grandmaster of everything, once it explodes. Does it mean that you can stand out among the admiral ranks? At this moment, they finally understood why Garp always mentioned the Marine King. This kind of strength is indeed impeccable. Kid, you really have a trick up your sleeve. Sengoku's expression froze and he said hurriedly. Why didn't you use the power of the fruit to fight? Did you just get the dark fruit and haven't developed it yet? I remember that the world government has the development records of the previous demon fruit power. If you want, I can help you apply for a copy. At first, Sengoku was still struggling with how to report the Admiral's promotion to the 5 elders. Everything that Bayou has shown now is undoubtedly a perfect answer. No reason is needed at all. No, I don't need any records. Bayou took a sip of the wine. I don't bother using the power of the fruit to cheat. It will ruin the fight. I still prefer close combat. Marshal Sengoku, I appreciate your kindness. If there's nothing else, I'd like to go back and have some rest. After leaving Sky Island, Bayou used the power of Chi to control the sword and traveled for 5 consecutive days before arriving at the naval headquarters. Including the battle just now. Bayou had to fight 3 monsters in a short period of time, and even Bayou could hardly handle this frequency. What's more, with the system, Bayou will be able to easily obtain Yejianja's combat skills sooner or later. There is no need to worry about these. If you really want to worry about something, you should worry about where to find the next opponent to fight. Don't want to use devil fruit? The eyelids of the people present were twitching. Is this the biggest Versailles event yet? Or maybe the opponent is too weak and not even qualified to use devil fruit? Faced with these words, even Akainu almost couldn't hold back and was about to go berserk. Sengoku opened his mouth, a little speechless, but looking at the mess on the field, he still waved his hand. Well, since you have your own plans, I won't interfere. Garp, take Bayou downstairs to rest first. By the way, the cost of repairing this square will be charged to you and Akainu. Don't turn your back on me and come fight me when the time comes. Haha, don't worry, Sengoku. If my grandson wants to chop you down, I'll be the first to come and watch the show. It's pretty good to see you make a fool of yourself. Garp laughed and quickly led Bayou away. Now he was so happy that he planned to talk to Bayou about it. As for Nami and the others, they looked at each other and quickly followed. All the marine officers and soldiers were left in shock. A day later, a piece of news from the naval headquarters set off the entire new world. After seeing clearly what was published in the newspaper, everyone felt that something was about to change in this sea. New world, a huge whale-like ship. A huge figure, with intravenous drips all over his body, was pouring alcohol into his mouth. He squinted his eyes from time to time and looked at the newspaper in his hand. "Dad, something terrible has happened. A terrifying person has appeared in the naval headquarters." The sound of hurried words suddenly rang out. Soon, Diamond Jaws, wearing black armor, was seen walking towards them quickly, with a brand new newspaper in his hand. "Jaws, what's the big deal? Dad just took a nap." Marco raised his eyebrows and gave him a blaming look. Xiao Zi's face changed and he quickly shut his mouth. As the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco is well aware of Whitebeard's physical condition. If it weren't for the infusion and the pervert ability of his phoenix fruit, I'm afraid Whitebeard's physical fitness will decline significantly. After all, not everyone is a literal monster like Garp. "Marco, Dad is not an old man yet. I'm afraid I'll be alarmed if something happens." Whitebeard opened his eyes, laughed, and took a sip of his drink. "It won't be something like the Marine finding the body of the supernova killed by the Golden Lion and Sengoku and Garp going crazy, right? The same goes for Golden Lion. We haven't seen him for more than 20 years, and when he showed up, he actually targeted the last Marine rookie. This is simply disrupting the unspoken rules of the ocean. In the sea, whether it is pirates or Marines, as long as the newcomers are not too extreme. The top fighters of the four emperors and the Marines were too disdainful to attack the newcomers. Otherwise, monsters like Garp would squat at the door every day. In the pirates' group of four emperors, there were monsters like Whitebeard. I'm afraid others won't even have the chance to go out. Now Golden Lion took the initiative to attack Bayou, and he is Garp's grandson. It is indeed a bit hard to understand. Dad, can you please not drink so much? It's not good for your health." Marco advised helplessly and took the newspaper from Jaw's hand. The moment he subconsciously glanced at the cover of the newspaper, his expression suddenly froze. What happened to Marco? Is there any special news in the newspaper? Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, a little curious. Marco is his most favored son after Odin. It was rare for him to show such a shocked expression. Dad, Naval Headquarters has revealed that the super rookie Bayou who disappeared 5 days ago showed up in Marineford yesterday. Not only did he have the Golden Lion Shiki's relics Sakura 10 and the Dead Tree in his hands, but he also defeated Admiral Akina by half a move in front of all the Marines. He was recommended as the Fourth Admiral of the Marines, breaking the unchanging pattern of 3 admirals. Marco hurriedly handed over the newspaper in his hand. 5 days ago, they were still laughing at Bayou for overestimating his own capabilities and following Golden Lion away. They thought the outcome would be disastrous, but it turned out to be something they never expected. In just one day, there were so many explosive news. Marines Fourth Admiral. Kill the legendary Golden Lion Shiki from the old times. Defeated Admiral Akina by half a move. This series of achievements completely shocked the world. Chapter 76. The Fourth Admiral? Captain Marco, are you telling the truth? Teach, who was standing behind the crowd and eating Sakura peach pie, said with a nonchalant smile. Isn't it possible that the Naval Headquarters deliberately staged the victory over Admiral Akinu? How strong can a kid who is only 18 years old be? As the biggest actor in the Whitebeard pirates, in Blackbeard's eyes, the outside world is in turmoil. As long as he didn't get into trouble, it was enough for him to just hang out with the Whitebeard pirates and look for the dark fruit. Teach is right. He's just an 18-year-old kid. What can he do? This kind of thing could really be staged by the Naval Headquarters to put pressure on us pirates. I say, this kind of trick, unless that brat has been hiding in the Naval Headquarters, otherwise once he goes out to sea and encounters a real strong man, the so-called Fourth Admiral, he will definitely be exposed and bring shame to the Naval Headquarters. Who knows what expressions those guys will have at that time. The scene suddenly became lively. Every member who is able to set foot on the Whitebeard Pirates flagship, the Moby DK, has been on this sea for a long time. It can be said that no one present, not even Marco, the junior most valued by Whitebeard, can say with certainty that he can defeat the 3 Marine Admirals. Being able to block 3 Admirals in a head-on impact is already pretty good. Now, an 18-year-old boy suddenly jumped out of the naval headquarters and claimed that he defeated the long-famous Admiral Akainu with just half a move. Not many people are willing to believe this kind of thing. No, the newspaper said that this new Marine is not only a great swordsman, but also possesses Conqueror's haki and abilities that are similar to the Logia Devil Fruit. Marco said with a serious expression. If what the newspapers say is true, even if he didn't defeat Admiral Akainu, he probably has considerable strength. Logia Devil Fruit. Everyone present gasped. The reason why the three admirals can be called the strongest in history is because Logia Devil Fruit accounts for the majority. If he really owned the Logia Devil Fruit, his position as admiral would probably be halfway secured. Captain Marco, I heard that the kid came from East Blue. I'm really curious about what kind of Logia Devil Fruit can be found in such a barren place. Teach picked up the Sakura peach pie and put it into his mouth. It seems to be Logia Dark Fruit. Marco said with a heavy face. Phew! The Sakura peach pie in Teach's mouth spurted out. After snatching the newspaper, he read the report and his pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, Blackbeard felt as if the sky was falling. He had been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for so long because Whitebeard was the leader of the four emperors and had a greater chance of obtaining the dark fruit. Now the Fourth Admiral of Marine, he is suspected to have obtained the Logia dark fruit. That Blackbeard has been lurking for so many years. Isn't it just loneliness lurking there? Teach, what's wrong with you? Marco frowned, he still cared a lot about this old man of the same generation. No, nothing. I just want to know if the fourth Marine Admiral is really strong. Teach forced a stiff smile. The Sakura peach pie in his hand was crushed to pieces. Faced with the loss of the dark fruit, he now has only one solution left in his mind. However, it is obviously difficult to achieve this. However, just as these thoughts emerged in his mind, an absurd idea flashed through Teach's mind, and he hurriedly spoke. Dad, recently a young man named Firefist Ace appeared in Grand Line. I heard that he is also a Logia Devil Fruit and Maramara Fruit user. From the gossip a few days ago, I learned that the bounty on that guy will soon exceed 100 million. Now the naval headquarters is threatening to make an 18-year-old kid the fourth admiral of the Marine. Why don't we include this pirate's supernova into the Whitebeard pirates and take this opportunity to suppress the Marine's prestige? If it really works, a Logia demon fruit power would be enough to make Dad even more powerful. A series of words, like a barrage of cannonballs, echoed on the deck. Marco and the others also froze in their expressions. There was a sense of being caught off guard by the solution that Teach suddenly proposed. Firefist Ace. Whitebeard frowned. The Teach at the side had already quickly taken out the newspapers he had collected earlier and handed them over. Teach was very concerned about the appearance of Logia demon fruit power and directly collected Ace's newspaper. The only purpose of his giving this suggestion now is to support a pirate's supernova. Originally, Marine and pirates were enemies. Once the pirates appear, they will be able to compete with the Marine supernova. For the sake of honor, a war is absolutely inevitable. Once this time comes, Teach will have the opportunity to pick up the body. Of course, if he knew the relationship between Bayou and Ace. I will definitely slap myself in the face. Looking at the familiar face in the newspaper, Whitebeard hesitated for a moment and said. This kid was able to raise the bounty to 100 million Baileys in just 1 month. He seems to be quite capable. Logia Maramara fruit? It's really interesting. It's also recorded in the newspaper that his greatest wish is to challenge me. It seems this is fate. However, we have to put him through some tests before we can let him join the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, Dad. I will take care of this matter. Marco showed a hint of surprise on his face, but still agreed. The Whitebeard pirates haven't recruited core crew members for a long time. The position of captain of the second squad has also been vacant. The appearance of Ace this time undoubtedly made Marco smell a hint of feasibility. Of course, the prerequisite is that this Firefist Ace can demonstrate persuasiveness comparable to Kojiki Oden. Otherwise it's all bullshit. Looking at the series of orders coming down, a cruel smile appeared on Teach's face. If you can't get it, destroy it. As long as Bayou who possesses the dark fruit dies, the secret treasure of the sea will reappear in any corner of the sea. This method, which is like looking for a needle in a haystack, is much better than letting the dark fruit fall into the hands of others. Of course, if Bayou knew that the solution Teach had painstakingly come up with was to use his younger brother to deal with him, he would be in trouble. I will definitely reply. Idiot. Chapter 77. At the same time, while the Whitebeard pirates were shocked, the rest of the four emperors also received the news. Wanakuni, inside a Nagashima. In the castle built inside a giant skull, a huge figure was gulping down wine. Listening to the report from the pirates beside him, a ferocious look flashed across his face and he laughed unscrupulously. Haha, Yin, did you hear that? The Fourth Admiral officially announced by Marine is actually a young kid. Is there no one left at the naval headquarters? Do you want me to lend him some? Brother Kaido, you are right. I can break such small arms and legs with one hand. Jack agreed expressionlessly. Quinn, who was standing aside, also showed a disdainful and playful smile. In their eyes, anyone who can climb to the top of the sea to become a top-notch fighter can only do so after years of accumulation like them. Only Yin, the think tank of the Beast's pirates, spoke after a brief silence. Lord Kaido, I heard that this brat killed the Golden Lion and got his famous sword. He must be quite capable to be able to become an admiral. Now that the naval headquarters has suddenly appointed a new marine admiral, this means that in addition to the forces headed by the three admirals, the naval headquarters will have another arm freed up to deal with the changes in the sea. Then I'm afraid we have to be more cautious in our dealings with the Joker. Clown? Kaido's face suddenly darkened, and he crushed the bottle of wine in his hand and said in a cold voice. Humph, a mere new kid who doesn't even have the body of the Golden Lion. It's up to them to say whether he's dead or not. What's more, Shiki has already degenerated to the point of Alzheimer's disease. His strength is almost gone. I can kill him easily. If naval headquarters really intends to interfere with my deal with the Joker, then don't blame me for being rude and flying to naval headquarters to kill them myself. I want to see if the 4th Marine Admiral will show a desperate expression when facing me. Haha, Boss Kaido, you're right. At this moment, I just want to sing a song. Quinn laughed and quickly got into the state. Jack, who was standing next to him, had red eyes, like a wild dog that could attack at any time, which gave Yin a headache instantly. Kaido is very strong, and he doesn't know whether naval headquarters has the ability to keep him. However, when I think of Kaido of the Beasts, who is one of the 4 emperors, he would commit suicide from time to time. This Versailles-like move is undoubtedly helpless. At the same time, on an island in New World, red-haired Shanks was also looking at the newspaper in his hand with a look of shock. Captain Redhair, isn't this the kid who claimed to be Brother Luffy that we met in Windmill Town? I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a while, he actually became a marine, and in a short period of time, he was promoted to the position of the 4th Admiral, completely breaking the iron rule of 3 admirals. It seems that we really missed the point, Captain Redhair. Did we bet on the wrong horse in the new era? The buzz of discussion made red-haired Shanks frown. In Windmill Town, he searched for candidates for a long time and inquired for a long time before choosing Luffy as the key figure to break the old era. It's not that Bayou and Ace of the same period were not outstanding. However, their backgrounds are very different from Luffy's. The grandfather of the marine hero Garp and a revolutionary father. This kind of relationship occupies the largest background of black and white forces. This goes to show how powerful Luffy is and how deeply involved he is. It was for this reason that Redhair bet the rubber fruit that he had snatched from CP9 with great difficulty on Luffy. However, Bayou's rapid changes now made him a little confused. Inside Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin, looking at the newspaper in her hand, couldn't help but smile. This smile, when seen by others, made them shudder. As Charlotte Linlin's children, they know very well what their mother's smile means. I didn't expect that the 3 Admiral rule would be broken in the naval headquarters. A 4th young admiral appeared, who has such strong strength at the age of 18. His physical fitness must be very good. Peros Pero, find a chance to help me catch him back. I want to have a baby with him. The rolling sound of words echoed in the castle. If Bayou knew that he was being targeted by the ant, he would definitely regret being so ostentatious and becoming a marine admiral just to get by. Along with the news, it spread like thunder. Whether it was the four emperors, the Shichibukai, or even on the sea, as long as the news was constantly leaking, they were all alarmed by the appearance of the Fourth Admiral. For a time, the reports about the Fourth Admiral's fame were circulated for 3 days in a row by the big news morgans. No one felt disgusted by this front page. Instead, they studied it with a bit of curiosity. The early morning sunshine, like broken gold, spreads across the naval headquarters square. A figure with bare upper body, revealing muscular body, kept waving a wooden sword in his hand. Every time it falls, a strong wind will be blown up over the square. The marine soldiers passing by were all looking at him in awe. They were no strangers to this influential figure in front of them. He is known as the Fourth Admiral to take office in this department. This represents the existence of the ceiling combat power of the naval headquarters. 3 days ago, the battle that seemed to destroy the world shook everyone's nerves and conquered the hearts of countless soldiers. In their eyes, they thought that a marine admiral like Bayou should be like the other 3 admirals, elusive and hard to find. I never thought that the basic morning exercise of chopping and slashing would be so friendly and continuous in the square. This hard-working attitude undoubtedly moved all the marine soldiers. Even the admirals are working hard, how dare these low-level soldiers be lazy? For a while, any marine soldier who passed by and had no mission on hand also joined in the chopping training. As time went on, the huge square was occupied by thousands of marine soldiers. This large-scale training method made even the marine generals who were standing on the high ground and peeking at it, and even Sengoku, feel a little excited. They no longer knew when the admiral of the naval headquarters had led the training. Looking at the 3 admirals, one is a lazy guy, one is a slacker, and one is a black-faced god. Only Bayou looks normal, with a sunny and positive look. Looking at the neatly coordinated movements and the powerful formation of soldiers, a look of satisfaction gradually emerged on Sengoku's face. Sure enough, this time, the decision to strongly recommend Bayou to become the 4th Admiral of Marine under pressure from the 5 elders was a correct one. However, Sengoku still had a headache when he thought about the difficult questions given by the 5 elders. Chapter 78. 9999. 10,000. Buzz. Bayou used the wooden sword in his hand to deliver the final blow. The white air waves gathered at the tip of the knife and instantly turned into a streak of light, easily splitting the rock more than 10 meters away into 2 halves. The Marines present were all shocked when they saw this scene. As expected of Bayou Admiral, I only completed 1,000 strikes, but he completed 10,000 strikes. Tisk, I only chopped 700 times. I only have 500. Look at that green algae-headed guy next to Bayou Admiral. He seems very powerful. He actually chopped 5,000 times. The scene suddenly became lively. Originally, they, like Zoro, thought that Bayou's chopping training was the simplest thing. However, as time went on, they realized what was too naive. By the time they finished 1 chop, Bayou had already finished 5. By the time they had finished 2 chops, Bayou had already finished 15 chops. To them, that speed seemed endless. There is even a kind of despair that cannot be caught up. Only Zoro was chasing madly with all his strength. However, in this desperate pursuit, Zoro was only halfway there. Of course, Zoro was well aware that this seemed like an honorable achievement. That was achieved when Bayou slowly lowered himself into the water. If Bayou really got serious, Zoro was sure his self-esteem would be shattered. I followed Bayou to sea for just over a month. From the beginning, I wanted to become stronger and defeat Bayou, and now I am training like crazy, trying to shorten the gap. Zoro simply felt hopeless. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that with the help of the weighted wristband, Zoro feels that his own strength has indeed greatly improved. It's a pity that Haki only had a rough grasp of the chi and was still unable to display it. This kind of achievement was praised by Bogart, who was praised as a hard-working genius. Unfortunately, Zoro became discouraged when compared with Bayou. Ding, congratulations to the host, the daily chopping mission is completed, and the reward is 0.1% unlocking value. The current unlocking progress has reached 34.5%. The system's ethereal reminder sounded. Bayou sighed helplessly. When Bayou killed Enel on Sky Island, he only got 1.5 unlocking points. 3 days ago, he fought with Akina but it ended in nothing, so he got 2.8 unlocking points. After 2 days of training, it finally improved to 34.5. Only 0.5% is left to unlock the next step. However, as the unlocking progress increased, Bayou gradually discovered that the system had become cunning, and that a large amount of unlocking value could not be obtained simply by defeating the opponent. A country bumpkin like Enel, who has mastered the Logia Thunder Fruit but doesn't even know what Haki is. Bayou killed him, but only gained 1.5 unlocking points. This is undoubtedly a bit disappointing. It seems that choosing the opponent worth attacking next will require more thought. However, what surprised Bayou was that this time the system rewarded him with a lot of mall points. Host Bayou. Strength, 2000. Speed, 2100. Health, 2250. Deo Force Value, 3500. Body Template, Zaraki Kenpachi, 34.5%. Subordinate Template, Shadow Assassin Wu Liuqi, 100%. Yami Jide, 50%. Skills, Shunpo, Ultimate Ryutsu, Kendo Rindan, Slashing Iron Realm, Conqueror's Haki, Dark Magic. Saber, Demon Sword Murasame, Demon Sword Thousand Blades version, Sakura 10, Dead Tree. Mall points, 2800. Looking at the originally simple panel, it suddenly became fuller. Bayou still has deep feelings about the system's pervert. When will an ordinary person be able to transform from a blank sheet of paper into a big dye vat in an instant? I'm afraid it will take at least 3 to 5 years, or even several decades. If it were to be spread that Bayou was able to walk such a long distance in just over a month. I'm afraid the 5 elders attacked him first. Especially the Deo power value, which suddenly soared from more than 500 to 3000. This may seem like a small amount, but with the combined power of various templates, the power that is unleashed has already surpassed that of Roronoa Liuqi in the original work, who has a force value of 4000 and can display the ability of Zoan Devil Fruit. Just ask Ultimate Ryutsu, Ultimate Killing Aura, and Dark Magic Blessing, which one is not a powerful means from other dimensional worlds. When all this was fully focused on Bayou, the Deo power that erupted exceeded 10,000. This is also the reason why Bayou is so confident in his crazy close combat. Ding, congratulations host, the system mall has been refreshed successfully. The ethereal reminder sounded at the right time. Bayou couldn't help but raise his brows, this system might really be a timely relief. However, when I think about the landlord attribute of the system, the 2800 system points that I just got and haven't even warmed up yet will probably be squeezed out soon. However, if he could swallow 2800 points in one go, Bayou also wanted to see what the mall could produce this time. System, open the mall interface for me. Ding, host, please wait a moment. Ding, the mall page has been refreshed. After 2 prompt sounds, Bayou felt a flash before his eyes, and the mall page opened directly. When you quickly browse to the latest 2 product item columns, Bayou's eyes lit up and he quickly scanned the products. Senzu beans, from a certain pearl world, 1 senzu bean can bring a person back to life from a near-death situation, worth 300 points. Magic Gravity Training Room, from a certain pearl world, it can adjust gravity at will for high-pressure training. There is a 50% chance that it can increase the effect of awakening Haki, and it is worth 2500 points. FK. Bayou couldn't hold it back any longer. Especially when I saw the second product, the magically modified gravity training room. It is very good to increase gravity and enhance physical fitness training. However, what shocked Bayou the most was that the modified gravity training room actually increased the chance of Haki awakening by 50%. If the system didn't play a joke on itself. Then the modified gravity training room would be too heaven-defying. In the world of Poseidon, awakening Haki requires a lot of time and effort, even with professional training. At the same time, one must have great opportunities and battle training to have a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening. In the original work, Kobe risked his life to stop Akainu, and only after escaping death did he awaken Observation Haki. Like the early CP9, they didn't even have two-color Haki. It's not that they don't want to have it, it's just that the opportunity is not there. Now, there is an item refreshed in the system at any time that can increase the chance of Haki awakening by 50%. If other people knew about this, they would definitely rush to the modified gravity training room. However, the requirements for using this kind of heaven-defying product should be quite high, right? As soon as this idea came to mind, Bayou rejected it directly. For such a pervert product, a small flaw doesn't matter. It's on the plate. System, help me redeem all the goods immediately. Chapter 79. Ding, congratulations host, a total of 2800 system points redemption of goods successful. The goods have been transported into the system space. The ethereal reminder sounded again. Looking at the points being cleared again in the system interface, Bayou felt for the first time that he did not feel exploited by the system. A training house that can increase the Haki awakening rate by more than 50%. If people outside knew about this, it would probably cause another stir in the sea. Haki is indeed popular in the New World. However, it does not mean that everyone will be able to learn it. If 1 out of 100 people can learn it, it is already very good. Of course, there are some special places in the New World, such as the Nine Snake Island. Due to the popularity of Haki, the number of people with two-color Haki has undoubtedly increased. However, with the help of previous experience, it is only easier to feel the energy of Haki. There are even fewer that can increase the chance of awakening. Now a modified gravity training room can increase the chance of awakening by 50%. This is almost heaven-defying. Bayou exhaled deeply, quickly exited the system, glanced at Zoro beside him and said, "Zoro, do you want to awaken Haki?" Awakening Haki. Zoro's expression froze, and he subconsciously clenched the sword in his hand and spoke hurriedly. "Captain, of course I want to awaken Haki. Don't worry, I have already sensed the chi. According to my deduction, I will be able to awaken within 2 months, no, within 1.5 months. I know that Captain will face even stronger monsters in the New World next. I will never let you down." He uttered a series of words, each with a hint of unwillingness. At this moment, Zoro realized how foolish it was to stay in East Blue all these years. In particular, after witnessing Bayou's powerful strength with his own eyes, he now wishes he could spend 24 hours a day on training. "Captain, we will definitely master Haki as soon as possible and will never embarrass you. I am a gentleman. If I want to protect the ladies, I will do my best." "Captain, you said that this 98K has requirements for Haki. I have also been stepping up my exploration of Chi recently." Nami and others also happened to arrive. They focus on different fighting techniques, and only Zoro follows Bayou in chopping training. However, ever since the Golden Lion incident, not only Zoro, but even Nami has stepped up his training. Even Bayou was surprised. Bayou Admiral, if possible, could you teach me how to practice Haki?" Iska squeezed out of the crowd. It was her first time to follow Bayou for morning exercises. It was for this reason that she was once again impressed by Bayou. When Bayou had chopped 10,000 times, she had only managed 1,700. The huge gap made her realize how big the gap was between her and Bayou. "You are indeed not my direct subordinate, but you are destined to be with me. I am planning to test a method to increase the chance of Haki awakening. If you want to try, you can join us." Bayou glanced at Iska and said, "Have you felt the chi? Methods to improve Haki's awakening." Iska was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. "I have initially felt the chi, but I have not been able to awaken it." "Bayou Admiral, do you really have a way to increase the chances of Haki awakening?" The urgent questioning suddenly alarmed everyone in the square. Even Smoker, who was smoking a cigar not far away, was no exception. Anyone who is in the naval headquarters knows the purpose of haki. During this period, even Smoker was groping in the dark. Now that Bayou suddenly mentioned this, Smoker couldn't help but feel a little competitive. Iska, Bayou Admiral is the Conqueror's Haki Awakener, and may have some experience in awakening, but don't hold your hopes too high. Smoker said in a deep voice. Genius cannot be replicated in bulk. Iska came back to his senses, noticed his own gaffe, and spoke quickly. Bayou Admiral, I'm sorry, if it's inconvenient, I can explore it by myself. Just now Bayou said that this training is only for the direct affiliated troops. If you force it too much, something might go wrong. Okay, as I said just now, this is just a test. Of course, if you are interested in joining me after the test, it won't be surprising. Bayou took a sip of the liquor with his backhand. Under the gaze of everyone, he walked straight to the empty area of the square. The next moment, as soon as the thought came to his mind, the modified gravity training room hidden in the system space fell to the ground with a bang. A large cloud of dust was stirred up, causing everyone's expressions to freeze. This method of creating a bungalow of about 100 square meters out of thin air is obviously a bit shocking. Bayou Admiral, are you planning to let us go inside and explain the trick of Haki Awakening? Iska couldn't help but say. If it's too important to be passed on to others, Iska doesn't have to learn it. Shut up, Zoro takes the lead, and all of you go in. This is a special training room that can increase the chance of Haki Awakening through external forces. Bayou pushed open the door of the modified gravity training room. The design inside is exactly the same as the gravity training room in a certain bead in Bayou's memory. It's just that after the system's blessing, it has an additional pervert function. However, if Bayou remembered correctly, in a certain bead, whether it was Kakarot or Vegeta, when they awakened as Super Saiyans, the gravity training room also played a big role. I'm afraid this is also one of the reasons for the system's magical changes? Admiral Bayou, you said that this room can increase the chance of Haki Awakening. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth and frowned. Are you sure this isn't a private cooking? Zoro and the others were also silent. After all, this sounds too far-fetched. It's not something you can just say. Let's go in first. Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile and took a sip of the wine with his backhand. He was too lazy to explain about the system's products. If it weren't for the fact that they were both Marines, Bayou wouldn't have bothered to take out the modified training room. Facing Bayou, who had made up his mind, Zoro was silent for a moment and then walked in first. As a crew member, the first rule is to always trust the captain. After someone started talking, Sanji also lit a cigarette and quickly followed. He is Zoro's rival. The opportunity that Bayou mentioned, regardless of whether it is true or not. If Zoro dared, Sanji would never give up easily. Karina and Nami, who were standing by, looked at each other and followed suit. The remaining Iska originally planned to regret it, but when he saw Bayou's slightly playful gaze, he gritted his teeth and followed. She didn't know where Bayou got the confidence to say this. Iska's intuition told him to take a gamble. Chapter 80. As all the figures disappeared behind the door, Bayou closed the door directly. This scene left everyone stunned. Isn't this just cooking for yourself with the door closed? Bayou is still outside, and the people inside, how to increase the chance of Haki Awakening? Smoker, who was smoking a cigar nearby, also looked puzzled. Bayou didn't take it to heart. He just thought about it and directly read through the instructions of the modified training room. Sure enough, each use of this modified training room requires 24 system points per day. 1 point per hour. Since today is the first time I use it, the first day is free. As for the method of use, it is also very simple. As gravity increases, it not only affects the body, but also the spiritual level. Use the fear and suppression of the past to stimulate your potential. Admiral Bayou, why didn't you come in? Is it because of me? Iska looked at the closed door and lost his temper. Iska, shut up. Bayou replied indifferently. Every move you make now is under my surveillance. Next, I will activate this training room. It will continuously increase gravity, exerting pressure on your body and mind. I hope you will be able to awaken Haki successfully. Increase gravity? Zoro and the others were stunned for a moment. This was the first time they had heard of such a magical thing. However, before they could react, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. The number 1 jumped directly onto the scarlet meter. Before Zoro and the others could react, they suddenly felt the air pressuring on them from all directions. My whole body seemed to become heavy. However, this is just the beginning. The scarlet number jumped directly from 1 to 2, and the gravity that was originally exerting pressure on the body increased again. At this moment, everyone felt as if their bodies were filled with lead. For Zoro, who often does weight training, this sudden change in gravity can still be temporarily adapted to. But for Nami and Karina, their entire bodies were the first to be unable to support themselves and they fell against the wall. What shocked Zoro and the others the most was that at this moment, Nami and Karina had their eyes closed, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying, and their faces were full of struggle. Bayou, who was observing all this with the help of the system, raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. I thought that it would take some time to use the magic modification training room before it could produce any effect. I didn't expect Karina and Nami to get into the mood so quickly. According to the system's description, a person must enter a state to trigger the effect of the magic modified training room. If you don't enter the state, even if the gravity is increased to 100 times, Haki still couldn't wake up. Bayou was also worried about whether Karina and Nami's small arms and legs could hold up under gravity. I never expected that it would be twice as effective. Looking at the two people with struggling faces and sweat all over their bodies, Bayou decided to make more efforts. 3 times. Buzz. Inside the modified training room, the space suddenly shook. Iska and the others felt the weight on their bodies increasing. The fear and struggle that emerged on Nami and Karina's faces clearly reached ultimate. The next moment, they suddenly opened their eyes, and a strange breath exploded in their bodies. The inky black armament Haki quickly covered the fists of the 2 men. Although, this layer of Haki has a very light sheen, giving people a feeling that it will break at any time. However, after just a minute or 2 in the magic training room, the 2 of them magically awakened Haki. Zoro and the others were confused. Is this still the Haki that they spent so much time capturing and honing their sense of ki, seeking to awaken? Why does it seem so childish in Bayou's hands? Just 1 room was enough to wake them up easily. However, it is precisely because of this reason. Zoro and the others suddenly became restless. Even Karina and Nami, the 2 most beautiful girls on the ship, were able to awaken Haki easily. They don't believe that they can't do it. Nami, Karina, you 2 should come out first. Bayou was also shocked. The magic modified training room looks like it has no awakening symbol, so heaven-defying. But the magnitude of its effect was also beyond his expectations. However, triple gravity is already the limit for Nami and Karina. If I continue, I'm afraid I'll be crushed by the gravity inside. Thinking of this, Bayou had an idea and the door of the modified training room opened directly. Nami and Karina, almost exhausted, were supported and walked out, then sat down on the chairs beside them, gasping for breath. The strange scene made everyone stunned. In their eyes, Karina and Nami only entered the room for a minute or 2, let out a loud scream, and then ran out again. This kind of thing is obviously confusing. Bayou was too lazy to explain and simply ignored everything. The door of the modified training room was closed again. The gravity value, which had originally remained at 3, rose rapidly again. 4, 5, 6. Accompanied by Iska's screams. This was already 5 minutes later. When she staggered out of the magic modified training room, an unconcealable joy appeared on her tired face. This scene left everyone stunned. Is this an addiction to abuse? What exactly is inside? Even Smoker couldn't help it and quickly walked up to him. Iska, what on earth happened to you in there? Why do all of you look so satisfied? Aren't you learning how to increase Haki's awakening? A series of questions came out. In other situations, Smoker would not have behaved so badly. But things were getting more and more bizarre, making Smoker completely lose his patience. "Smoker, you will regret not following in. You will soon know what happened in there." Iska took a deep breath and said excitedly. "I never thought awakening Haki would be so smooth." "Right." Bayou agrees with the adjective Iska. At least, looking at Karina and the other two girls who went in, the process of awakening Haki seemed to be a natural process. This means not only that they are talented and lucky, but also that Bayou has a unique vision. However, even as Bayou was thinking this, the movements of his hands remained precise. At the same time, the gravity in the modified training room increased rapidly. A minute later, Sanji yelled. 2 minutes later, Zoro also shouted. Looking at two exhausted figures crawling out, all wet. If you don't know the ins and outs. They really suspected that these two grown men had done something in there. Chapter 81. A few minutes later, Bayou took several sips of the liquor. Smoker at the side couldn't hold back any more. "Bayou Admiral, didn't you say you would guide them to awaken Haki? Why don't you start now? Everyone wants to learn from the experience." Originally, Smoker was a little reserved at first. However, as time went on, the situation became more and more bizarre, which undoubtedly made Smoker feel uneasy. The soldiers gathered around also hurried over, looking anxious. After all, there are only 3 ways to get ahead in the naval headquarters. The first is to obtain the Devil Fruit ability, the second is to master the Marine 6 styles, and the third is to awaken Haki. It's a pity that it's easy to count each one, but actually putting them into practice is harder than climbing a mountain. Even the simplest task of eating devil fruit requires at least opportunity. It's so rare to have an admiral give a lecture nowadays, especially the youngest and most talented admiral in history. How can anyone remain calm? What starts? Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and took a sip of the wine. The training is over. They have all awakened Haki. What? Smoker was stunned for a moment. Karina and others also breathed a sigh of relief. With a playful smile, he directly used his Haki. Haki is very shallow when he first awakens. Smoker's eyes almost popped out, and his pupils shrank to ultimate. During this period of time, he stayed with Zoro and others. They are very clear about the things they don't understand about Haki. To say the least, they could be teaming up to deceive themselves. However, Smoker knows Iska, who is of the same generation as him, very well. All along, he has been using the power of the Logia Devil Fruit to suppress Iska. Now Iska suddenly awakened Haki. This is a real way to overtake others. At this moment, Smoker finally understood what Iska had just said. Faced with the crazy phenomenon of Haki's collective awakening, Smoker felt jealous. Bayou Admiral, can you help me awaken Haki? Smoker spoke hastily. Many marine generals standing behind him also became anxious. Seeing the situation suddenly become turbulent, Bayou took a sip of wine and looked at the modified training room. This stuff smells really good. At the same time, in the marshal's office, 7 or 8 figures gathered here. In addition to Sengoku, the chief, Tsuru, Garp, and the 3 admirals also gathered here. His eyes occasionally swept over the documents from the world government on the table. "I think you can guess why I called you here this time." Sengoku spoke first. 5 elders agreed to promote Bayou to the 4th Admiral, but the prerequisite is that he needs to accumulate a certain amount of military merits before he can be justified and shut everyone up. This document also contains detailed information about the mission that Bayou is about to perform. I called you all together this time just to see if you have any opinions. If you don't have any, I'll make the arrangements. I have no objection. Garp stuffed a senbei into his mouth and took the lead in expressing his opinion. The crane beside him also nodded silently. Aokiji and Kizaru were clearly in a lazy mood and simply kept silent. Only Akainu had a gloomy face and snorted coldly. Marshal Sengoku, the mission is secondary, but forming a direct unit is also important. That kid just became the 4th Admiral. It will obviously take some time for him to get along with his subordinates. Rather than letting him go out on a mission right away, it would be better to let him stay in the headquarters for a while to calm down. Otherwise, he would leave the headquarters and sail outside, which would give people the impression that he is a mess and has no discipline. This. Sengoku was silent for a moment. This time, Bayou became the Fourth Admiral, and Akainu was just a stepping stone. It would be a bit unreasonable for Sengoku to ignore his suggestion. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open. Akainu's pent-up anger instantly turned into endless pressure, directed at the marine soldiers who rushed in recklessly. The overwhelming pressure caused the marine soldier to kneel down on the ground. "UBD, who allowed you to be so rude and barge into the marshal's office? Tell me who you are directly under. I will hold your superior accountable." Akainu shouted angrily. The marine soldier's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. "Akainu, he is my messenger. I just asked him to notify Bayou to come over. However, this kind of inappropriate thing happened for the first time." Sengoku said in a deep voice. "Alan, what happened to make you lose your composure like this?" "Fight." "Marshal Sengoku, I don't want to fight either, it's just that there's a fight outside, they're fighting for the spot for Bayou Admiral to help awaken Haki." The marine soldier blurted out all the dirty words that were in his stomach. "What?" Sengoku's expression froze, and he shouted hurriedly. "Explain the situation to me clearly. What does the Haki awakening quota have to do with Bayou?" Even if he really was explaining the method of Haki awakening, don't Marines have any discipline? They actually fought. Sengoku is still having a headache facing this problematic newcomer who just smashed the headquarters' largest justice square into pieces 3 days ago. Now, the soldiers from our headquarters are fighting again. Could it be that, as Akainu said, he really needs to stay at the headquarters and settle down? "Marshal Sengoku, I've said it before, that kid is indeed very strong, but he hasn't come out of a training camp, so I'm afraid he's really lacking in discipline." Akainu sneered and said. After all, he was taught by Vice Admiral Garp. "Akainu, UBD." Garp crushed the senbei in his hand. However, before he could explode, the trembling marine soldier actually hesitated and spoke again. "No, it's not Bayou Admiral who caused unrest among us. It's mainly because Admiral Bayou has a method that can increase the chances of awakening Haki for those who sense the chi. Just now I heard that among the 100 brothers who were originally stuck in the chi sense, about 50 of them have awakened Haki. It is precisely because of this reason that everyone wants to know as soon as possible whether they can awaken Haki, so they fight for a spot. I heard from Admiral Bayou that there are not many places left for this kind of awakening. People in the headquarters are still on vacation or training. Even the brothers stationed there can't wait and rush to the small square. There are now 30,000 soldiers gathered there, filling up the small square. Marshal Sengoku, I just reserved a spot. Can I try first?" After saying this, Alan turned and ran away. Faced with the so-called rules and the temptation of the deadly Haki awakening, everything obviously became a cloud. Only the people in the office were left, looking disheveled in the wind. It was just half an hour, and no attention was paid to the new Fourth Admiral. How come he turned around and made trouble again? Besides, this stabbing seems to be quite serious, right? Chapter 82. The office fell into dead silence. Looking at Alan, who had completely disappeared, Sengoku and the others felt like they couldn't recover. Haki and his team have all taken the course. Zephyr, a former Marine Admiral, has even incorporated his experience into the curriculum of the Naval Headquarters Recruit Training Camp. However, in all these years, it has never caused such a commotion. 30,000 Marine soldiers gathered in the small square. In the original work, the Battle of Marineford was launched to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. In the various branches of the New World, a large-scale conscription of soldiers was carried out, but only 100,000 soldiers were assembled. The number of Marine soldiers stationed at the headquarters is conservatively estimated to be around 40,000. Now 30,000 people have been gathered at once. Isn't this almost draining out all the people in our headquarters? For a moment, the atmosphere became a little tense. Sengoku glanced out the window and saw the surging crowd, which was really frightening. "Sengoku, if you want to go and see, just go ahead." Garp put a piece of senbei in his mouth and said with a laugh. Sengoku glared and shouted angrily, I don't believe you're not curious. Haha, of course I'm curious, he's my grandson. Garp laughed and rushed out. Sengoku almost broke his teeth, but facing the matter of mass awakening of Haki, he was still very concerned and hurriedly followed him out. I'll go take a look too. Do you want to come with me? He took a look and left. Aokiji and Kizaru, two lazy characters, were obviously curious about what was going on and followed silently. Only Akaina's face turned pale. After struggling for more than half a minute, he followed out with a gloomy face and gritted teeth. Along the way, 30,000 marine soldiers were crowded in the small square, and it was already blocked. Faced with the opportunity to awaken Haki, everyone pointed their heads and rushed into the crowd. In the eyes of most marines, this is not only an opportunity to try, but also a turning point in their lives. Just think about it, if you accidentally get Haki awakening, it may not be very conspicuous in the new world. But in Sahai, or even in the first half of Grand Line, it can stand on its own. You will also have an extra ability to protect yourself in the dangerous sea. Please get out of the way. I've been stuck in the stage of polishing my chi for 2 years. I will definitely succeed. Bah, there are people here who say they were trapped in the chi for 10 years. You should just stand aside for the next 2 years. Tisk, I've been here for 15 years. Even if the marshal came today, I wouldn't show him mercy. The scene suddenly became lively. Looking at those figures who are madly pushing towards the center, Sengoku's face darkened. Haha, why won't Marshal Sengoku allow it? Garp laughed loudly, and the marine soldiers who were cursing suddenly became quiet. They said this, but their bodies remained obedient and they subconsciously stepped aside. Garp was also not vague, and quickly passed through the crowd with Sengoku. However, as they moved deeper into the crowd, they became more shocked. In just a few minutes, they had seen many low-ranking generals and even some outstanding non-commissioned officers awaken Haki. When they arrived at the house in the center, he, who was standing beside them, spoke with a serious expression. Sengoku, I just did a rough estimate and there are about 92 people who have awakened Haki. If we count carefully, I'm afraid the number will go up even more. Turn up? Sengoku's face changed slightly, and his facial expression was a little out of control at this answer. I remember last year, when the naval headquarters counted the number of people who had learned Haki, it was only about 180. Now tell me, that kid Bayou, in just half an hour, achieved what our marine has worked hard to train for a year. This is not a joke, is it? Sengoku couldn't help but look towards Tsuru. Crane shook his head, then quickly nodded. Sengoku didn't know what all this meant. However, looking at the small house that appeared in the square at some point in time, hundreds of people standing nearby all pulled out their weak armament Haki. This picture is gorgeous and also very shocking. Because, on the registration list, these are all unfamiliar faces. In addition to some newly promoted non-commissioned officers, there are also some high-quality recruits. Now everyone has used Haki, which is enough to show that 30,000 people can gather here. Increasing the probability of Haki awakening is probably no joke. You bastards, who asked you to gather here? This is the naval headquarters. Do you still have any rules? Akaina's face was gloomy to the extreme. Just a moment ago in the office, he was still doubting Bayou's cohesion. However, as he went deeper into the small square, he saw that many of his subordinates were also gathered here waiting for Haki to awaken. Or Haki has already awakened. This undoubtedly made Akaina feel a little embarrassed. He knew clearly that if things were allowed to continue, Bayou will become a stumbling block for him to become Marine Marshal. It's Admiral Sakazuki. It looks like your injury has almost healed. Let's have another fight if we have a chance. Bayou took a sip of the wine, smiled bloodthirstily, and put away the modified training house. This scene made the Marine in the field stunned at first. Soon the scene exploded. Admiral Bayou, why did you put away the training house? We want to try it too. Bayou Admiral, we have been waiting in line for a long time. Bayou Admiral, no matter what happens, we support you. The cacophony of voices suddenly made the small square lively. If we say that the people who gathered here at the beginning were just the 8 trigrams. However, after witnessing the miracle with my own eyes, they gathered here, waiting for hope. Especially seeing so many people become successful one by one, telling the mystery and magic of the training room. In just a few minutes, Haki, who had been trying to figure out for years but still couldn't, was awakened. At this moment, everyone's heart was burning, and even their blood was boiling. Others can do it, and no one is willing to believe that they can't. At least, no one will give up this opportunity easily before trying. Akainu's voice interrupted their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This scene immediately attracted murderous looks from all the marine soldiers. At this moment, Sengoku also dared to play the insurance policy. All marines want to kill Akainu. Chapter 83. The atmosphere in the huge square suddenly became depressing. Akainu's face was even worse than Ultimate's. He is a marine admiral. He has never been treated like this before. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Akainu would never have believed that one day he would end up living in a dilapidated house, directly labeled as an enemy. However, Akainu is now angry but dare not speak out. Faced with Bayou, who had put away the modified training room, he did not dare to further provoke these marine soldiers. If this causes a huge uproar among the crowd, would he, the admiral who is in the wrong, really be able to defeat Meteor Volcano with one punch? If he does this, he will probably completely lose the support of the people at the naval headquarters. What a shit marine marshal! Sengoku's expression also changed. He didn't expect that Bayou would receive such huge support in just half an hour. However, as the resourceful general, he is very clear about one thing. No one will offend someone who creates opportunities for himself. Unless you plan to be a salted fish for the rest of your life. Otherwise, for people like Bayou, who can increase the chance of Haki awakening, this needs to be worshipped. However, feeling the atmosphere around him becoming more and more solemn and depressing, Akainu's face turned pale and a little distorted. Sengoku was not vague either and sighed. Bayou, Sakazuki didn't mean it just now. The commotion caused by the naval headquarters this time is indeed a bit big, so don't mind it. I'm also curious, how do you increase everyone's chances of Haki awakening? Even Zephyr can't do this. At the beginning, I really had the urge to let you sit in Zephyr's seat. In the recruit camp, Marine 6 Styles is the most basic course taught. The main reason is that it is much easier to learn than Haki. However, now Bayou seems to be mass-producing, awakening a large number of people's Haki. If this can be applied in the recruit camp, it will be useful over time. The number of Haki owners in the naval headquarters will definitely increase dramatically. Just imagine if you encounter pirates on the ocean in the future, you will directly pull out a boat full of Haki owners. Does this feel good? Of course it was awesome. Haha, Marshal Sengoku, I certainly don't blame Admiral Sakazuki. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and took a sip of the wine. Increasing the chance of Haki awakening is actually a technique of guiding potential that I accidentally acquired when developing my fruit ability. The house is just a combination of my fusion fruit ability, which makes it easier for me to control it. However, the potential stimulation just now has consumed a lot of my strength. I probably won't be able to continue in the short term. Everyone, if you want to awaken Haki, I will notify you next time. Bayou had thought of this reason from the beginning. Blame it all on the mysterious dark fruit. Obviously Sengoku, there is nothing to fault with it. Ah, it's almost my turn, why don't you let me try to awaken? If I can awaken Haki, I will definitely be able to pass the next non-commissioned officer examination. If possible, I would be willing to exchange 10 years of my youth for a chance to awaken. In the square, there were sudden cries of wolves and howls of ghosts. However, facing Bayou's decision, they dared not act rashly. Although they didn't say it, many people still blamed Akainu for everything in their hearts. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Sengoku sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Okay, everyone, go away. I know you are all upset, but Bayou's Admiral Fruit ability has been overdrawn, and he has a mission next, so you should let him relax for a while. Don't forget, he is the Fourth Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. The chance to awaken Haki will eventually come to you. Next, I will organize special people to register you and awaken you in order. As long as you can feel the chi, you will have a chance. However, I remind you that if you continue to stay here and delay your respective tasks, you will be deprived of the opportunity to awaken. The rolling sound of words was mixed with an unquestionable flavor. The 30,000 marine soldiers who had gathered in the square were stunned for a moment, then quickly dispersed. Those who had successfully awakened Haki also left after giving Bayou a look of gratitude. For a moment, Bayou and his group were the only ones left in the square. Bayou raised his eyebrows as he looked at Sengoku, who cleared the field in an instant. Sengoku's title of the resourceful general is indeed not simple. He resolved the public relations crisis with just a few words. Bayou, do you mind if I help you make the decision? Sengoku said with a dry laugh. After going through so many things, especially seeing Bayou's method of increasing the chance of Haki awakening. But he didn't dare to look down on the young man in front of him. Haha, Marshal Sengoku, if you really feel sorry, I would rather you fight me. Bayou took a sip of the wine and smiled bloodthirstily. Sengoku's face froze. Is this something even the Marshal wants to chop off? This is too horrible. Ahem, kid, let's talk about the fighting later. Sengoku coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. This time, I came to you mainly to tell you that the 5 elders have agreed to your submission to become the Fourth Admiral. However, they require you to have sufficient military merits to secure this position. This is your mission this time. Sengoku handed over the mission document that he had already prepared. Bayou had already expected that the position of the Fourth Admiral would not be easy to take. Looking at the tasks on the document, he couldn't help but raise his brows. Go to Alabasta and collect the heavenly gold. Tianchangjian is a member state of the world and pays protection fees to the world government every year according to regulations. Alabasta was once a superpower and one of the 21 world nobles. Originally, they were qualified to become celestial dragons. Unfortunately, the first-generation king suddenly gave up. Now the 5 elders suddenly asked him to go to Alabasta to collect protection money. This task is not as easy as imagined. Marshal Sengoku, let's not talk about these empty words. This mission is probably not as simple as it seems, right? Bayou said with a playful smile. Haha, I knew it a long time ago that you are no simple kid. You noticed the keys so quickly. Sengoku smiled with relief. Finally I met a normal admiral. No. It should be said that besides liking to fight and kill people, the mind is quite flexible. Alabasta, in the first half of the Grand Line, is considered a superpower, and the delivery of gold on this day has always been quite normal. Sengoku spoke again. However, in the past 5 or 6 years, Alabasta has been hit by a severe drought, which has led to internal chaos. It is not only difficult to get the gold from heaven. Besides, every time we gather the gold together, it will be robbed halfway, so this time I plan to let you go in person and bring back the gold from heaven. Chapter 84. Bring back the gold from heaven? Bayou raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. Marshal Sengoku, this mission sheet states that no matter what happens, we must ensure the safety of the Tenjo gold. If the Tenjo gold is lost or does not meet the amount, is it my fault? Bayou did not look closely at the rules and regulations of the task. He now had only one idea. Isn't Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, in Alabasta? If given the chance, Bayou will not let the prey slip away from his mouth. Theoretically. Sengoku said after a moment of silence. But don't worry. Alabasta is a superpower. They should be able to collect enough gold from the sky this time. If there's any problem, I can help you out. Just now, Sengoku personally spoke up to help Bayou deal with the matter of awakening Haki. He didn't want to disappoint Bayou because of a mission. Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku. I just want to confirm the conditions for completing the mission. Bayou said with a playful smile. If there are no other questions, I will go and prepare first. Go ahead. Sengoku waved his hand. However, when he saw Bayou turning and leaving, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This matter seemed to be going too smoothly. Sengoku, why don't you leave? Crane stopped beside Sengoku and said after hesitating for a moment. Just now, I have asked someone to confirm again and again that Bayou does have the means to increase the chance of Haki awakening. I plan to have someone notify Zephyr and ask him to prepare the list in advance. During this period, the recruit camp has also produced a lot of good seedlings. I just saw a recruit from the recruit camp awaken Haki. Even the recruiting was successful. Sengoku's expression froze. Thinking back to the time when resources were scarce, they had spent a lot of time honing their aura before awakening Haki. If I hadn't confirmed it with my own eyes, I would have really suspected that this was a joke. However, it is precisely because of this reason that Sengoku finds himself increasingly unable to see through Bayou. He was not even 20 years old yet and he was able to reach this level. This kid is really scary. Arrange it according to your plan. Otherwise, if Zephyr hears about this, he might even mobilize a large army to come and hold us accountable. Got it, I'll arrange it now. As orders were issued one after another, Bayou's reputation became famous again. Naval Headquarters Recruit Camp is located on the Red Line adjacent to Marineford. In the huge square, recruits gathered in an orderly manner. Olin. Arrive. Asir. Arrive. An. Arrive. A series of roll calls echoed in the square. Zephyr, with a purple crew cut, looked at the list in his hand, his sharp eyes quickly scanning the scene. Tashiji. The name that came out of his mouth echoed between heaven and earth. However, as time went on, there was still no response. Zephyr's face couldn't help but darken. As the chief instructor, he has always been meticulous. He is even more strict when dealing with students. No subject or training should be missed. For Zephyr, it's about getting your mind right. Now Tashiji doesn't even take the most basic discipline seriously. Zephyr's face was undoubtedly gloomy to the ultimate. Arrive. Tashiji was running towards them in a hurry, holding his sword. Soon they arrived in front of the square formation. Facing Zephyr's gloomy face, he was obviously at a loss. Tashiji, hurry up and apologize to Teacher Zephyr. Not long ago, Colonel Smoker of Logetown applied to recruit an adjutant. The teacher is planning to recommend you to take the position and skip the graduation exam. Ian reminded hurriedly. As long as you tell me the reason for being late, Mr. Zephyr will definitely forgive you. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Tashiji. Zephyr is no exception. Every student who can stand here is the result of his hard work. When a newcomer like Tashiji, who is a pure swordsman, is taken seriously by Zephyr. Otherwise, she would not have been recommended to Smoker and the recruit assessment would have been skipped directly. It was for this reason that Zephyr was eager to know why Tashiji, who had always followed the rules, suddenly broke them. Zephyr-sensei, no. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Tashiji spoke hurriedly. I just awakened Haki, so I accidentally delayed the time. Awakened Haki? Everyone present was stunned. Zephyr was no exception, but he quickly came to his senses and said excitedly. Tashiji, you just said that you awakened Haki, is that true? Did you get some inspiration from the book on how to practice Haki that I customized a few days ago? Over the years, Zephyr has been committed to recruiting and training. The improvement of Marine 6 styles allows Zephyr to focus more on explaining and teaching Haki. The main reason why he did this was to tell the leader who was being led astray by the 3 admirals. Let recruits know that they can become stronger even without relying on devil fruit. Now that Tashiji was able to be in the recruit camp, he awakened Haki. This is infinite encouragement for Zephyr. Once this matter gets out, it will definitely become something Zephyr can brag about in the future. No, it's not. Tashiji explained hesitantly. The book on how to practice Haki written by the teacher was really a great inspiration to me, and I was able to find the sense of chi smoothly. However, what really made me awaken Haki was that I just helped my teacher deliver documents to the naval headquarters, and I met Bayou Admiral who was helping everyone awaken Haki, so I went to participate. Then I awakened Armament Haki. As he spoke, Tashiji showed off his weak Armament Haki. The process was infinitely simplified, leaving everyone confused. According to their understanding, Tashiji happened to meet Bayou Admiral, then participated in the awakening of Haki, and then awakened. This is easy to say, and the process looks easy too. The most important result is very impactful. A series adds up. Does this mean that it is more useful than how to train Haki? Tashiji, you said that it was that brat Bayou who helped you awaken Haki. Zephyr's face darkened and he shouted anxiously. This is simply wishful thinking. I have spent countless efforts in teaching Haki and tried many methods before I wrote a book of experience on how to practice Haki. Now you say that he helped you awaken Haki. Did you just awaken by chance? He has no idea how difficult it is to train a person to awaken Haki. Faced with a newcomer, he was directly airdropped to the naval headquarters without passing the recruit camp training and became the Fourth Admiral. Zephyr was already slightly dissatisfied. Now, the fruits of success are also being stolen. He absolutely could not accept such a thing. No, Mr. Zephyr, if this was just a coincidence, there wouldn't be more than 100 people with Haki awakening. Chapter 85. The training square suddenly fell into silence. Everyone stared at Tashiji. Zephyr couldn't hold back any longer and asked anxiously, Tashiji, what did you just say? You said that guy made more than 100 people awaken Haki. Your joke is not funny. Having been a recruiting instructor for decades, Zephyr has already accumulated countless experiences. The difficulty of awakening Haki is very clear. All along, with his full efforts in research, it was already quite good for naval headquarters to awaken 100 or 200 Haki owners within a year. As soon as Tashiji opened his mouth, he attracted more than 100 people, which was equivalent to his entire year's performance. Teacher Zephyr, I'm really not kidding. This matter has already spread like wildfire in the headquarters. Tashiji stammered as he explained. I heard that Marshal Sengoku has ordered that in order to avoid internal fighting within the Marines, Vice Admiral Tsuru has been arranged to count those who are currently polishing their chi sense and wait for Admiral Bayou to assist Haki in awakening. I also heard that Bayou Admiral can increase the success rate of Haki awakening by 50%. 50%? There was a sound of people gasping for air in the field. Not to mention Anne and Binz, the two talented disciples that Zephyr values the most. Even Zephyr was a little confused. He spent most of his life to create the book How Haki Was Made. It just increases the success rate of Haki awakening by 5 to 10%. Suddenly, a little kid popped out, with the ability to increase the chance of Haki awakening by 50%. This means that as long as the person who awakens is not too unlucky, he or she can basically awaken successfully. Hi. Zephyr took a deep breath and quickly took out his den mushi, intending to call Sengoku. He no longer cared about the recruitment assessment, he just wanted to confirm as soon as possible whether this matter was true. Zephyr, don't ask Sengoku. I came here this time just to ask you to compile a recruit list and send it to Bayou. The crane suddenly walked out from a distance. This is indeed unbelievable, but Sengoku said that this is a rare opportunity to improve the overall strength of the naval headquarters. If we let these recruits awaken Haki as soon as possible and set our sights on the sea, we will win at the starting line. I have just done a thorough count. There are a total of 203 people who have successfully awakened Haki. Among them, all of Bayou's direct subordinates have awakened two-color Haki. As the chief marine instructor, you should know exactly what this means, right? Zephyr's face turned pale, he secretly clenched his fists, and walked quickly out of the training camp. He was eager to know how the fledgling kid could instantly snatch away his honor as the chief instructor of recruits. No need to go. The kid has already gone out to sea to carry out the mission entrusted by the 5 elders. I'm afraid it will take 10 or 8 days. He shook his head to stop Zephyr, and handed over the document in his hand. You should count the number of people first. I'll notify you when he comes back. Zephyr, we are not young anymore. Sometimes we cannot help but admit that we are old. Even the arrogant guy Golden Lion has been abandoned by the times. We should also learn to accept new things. Zephyr was silent for a moment. Looking at he turning and leaving, I was unable to refute for a moment. He never expected that an airborne Marine Admiral kid would threaten even his position as chief instructor. Could it be that I am really old? 3 days later, the first half of the Grand Line. A warship is breaking through the waves in the Alabasta Sea. In addition to the flag representing marine justice, there is also a blood-red flag on the ship. There is also an abstract ghost face on it. Battle Demon Bayou. This is the reputation of the Fourth Admiral that has spread across the ocean. This flag is specially hung on the ship to distinguish the Admiral's identity. Admiral Bayou, I have seen the branch of our headquarters built on the Rainland. It just looks a bit shabby. Karina looked out from the watchtower, but she still held the modified 98K in her hand. Ever since she awakened the two-color Haki in the magic training room, Karina has never let go of the sniper rifle. According to her, to be an excellent sniper, the gun is still there, but the person is still there. Is it shabby? Bayou muttered to himself. He was now thinking about how he could fight openly in Crocodile of Alabasta. Let his body template completely break through to 35%. Boom boom boom. A loud explosion was heard on the shore. Bayou raised his eyebrows, an observation Haki swept in like a tide. I didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance so soon. I'll go over and take a look first. You guys park the boat. With a flash of his body, Bayou rushed out quickly. On the shore, 1 kilometer away from the gate of Marine 135 branch, 2 figures stumbled and fled quickly. Behind him were 2 figures, a man and a woman, with playful smiles on their faces. Looking at the figure running away again in front, the wretched man in brown clothes and with a big afro simply picked his nostrils and jumped out casually. Princess Vivy, be careful. The burly man running in front directly knocked the girl with long light blue hair to the ground. 2 black boogers fell on the sand and exploded instantly. Boom! 2 figures were directly thrown out. The huge impact also brought up billowing sand and dust. However, 2 embarrassed figures quickly rushed out from the dust. He had just taken a few steps when he fell to the ground again. Princess Vivy, you'd better give up on me and run away quickly. The marine branch is ahead. As long as you reach there, you will have a chance of survival. They are all fruit ability users, and ordinary people will not be their opponents at all. The man with light yellow curly hair that looked like a trumpet hurriedly persuaded. We must remember that if they hijack the Sky Gold again this time, we in Alabasta will no longer be protected by the world government and the naval headquarters. Your Highness, you are now the only hope of our kingdom. Nothing can go wrong. Half a year ago, in order to find out the root cause of the Alabasta crisis, Caleb agreed to Vivy's willful request and sneaked into the Baroque workshop. We were just about to get inside and find out who was behind it. But he found out that Baroque Works was planning to take Tian Shangjin. Vivy immediately lost her patience. No, Caleb, I won't give up on you. If I wasn't so anxious, I wouldn't have revealed the flaw. Let's go together. Vivy's face turned pale, she glanced at the shabby branch not far away and clenched her teeth. However, this one glance made her freeze in place. Chapter 86. Hehe, Miss Spy, where are you planning to go? The woman in the light yellow miniskirt standing next to the booger man opened the umbrella in her hand. The body rose directly into the sky like a weightless dandelion. Looking at the 2 people below, he showed a playful smile. I forgot to tell you 2 traitors that this branch has already been destroyed by our Baroque works. No matter what happens, no one will come out from inside, so you'd better go to hell. Miss Valentine, it's almost time to go grab the gold from the sky, so let's get rid of them quickly. Mr5 walked over slowly with his hands in his trouser pockets. However, when he saw the scene after the dust, his expression froze. Marine! A Marine! Unanimous exclamations of surprise rang out in the audience. Looking at Bayou who appeared on the sand without any warning, he obviously felt caught off guard. After all, Miss Valentine just boasted about it. Now that Marine has emerged, isn't this a slap in the face? I thought I was invisible and no one noticed me. Bayou took a sip of the wine with his backhand and said with a bloodthirsty smile. Originally, I can do whatever I want about this kind of thing, but you just said that our Marines are scared by bastards like you. This forced me to take action to save Marine's face. Unfortunately, you are not even qualified to be chopped by me now. Will you surrender and be sent to a big prison? Surrender? Miss Valentine and Mr. Five were stunned. Even Vivy and Caleb are no exception. Faced with the request made by Bayou, isn't this too much of a joke? Miss Valentine, it seems that our Baroque agency, the top assassin, is underestimated by others. Mr. 5 said with a playful and obscene smile. Now that we have been caught by him and have seen his true face and things we shouldn't have seen, let him die completely. No. Miss Valentine turned the flower umbrella in her hand, smiled playfully, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in the depths of her eyes. Little brat, if you want to be good, then be good. You have no eyes, and you can't even tell who you should mess with and who you shouldn't mess with. Now die under the heavy pressure. I have taken paramecia, the power of the weight fruit, which allows me to increase my weight at will. Bang! Miss Valentine's weight suddenly increased. The moment she floated above Bayou's head, the sudden increase in gravity caused a rapid acceleration, making her fall as fast as a meteorite from the sky. Vivy's face turned pale and she quickly reminded him. Run away. Escape? Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile, his left hand still holding the wine, while his right hand clenched the demon sword Murasame, which then burst into scarlet blood and slashed with the back of the sword. Boom! The dull sound of collision echoed on the sand. The figure that was said to be weighing 10,000 pounds was knocked away in an instant. The huge impact force caused Miss Valentine to crash headfirst into a rock about 500 or 600 meters away before she stopped. The enormous force still managed to shatter rocks that were more than 10 meters high. Miss Valentine, who was once so arrogant, at this moment, her delicate figure was embedded in the rock. The shoulder bones and chest had already collapsed. That seemingly ordinary knife just now. Not only did her fruit ability break her defense, but even her vitality was cut off. Looking at the unremarkable young marine in front of her, she finally understood who had provoked the wrong person. However, before she could figure it out, her life force was quickly gone. No, there's no way. If you dare to kill Miss Valentine, I will kill you. Mr. 5 roared with an ugly expression. Since joining Baroque Studio, Miss Valentine has been his perfect partner. In a cannibalistic organization like the Baroque Workshop, once a cooperative partner is lost, one's own position will be threatened. This situation will eventually affect his interests. I'm going to kill you. Mr. 5 roared. Put your backhand on your nostrils and dig it out again. A piece of booger, several times larger than the previous one, was picked out. The next moment, it shot directly towards Bayou. Funny fighting style. Bayou's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch, and suddenly he felt that the wine in his hand seemed a little tasteless. If he had known earlier that he would use such a disgusting method of attack, he would have been the first person he killed. Little, be careful, he's the user of the explosion fruit, this booger is a bomb. Vivy warned urgently. I see. This kind of disgusting attack is really not worth a fight. But to avoid these disgusting things, you'd better die. A trace of disgust flashed across Bayou's face, and the demon sword Murasame in his hand was unsheathed once again. Buzz! The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. With a flash of blood, a sword force of more than 10 meters long instantly broke through the air. The specially made big booger was torn into pieces head-on. Facing the pupil, it quickly enlarged and slashed out with flying strikes. Mr. 5 finally understood what Miss Valentine's last thoughts were when she died. Bang! The yellow sand rolled back, and the sword energy flashed, tearing a trace of the slash on the ground 100 meters away. The body that was split into two halves was blown away by the strong wind. The bloody scene made Vivy and Caleb stunned for a moment, and then they started vomiting violently. They have seen many murders. However, this was obviously the first time I had seen someone like Bayou killing people without any sense of guilt. Who is this person? After retching for 2 or 3 minutes, Vivy and Caleb finally recovered. Before she could react, a dark shadow swooped down from the sky. Princess, we are here to save you. The huge falcon swooped down directly at Bayou. Standing on the back, Kaka, transformed into a jackal, instantly drew his sword and chopped towards Bayou. Looking at the two belated rescue figures, Vivy and Akalam's faces changed drastically and they roared anxiously. "Kaka, Belle, run away! Escape?" Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. "You'll pay a price if you draw your sword in front of me." Bang! The demon sword Murasame is unsheathed again. As the red light flashed, the swords in Bale and Gaka's hands seemed to have been hit head-on by blood-red lightning and broke into pieces. The huge impact, mixed with pain, knocked them flying at the first sight. It tore two dents in the sand before stopping 100 meters away. The eagle and jackal forms that had originally been transformed were directly chopped back to their original forms by a single blow of a sword. Chapter 87. The sand suddenly fell into dead silence. Vivy and Akalam didn't dare to make a sound. 4 swords and 4 fruit ability users. Among them, 2 came to the rescue and they were the patron saints of Alabasta passed down from generation to generation. In their eyes, haven't the postures of eagles and jackals always been majestic? Lying on the ground like a dead dog undoubtedly overturned their cognition. Now Vivy and Akalam didn't even dare to move, for they were completely worried that Bayou would suddenly attack them twice. This is not something their little arms and legs can resist. However, it was precisely for this reason that they were more eager to know who this extremely vicious man was. "Bayou Admiral, it seems that we are useless again. You have taken all the responsibility of being a hero and saving the damsel in distress." Karina came over with a sniper rifle on her back, took a look and said jokingly. "She's still a beautiful girl. My little beauty, will you marry our admiral? He is very gentle." "Marry him?" Vivy was confused for a moment. Was this the pirates robbing the lady of the escort ship? It seems that marines are even tougher than pirates. No. What was that person's name just now? "Admiral." Vivy stared at Bayou blankly and couldn't help but said. "Are you the Marine Admiral? Why haven't I seen you before?" Alabasta is indeed the superpower in the first half of the Grand Line. However, due to civil unrest and drought, even news and intelligence became blocked. It is obviously impossible to obtain first-hand information on the ocean in just 5 or 6 days. "Haha, little girl, have you never seen such a young admiral? My master is a handsome man. Although he kills people without blinking an eye, he is usually very gentle." Karina hurriedly came over. Nami on the side couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Karina, you've repeatedly said that the captain is gentle, how do you know?" "Of course I know. When you kicked off the quilt in the middle of the night, it was Master Bayou who covered you." "What, Karina, you betrayed me!" The scene suddenly exploded. Bayou touched the tip of his nose helplessly, took a sip of liquor, and sat down on the rock next to him. "Princess Vivy, I am the Fourth Admiral Bayou sent by our headquarters to escort Tian Shangjin. You may not have heard of it, but that doesn't mean we can't hand it over. This is our Marine's identification document, and it can't be forged." Bayou casually threw the cumbersome documents to Akalam. As the chief guard of Alabasta, his knowledge is beyond Vivy's reach. It is indeed the Marine file. He is the Fourth Admiral. Akalam was shocked after checking it. It was the first time he discovered that Marine would actually send its highest combat force to escort Tian Shangjin. Isn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? A waste of effort? I know what you're thinking. This is my new mission. Bayou didn't care and replied calmly. He was willing to accept the task because he was thinking about how to defeat Crocodile. He is a Marine Admiral now and has to consider the impact. In the past, he would have picked up a knife and ran over to chop. "Mission." Vivy looked anxious and said hurriedly. "Since you know our identities, you didn't have to be so violent just now. Treat Belle and Uncle Gaka well. Also, we discovered a huge secret. The person hiding behind Baroque Works might be one of the Shimatsuki, Crocodile. He's a pirate, go catch him." This time, she escaped from Baroque Works and came here to seek Marine's help. After witnessing the power of Baroque Works and Crocodile's strength with his own eyes, Vivy knew clearly that Alabasta alone was no match. "Admiral Bayou, according to the Marine Manual regulations, we cannot take action against Shimatsuki without absolute evidence," Karina reminded as she flipped through the thick book in her hand. They had already guessed the thoughts of their bloodthirsty and warlike captain. This won't work, and that won't work either. I should have stopped being an admiral earlier. It's so difficult to have a fight. Bayou took a sip of wine helplessly and frowned. I was thinking whether I should really go for the fight regardless of the consequences. Gurgle, gurgle, Captain Akarim, please answer the phone quickly. The 10 Shojin that His Majesty Cobra is personally escorting is under enemy attack. The rapid call of Den Den Mushi was heard. Vivy and Akalim's expressions changed drastically. Bell and Gaka, who were knocked away, struggled to stand up with the powerful recovery ability of the Zoan Devil Fruit. Bayou, you are the Admiral. These celestial golds were collected by us in Alabasta with great effort and handed over to the world government. I hope you can go and support my father immediately. Vivy suddenly became anxious. This time she did not hesitate to reveal her identity and escaped from the Baroque workshop. This was also done to prevent Tian Shangjin from being taken away by Baroque works. Years of drought and civil unrest have plunged Alabasta into chaos, and the national treasury has long been emptied. If Alabasta fails to pay the gold from heaven this time, he will be attacked from both sides. Save Cobra. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and dusted himself off. I've got a good idea. Give the heavenly gold to Sand Crocodile as a gift. I just wanted to visit him. Give it to someone? Vivy was confused. She worked hard all the way just to prevent the gold from falling into Crocodile's hands. Now, not only did Bayou not save people, he also let them give away the gold in the sky. Is this a joke? Haha, Princess Vivy, you can't figure it out no matter how hard you try. Karina smiled and patted Vivy's shoulder. Our captain did this just to find a legitimate reason to kill someone. Just imagine if 10 Shojin fell into the hands of Shimatsuki Crocodile and was caught by us directly. Then he is powerless to refute it. Maybe he can even eradicate the cancer that is poisoning your Alabasta. Vivy stood there in a daze. She had never expected that the Admiral would go to such great lengths to come up with such a method in order to kill the Shimatsuki. However, facing Karina's explanation, Vivy was obviously moved. As Karina said, they have no evidence to prove that Crocodile is related to the Baroque workshop. In order to give Marine a legitimate opportunity to attack, Tian Shangjin is obviously the biggest bait. Princess Vivy, this is probably a good opportunity. After all, Marine Admiral represents the highest combat power. With his help, perhaps the crisis of the kingdom can really be resolved. Akalim couldn't help but speak. Looking at the Den Den Mushi handed over to her, Vivy clenched her teeth and clenched the Den Den Mushi in her hand. Okay, I'll take a gamble. Father, just give up resistance and give them the heavenly gold. Chapter 88. Vivy, you want me to hand over the gold from the sky? Are you sure you're not kidding? Cobra's expression was stiff, and he couldn't help but clench the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Alabasta's internal and external troubles had already emptied the national treasury. This time, I managed to collect enough gold from heaven. If it was given to Shimatsuki for nothing. If word of this gets to the world government, Alabasta, he might lose his last chance of protection. Father, I am not joking. Please believe me for once. I will explain it to you. Vivy hurriedly explained. Cobra was silent, watching the large group desperately escorting Tian Shangjin to the dock, and the several figures following closely behind, and finally a hint of determination flashed in the depths of his eyes. Everyone, give up the heavenly gold and retreat immediately. Give up? The escorting guards' faces suddenly changed. However, seeing Cobra turning away with a determined look on his face, they gritted their teeth, gave up dozens of boxes of jewelry and quickly followed him. A few minutes later, a gloomy figure arrived here with dozens of members of the Baroque Works Society. Looking at the discarded jewels all over the floor, I couldn't help but be stunned. Master, what's going on? They were fighting hard just now, but now they are throwing all these treasures here. I'm afraid they must have been scared by you, Master. Yes, Mr. 1, you are the user of the Paramecia fruit, and you are the strongest person in Baroque Works. With Mr. 1's help, this kind of mission is a piece of cake. Flattering words came one after another. Dasbani did not say anything. He just stood there with a sullen face, staring at the abandoned heavenly gold for a while, then turned and left. Take all these things back to the rainy land. Don't stay here for the time being. This strange scene made Dasbani feel a little confused. The treasure that we tried so hard to protect was abandoned halfway. This made Dasbani feel like he had fallen into a trap. However, after thinking it over again and again, Dasbani couldn't think of anyone in Alabasta who could threaten Baroque works. Even Alabasta, which had a permanent army of 600,000, was destroyed by them. Not to mention the small shrimps in the first half of the Grand Line. However, thinking is one thing and doing is another. Faced with Cobra's sudden change of mind, Dasbani decided to report the matter. At the same time, outside the marine branch, Bayou's eyes suddenly opened and he smiled bloodthirstily. Found it, 30 miles to the east. It looks like the Baroque works has taken over Tianchangjian. I really hope that the final contact person is Crocodile. In the first half of the Grand Line, he was a good target worth cutting. After several days, Bayou still practiced chopping every day. However, the main body template is still 0.1% away from 35%. This slow improvement made Bayou feel helpless. Sure enough, if happiness is built on the suffering of others, you will also be happy. 30 miles east. You can find it this way. Vivy's expression froze and she looked towards the east. No matter how carefully she looked, it was just a vast expanse of yellow sand, and she couldn't see Cobra and the others at all. Haha, if you can't even do this, you won't place your final bet on our captain. Don't forget that my captain is the new Fourth Admiral of the Marine. Nami smiled proudly, her beautiful eyes had long been replaced by Bailey, and she rubbed her hands anxiously. Captain, tell me, when we go after Tianchangjian, will there be any accidents or losses? Loss. Bayou took a sip of his drink and said. If a fight breaks out and there are any losses, just put the blame on the Shichibukai. It's hard to say about things like missions. It's getting late now, we should set off. If we lose the heavenly gold, it will be difficult to beat Crocodile openly. Captain, how about getting rid of 10 or 20 million Baileys? Nami, why are you so short-sighted? Shichibukai is worth at least 100 million or 200 million. Looking at Bayou, Vivy, Akalam, and others who were leading their troops away, I felt like I was being blown away by the wind. One was looking for an excuse to chop Shichibukai. One was to get some money and put it on Shichibukai's body. Is it true that Naval Headquarters is in alliance with Shichibukai? How come we have this Fourth Admiral? Everything has changed. Princess Vivy, are we on a pirate ship? Chiaka couldn't help but ask. Vivy shook her head bitterly. I don't know either. However, our identities have been exposed and the kingdom is torn apart. If we don't trust him, who else can we trust? Akalam and Gaka fell silent for a moment. In this ocean, the Marine, the world government, and the pirates have the final say. They Alabasta are indeed a superpower. Unfortunately, a weak country has no diplomacy. Against ordinary pirates, he might be able to protect himself. Like Shichibukai Crocodile, who possesses the ability of Logia Devil Fruit. The army is cannon fodder at best. This is probably the tragedy of a weak country. Unless, their Alabasta soldiers can be as powerful as the Marine. Otherwise, it's all bullshit. After most of the day, it rained. This is Alabasta, the most prosperous town besides the capital. Under the management of Shichibukai Crocodile, this place has long become the largest den of money spending. Among the endless stream of people, the figures of Bayou and others were revealed. Looking at the magnificent buildings, there is a sharp contrast with the dilapidated buildings along the way. Captain Bayou, it seems that this crocodile is much more sinful than the dragon. Karina said with a frown, carrying a sniper rifle on her back. However, there are so many people here. It may be difficult for us to find Crocodile and Tianchangjian, right? To be used as a lair by Shichibukai, in the eyes of Karina and others, that hiding place must be something extraordinary. However, this is obviously not a problem for Bayou, a reincarnated person. Now Bayou is only concerned about whether he has enough evidence to beat Crocodile. Don't worry, I've found it. I'll leave first and leave the rest of the mess to you. Bayou left these words and disappeared from the spot. By the time everyone reacted, they could only vaguely perceive the direction in which Bayou left through observation. Haki. Zoro secretly tightened his saber in his hand. Sure enough, even though both of them have awakened Haki, there is still a huge gap. Chapter 89. In Yuan Casino, in a remote secret room. The six paths gathered around the long table. These are the top killers of Baroque works and their trump cards. Such gatherings are rare under normal circumstances. MR1 is back. It looks like we have successfully captured Tianshang Jindu. Mr. 3, with a candle lit on his head, looked up at the person who came in, then drank the coffee in his hand proudly and said, "But it seems you took some time this time." "Really?" Dasbani glanced at him coldly. "Are you targeting my location? I don't mind killing you. The Baroque Workshop is indeed an organization. However, privately, they communicate with each other using nicknames. At the same time, there is only one rule for promotion: unless the person in front dies, the person behind will never be promoted. And the way to die is also by your own hands. Okay, now is not the time to argue." Sitting upright in a chair next to the first seat, Nico Robin raised the brim of his hat and said, "It's enough that the mission is completed. I gathered you together this time to introduce you to the person behind the Baroque works." Buzz. Inside the secret room, sandstorms suddenly blew up. Soon, a figure with a slicked back hair, wearing pure gold earrings, smoking a cigar, and a golden hook in his left hand appeared on the first seat. Shibukai, Sand Crocodile. The teacup in MR3's hand shook for a moment, but soon returned to calm. In fact, their secret base has always been located in this rain banquet, and they have already guessed the identity of the boss behind the scenes. Looking at this figure, which was consistent with their guess, they were actually a little delighted. "Well, it seems I don't need to introduce myself," Crocodile said, holding a cigar in his mouth. "Mr. 1, you've worked hard. But you look like you have something to say." Dasbani walked straight to his own seat and sat down, folding his arms across his chest. "Just now, when they were robbing the heavenly gold, the king's army took the initiative to abandon them. I'm worried that there's a trick." Along the way, Dasbani had a feeling as if he was being watched. It was as if there were a pair of eyes in the dark, staring at me. However, no matter how he tried to counterdetect, he could still use other spies to monitor whether there was a tail. Unfortunately, no clues were found yet. "Are you worried about being followed?" Crocodile sneered. "Don't worry. I have asked Mr. 5 and Valentine to deal with anyone who dares to play these tricks in this kingdom. This time, I asked you to gather together because someone has infiltrated the Baroque workshop. Now that the gold from the sky is in our hands, we should speed up our plan to destroy Alabasta." The rolling words echoed in the secret room. As one of the Shibukai, Crocodile chose to lurk in the first half of the Grand Line, completely targeting everything related to Pluton in the historical text. Only by getting this thing can Crocodile regain his strength and seek revenge on Whitebeard. However, when his eyes fell on the 9th chair, his pupils suddenly contracted. In this photo, with his back to his chair, it seems as if a 9th person has appeared who shouldn't exist. The change in Crocodile's expression obviously made everyone nervous. When they saw the situation clearly, their faces changed. Mr. 5 and Valentine were sent to hunt down the traitors. These two positions should be left vacant. Now suddenly a figure appeared that shouldn't exist. It will inevitably subvert their cognition. Most importantly, even Crocodile had no idea how this stranger got in. Faced with this uninvited guest, as well as the conversation about the plan just now, Crocodile's expression suddenly darkened to ultimate. "Who is it?" Boom! Wild sand filled the air, and Crocodile released a terrifying aura that instantly locked onto the 9th person. Deep in his eyes, murderous intent was revealed. The conversation just now involved his years of hard work in lurking in Alabasta. Now everything is being eavesdropped on by this 9th person who shouldn't exist. Then the person in front of me must die. Buzz! Yellow sand instantly swept across the entire secret room. The next moment, behind the chair with the ninth person's back facing away, the figure of Crocodile quickly condensed. Desert sword. The yellow sand gathered into a huge sword and chopped towards the ninth person. Seeing this scene, Mr3 and other cotters burst into laughter. Shimatsuki's attack was indeed massive. Bang! The sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out. The precious sword, which was made of yellow sand, instantly chopped down the ninth person. The chair snapped in two. Unfortunately, the moment the fierce blow landed on the ninth person, it was like chopping on steel and stopped abruptly. The strange scene caused the pupils of everyone present to shrink suddenly, even Crocodile was no exception. You robbed the gold from heaven, plotted to seize the kingdom, and attempted to kill the Admiral of Headquarters. I can kill you now. Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile and put away the video recorder in his hand. Looking at Crocodile behind him, the demon sword Murasame at his waist was instantly unsheathed. Boom! The knife came out with golden light flashing, and it chopped towards Crocodile head-on. The sword energy of more than 10 meters in length instantly filled the entire secret room. Crocodile's expression suddenly changed, and he swung the golden hook in his hand out again. Desert knife. Boom! The blast, mixed with yellow sand, swept through the entire secret room. Nico Robin and others who were in the middle of it felt suffocated for a moment and they all withdrew. However, his eyes were fixed on the battlefield and he did not dare to relax at all. Facing a person who could sit still and remain unscathed, and easily take on Shimatsuki's angry killing moves. They believed that this person was definitely not a simple person. However, before they could react, Bayou, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, broke through the yellow sand in an instant. He got there first and appeared in front of Crocodile. The demon sword Murasame in his hand chopped down with tremendous force. Crocodile's expression suddenly changed. Without too much time to think, he quickly transformed it into an element and upgraded it to ultimate. The methods possessed by the little kid in front of him completely overturned his cognition. Phew! There was a flash of blood, and Crocodile was stunned. A piercing, stinging feeling spread throughout my body. A hideous bloody wound quickly spread from the shoulder to the abdomen. Boom! The huge impact force directly threw him out. He smashed the wall behind him with one head. Ding! Congratulations host, the character template unlocking progress has reached 35%. Chapter 90. Boom! A huge impact force was released, and the wall was shattered. The scarlet blood dissipated between heaven and earth like fireworks. Looking at Crocodile who was embedded in the wall, the shocking wound spread across his chest. Nico Robin and the others looked frozen. Is this still the Shimatsuki they know? It was almost cut in half by a knife. If I had reacted a beat slower, I would have probably died. However, what they could not believe the most was that Crocodile had clearly used the Logia Devil Fruit's magical skill, elementalization. Why was he severely injured? A hole, it's impossible, who the hell are you, little brat? Crocodile rushed out of the ruins directly, no longer as calm as before. Looking at the shocking wound on his chest, he really didn't know when he had encountered such a situation before. Isn't the crime I just explained to you very clear? Bayou took a sip of wine and said with a bloodthirsty smile. It seems that the times have really abandoned you. Staying in a place like this, without any life and death battles, has made your body dull. I thought you were worth a chop and a good fight, but now it seems that I overestimated you. As a reincarnated being, Bayou already knew that Crocodile had been hiding in the first half of the Grand Line ever since his defeat at the hands of Whitebeard. He developed the Devil Fruit ability to be as close to ultimate as possible. Unfortunately, Crocodile's desire to escape prevented him from even awakening his two-color Haki. This undoubtedly became the failure of his life. Crazy. Everyone present felt like they were going crazy when they saw Bayou making these comments. A mere teenager of 17 or 18 years old was able to break through the defense of the mighty Shimatsuki in just one encounter. Now they are still criticizing Crocodile. Is this blatant contempt? However, compared to the shock of others, Nico Robin's face gradually turned pale, his body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help muttering. Are you the Marine's Fourth Admiral, Bayou, the war ghost who was rumored to be in the sea not long ago. Marine Fourth Admiral? The sound of people sucking in their breath echoed in the venue. Even the teacup that Mr3 had been holding tightly in his hand suddenly lost its grip and fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Even if you haven't seen a pig, at least you have eaten pork, right? Marine Admiral is known as the most powerful fighter. The three admirals' notoriety was resounding throughout the entire ocean. Now suddenly a fourth admiral appears and stands in front of them. Would this not move them? Marine Fourth Admiral. Crocodile's expression turned gloomy to ultimate, gradually twisting and roaring angrily. What a young kid, he can actually become the fourth admiral of the Marine. It seems that you naval headquarters really have no one left. However, today, since you know my secret, don't even think about walking out of this alive. Little ghost, let me show you the horror of Logia demon fruit power. Shalan. Crocodile's left-hand sandstorm Uzumaki quickly rolled back, forming a small sandstorm Uzumaki. The next moment, it was thrown towards Bayou. Facing this strange kid who claims to be the fourth admiral of the Marine, Crocodile knows clearly that the only way to win is to reverse the situation. Boom! The sandstorm Uzumaki suddenly grew to more than 10 meters high, and even overturned the roof of the secret room. For a moment, huge winds and waves filled the entire space, tearing everything in its path to pieces. As expected of Logia, it's a good opportunity for me to practice. Bayou gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the reminder voice in his mind finally stopped. Ding! Congratulations host, the subordinate template Yamajita has been unlocked 100%. The power of the subordinate template is currently being injected into the main template. The enormous power poured into Bayou's body like a tide, and the remaining half of the power that originally belonged to Yejianja was quickly replenished. All the skills he possessed were also quickly imprinted in Bayou's mind. Boom! The huge sandstorm finally hit Bayou. Seeing that the attack was successful, Crocodile turned into yellow sand and appeared in the sandstorm first. The golden hook in his right hand, swept back by the wind and sand, chopped towards Bayou again. The Great Desert Sword. A huge yellow sand sword of 7 or 8 meters in length condensed in an instant, carrying with it a fierce gust of wind, tearing through the sand and mist, and slashing towards the figure in the center. Crocodile had already made this attack without holding back at all, and attacked in complete anger. He wanted to use this move to avenge the knife attack he had just received. Dark Moon. Buzz. A black full moon rose behind Bayou. The invisible domain instantly enveloped an area of more than 10 meters in radius. This is one of the ultimate dark magics obtained by unlocking the remaining 50% of Yami Kyade. Use dark magic, the ability to devour everything, and exert absolute domain. Able to eliminate all negative states within a specific range. Once you step into this range, the Devil Fruit's ability will be completely ineffective. Of course, this move also has a disadvantage, the elimination effect is limited to a small range. Once the attack exceeds a large range, the degree of weakening will also be reduced. However, for Bayou, it was enough. During the battle with Akainu that day, Bayou imitated this method and covered his entire body with dark magic to weaken the damage of the Devil Fruit's ability. The appearance of Dark Moon further expanded Bayou's ideas. Become a restricted area for Devil Fruit abilities. It also becomes one of Bayou's trump cards for future close combat. Buzz. The yellow sand all over the sky, under the cover of the Dark Moon, stagnated for a moment, and then dissipated the next moment. The huge desert sword that was coming towards him also quickly melted and dissipated. When it came to Bayou, all that was left was a shining golden hook. This strange scene made Crocodile stunned. There was only one thought left in my mind. Who am I, where am I, what am I doing? The Logia Devil Fruit ability that he had relied on and regarded as his trump card just a moment ago was directly invalidated. For a moment, Crocodile really couldn't react. Buzz. The demon sword Murasame flew out again. The sound of the knife echoed throughout the secret room. Once again, in full view of everyone, he chopped Crocodile in the chest. Bang! Blood splattered, and the shocking wound formed an X on Crocodile's chest. With the huge force released, this time, Crocodile smashed the wall into pieces. He rushed directly into the luxurious gambling hall outside and smashed many gambling tables outside. The guests who were originally gambling and enjoying themselves crazily were suddenly confused. Looking at the man with slicked back hair in front of him, his face was full of disbelief. Yuan was opened under the name of Shichibukai Crocodile. Crocodile has always been the invincible hero in Alabasta. But now he was knocked out like a dead dog. This gap is a bit too big. Chapter 91. Boom. The dull sound of impact echoed in the hall like thunder. Everything along the way was shattered. All the gamblers were shocked by this scene. Looking at the usually high and mighty Shichibukai, now like a dead dog, smashed heavily in the rubble. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe that all this is true. No way. How could my fruit ability be ineffective? Crocodile roared and rushed out from the ruins. The X-shaped wound on his body was truly shocking, with blood splattering everywhere. It made everyone nervous. I know what your black moon is. It's the Logia dark fruit. I've seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, and it says that it has the effect of nullifying the power of the fruit. However, every fruit has its weakness, and I will definitely find it out. Find it out? Bayou walked out slowly with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. The demon sword Murasame in his hand was flashing with an extremely strange blood light. There was crocodile's blood on it, which was quickly devoured. It gives people the feeling that it is just like an evil ghost coming to take their lives. Of course this move has a weakness. As long as the power of your attack can exceed the speed of offset, you can hurt me. Bayou said with a bloodthirsty smile. As for why I should tell you this. That's because you were so weak that I almost dozed off. Crazy. In the secret room, Nico Robin and the others, who had not yet reacted to the shock, turned pale. For them, the title of Shichibukai has always been an unattainable symbol of strength. Who would have thought that a dignified Shichibukai would be looked down upon in public? So weak that I am about to fall asleep. This is even more insulting than killing Shichibukai. Crocodile's expression was twisted to ultimate, and his huge body began to tremble with anger, and then he started to roar hysterically. Little devil, I'm going to kill you. Erosion Reincarnation. Boom. Crocodile slammed his left hand towards the ground. The devil fruit ability was activated crazily. With Crocodile as the center, the ground beneath the feet and everything around were quickly turned into yellow sand. The speed of spread was so fast that the entire Yuan casino was instantly assimilated into yellow sand. Those pirates who were unable to escape and gambled here let out a scream and were drained dry into mummies, buried in the yellow sand. With a loud roar, the magnificent Rain Banquet Casino, which Crocodile had spent many years to build, turned into yellow sand and collapsed. Bayou smiled bloodthirstily and asked, absorbing moisture. Unfortunately, this alone seems not enough. This is a special application of sand fruit. Developed from the drying properties of sand. This move alone has already allowed Crocodile's fruit ability to develop and is infinitely close to awakening the fruit ability. However, there is still a big difference in whether the fruit is truly awakened. Nico Robin and others looked at this scene and had no time to think about it, so they quickly withdrew. At the same time, under Crocodile's control, the yellow sand from all directions rolled towards Bayou like waves. Boom! The yellow sand filled the sky and hit Bayou. Faced with the elimination properties of Dark Moon, Crocodile instantly thought of a way to deal with it. Since the yellow sand that is enhanced by the fruit's ability cannot cause any harm, they used assimilation to submerge Bayou with the real yellow sand in nature. Looking at the endless yellow sand, waves were rolling towards Bayou. The ecstasy on Crocodile's face reached ultimate. He stretched out his left hand once again, and clenched his 5 fingers suddenly. Little devil, you'll be crushed by the sand. Bang! A ray of purple light shot out from the madly crushing yellow sand, instantly penetrating the rapidly pressurized yellow sand. The next moment, Ultimate's Ryotsu pierced through the sky and earth, breaking through the endless yellow sand suppression. Dust rolled back all over the sky, and thousands of purple light fragments flew around. Crocodile's pupils suddenly contracted, and without time to think, the yellow sand in his right hand rolled back again and chopped forward with force. Desert Diamond Knife. 100-meter-long yellow sand giant knife instantly tore out from the earth. Unfortunately, as soon as it touched the yellow sand, a figure with endless golden light and murderous aura rushed out violently from the yellow sand and collided head-on with the desert diamond blade. This suicidal act shook everyone's nerves. Even Crocodile is no exception. Boom! The desert diamond blade shattered with a sound, and the huge explosion wave rolled back. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit on Bayou's face quickly expanded in Crocodile's pupils. At the same time, the thousands of fragments flying in the sky quickly gathered in Bayou's hands. Purple murderous aura lingered on the blade. Eventually it turned into a hungry sword that was dozens of meters long. With an extremely fierce attitude, he slashed towards Crocodile head-on. No! Crocodile roared hysterically, and quickly raised the golden hook in his right hand, rolling up a large amount of yellow sand to block. Boom! A purple light flashed by. The violent impact instantly tore apart everything thousands of meters behind Crocodile. The blast caused a huge wave of wind and waves that swept over an area of tens of thousands of meters. The rolling sand and dust rising into the sky gives people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Nico Robin and others who were hiding in the distance suddenly turned pale. Looking at the shocking slash mark that spread out for thousands of meters. It's so chilling that it sends chills down one's spine, with disbelief written all over one's face. However, at this moment, they were eager to see clearly what was happening to Crocodile at the center of the explosion. Phew! A stream of scarlet blood gushed out from Crocodile's right shoulder. Jingo's right hand completely disappeared. All that remained was a shocking, neat-cut wound. Crocodile's usually pale face was now replaced by confusion and fear. After taking a look at Bayou, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body went limp and he fell directly to the ground. Bang! The dust was swirling and the blood dyed the earth red. The successive heavy blows and physical and mental trauma undoubtedly pushed Crocodile's body to its limit. Crocodile now couldn't muster the strength to attack again and could only watch the figure a dozen meters away with an expression of disbelief. He thought he could fight against the three admirals. Now facing the Fourth Admiral of Marine, a young boy, he was defeated in just a few minutes. Could it be that the times have really abandoned me? So weak that the other person is about to fall asleep? Chapter 92. Crocodile, you are still too weak. Even if I tell you my weaknesses, you still can't let me feel the joy of fighting. Bayou took back the demon sword Murasame indifferently. As Logia demon fruit power, Crocodile is still far behind the three admirals. At least, the three admirals have armament Haki, which can elevate the battle to an unbridled and crazy fight. People like Crocodile and Enel, who only know how to develop the abilities of Devil Fruit and completely ignore the practice of armament Haki, have obvious shortcomings. What's more, if we really want to compete in the development of Logia fruit abilities, perhaps Crocodile can't even beat Enel. Therefore, this battle seems to be tasteless and a pity to abandon. You BD brat, you said I was weak. I am the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. If you dare to attack me, I will see how you will explain yourself. Crocodile struggled and roared. The only thing he wanted to do now was to find a way to escape. Master Crocodile, I'm here to support you. Dust slashing speed force. Dasbani suddenly appeared behind Bayou. The 10 fingers on his hands had already transformed into sharp blades with the help of dice fruit. This is his most powerful killer move. It's also a one-hit kill move. Looking at the figures so close, Dasbani also wanted to know what a huge gap there is between him and the Fourth Admiral of Marine. I'm sorry, but our king is not someone that a small shrimp can challenge casually. Itoryu, Death Lion Song. Bang! Zoro's figure flashed by. The attacking Dasbani paused for a moment in the air. The next moment, a shocking bloody wound appeared on the chest. Bang! Blood spurted out like fireworks. As Zoro fell to the ground, Dasbani also froze in place, staring at Zoro in disbelief. He is Paramecia, the user of the dice fruit ability. With the help of the power of the fruit, the whole body can be transformed into a steel-like tough defense. I thought I could hold out for 1 or 2 rounds against the Fourth Admiral. I never expected that even the opponent's men could be broken through in one move. You are Roronoa Zoro. Dasbani saw the green algae-headed man's appearance clearly, with disbelief written all over his face. They are both the world's #1 bounty hunters. Originally, Dasbani, who possessed the ability of the Paramecia Devil Fruit, was the leader among all the others. But now this result made him see a huge gap. Could it be that, as that little devil said, the times have abandoned them? Unfortunately, before Zoro could answer, Dasbani fell to the ground. Well, it's getting late, Crocodile. How I report back to the headquarters is my business. You should get some sleep first. Bayou took a sip of the wine with his backhand, and with the help of chi, he controlled the sword. The scabbard on his waist flew out instantly and hit him hard on the head. No. Crocodile suddenly woke up. I thought that Dasboni, whom I valued the most, could buy me a chance to catch my breath. Now it seems that everything has become in vain. Not only was he killed instantly by the opponent's sword, but even the top ace among his men was no exception. Unfortunately, no matter how frantically Crocodile struggled, it was all in vain under the scabbard. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. However, looking at Crocodile's huge body, Bayou felt a little regretful. I had no choice but to pick him up with one hand and leave. As for the others, Bayou was too lazy to do anything. This time, he went to Alabasta just to find an opponent with whom he could fight. It's a pity to see Crocodile being carried like a dead dog. This trip was in vain. Ding, congratulations host, you defeated Crocodile and are rewarded with 2% unlock value. The current unlock value is 37%. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained 1000 system points. 1000 system points? Bayou raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Crocodile was wrong. After being defeated by Whitebeard, he chose to seek revenge on Pluton instead of continuing to hone himself. If he had 2-color Haki, I'm afraid this battle would be completely different. 1000 system points. It seems that Crocodile is still highly regarded by the system. King Cobra, have you really reached a deal with Bayou? Outside the rainy land, Cobra had already reunited with Vivy. After hearing Bayou's crazy battle plan, he immediately contacted the naval headquarters. As one of the founding fathers of the former world government, Cobra still has this qualification. Marshal Sengoku, I just learned that Vivy and Admiral Bayou reached this deal. But don't worry. I will rush to the rainy land right now to persuade Bayou Admiral to come back and stop attacking Crocodile. I will definitely not let him get hurt. Cobra explained hurriedly. In his eyes, Bayou was able to achieve the status of Admiral at the age of 17 or 18. For the naval headquarters, this is definitely a good seedling that has been cultivated for a long time. Due to the civil unrest in Tianchangjian and the country, the relationship between Alabasta and the world government, and even the naval headquarters, has not been very good. If something went wrong again at this critical juncture, the Fourth Admiral of the naval headquarters would be injured. Then Cobra admitted that he could not bear this responsibility. No, I'm not worried about that guy Bayou. You just said that this has been happening for most of the day, I'm actually worried about Crocodile. Sengoku's hurried words were heard from the Den Mushi. Cobra and others were confused. At first, the nervousness displayed by Sengoku made them presume that all this was just out of concern for the young admiral and the loss of something. Now, the Grand Marshal of the Naval Headquarters is actually worried about the Shichibukai who are pirates. Isn't this too ridiculous? Father, please look quickly, there seems to be someone coming over there. Vivy suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's attention was drawn to it at once. However, when they saw clearly the figures walking slowly towards them, their pupils suddenly contracted. There was also a series of sounds of people sucking in their breath. King Cobra, what happened? Tell me quickly. Sengoku couldn't hold his breath and asked urgently. It's the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, and he's been brought back now. Bayou, Admiral, here we come. The repeated answers exploded in the other end of the Den Mushi like thunder. Sengoku and others who were gathered in the meeting hall were in a state of confusion. Did he just lose all his attention and destroy Shichibukai? Isn't this too scary? Chapter 93. The meeting hall and naval headquarters suddenly fell into silence. Faced with this sudden major event, the three admirals present, as well as the vice admiral and other generals, all had different expressions. Shichibukai is a pirates alliance specially formed by the world government to deal with pirates. Everything is done to use pirates to fight pirates. Now Bayou went out to sea for the first time, and even Shichibukai was cut down. How can we explain this to the world government? Sengoku rubbed his temples with a headache, looking at Garp who was still crunching senbei beside him. He immediately became furious and shouted angrily. Garp, you still have the mind to eat here. You, your grandson, have made a hole in the sky again. Now tell me, how do you solve this problem? As an old friend, he had already seen a lot of Garp's ability to cause trouble. However, compared with Bayou, the gap is still obvious. Ahem, Sengoku, why are you so anxious? Didn't Crocodile rob the heavenly gold? And didn't Cobra say that the sand crocodile was the biggest cause of the civil unrest in Alabasta? Since it's already been done, just put all these charges together and push them forward. Garp said nonchalantly while eating his senbei. For something like this that has irrefutable evidence, the five elders have to admit it even if they don't want to. At worst, we can just find someone else to take his place afterwards. The mocking reply echoed in the meeting hall. Everyone, including Sengoku, was stunned. Garp, who is usually completely unreliable, is now trying to pass the buck to his grandson. This analysis is also very logical. Sengoku stared at it for a long while before snatching the senbei from Garp's hand, pouring them all into his mouth and swallowing them up with a slurp. Garp, UBD, I really suspect that you deliberately did bad things in the past so that I could take the blame for you, but now you finally come to your senses for the sake of your grandson. But the Shichibukai incident still had too much of an impact. In order to completely silence the five elders, we can only spread the news of what happened in Alabasta in advance. The only thing we can be thankful for now is that Crocodile was defeated by Bayou, which is another honor for our naval headquarters. Sengoku, you are indeed the most sinister guy. I knew you could handle this. Bah, shut up, I'm just cleaning up your grandson's A, and you're still trying to be mean to your sister. I don't have a sister. Get out. As Sengoku gave orders one after another. What happened in Alabasta spread quickly across the ocean. In just one day, with the big news Morgans reported, everything in Alabasta made it to the front page. At the same time, on the Fishmen Island. This is an important springboard for pirates to travel between the front and back sections of the Grand Line. In addition to the Gate of Justice built on the Red Line, which can connect the two places. Pirates have to go to New World, or return from New World to the first half of the Grand Line. This is the only route and supply point. It is for this reason that many pirates choose to go to the Fishmen Island. First, it can repair the coating of the ship to prevent it from being accidentally broken and being crushed and destroyed by the seabed thousands of meters deep. The second reason is to see the legendary mermaid and see if there is any way to try my luck and capture the mermaid. Once the mermaids are caught from the Fishmen Island and brought to the Sabayati Islands for sale, they will be worth hundreds of millions of berries. Enough to exchange for a low-level devil fruit on the black market. For most people, this is a stepping stone to becoming a strong person. This leads many pirates to take risks. However, today, seeing the huge, whale-like pirates ship anchored at the entrance of the Fishmen Island, all the forces became trembling and unusually docile. This is the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. He is also the protector of the Fishmen Island. Ever since Whitebeard declared that the Fishmen Island became his territory. This undoubtedly deterred many pirates and human traffickers. Now, he has arrived at the Fishmen Island in person. This deterrent effect has made many forces worry that their appearance is intended to liquidate people with ulterior motives. Dad, I didn't expect you to go to the first half of the Grand Line. On the deck, a burly fishman with light blue skin was sitting cross-legged and drinking with Whitebeard. This scene also shocked the surrounding fishmen and even all forces. However, after seeing Jinbei's appearance clearly, many people gasped. This is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and is regarded as the strongest among the Murlocs. The leader of the Sun Pirates, Sea Knight Jinbei. Haha, I was bored too, so I headed to the front half of the Grand Line to find an interesting imp. He seems to be the captain of the Spade Pirates, an imp with the ability of the Logia Maramara fruit. Whitebeard tilted his head back and took a sip of his drink. This kid has only been at sea for a little over a month, and the naval headquarters has already offered him a bounty of 120 million berries. If this situation continues, the evil-minded world government will definitely try to recruit him to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Rather than letting such a good candidate fall into the hands of the enemy, it is better for me to take him under my command. Spade Pirates? Jinbei's expression froze and he said, "Dad, are you talking about Firefist Ace? I've heard that this guy is quite powerful, and his bounty is too high. He might be targeted by the world government. I wanted to locate Shimatsuki because it is a stable job. The world government provided convenience, which eased the situation of humans and fishmen. At the same time, once you become a Shimatsuki, you can travel the sea without any worries. This should be very attractive to newcomers like Firefist Ace." The establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei knew very well what it meant. But as he said, this is a stable job. At least, it would allow them to carry out their pirate activities openly and avoid being hunted by the Marines. For many people, this kind of thing is something they would enjoy doing. Brother Jinbei, you're right. Shimatsuki is a good, stable job. Look at the Empress and Heavenly Yaksha. They are both kings of pirates. We dare not even think about such a thing. Marco laughed dryly and said, "As long as there is still a threat from the 4 emperors on the sea, I think no matter how outrageous the Shimatsuki are, the naval headquarters will never dare to take action against them." All the captains present agreed silently. Even Whitebeard showed a playful smile. The world government uses pirates to fight pirates, which is enough to show that the pirates' power has grown to the point where they pose a threat to the world government. Otherwise the 5 elders would not have come up with this idea. For them, the situation in the ocean is developing in a positive direction. However, this idea just emerged in their minds. Jaws hurriedly boarded the ship, but was stunned by the huge front page of the newspaper in his hand. "It feels like my iron rice bowl has been broken." Chapter 94. Dad, a big incident happened on Alabasta. Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea, was severely injured and arrested by Bayou, the 4th Admiral of the Marines, for stealing the heavenly gold and plotting to seize the country. Now that this news has spread across the sea, the 7 warlords of the sea's definition of a safe haven has been completely shattered. Diamond Jaws quickly handed over the brand new newspaper in his hand. Looking at the huge front page, both Whitebeard and Jinbei's expressions changed. The moment before, they were still touting the special status of the 7 warlords of the sea, the privileges granted by the world government that allowed them to run rampant without scruples. They never imagined that one day the one who would pull them down would be a new Marine. The little kid playing in the sand was seriously injured. Whitebeard glanced at the photos above, especially when he saw the front page with Bayou holding Crocodile, who looked like a dead dog, and said with a gloomy expression, "I thought the naval headquarters' sudden proposal of a 4th Admiral was just a hype, but I didn't expect he was actually capable. This kid who plays with sand challenged me more than 10 years ago, and I ended up cutting off one of his hands. I didn't expect that after so many years, he would lose his last arm. I don't know if this attack on Shimatsuki was ordered by the world government headed by the 5 elders, or by the naval headquarters. If this is just the 4th Admiral's personal opinion, then what happens next may not be simple. Jinbei, you better be careful. As Whitebeard is the leader of the 4 emperors, there have always been many people eyeing his position. It is known as the closest thing to the pirates' king in this sea. This is enough to attract people with all kinds of challenges. Among them, Crocodile, who was a young crocodile at the time, also locked his sights on Whitebeard. Unfortunately, after a confrontation, he was not only defeated, but also had his right hand chopped off by Whitebeard. This caused Crocodile to always feel resentful. Only then would they go to Alabasta to look for the so-called Pluton. Now Pluton can't be found and he almost lost his life. Don't worry, Dad. I'll keep an eye on it. Jinbei said in a deep voice. I am different from Crocodile. I became a Shichibukai to protect the Fishmen Island. Based on this alone, the naval headquarters and the world government have no excuse to take action against me. However, we should speed up the search for the Firefist Ace. The Fourth Admiral of the Marine has made the situation in this ocean more uncertain. Whitebeard and the others suddenly became depressed. Faced with Jinbei's words, I really feel like I have no way to refute them. The death of Golden Lion, the emergence of the Fourth Marine Admiral, and the breaking of the privileges of Shichibukai. All this shows that the sea, which was originally stagnant, is now slowly stirring. The Fourth Admiral of Marine unexpectedly became the driving force behind the incident. At the same time, the news that the Shichibukai Sand Crocodile was severely injured also spread throughout the sea. In the New World, inside Dressrosa Castle, Doflamingo, wearing a flamingo feather costume, was sitting with his legs crossed, reading a newspaper in his hand with a playful smile on his face. Young master, I didn't expect that Sand Crocodile, after rejecting your invitation to cooperate, would actually go to Alabasta and make some plans. Toribo sniffed. However, this Fourth Admiral seems to have no logic in his actions. Do we need to be on guard? After all? What after all? Doflamingo said with a strange laugh. Do you think the sand crocodiles can compare to us? We, the Donquixote family, are only trying to take back what belongs to me. Besides, Crocodile's vision is too small. Compared to him, I not only hold the secret of the celestial dragons, but also the thread of the alliance of the four emperors Kaido of the beasts. I really want to know if that brat has the courage to touch me. Haha, young master is right. Our Donquixote family is the underground king of this world. Diamante laughed. Once we are gone, this area will be in chaos. Unless the naval headquarters is really not worried about the madness of the beasts pirates, who would dare to touch us? In Shichibukai, everyone has their own power. Among them, Doflamingo is undoubtedly the most successful business force. Not only does he hold the secret of celestial dragons, he is also good at scientific research, creating artificial devil fruit and leading Kaido of the beasts by the nose. This undoubtedly makes Doflamingo the most arrogant person in Shichibukai. Okay, it's getting late. I just received information from Fergo. This time, the Fourth Admiral revealed the matter alone. In order to avoid the world government's wrath, Sengoku exposed the matter in advance and acted first and reported later. Doflamingo closed the newspaper in his hand and said with a playful smile. However, those 5 old men are not ordinary people. They will definitely not be convinced by this kind of trick of killing first and asking for permission later. I'm afraid they will deal with the Fourth Admiral next. Let's just watch the show without worry. 3 days later, at the naval headquarters dock, Smoker leaned against the bow, looking at the flag fluttering in the wind, and lost in thought with a cigar in his mouth. Also beside him was Tashigi, who was officially transferred here today to become his adjutant. Colonel Smoker, this is your appointment. You will be transferred from Logetown back to the headquarters to become the colonel of the headquarters. I hope you can continue to work hard for the headquarters. A woman wearing a red striped suit, with pink shoulder-length hair, sunglasses, and a cigarette in her mouth, was reading the document in her hand. Looking at the absent-minded Smoker, he frowned. Smoker, at least respond. Hina is very angry. Even if you don't follow the rules, you should set a good example for the new adjutant, right? I was able to apply for a Kendo Genius lieutenant who has armament Haki as soon as I was transferred back to the headquarters. Hina is very envious. Hina, Iska, and Smoker were recruited from the same class. He is also one of the best in his time. All along, Hina and Smoker have been superior to Iska because of their fruit ability. Now not only Smoker has armament Haki, but even Iska, who has always been suppressed by them, has it. This made Hina feel a little depressed. Colonel Hina, you are mistaken. I was able to awaken armament Haki entirely because of Bayou Admiral. Compared to Bayou Admiral, I am not a little Kendo genius at all. Tashigi adjusted his glasses and explained hurriedly. Smoker also came back to his senses and glanced at Tashigi before saying, "Hina, why don't I follow the rules? I also believe that my adjutant will never break the rules. Since Teacher Zephyr assigned her to me, I think she will definitely follow me well. But, have you noticed that there seem to be a lot more people on the dock?" Chapter 95. A lot of people. Hina couldn't help but raise a brow and quickly noticed the situation on the dock. Normally, there are only 3 or 4 marine warships waiting for missions during this period. It's good to have hundreds of people. Now there are thousands of people gathered at the dock, including many marine generals. "Iska, why are you here too?" Hina is rarely curious. Is there anything going on? Hina suddenly saw a familiar figure. Iska stopped in the crowd and said in surprise. "Is it Hina?" "Smoker, why are you here? I thought you followed Admiral Bayou to Alabasta. After all, you also followed Mr. Garp back from Logue Town. I thought that when you were transferred back to the headquarters from Logue Town, you would directly join Admiral Bayou's direct subordinates. In the naval headquarters, every admiral has direct subordinates. Even some vice-admirals would train their own right-hand men, and this is no longer an uncommon practice. People like Bogart around Garp are examples of this. The current 3 admirals also have many such direct subordinates, who have become their most capable men. Bayou had just become the 4th Admiral, and was completely broke, so it was undoubtedly the best time for him to become a direct subordinate. "Become that guy's direct subordinate," Smoker said with a slightly gloomy expression. "Iska, you haven't applied yet, have you?" "Of course I applied." Iska raised the identity badge in his hand and said with a smile. "When I submitted my application, I thought you were the first. I didn't expect that I would be the first. You don't know how many applications there are in the naval headquarters right now." Especially when he learned that Bayou Admiral dared to move the Shichibukai, who had privileges and were recognized by the world government, the transfer requests directly filled Marshal Sengoku's desk. There is a harsh saying circulating in this department now: Bayou Admiral does things that others don't do, and only Bayou Admiral dares to do things that others don't dare to do. Who dares to move Shichibukai? It's Admiral Bayou who moves. Having said that, Iska glanced at the dock and said in a deep voice. "We just learned from the messenger that the ship that Bayou Admiral is escorting Tian Shangjin to has passed the Sabayati Islands and is now arriving at the headquarters, so everyone wants to take a look." "Bayou is back?" Smoker and Hina's expressions froze. Soon, the crowd gathered on the dock was seen splitting into a path, and Sengoku, wearing a robe of justice, walked quickly towards them with Garp and others. "Iska, you little girl, I shouldn't have approved you to join Bayou's direct unit a long time ago. You brag everywhere you go, it's almost like a pyramid scheme." Sengoku obviously noticed Iska and immediately glared at him. Iska's cheeks turned red as she muttered to herself. "Marshal Sengoku, isn't what I said the truth? Look, Bayou Admiral is back." A warship breaking through the waves was the first to come into view. The blood-red flag that belonged to Bayou Admiral made everyone nervous. Looking at the crowded crowds on the shore, Bayou felt a little headache. He rubbed his swollen temples. It seemed that he could not avoid Sengoku's nagging. "Captain Bayou, where are we now?" Karina asked, carrying a sniper rifle on her back. "Let's get to the shore. Now that we're here, we still have to face it." Bayou took a sip of the wine helplessly, looking at Crocodile who was sitting in the corner with only one arm left, and didn't take it to heart. One is a soldier, the other is a thief. Especially a big thief like Crocodile who can destroy families and kill people. Bayou really doesn't feel much guilt. It feels good to stir up a hornet's nest, but it also feels sour when you hold someone accountable. However, things have developed to this point, Bayou has no choice but to go ahead with it. Moreover, Bayou also has very important information that can serve as a delaying tactic. Soon, the warship entered the main bay, and Sengoku was the first to lose his patience and jumped onto the deck. Looking at the lifeless Crocodile on the deck, his expression froze. Is this still the arrogant Shichibukai they usually know? Now it's like a pile of mud and can't be lifted up at all. The golden hook right hand, which was originally quite handsome, was cut off at the root. It gives people a sense of Yang Guo's one-armed appearance. Looking at the former hero, the depressed old man today, they really doubted what methods Bayou had used in the battle that day to completely destroy Crocodile both physically and mentally. Bayou, you little brat, you even dared to touch Shichibukai, how can I explain to the 5 elders? Sengoku snapped out of his trance and shouted angrily. If it weren't for Bayou Admiral's identity and the presence of Garp, he would really roll up his sleeves and fight hard. Haha, Sengoku, save your breath. You beat him up even if you don't want to. Bayou has done a great job. After all, he is my grandson. Just consider it as giving me some face. Garp stuffed a senbei into his mouth and laughed heartily. For your sister. Sengoku said with a glare. Sooner or later, I will be tortured to death by you, grandson. By the way, didn't you mention in Den Den Mushi just now that there was something very important? Something that would prevent the 5 elders from pursuing responsibility? What was it? A series of questions came out of Sengoku's mouth. During this period of time, from Bayou's appearance to now, every incident has made him feel overwhelmed. It almost feels like déjà vu of Garp when he was young. Marshal Sengoku, please take a look at these documents. Bayou handed the document in his hand over directly. Seeing Bayou, who usually only cared about getting into trouble and had no organization at all, suddenly taking out a stack of documents very seriously, Sengoku was obviously interested. When he saw the document in his hand clearly, Sengoku's expression changed. Pluton. Bayou, you said that when Crocodile attacked Alabasta, he was targeting Pluton, one of the 3 great weapons. If these documents are genuine, then the 5 elders will be helpless. However, Bayou, if you give me these things in advance, I can still deal with them. However, half a day ago, the 5 elders issued 2 tasks and designated you to complete them. I'm worried that something might go wrong. Chapter 96. 2 tasks? Bayou's expression froze, and he seemed a little surprised. As a reincarnated being, Bayou already knew why Crocodile went to Alabasta. The reason for not submitting these documents was simply to test the 5 elders' reaction. Now, not only did he not get angry, he simply gave me 2 tasks. Not only Sengoku felt strange, Bayou was no exception. Yes, the 5 elders said that you have destroyed the balance of the sea.